Chapter 171 Fishing in Troubled Waters. The battle at the protective wall was fierce and brutal, while inside the safe zone, some were already beginning to stir. Those who went out to fight were mostly confident in their abilities. The rest were either weak, cowardly, or calculating, intentionally observing. Gradually, some people emerged from the houses and began to wander purposefully within the safe zone. To conserve power, many streetlights in the safe zone were not turned on. Only one streetlight emitted a faint light every tens of meters. If it weren't for the special circumstances of today, these streetlights would never have been turned on. The gap between rich and poor in the safe zone was stark. Many people couldn't even afford to fill their stomachs. Under prolonged oppression, some people's minds gradually became twisted. And on this day, under the siege of zombies after the initial terror, some decided to take a desperate gamble. In the dimly lit corridor, a soft knock suddenly sounded on the door. Knock, knock, knock. After knocking intermittently a few times, the person at the door asked tentatively in a low voice, "Is anyone home? Is anyone home?" There was no sound from inside, clearly no one was home. Then someone whispered, "I told you no one was home. You didn't believe me. I saw the person inside leave with my own eyes." The person knocking smiled. "Isn't this just in case?" He paused, his voice lowering even further, revealing a hint of trepidation and fear. "Are we really going to do this? What if someone finds out?" The person who had knocked earlier scoffed dismissively. "What's there to be afraid of? Anyway, there's no one in the house. As long as we don't tell anyone, who will know it was us? Besides, it's uncertain whether the person inside will even come back. Rather than letting others benefit from the supplies inside, we might as well benefit from them." As he spoke, he carefully took a piece of metal from his pocket, inserted it into the keyhole, and gently turned it a few times. With a crisp click, the security door opened. He smiled smugly at the people around him. He gently pushed open the door and went inside. The same situation was happening in various parts of the safe zone. When people couldn't survive, they had no choice but to take risks. Compared to hunting zombies, where death was always a possibility, taking advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to sneak into someone's house and steal supplies was much safer. In a beautiful villa, hundreds of people stood in a spacious and empty room. A short, stout middle-aged man stood at the front, facing the others. The man had a face full of fat, his eyes narrowed to slits by his flesh. He grinned, his eyes gleaming with excited and frenzied light. "I've called you all here today, so I won't waste any more words. I'll just say one thing. Our chance has come. As long as we get through tonight, we can secure a place in the upper echelons and never have to be beholden to those soldiers again." He became more and more excited as he spoke. His two fleshy fists clenched tightly, as if he could already see the dawn of victory. Hearing his words, the others also showed excited expressions. Only one man was an exception. He said worriedly, "Brother, this is indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But if those zombies break in, we'll be in danger." The other man replied smugly, "Don't worry, that won't happen. Aren't there so many people outside holding them off? They won't let the zombies in." The first man was still uneasy. "But what if?" "No, what if?" the fat man said, unable to contain himself any longer. He was in high spirits, and for the sake of what was to come, he needed to boost morale and ensure his men's unwavering loyalty. But this man's words were like a bucket of cold water poured on them, completely ruining the atmosphere he had painstakingly built up. No wonder he wasn't happy. He glanced coldly at the speaker, then surveyed the reactions of the others. Seeing their hesitation and uncertainty, he said, "I know there's always a chance of something going wrong. But even if the people outside are useless, after the zombie horde kills them, there won't be many left. We can easily deal with those zombies when we go out. What's there to worry about?" He paused, his eyes brightening again. "If they're lucky enough to kill the zombies outside, they'll suffer heavy losses. If we go, we can take the opportunity to negotiate and fight for control of the safe zone. That's why I said today is our chance. No matter who wins, it will be profitable for us." Then he took a deep breath and raised his voice. "So now I ask you, are you willing to follow me?" As soon as he finished speaking, the shills he had already arranged shouted, "Yes, we'll do whatever you say, boss." Then the other shills echoed, We'll all listen to you, boss. We'll listen to you, boss. Listen to Big Brother. Gradually, everyone spoke in unison. Even the man who had just tried to persuade him realized the fat man was right, and he had been worrying unnecessarily. They weren't the only ones trying to take advantage of the chaos to profit themselves. The safe zone was filled with mercenary teams of all sizes. Aside from those who went out to fight the zombies, those who deliberately stayed behind were all plotting their own schemes. Especially the larger mercenary teams. They were quite strong, but had always been heavily suppressed by the military and had never had a chance to turn the tables. This time with the zombie siege, about half of the military had gone out to fight the zombies. The rest, except for a few skilled individuals, were mostly ordinary civilian staff. How could these ambitious people let such a golden opportunity slip by? Many shared the fat man's thoughts, believing the zombies couldn't possibly break through. After all, so many people had gone out to resist, and these people were all quite capable. Regardless of which side won, the remaining side would suffer heavy losses, and they could easily eliminate them. Who wouldn't be tempted by such a perfect opportunity? Furthermore, these mercenary groups weren't just eyeing control of the safe zone, they were also eyeing the supplies of others. Among them, some had their eyes on the Fong family. Many knew of the Fong family's status and position before the apocalypse, and a small number of these people knew that the Fong family had acquired a large amount of supplies before the apocalypse. The whereabouts of those supplies were unknown, and the most likely location was naturally the villa where the Fong family lived. So, some people secretly went to the Fong family under the cover of night, intending to find those supplies. Many people had designs on the Fong family, but only 2 groups plus Fong Mingao actually took action. These powerful mercenary groups were well informed and knew that Fong Yusen had already reached level 2 in the wood element, so they didn't want to offend her. The 2 groups that made the move dared to do so only because they were hoping for a lucky break. Fong Mingao didn't go with the others. After Qiu Yiming left with his men, she went to the Fong family, earlier than the other 2 groups. Her purpose in going to the Fong family wasn't just the supplies, but also the possible existence of a portable space. She hadn't been having a good time these past few days. She had met Zheng Tianhe earlier, intending to use him to deal with Fong Yusen. To persuade him, she even took out an antidote capsule. But Zheng Tianhe had clearly agreed, yet he turned his back on her. When she went to him, he used the excuse that the time isn't right to brush her off. Humph! Don't think she's stupid and doesn't know anything. Wasn't Zheng Tianhe just warned by high-ranking military officials, which is why he didn't dare to do it? What a useless coward. Unfortunately, Qiu Yiming seemed to have sensed something and was keeping a close eye on her. Coupled with the military officials' deliberate protection of Fong Yusen, she didn't want to get herself into trouble, and hadn't been able to make a move against Fong Yusen. Fortunately, fate finally took pity on her and gave her this opportunity. The streetlights were dim, and with only one lamp far away, it seemed even more dim. She walked quickly towards the Fong family's house, and soon she arrived. The entire villa was covered in ivy, and the courtyard was filled with vegetables and fruits. There were no streetlights nearby, and the light was extremely dim. She couldn't see anything in the courtyard clearly, only blurry outlines. The silhouettes cast menacing shadows, creating a sense of dread, as if every bush and tree was a potential enemy. Fong Mingao scoffed disdainfully, then grabbed the lock on the gate. The next moment, a bolt of lightning flashed in her palm, breaking the lock. Looking at her handiwork, she smiled smugly, tossed the lock aside, and pushed open the door to go inside. However, as soon as she stepped into the courtyard, her smile froze. She stared in astonishment at the scene before her, muttering, "What's going on? Fong Yusen, you're really good at playing tricks. Don't think this little scheme can stump me." With that, she raised her right hand, and a ball of flame suddenly appeared in her palm. The flame rapidly expanded, forming a 2-meter diameter ring of fire, protecting her within. The flame burned silently, the surroundings quiet, nothing changing. Fong Mingyao's expression gradually darkened as she watched this. She gritted her teeth, then grabbed the ring of fire with her hand. The next moment, the ring of fire instantly contracted, transforming into a burning whip in her hand. She gripped the whip handle and lashed it out. Snap! Boom! A burst of flames instantly erupted where the whip struck. Fong Mingyao smiled triumphantly, tightening her grip on the whip, ready to try again. Then her smile froze on her face. The flames dwindled and eventually went out. Fong Mingao then realized this place was difficult to deal with, and her brows furrowed tightly. But just then, she suddenly heard footsteps approaching in the distance. Chapter 172 Trapped. Who goes there? Fong Mingao's brows furrowed deeper and deeper, her face growing increasingly grim. She hadn't expected anyone to come here. Had her commotion been too loud, alerting others? Fong Mingao was filled with doubt and uncertainty. She hesitated, wondering if she should find a place to hide, when she heard footsteps growing closer, and judging from the voices, they were coming from this direction. Without further hesitation, she gritted her teeth, exchanged for a 5-minute invisibility pill, and swallowed it. She couldn't let anyone else know about her visit to the Fong family. After swallowing the pill, she activated her invisibility, but this effect only lasted 5 minutes. After 5 minutes it would expire, and others would be able to see her. After activating invisibility, Fong Mingao breathed a sigh of relief. Then she suddenly realized she had relaxed too soon. She was now trapped in a strange formation, surrounded by nothingness, unable to see anything. What should she do? Unfortunately, she had no time to think further. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. Judging from the voices, there were 10 people. Then she heard someone speaking. A man exclaimed in panic. What happened? How did the door open? Did someone get there first? Then came a calmer voice, still a man. Don't panic. Take a closer look. Another man chimed in. Boss, look. There's a lock here, it's burned. This time it was the calmer man from before, presumably the leader. He said, these marks. It's clearly been damaged by electricity. What? Damaged by electricity? Does the person who came have lightning powers? Boss, what do we do? Could it be Qiu Yiming? Isn't he a lightning power user? I heard he's Fong Yusen's fiancé. If it's him, we're in big trouble. What's the panic? It's definitely not him. Qiu Yiming works for the military. He's probably outside fighting off zombies right now, he wouldn't come here. Then who could it be? Is there someone else in the safe zone with lightning powers? Never mind that. There's no sound from inside. Let's go in and check it out. The people chattered amongst themselves, and Fong Mingao's face grew increasingly grim as she listened. These people were also after the Fong family. Then she heard the sound of the iron gate being pushed open. The people walked in. The footsteps grew closer. Fong Mingao instinctively held her breath, wondering if these people would be trapped in the formation like she was. Then she saw 10 people suddenly appear in this illusory space. These 10 people weren't very old. The youngest was 17 or 18, and the oldest was around 35 or 36. The youngest one cried out in panic. What's going on? Where is this place? The others also looked pale and somewhat panicked, clearly not expecting this situation. One of them swallowed hard. Looking around warily, he said, Boss, what do we do? This place is too eerie. Could we have encountered the legendary ghost wall? The youngest member suddenly spoke up. Could it be one of those formations from novels? Chimenduanjia or something. Holy crap. Isn't the Fong family in business? How do they know this? His words sparked a flurry of discussion among the others. What should we do? Are we going to be trapped here forever? No. We have to think of something quickly. We've finally gotten this opportunity. We can't stay trapped here forever. What if we haven't escaped by the time Fong Yusen comes back? Won't we be caught red-handed? Yeah, boss. You'd better think of something. Fong Mingao looked at them coldly and smiled disdainfully. Then she saw one of the young men, around 27 or 28 years old, say with a grim face, Shut up. What are you all arguing about? Instead of wasting time on this, you should be thinking about how to escape. Little Li was right, we absolutely cannot be trapped here. Fong Yusen absolutely cannot find out about this. Fong Yusen, a physician of such high skill, was practically unique in the entire safe zone. Although he had brought his men to the Fong family to steal things, he had no intention of confronting the Fong family or offending Fong Yusen. He only intended to take the items and leave. By the time Fong Yusen returned, they would have already vanished. How could Fong Yusen possibly know that they had taken the items? But he never expected that someone in the Fong family would understand Chimenduanjia. and even set up a formation in the courtyard. Damn! He had always thought that everything written in books about Chimenduanjia was a hoax, but it turned out to be true, and he had actually encountered it. He was immediately filled with anxiety and regret. If he had known this would happen, he would never have come to the Fong family. But since he was already here, it was too late for regrets. The young man, having survived the apocalypse and led a group of people, was no ordinary individual. He quickly calmed himself and frantically searched for a solution. The others were equally anxious. Someone suggested, "Why don't we try to attack? Don't novels always mention the array eye? If we find it, we'll definitely be able to get out." His suggestion brightened the others' eyes. They thought it was a good idea. But at that moment the youngest boy said, "What if this array reflects our attacks back?" Hearing this, those eager to try immediately hesitated, looking around in fear, afraid of further complications. The young leader hesitated for a moment, then said, "Let's try first. We can't just sit here and wait to die, can we? Luzi, you're the weakest. Even if it reflects our attacks, the damage won't be significant. You go first." The youngest boy responded, then drew a dagger, brandished it, put it back, and instead clenched his fist, striking the surrounding void. However, there was no reaction. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The young man in the lead said, "Looks like everything's all right. Let's each attack in a different direction." Fong Mingao watched as they prepared to attack and gradually grew anxious. Her invisibility only lasted 5 minutes. If she couldn't find a chance to escape soon, they would discover her. She thought for a moment and started walking towards the door. She was just testing the waters, but as she walked, she found that her view ahead gradually opened up. Suddenly, a faint exit appeared in her vision, the open door. She looked at the door, hesitated for a moment, and finally sighed inwardly, gritting her teeth as she walked out. The further she walked, the clearer the exit became. In just a few steps, she was outside the door. As soon as she stepped out, she found that the mysterious feeling she had just experienced had completely disappeared. She was back at the doorway and looking inside, she saw the 10 people standing not far from the door, attacking in all directions. This time, Fong Mingao could finally see them clearly. She saw countless dandelion seeds fluttering in the courtyard. Because the light was too dim and the seeds were too small, they were completely invisible when she was at the door. However, after the attack, the dandelion seeds emitted a faint light and disappeared from the attacked areas. Fong Mingao instantly understood that these dandelion seeds could absorb attacks. However, they would become useless afterward. Clearly, this was a consumable formation. As long as it continued to deplete the enemy's energy, it wouldn't be unbreakable. So, she immediately had an idea. She was already out. She could wait for these people to break the formation inside, and by then they would be nearly exhausted. She could then go in, kill them, and take the supplies. But then she discovered that when the dandelion seeds in one area were used up, seeds from other areas would replenish them. At the same time, many dandelions were planted in the courtyard, and those dandelions would produce new seeds to compensate for the consumed ones. Seeing this, she gritted her teeth in hatred. "Fong Yusen, you're really something. It's just a small villa, yet you've secured it so well." At this moment, her invisibility effect disappeared. Then she heard footsteps coming from not far away. And judging from the sound, those people were also coming in this direction. Hearing the footsteps, her face first turned extremely ugly, then she suddenly laughed. She quickly walked to a nearby tree and hid behind it. Not long after, another group appeared. This time there were even more people, a full 18. And they too were heading for the Fong family. Fong Mingao watched them reach the gate, and then they discovered the people trapped in the formation. One of them, probably impatient, instinctively said, "What's going on?" These people went in first. The leader, unable to bear it any longer, snapped, "Shut up!" Unfortunately, it was too late. The people in the formation heard the sound, and they instinctively turned around to look in the direction of the sound. Then they realized they were trapped in the formation, able only to hear sounds but unable to see. In a panic, someone instinctively walked towards the courtyard, trying to create distance from the people at the gate. This action only made him sink deeper, further away from the exit. After this action, the other 9 hesitated for a moment, then followed. Fong Mingao watched this scene and laughed coldly again. A bunch of useless trash. The people at the door were clueless. They had no idea that the people inside were trapped. Seeing those people walking in, fearing that the good stuff would be snatched up first, they rushed in without hesitation. Then they realized their mistake. Unfortunately, it was too late to regret it now. Fong Mingao saw everything, and her laughter grew even more smug. She was worried about who would help her weaken the formation inside. And now with the addition of these 18 people, she didn't believe that the formation could hold out until Fong Yusen returned. However, before going in, she could take care of some things. Chapter 173 Cool. Just as Fong Mingao was trapped in the formation, Fong Yusen, standing atop the wall, suddenly turned her head and coldly looked in the direction of the Fong family's residence. Someone was actually taking advantage of the chaos to try and break into the Fong family. Fortunately, she had set up the formation early on, and Fong Jintang and Chu Qianhe had specifically replenished the formation's crystal cores before leaving, activating it. Otherwise, the Fong family would probably have already been broken into. Shortly afterward, she sensed more people entering the formation. Then one person escaped, and then another group arrived. Due to the distance, Fong Yusen could only sense people entering and leaving the formation, but couldn't identify them. If she hadn't personally set up the 5-wood formation, she wouldn't have known so clearly. The frequent raids on the Fong family infuriated Fong Yusen, but after glancing at the densely packed zombies at her feet, she could only sigh helplessly. Those people were already trapped in the formation. Unless they found an exit, they would remain trapped as long as the formation remained intact. She didn't need to rush. Although she comforted herself with this thought, Fong Yusen was truly unhappy. Where did those people get the audacity to dare to break into the Fong family at this time? If she found out who it was. Fong Yusen gripped the hilt of her knife tightly, her face growing increasingly grim. She would not let them off easily this time. Thinking this, Fong Yusen reached out and patted Angela's round head, saying, "Angela, come with me and have a good fight." Angela had been perched on Fong Yusen's shoulder. Having watched Lan Rua show off, only to be utterly humiliated, it couldn't wait to make its appearance. It wanted to show off a bit. It was much more powerful than that stupid plant that only knew how to eat, eat, eat. Why did its master always let that fool do the work? It wanted to show its master that it could also kill zombies. Angela excitedly let out a long meow. Meow. The next moment, it jumped off Fong Yusen's shoulder, its body instantly growing larger as it landed, its round head almost as tall as Fong Yusen. The others were frantically killing zombies, not daring to be distracted. Suddenly seeing Angela transform, their eyes widened in astonishment. If Lan Rua's appearance was too ferocious, then Angela's appearance was simply too beautiful. Most people might not recognize a crystal orchid, let alone a mutated breed like Lan Rua. But many recognized Angela, this precious ragdoll cat. After the initial surprise, everyone was captivated by Angela's elegant and beautiful appearance. They looked at Fong Yusen with envy, wishing they could have one themselves. Some people's gazes were particularly complicated. They had seen the palm-sized kitten on Fong Yusen's shoulder long ago. At the time they didn't know it was a mutated animal, assuming it was a pet Fong Yusen had found, and they couldn't help but feel uneasy. Many people are struggling to survive, yet Fong Yusen is raising a useless little kitten. A chubby, plump kitten with glossy fur, clearly well fed. It's like comparing apples and oranges. It's infuriating. Now they realize it's not an ordinary kitten at all, but a mutant cat. And then they feel even worse. Fong Yusen is already so powerful, yet she also possesses a powerful mutant cat. It's truly infuriating, so incredibly enviable. Angela, feeling the admiring gazes from all around, instinctively puffed out her head, feeling even more smug. She excitedly rubbed against Fong Yusen, urging her telepathically, "Master, come on up. Let's kill zombies. Kill, kill, kill." She was determined to kill as many zombies as possible, to outdo that idiot Lan Rua. "Okay, let's go kill zombies now." Fong Yusen responded telepathically to Angela. She gently grasped her soft, long fur, flipped over and mounted her back. Then, Angela let out another joyful cry and charged down the protective wall, carrying Fong Yusen. Although Angela hadn't awakened a wind-based ability, Her cat body was naturally agile and nimble, with excellent jumping ability. After her mutation, some of her wild instincts gradually awakened from their slumber, making her even more agile and ferocious. However, having been raised by Fong Yusen since she was a kitten, their bond was already strong, and now that she had recognized Fong Yusen as her master, they were even closer, and she never showed her wild and ferocious side. Now, with Fong Yusen taking her to hunt zombies, she deliberately showed off, and the ferocity in her wild nature instantly erupted. Just as she carried Fong Yusen down the protective wall, sharp, dagger-like claws sprang out from her paw pads. Along the way, whenever they encountered zombies, Fong Yusen didn't even need to lift a finger. A light scratch from her claws was enough to kill them instantly. The others watched this scene in horror, never expecting that the beautiful mutated cat would possess such sharp claws. Moreover, it was far too ferocious. Those zombies that they found troublesome were utterly helpless against it. What terrifying power! If only they could possess such a mutated cat. Everyone wasn't stupid. Soon some people started to have such thoughts. Not only did Angela's appearance shatter their usual seriousness, but Lanrua's appearance was even more alarming. The crystal orchid is a very fragile saprophytic plant. It breaks easily with a fingernail, and its growth period is short, withering and dying quickly. But this mutated crystal orchid before them was truly terrifying. It could actually swallow a zombie whole. Crystal orchids are too rare, and the market environment isn't suitable for their growth. Even if they couldn't find an equally powerful mutated crystal orchid, they could find other mutated plants. With this understanding, many people started to make plans. They had witnessed Fong Yusen's power and, more importantly, the ferocity of Lanrua and Angela. They wouldn't be foolish enough to target Fong Yusen, but they could try to find other mutated creatures. The thought, once it surfaced, took deep root in their minds. However, now was clearly not the time to dwell on such things. The zombies below were still relentlessly climbing the protective wall. They couldn't afford to be careless. When one person was caught off guard and successfully ambushed by a zombie that had climbed up, the piercing scream successfully snapped the others back to reality. Regaining their senses, they instinctively glanced in the direction of Fong Yusen and Angela. Angela, dressed entirely in white, seemed to radiate a soft glow in the dim light. They could easily see Angela leading Fong Yusen through the horde of zombies, and with their close coordination, one zombie after another fell. Then these people withdrew their gaze, gripped their weapons tightly, and looked at the zombies that continued to climb the protective wall with cold, wary eyes. Come on. Damn zombies. Fong Yusen still held the same Miao sword, its blade enveloped in a layer of green wood elemental spiritual energy. As she rode on Angela's back, the sword lay horizontally, blade facing forward. With Angela charging into the horde of zombies, Fong Yusen didn't even need to swing the sword. Simply holding the hilt was enough for the blade to easily sever the zombies' necks. This was the fighting style of cavalry. Then, Fong Yusen thought for a moment and took out another Miao sword from her spatial storage. She held both swords together, blades horizontally, both blades facing forward, and said to Angela, "Angela, keep charging forward. Don't stop." These zombies were merely infantry, and cavalry had a clear advantage over infantry. However, there were simply too many zombies. No one dared to charge into the horde, as being surrounded meant almost certain death. But Fong Yusen wasn't afraid. Angela wasn't an ordinary warhorse. She was a mutated cat. Her long fur itself provided defense, not to mention her skin, which also possessed excellent defensive capabilities. Ordinary zombies couldn't even scratch Angela's skin. Fong Yusen then cast a Vajra talisman on Angela. A defensive talisman meant indestructible. While not quite that exaggerated, it was still enough to withstand the zombies' claws. Angela was incredibly fast, almost like a speed mutant. Unless it encountered a speed mutant zombie, other zombies wouldn't have time to react. Actually, compared to this straightforward charge, Angela preferred to show off her abilities to Fong Yusen, mainly to outdo that idiot Lanru. However, Fong Yusen had given the order, and it couldn't disobey, so it could only charge even faster. While charging, its long bushy tail never stopped, constantly swishing left and right. The tail was covered in long white fur, but when it swung, these soft furs instantly stood on end, as hard as steel needles. Wherever the tail swept, a large chunk of skin was torn off, It was truly terrifying. Unfortunately, due to the distance and the dim light, many people couldn't see the changes in Angela's tail clearly. Fong Yusen rode Angela, relentlessly charging through the zombie horde. The initially dense zombie group quickly became scattered. On the distant wall, some people watched Fong Yusen and Angela's brutal hunt of zombies with excitement, their faces beaming with pride. Then some, unwilling to continue fighting on the wall, rushed down from it. The protective wall was a full 5 meters high. Unlike the inside, which had a specially constructed suspended ladder, the outside was a completely vertical wall, making it no easy feat to descend. These people, however, didn't seem to care. They either jumped directly down or ran down the wall, their movements so graceful and stylish, like characters leaping across rooftops in a movie, eliciting gasps of amazement from onlookers. Damn! Where did these freaks come from? Are they even human? Chapter 174. Another change. Among those who descended from the wall, 2 took the lead and charged ahead. Those 2 were none other than Bai Yi and Fong Yuyan. They had been fighting on the wall earlier, but were quite far from Fong Yusen's position, separated by many others. With the enemy at hand, they couldn't afford to regroup with Fong Yusen. They were busy hunting zombies to give the others a chance to catch their breath and prevent heavy casualties. They originally planned to continue like this until their energy was nearly depleted, or the zombies dispersed. However, when they saw Fong Yusen riding Angela into the zombie horde, they couldn't sit still. They both knew Fong Yusen's abilities, and Fong Yuyan knew even more than Bai Yi. Both knew that with Fong Yusen's skills, he could escape unscathed even if he charged into the zombie horde. But knowing this didn't stop them from worrying. In fact, when they saw Fong Yusen riding Angela into the zombie horde, their hearts nearly stopped. Fong Yusen was being too reckless. How could she take such a risk? What if she encountered danger? As the saying goes, concern leads to confusion. The 2 were too worried, fearing even the slightest possibility that Fong Yusen might get hurt or even be in danger. In fact, since the apocalypse, they themselves had been injured, especially Bai Yi. Before the apocalypse, he was a mercenary, and the Bai family always gave him dangerous missions. Even in near-death situations, he had never been afraid. He thought he had long forgotten what fear was. Until later, when Bai Qianqian was in danger, Qiu Yiming deliberately used Bai Qianqian to threaten him, and he was terrified. He only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that Bai Qianqian was safe with Fong Yusen. And now he was experiencing that fear again. So without hesitation, he jumped off the wall. Fong Yuyan was in a similar situation. He was also worried about his precious little sister's safety. He didn't even think twice before jumping off the relatively safe wall. The 2 weren't in the same place, but they were both heading towards Fong Yusen. So the 2 met halfway there. They glanced at each other. Then Fong Yuyan snorted rudely and warned in a low voice. "If you can't handle it, you'd better get back to the wall and stop dragging us down." Bai Yi had long since noticed Fong Yuyan's sister-obsessed nature. He didn't take Fong Yuyan's warning to heart, but being a man, he was still resentful that Fong Yuyan was so rude to him and didn't even respect him. He didn't dislike Fong Yuyan, but as Fong Yuyan's brother, if Fong Yuyan looked down on him, it would definitely affect Fong Yusen's attitude, something he couldn't ignore. He now knew his own feelings. So he especially wanted Fong Yusen and her family's approval. So he grinned and said provocatively, "Don't worry, I will definitely not be a burden to you." Fong Yuyan snorted, completely unconvinced by his words. Besides his parents, his most precious possession was his sister Fong Yusen. Perhaps because he cared too much, he was exceptionally sensitive to men who approached Fong Yusen, able to tell almost instantly whether someone had designs on her. The first time he saw Bai Yi, alarm bells went off in his head. He immediately sensed Bai Yi's interest in Fong Yusen. Or rather, Bai Yi had already set his sights on her. Poor Fong Yuyan was unaware that Bai Yi had once sneaked into Fong Yusen's room under cover of darkness. Otherwise, he certainly wouldn't have allowed Fong Yusen to interact with Bai Yi, and would have already found an opportunity to beat him up. Later, when he encountered Bai Yi again, he became even more wary, fearing this scoundrel who appeared out of nowhere would steal his precious sister away. Fortunately, Fong Yusen remained indifferent to Bai Yi, allowing him some relief. But from then on, Bai Yi became like a leech, impossible to shake off. Yet, this man had no ill intentions. Even though he worried about Bai Yi stealing Fong Yusen, he couldn't actually do anything to him. In fact, when he saw Bai Yi earlier, he was somewhat satisfied. Regardless of Bai Yi's feelings for Fong Yusen, Fong Yuyan admired Bai Yi's personality and abilities. And just because he dared to climb down from the wall and charge into the zombie horde, Fong Yuyan couldn't bring himself to harbor ill will towards him. Of course, this was on the premise that Bai Yi was indeed quite capable, and wouldn't be a burden to him and Fong Yusen. After all, they had been teaming up for several days, and Fong Yuyan already had a good understanding of Bai Yi's strength, knowing he was very powerful. So, although his tone was harsh earlier, it was only because he disliked Bai Yi clinging to Fong Yusen, not because he truly looked down on him. Hearing Bai Yi's reply, Fong Yuyan's anger flared up as if ignited. He glared fiercely at Bai Yi, leaving behind the words, "You'd better keep your word," before ignoring him and turning to find Fong Yusen. Bai Yi shook his head slightly. He could easily see through Fong Yuyan's intentions, but in his opinion, Fong Yuyan was overprotecting Fong Yusen, like a protective mother hen. Fortunately, Fong Yuyan was rational and not unreasonable. Although he often gave him a cold shoulder, he never resorted to underhanded tactics, making him a respectable person. So despite Fong Yuyan's rudeness, Bai Yi never truly got angry. He sighed silently, strode after Fong Yuyan, and dealt with the zombies they encountered along the way. His weapon was a mo dao, with a half-meter-long hilt and a full-meter-long blade. He possessed metal-type superpowers, and this knife was something he had created himself using his abilities. Although its craftsmanship was simple, the blade was extremely sharp, and its hardness and toughness were quite good, making it a formidable weapon. With a casual swing, the blade could easily cut down several zombies. However, as he looked at Fong Yusen charging through the zombie horde in the distance, his gaze couldn't help but become fervent. It wasn't just Fong Yusen's skill that impressed him. He admired Fong Yusen's cavalry-like combat style even more. If he could possess such a large mutated beast, his strength would definitely increase significantly. He had already realized that plants and animals could mutate. He had even encountered a mutated animal before. An Alaskan Malamute, tall and handsome. Unfortunately, the mutation had completely unleashed its ferocious beastly nature. It had become cruel and bloodthirsty, its eyes burning red, and it had long lost its mind. In the end, it took him considerable effort to kill that mutated dog. And even now, he hadn't been able to find a suitable mutated beast to take as a fighting partner, which was undoubtedly a regret. However, Bai Yi wasn't discouraged. He believed that given time he would definitely find one. This thought only lasted a moment. He quickly suppressed his regret and longing and continued to slaughter the surrounding zombies. Fong Yuyan still held that Miao sword in his hand. Since he began cultivating, his control over wind magic had become even more adept. With each swing of his sword, he could create a massive wind blade using its sharpness. Although there was only one wind blade, its destructive power was terrifying. Wherever the wind blade passed, large swathes of zombies were easily sliced apart. With the addition of Fong Yusen and Bai Yi, these two ruthless individuals, those on the wall could only watch helplessly as wave after wave of zombies fell, gradually falling into a daze. Because of their interference, only a few zombies managed to bypass the three of them and reach the base of the protective wall, freeing those on the wall from the frantic slaughter and giving them a chance to catch their breath. Suddenly someone shouted, "Damn it! What are we still doing here? Starving. If you're a man, come down with us and kill these damn zombies." After shouting those words, he grabbed his weapon and charged down the wall. Although the protective wall was high, the zombie corpses were already piled up thickly below. He made a mess of his descent but was unharmed. He quickly got up, spat in dissatisfaction, gripped his weapon and charged towards the nearby zombies. With him leading the way, more and more people followed suit, rushing down the wall to slaughter the zombies, no longer letting those below have all the glory. The bravery of Fong Yusen, Bai Yi, Fong Yuyan, and the others helped these people overcome their fear of zombies. They watched as Fong Yusen and the others easily killed hordes of zombies, and a strange feeling gradually arose in their hearts that zombies aren't scary. In an instant, it was as if these people had been injected with stimulants. The zombie horde was no longer a terrifying killing monster in their eyes, but rather clusters of crystal cores. To bolster their morale, someone shouted, "Kill! Kill them! Then others joined in. Yes. Kill these monsters. Qiu Yiming wasn't there. 3 locations within the safe zone were under attack by zombie hordes, each with approximately 100,000 zombies. Qiu Yiming was defending one location, while other powerful experts were stationed at the remaining one. However, although the other 2 locations also had experts, they were no match for Fang Yusen, Fang Yuyang, and Bai Yi here. The massive swamp created by Fang Jintang earlier further reduced the pressure on the others. Without them, the battle would have been far more brutal. However, seeing the number of zombies dwindling, the commander hidden in the shadows finally couldn't bear it any longer. Suddenly, a clear, ethereal voice drifted from afar. The voice seemed to come from all directions, yet also seemed to resonate directly in everyone's ears. It wasn't unpleasant at all. On the contrary, it was as gentle and beautiful as celestial music. With this voice, everyone's expression gradually changed. Chapter 175 Voice Confrontation. This was a voice capable of bewitching the soul, stirring not only the deepest fears but also the deepest desires. Gradually, some of the weaker individuals began to flush, their eyes burning with desire, as if they had seen something they had longed for. Then, one after another, these people jumped off the protective wall, ignoring the thud they made, and excitedly ran towards the zombie horde. Some even threw away their weapons, their reason completely shattered. Their eyes filled only with fanaticism and longing. Among them was a thin, weak youth. His strength was probably lacking, so he didn't run fast, his face pale and sickly. However, his eyes were frighteningly bright, as if gleaming. And he was muttering, "Food, food. So much food, man. All mine." At this moment, a hideous zombie suddenly appeared beside him. However, he seemed not to see it at all, continuing to run forward. The zombie grinned, revealing sharp, yellowed teeth. Fresh bits of flesh still clung to its teeth, a drop of murky, yellowish saliva dribbling from its mouth, making it appear even more ferocious and terrifying. It swiftly extended its sharp claws, piercing the young man's back. Completely oblivious to the danger from behind, his eyes were fixed on the illusory food. With a thud, the claws pierced his heart, his body jolting violently. Then the illusion before him suddenly melted away like ice and snow. The fresh food vanished completely. He snapped out of the illusion, and the first thing he felt upon regaining consciousness was the excruciating pain tearing at his heart. The zombie emitted a stench of blood. The smell constantly assaulted his fragile sense of smell, and he realized what had happened, his eyes widening in terror, his body trembling uncontrollably. However, such trembling was futile. The next moment, the zombie's claws were withdrawn from his back, taking with them a fresh heart. Hot blood gushed out. All the strength in his body seemed to drain away with that blood, flowing continuously from the hole. His body, utterly drained of strength, collapsed heavily to the ground. His body still trembled reflexively, blood gushing from his mouth, hot and fresh, his wide eyes gradually losing their light. He wasn't the only one to die such a tragic death. Many others like him were powerless to resist, attacked by zombies without resistance, dying beneath their claws. The deaths intensified the stench of blood in the air, and the zombies, drawn by this fresh scent, became even more cruel and ferocious. They relentlessly ambushed those controlled, succeeding time and again. Others, though not completely controlled, were in dire straits. They gritted their teeth, desperately resisting this invisible manipulation, trying to break free. Unfortunately, their luck was terrible. They had encountered a mental zombie on the verge of reaching level 3. Its mental attacks were simply beyond the resistance of ordinary people. That ethereal voice continued to echo. Meanwhile, some zombies, instead of attacking humans, took advantage of the chaos to quietly collect crystal cores. However, after digging out the crystal cores, they didn't swallow them directly, but instead put them in their pockets. Fong Yuang and Bai Yi were almost controlled, but Fong Yusen's timely use of the heart-cleansing technique successfully saved them. However, the others weren't so lucky. Watching more and more people being killed by zombies, Fong Yuang and Bai Yi's expressions grew increasingly grim. This couldn't continue. Otherwise, the casualties would only increase. Fong Yuang looked at Fong Yusen. "Xin, do you have any ideas?" As soon as he spoke, Bai Yi also looked at Fong Yusen, his gaze also questioning. This was the question he wanted to ask as well. He had hesitated to speak earlier because he was worried that Fong Yusen wouldn't have any ideas. He hadn't expected Fong Yuyan to speak first. Fong Yusen looked at those who were already trapped in the illusion. Then she opened her pouch and took out a palm-sized, emerald green bamboo flute. The flute was very thin, its entire body a vibrant green. It wasn't an ordinary flute, but one that Fong Yusen had taken from the Greenwood Spirit Mansion. Then she simply refined it, crafting it into a bamboo flute. Her cultivation level was currently too low. Even alchemy and weapon crafting were difficult, limiting her to the simplest operations. This flute was something she had specially prepared recently. Ever since encountering the psychic mutated zombie in the Food Trade City's warehouse, she had been deeply alarmed. Psychic zombies were among the most troublesome. Once they launched a mental attack, those with weak mental strength were easily controlled. Such a situation would be dangerous. Therefore, she had searched extensively within the Greenwood Spiritual Mansion, ultimately choosing a bamboo tube to craft into a flute. As a child, she had learned several musical instruments out of interest. While not an expert, she knew the basics and could play tunes. While crafting the flute, she had considered other instruments, but ultimately rejected them all. After much thought, this bamboo flute was the most convenient. The bamboo was called Qingyun bamboo, known for its calming and mind-clearing effects. She had also inscribed a mind-clearing talisman on the bamboo tube. Playing the mind-clearing mantra would double its effectiveness. This was something she had specially created to counter mentally based zombies. As for its effectiveness, now was the time to test its results. She picked up the bamboo flute, placed it to her lips, and gently began to play a calming incantation. A clear, melodious sound rang out and carried far. The calming incantation's effect was to soothe the mind and restore consciousness. With the flute's sound, those who had been struggling instantly broke free from the mentally based zombies' control and regained their senses. Although they had struggled, they hadn't lost their minds, so they clearly understood what had happened. Upon regaining consciousness and seeing the horrific scene around them, they were filled with overwhelming rage. These zombies deserved to die. They were utterly hateful. So these people immediately joined the battle, frantically slaughtering the surrounding zombies. The mentally based zombie hiding in the shadows also reacted. It hadn't expected someone to use a flute to oppose it, even helping the living break free of its control. This enraged it, followed by intense fear. No, these people couldn't be allowed to regain their senses. That person is dangerous. The next moment, its voice became shrill, no longer the ethereal and melodious sound of before. At the same time, Fong Yusen's flute music also became high-pitched and impassioned, fiercely confronting the mental attack unleashed by the psychic zombie. In this contest, those with weaker mental strength were in dire straits, their consciousness trembling violently, on the verge of collapse. Fong Yusen continued playing, unable to warn others. Fortunately, Fong Yuyan and Bai Yi weren't fools. They exchanged a glance and made the same decision. Find the psychic zombie hiding in the shadows and kill it. Before leaving, Fong Yuyan shouted, "Quickly escort those who have lost their fighting ability back." His reminder made the others realize the danger, and those who had been controlled, though extremely uncomfortable, also regained their senses. They knew the situation was critical. Staying any longer would be mortal danger, so they quickly retreated, preparing to return to the safe zone. At the same time, one side of the safe zone's gate opened, and some people rushed out, escorting these people back to the safe zone. Fong Yusen continued playing the heart-cleansing mantra while Bai Yi and Fong Yuyang searched for the mentally based zombie. Chan Xiao and the others who arrived later surrounded her, protecting her. The zombies, as if on command, charged madly at Fong Yusen, seemingly intent on mutual destruction. This made Chan Xiao and the others very tense, but more than their fear, they were worried about Fong Yusen's safety. Fortunately, at that moment, Lan Rua suddenly emerged from underground, her main body accompanied by 8 clones frantically coiling and devouring the zombies. Then the sharp sound suddenly disappeared. As soon as it vanished, Fong Yusen's playing stopped. Realizing the psychic zombie was likely already entangled, she stopped playing her bamboo flute, and instead used her spiritual sense to probe the surroundings. She then told Chen Xiao and the others, "You stay here and clear out the remaining zombies. I'll go kill that psychic zombie." Chan Xiao and the others immediately obeyed. Chan Xiao said, "Deputy Captain Fong, don't worry about us, go quickly. We'll handle this." Fong Yusen nodded to them, then gripped her knife hilt again and left, killing many more zombies along the way. Soon, more people emerged from the safe zone to clear out the remaining zombies. By this time, the ground was piled high with zombie corpses and countless heads. Many heads contained crystal cores. However, no one dared to take advantage of the chaos and touch the crystal cores. They had only one thought: to quickly eliminate the remaining zombies and end the battle. At this moment, Fong Yusen located Fong Yuang and Bai Yi. When she arrived, the two were already surrounded by a group of mutated zombies. Then she saw the psychic zombie. It was a male zombie, looking quite young, probably only in his early 20s and rather handsome. Unfortunately, its face was a deathly pale bluish-white, completely ruining its good looks. It was hiding among the mutated zombies, and its expression changed the moment it saw Fong Yusen. Fong Yusen could even see panic in its blood-red eyes. Then it screamed wildly. This time the scream was even sharper than before, and the previously invisible mental attack transformed into a sharp cone, stabbing fiercely at Fong Yusen. Chapter 176: A Stroke of Incredible Luck. This psychic zombie was clearly going all out, successfully materializing its mental attack. Such a mental attack was far more terrifying and powerful than an intangible one. Bai Yi and Fong Yuang were still some distance away from the psychic zombie, but they were already affected. They weren't completely controlled, but their faces were pale, veins bulging, making them look ugly and ferocious, instilling fear in anyone. They stared wide-eyed, struggling to resist the mental attack emanating from the spike, unwilling to let that disgusting psychic zombie control their souls. Fong Yusen's eyes were fixed on the oncoming spike. Her spiritual sense instantly burst forth from her sea of consciousness, forming a small palm-sized round shield in front of her. The moment the shield formed, the spike slammed into it. The spike was blocked by the shield and could no longer advance, but instead of dissipating, it continued to clash with the shield. If the shield could no longer withstand the spike's attack, Fong Yusen's sea of consciousness would inevitably suffer severe damage. She continuously drew upon her spiritual energy to replenish the shield's depletion, while the psychic zombie simultaneously replenished its spikes with its own spiritual power. Not only that, it cunningly commanded the surrounding mutated zombies to attack Fong Yusen. Once Fong Yusen returned to defend, it was confident it could severely injure her, or even eliminate her. However, those mutated zombies were formidable and highly lethal. If Fong Yusen didn't defend, even if she blocked the spike, she wouldn't escape being killed. Although Lan Rua and Angela couldn't yet perceive the psychic zombie's sinister intentions, they knew. Their master Fong Yusen was being attacked by these disgusting zombies. Angela bared her teeth, revealing 4 ferocious and sharp fangs in her open lips, and emitted a series of warning woof-woof sounds from her throat. Her icy blue eyes stared intently at the approaching mutated zombie. Those eyes appeared exceptionally beautiful in the darkness, like top-grade sapphires. However, its wildness and cruelty were unmatched by the sapphire. Lan Rua, being a plant, couldn't make a sound like Angela, so its body twisted, stretched, and rotated continuously, its sharp teeth spinning with each movement, resembling a meat grinder. The mutated zombies had gained some intelligence. They keenly sensed that Lan Rua and Angela were formidable opponents. Therefore, they didn't charge in recklessly, but instead greedily watched Fong Yusen's direction while warily observing Lan Rua and Angela, pondering how to avoid these two troublesome adversaries and devour Fong Yusen. However, although these mutated zombies possessed some intelligence, it wasn't high. They couldn't think like normal humans, so after a while, they couldn't come up with a suitable answer. At this moment, Lan Rua couldn't wait to act. Its main body and clones guarded Fong Yusen, protecting her. Once a zombie approached, its body would automatically wrap around it and devour it. Angela also desperately wanted to rush out and kill these disgusting monsters. However, Fong Yusen was currently on its back. Although it only had the intelligence of a 3-year-old child and couldn't judge or think about many things, it instinctively worried about its master, Fong Yusen. So, despite its burning killing intent, it remained motionless, only coldly looking at the surrounding zombies with its icy blue eyes. Time seemed to have passed for a long time, but in reality it all happened in the blink of an eye. Bai Yi and Fong Yuang quickly broke free from the zombies' mental control, And then they saw that Fong Yusen's face was getting increasingly pale and extremely ugly. The two were shocked at first glance. Without thinking, they subconsciously turned to look at the mental zombie not far away, which was being heavily protected by the mutated zombies. It was this one that was the culprit. Fong Yusen's ugly face ignited intense anger in the two of them. Without hesitation, they launched their most powerful attack. Fong Yuyang's attack was a tornado filled with constantly spinning wind blades. Its power extremely terrifying. However, such moves consume too much true energy, making them unusable frequently. Right now, to protect Fong Yusen, he was going all out. Bai Ye's attack was equally fierce. He made a strange hand gesture, and the next moment, a terrifying bolt of lightning struck, landing squarely on the head of the psychic zombie. The threat of death made the psychic zombie even more agitated. It seemed to realize it couldn't withstand the onslaught and would soon die. Its beautiful ruby eyes revealed a fierce resentment towards death and a desperate desire for life. The next moment, all resentment and desire vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. Only a chilling madness remained. Immediately afterward, the three of them felt the energy on the psychic zombie suddenly surge, the energy fluctuations becoming increasingly bizarre, radiating a frenzied violence. The next moment, its head suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Fong Yusen, who had just finished dealing with the spiked cone, suddenly saw this scene and instantly turned pale. Seeing Bai Yi and Fong Yuyang getting closer to the mental zombie, completely within the destructive range of its self-destruction. One wrong move and they would both die. The intense fear prevented Fong Yusen from thinking clearly. She didn't even have time to consider the trouble her decision would cause. Her body reacted first, rushing to Fong Yuyang and Bai Ye's side. She grabbed their hands tightly, preparing to lead them into the Azurewood Spirit Mansion. But just then, a golden light suddenly appeared, striking the mental zombie and abruptly stopping its self-destruction. The light flashed and disappeared in an instant. Before the three could even react, the mental zombie exploded with a boom, completely turning into dust. Although the crystal core self-destruction was prevented, the zombie's body had already been riddled with holes during the buildup, which is why it exploded. The explosion was very small, producing only a faint rumble. And at the very moment it exploded, Fong Yusen, Fong Yuyang, and Bai Yi saw that a jet-black longsword was silently floating where the zombie's body had been. The sword emitted a hazy, dark light, standing silently in midair. Because they were so close, all three felt the intense sharpness emanating from the sword, like a blade slowly slicing through their bodies. Even a single glance caused a stinging pain in their eyes. Immediately afterward, a strong, pungent smell of blood emanated from the sword. The smell was clearly strange. Even a slight sniff caused their senses to vibrate. Fong Yusen and Fong Yuyang quickly withdrew their spiritual senses, simultaneously sealing their sense of smell, and took large steps back. But at that moment, Bai Yi not only didn't retreat, but instead walked towards the jet-black longsword. Fong Yusen and Fong Yuyang were stunned, instinctively trying to stop him, but it was too late. Bai Yi had actually reached out his hand towards the jet-black longsword. Fong Yusen and Fong Yuyang both sensed something was wrong. Bai Yi didn't seem like the type to be greedy, and he was usually very cautious. The situation was unclear, and the black longsword gave off a very menacing aura. Wasn't Bai Yi just courting death by reaching out his claws at it? Bai Yi, stop! Fong Yusen shouted, then strode towards him trying to stop him. Bai Yi ignored her warning and instead gripped the hilt tightly. Strangely, the black longsword was clearly extremely menacing, protected by a sharp sword aura. Yet Bai Yi was able to hold it unscathed. What incredible luck had Bai Yi had? Fong Yusen felt a pang of unease. The events had unfolded so suddenly that she hadn't noticed anything at first. Now, upon reflection, she realized the black longsword had come from the Azurewood spiritual abode. It was clearly hers. How could Bai Yi have touched it so casually? How utterly shameless! Fong Yusen narrowed her eyes, her gaze piercing Bai Yi's back with displeasure, wishing she could tear him to pieces with her eyes. However, remembering her earlier decision, she silently breathed a sigh of relief. The situation had been incredibly dangerous. If the black longsword hadn't suddenly appeared, she would have already taken Fong Yuyang and Bai Yi into the Azurewood spiritual abode for safety. But this was truly strange. She had thoroughly searched the azure with spiritual abode beforehand and hadn't found the black longsword. Nor did she know where it was hiding. If it hadn't suddenly appeared to save its master, she wouldn't have known such a deadly weapon existed within the azure with spiritual abode. Considering that it had saved her life and protected the secret of the azure with spiritual abode, Fong Yusen decided to overlook its shamelessness. However, just as she thought of this, she saw Bai Yi shudder and freeze completely. Fong Yuang saw the same thing, and the two exchanged a worried glance before walking towards Bai Yi. But they quickly discovered that they couldn't get close to him at all. They were blocked by an invisible barrier when they were a meter away, unable to take another step. Fong Yuang was very worried and frowned, asking anxiously, Xin, what's wrong? Do you know where that longsword came from? He instinctively felt that the longsword was related to the azure with spiritual mansion. After all, the aura emanating from the longsword was very different, like an ancient weapon, not something that originally belonged to this world. Moreover, he had clearly seen that the golden light that struck the mental zombie came from Fong Yusen. Therefore, he subconsciously thought that the longsword belonged to the azure with spiritual mansion. Or rather, the azure with spiritual mansion was actively protecting its master. But if that were the case, why was Bai Yi able to grab the longsword? And why was Fong Yusen, its master, blocked outside? He squinted at Bai Yi, feeling an unsettling sense of unease about the scene, resembling some kind of ritual of recognizing a master. But was it possible? Was Bai Yi really that lucky? Chapter 177, Dragon Scale Sword. The moment Bai Yi saw the jet-black longsword, his mind was completely captivated. Despite the sharp aura emanating from it, stinging his eyes and making him feel as if he were being slowly torn apart by countless sword energies, he remained fixated on it and instinctively walked towards it. Bai Yi almost completely lost his senses at that moment, only snapping back to reality when he dazedly reached out and grasped the hilt, the biting cold and tearing pain pulling him back to his senses. He instinctively knew the situation was dire, but he couldn't let go of the longsword. His skin felt glued to it, unable to move an inch. Panic began to creep into his heart. Just as he was trying to figure out how to escape, the scene flashed before his eyes, and he found himself in a dark void. It seemed like a separate space, boundless and limitless, filled only with darkness, inspiring despair. An ordinary person suddenly found themselves in such a strange place would undoubtedly be terrified. But Bai Yi was different. Born into the Bai family, he had undergone all sorts of rigorous training since the age of 5. His nerves thicker than steel, his heart harder than diamond. He had been locked in dark rooms countless times throughout his life. The strange situation here, though eerie, couldn't frighten him. He was simply curious. What was this place? And why was he here? Was this space real, or an illusion created by that strange longsword? He glanced around, but it was pitch black. He couldn't see anything with his naked eye. This was the first time he had ever encountered such a situation. He had undergone countless dark training sessions since childhood, and even in complete darkness, he could see with his naked eye, though not as well as nocturnal beasts. But the darkness here was unlike anything he had ever experienced before. The surrounding blackness was almost tangible. There was no light whatsoever. He tried to unleash his spiritual power, but was surprised to find that even his spiritual power couldn't penetrate the darkness. What was this place? Bai Yi's gaze gradually turned cold and sharp. Then he said, I don't care who you are or what you are. Since you brought me to this place, come out and see me right now, or I'll send you back to the real world. But after waiting for a while, there was still no movement around him. He smiled coldly, simply sat down cross-legged, took out the crystal core he was carrying, closed his eyes and began to absorb it. Bai Yi knew very well that being impatient at this time was useless. Rather than wasting energy, it was better to restore his strength to its best state first. That way, even if something unexpected happened, he would have the strength to fight back. Fortunately, although the environment was strange, absorbing the crystal core was not a problem. So he kept his eyes closed and absorbed the crystal core. The surroundings were eerily quiet, without a sound. Such an environment could easily arouse the deepest fear in people's hearts, but he was not affected at all. He didn't know how much time had passed. The originally dark space suddenly distorted, and then a black longsword appeared in front of Bai Yi. the very one he had grabbed earlier. Strangely, although he had clearly grabbed the longsword before, now the longsword was hovering about half a meter in front of him. The moment the longsword appeared, Bai Yi suddenly opened his eyes, staring intently at it. Strangely, the longsword seemed to become ethereal in his vision, both seemingly within reach and yet impossibly far away. Without hesitation, Bai Yi reached out and grasped the hilt once more. This time, the instant he gripped the hilt, the sword emitted a blinding light. Then his hand suddenly grasped nothing. The jet-black longsword transformed into a beam of black light and plunged into his sea of consciousness. Bai Yi instinctively released his spiritual power to resist, but the black light was too domineering. His spiritual power was instantly dissolved upon contact. Immediately afterward, Bai Yi's sea of consciousness violently trembled, undergoing a cataclysmic transformation. Bai Yi clutched his head, veins bulging on his forehead. His face first flushed red, then turning deathly pale. He collapsed to the ground in agony, enduring the pain of his sea of consciousness being cleaved open, letting out muffled groans of agony. The entire process was extremely long, like an endless torture, tormenting him constantly. Bai Yi had no idea how much time had passed. He almost fainted several times, but a voice in his heart told him he couldn't faint, because if he did, he would never wake up again. So to stay awake, he bit his tongue hard several times until it was covered in welts, using the pain to keep him conscious. Just as he was about to despair, a refreshing coolness suddenly appeared in his sea of consciousness. Something spread through his sea of consciousness, constantly repairing his damaged state and gradually alleviating his pain. The pain in his sea of consciousness became lighter and lighter until he could no longer feel it at all. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a profound voice suddenly rang out in his sea of consciousness. From this day forward, you are the master of the dragon scale sword, and you may cultivate the Taishian Golden Thunder Sword Dao. The voice was unlike anything a human could possess, carrying an ancient and vicissitudes that made his resolve waver upon hearing it. As soon as the words fell, Bai Yi saw a jet-black longsword in his sea of consciousness. This longsword was clearly the dragon scale sword mentioned in the voice, and also the thing that had caused him so much pain. He couldn't help but examine the sword closely, and then in his eyes the sword gradually disintegrated, turning into one black character after another. Each character looked extremely profound, even carrying a sharp aura, and at first glance it looked like a miniature long sword. Gradually, the entire sword completely disintegrated, and the profound black characters continued to dance, eventually converging into a cultivation technique. The technique was very long, and he subconsciously wanted to memorize the entire technique, but after reading only the first volume, when he tried to read the second volume, he felt waves of dizziness, and his eyes became blurry and tired, unable to see the following text clearly. Immediately afterwards, all the characters condensed back together, turning back into that jet-black long sword. If it weren't for the additional text in his mind, Bai Yi would have had to doubt that what he had just witnessed was merely his imagination. The name Taishian Golden Thunder Sword Dao alone carries a terrifying aura of killing intent. Bai Yi wasn't stupid. He knew how terrifying such a technique must be. What incredible luck he had to obtain such a terrifying inheritance. No. If he wasn't mistaken, the golden light that killed the mental zombie came from Fong Yusen. So that meant the sword should have been hers? This thought felt like a bucket of ice water had been poured over Bai Yi's head. The joy he felt from receiving such a powerful inheritance vanished, replaced only by guilt and inexplicable panic towards Fong Yusen. By obtaining this inheritance, had he stolen something from Fong Yusen? How would Fong Yusen view him then? Was his hope still possible? Bai Yi had never been afraid of anything. Even when he faced near-death experiences on missions, he had never felt this panicked. No. He had to apologize to Fong Yusen. If he could gain her forgiveness, he would gladly return the inheritance to her. Although he was extremely reluctant, Bai Yi quickly made up his mind. Immediately he found the scenery around him had changed, and he was back in reality. Looking around, Fong Yusen and Fong Yuyang were standing a meter away, watching him with complicated expressions, while the mutated zombies around them had long been cleared away. Seeing Fong Yusen's complicated expression, he suddenly felt a pang of sadness. She still wouldn't believe him. Quickly, He composed himself and prepared to return the dragon scale sword to Fong Yusen. But just as he was about to take out the dragon scale sword, he froze. Where was the dragon scale sword? Where did it go? He clearly remembered holding it in his hand. He thought carefully and suddenly sensed something, realizing that because his strength was too low to use the dragon scale sword, it had automatically sealed itself, and was sealed inside his body. Unless the seal was broken, he couldn't return the dragon scale sword to Fong Yusen, even if he wanted to. Bai Ye's face immediately turned grim. Now, even if he told Fong Yusen his plans, she definitely wouldn't believe him. Thinking of this, Bai Ye hesitated, unsure how to tell Fong Yusen. After a long pause, he opened his mouth and said in a dry voice, "Miss Fong, I don't know what happened to that dragon scale sword. It seems to have recognized me as its master, and because my strength is too low, it automatically sealed itself so I can't take it out. But don't worry, as long as it breaks the seal, I'll return it to you." His words were firm and resolute. Fong Yusen and Fong Yuyang looked at him with complicated expressions. Fong Yusen didn't know if he was sincere or not, but she felt incredibly comforted. She couldn't help but ask, "What if I said I had a way to take it out, but it would damage your foundation and essence?" She didn't actually have a way, this was just a test. After she finished speaking, she stared intently at Bai Ye, observing his reaction. Bai Ye frowned. In the apocalypse, strength was paramount. Losing essence wasn't a big deal, but if his foundation was damaged, he would basically become an ordinary person, or even worse than an ordinary person. He still had people to protect, and if he did this... After hesitating, he looked at Fong Yusen and said, "If you insist on doing this, I agree, but not now. I need to get my teammates back to Beishur safely first. Their homes are there. I can't abandon them." As he said this, he felt a tearing pain in his heart. If it were anyone else, he would never be so selfless, but the item belonged to Fong Yusen, and he couldn't hurt her, so he could only hurt himself. Then he heard Fong Yusen say, "Since it chose you, you are its master. This is your destiny. You don't need to return it to me." Bai Ye looked at Fong Yusen in surprise. In that instant, the pain in his heart vanished, replaced by a gentle warmth. Chapter 178, The Post-War Era. Although Fong Yusen spoke magnanimously, she still felt uneasy. She understood this was Bai Ye's good fortune and didn't harbor resentment, but the thought of Bai Ye taking such a huge advantage from her made her extremely unhappy. Bai Ye's reaction just now clearly indicated the inheritance of some kind of legacy, and even though she was unhappy, she knew she couldn't get the item back, so she didn't intend to argue with him. But then Bai Ye said that, and she couldn't help but want to test him, to see if he was sincere or not. Who knew Bai Ye would be so stubborn? She had already explained the harm so severely, yet he was still willing to use such a foolish method that caused immense damage. Listening to Bai Ye's words, her heart suddenly swelled with a bittersweet feeling. If Qiu Yiming had had such sincerity in her dream, what would their outcome have been? No, that wasn't a ridiculous dream. It was her past life. Although she didn't know why she had returned to the past after death, since heaven had given her such an opportunity, she wouldn't betray the grace of rebirth bestowed upon her. Qiu Yiming's indifference and even aiding and abetting her evil deeds chilled her to the bone, and Fong Mingao's madness and shamelessness made her even more utterly horrified. She wouldn't deliberately target Qiu Yiming, but she would absolutely not let that madwoman, Fong Mingao, get away with it. Thinking of this, Fong Yusen's gaze instantly turned cold and sharp, and then she said to Bai Ye, "Since you have received the inheritance, then from now on we are kindred spirits. I hope you won't tell anyone about this." Bai Ye nodded. He certainly understood the stakes involved. Not to mention Fong Yusen's secret, even the inheritance he had received was something that absolutely could not be known to anyone else. Not even his brothers and subordinates. He wasn't worried that these people would betray him, but he believed even more that people's hearts could change. He had no other cultivation methods to pass on to them, and once they knew, their state of mind would inevitably be affected. Even if they didn't care at all, what about others? Would he use this against them? Bai Ye didn't want to turn against his good brothers, so he absolutely couldn't tell them about this. However, he would do his best to help them improve their strength so they could survive better in the apocalypse. Fong Yusen believed Bai Ye wasn't lying. Besides, Bai Ye had already made a blood oath, so she didn't force him to make a heart demon oath. Just then they heard footsteps coming from afar. Judging from the sound, someone was coming this way. Fong Yusen nodded to Bai Yi. Then she opened her hand and sucked up all the crystal cores on the ground. She threw a third of the crystal cores to Bai Yi, then flipped over and straddled Angela, and retrieved Lan Ru. While Bai Yi was inheriting the legacy, Lan Rua had already devoured all the mutated zombies on the ground, leaving only black skeletons. The three of them didn't stay in this place any longer and headed directly towards the safe zone. They hadn't gone far when they encountered Fang Jintang, Chu Qianhe, Chan Xiao, and others who had come looking for them. Fong Yusen and Fong Yuyang subconsciously glanced at Fang Jintang and Chu Qianhe, and seeing that although they were disheveled, they were uninjured, they breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at Chan Xiao and the others, they saw they were covered in blood and rotting zombie flesh, and even injured, looking utterly wretched. Fong Yusen immediately flicked her finger, releasing several streams of wooden energy, not only healing Chan Xiao and the others from the Yongshang team, but also incidentally healing Bai Ye's 4 subordinates who had come with them. Chan Xiao and the others, being on their own, were already used to being healed by Fong Yusen, and they thanked her with smiles without any restraint. Chan Si and the others, being a different group, didn't expect Fong Yusen to heal their injuries so readily. After their initial surprise, they quickly thanked her. Although Meng Qinglua's expression wasn't good, she also thanked Fong Yusen without saying anything unpleasant. Fong Yusen glanced at her with surprise but said nothing. Then, after thinking for a moment, she decided to get off Angela and shrink her back to the size of a kitten, returning her to her shoulder. Angela glared at the others, wanting to continue showing off. But Fong Yusen had given the order, and it dared not disobey. It could only let out a pitiful meow, sullenly shrinking back to kitten size and jumping onto Fong Yusen's shoulder. Angela was Fong Yusen's spirit pet. After shrinking to kitten size, its weight also became about the same as a kitten, almost weightless to Fong Yusen. Its body was small and soft, and because it was unhappy, it deliberately curled up into a ball, looking like a white fleshy ball, incredibly cute. Everyone couldn't help but curiously examine it, unable to imagine how it could so nimbly switch between 2 contrasting sizes. Some even looked on eagerly, wishing they could have one themselves immediately. But without a doubt, this battle made everyone here clearly realize Fong Yusen's abilities, and they no longer cared about offending her. Some of them, recalling some of their past thoughts, broke out in a cold sweat, thankful they'd been clear-headed enough not to run to Fong Yusen and seek death. If they had, the mutated cat and the mutated crystal orchid alone would have been enough to kill them, even before Fong Yusen's intervention. When Fong Yusen and her group returned to the safe zone, the others were cleaning up the battlefield and collecting crystal cores. These people were all sent by the military, and all crystal cores were forbidden to be kept. They were to be given as spoils of war to reward everyone who participated in the battle. Fong Yusen didn't care much about these crystal cores. She hadn't released Lanrua simply to kill zombies, but to collect crystal cores. Otherwise, if the zombies snatched and consumed them, they would advance, making their situation even more dangerous. On her way back, she also deliberately retrieved a large handful of grass seeds. These seeds were what she had thrown out earlier, intending to decompose the zombies and absorb their energy to see if it could promote their mutation. Upon investigation, although the seeds hadn't successfully mutated yet, they were already showing faint signs of mutation. Once they mutate, their usefulness will be even greater. Thinking this, Fong Yusen contentedly put away the grass seeds. The others, watching her skillful control, were filled with envy. However, just as Fong Yusen stepped into the safe zone, a soldier's eyes lit up when he saw her, and he ran over saying, "Dr. Fong, you're finally back. Come with me to the observation room quickly. There are too many wounded there, it's overflowing." Fong Yusen sighed silently. She had just finished a battle and was so exhausted she just wanted a good night's sleep. Who knew that upon returning, she wouldn't even have time to rest, and would have to treat the wounded. But despite her sigh, she nodded in agreement. The casualties this time were truly heavy, and there were definitely many wounded. Relying solely on the doctors wouldn't be enough. After cultivating, her mindset had gradually changed. Although she hadn't decided to become a saint, she would still save lives as long as it was within her power. Moreover, these people who chose to stand up at this time showed a better character than others. She was willing to expend her wood energy to save these people. She thought for a moment, then transmitted her thoughts to Fong Yuyan. Brother, I'm going to treat the wounded. You and Mom and Dad go home first. Someone has broken into our family's protective formation. Don't let them escape. Fong Yuyan had no idea about this, and his face turned ashen upon hearing this. At a time like this, someone dared to take advantage of the chaos? Did they think the Fong family was easy to bully? He glanced at Fong Yusen with concern, his gaze shifting between Angela on her shoulder and Lan Ruo on her wrist. Feeling that Fong Yusen should be safe with them there, he nodded and said in a deep voice, "Be careful. I'll go back with Mom and Dad first." Fong Jintang and Chu Qianhe were surprised. They thought Fong Yuyan would stay, but he actually wanted to go home with them. They weren't fools and immediately sensed something was wrong. They exchanged a glance, not voicing their questions, and instead instructed Fong Yusen to treat the wounded and return home as soon as possible before going back with Fong Yuyan. Fong Yusen thought for a moment and said to Chan Xiao and the others, "You guys take Jinxiu home with you. It's getting late. You should go back and rest." Chan Xiao and the others weren't fools either. After their initial surprise, they understood the implication in Fong Yusen's words and immediately nodded in agreement. Fong Yusen thought for a moment, then turned to Bai Yi and the others, smiling meaningfully. "It's getting late. You'd better go home quickly and not linger outside." Bai Yi and the other four, who had been standing nearby, had already sensed something was amiss. Hearing Fong Yusen's words, they didn't bother asking her what she knew, thanked her and left. Before leaving, Bai Yi glanced at Fong Yusen and told her to be careful. Fong Yusen watched them leave, shook her head and sighed. Then she led Chan Xiao and the other four to the observation room. Before they even got close, Bai Qianqian and Shang Jinxiu came out. Having been in the observation room for a while, and possibly having helped in the fight, they reeked of blood. Bai Qianqian excitedly ran to Fong Yusen, pulling her up and down, examining her several times and asked anxiously, "Mommy, are you hurt?" He had been helping the doctors treat wounds and had seen too many gruesome injuries. He was terrified, fearing that the person he cared about might be hurt. Fong Yusen smiled and ruffled his hair, then heard Shang Jinxiu say with a smile, "Sister Exun, it's so good that you're all right." Fong Yusen smiled back at her, "I'm fine now. You can go back with Chan Xiao and the others. Be careful on the road." Shang Jinxiu nodded, then added worriedly, "There are many wounded, Sister Exun. Don't overexert yourself. Just do what you can, and have a clear conscience." Having spent some time together, Fong Yusen liked Shang Jinxiu very much. Hearing her words, a warm feeling welled up inside her, and she smiled at her again. Chapter 179 Attitude. After the war, the military began tallying the casualties, and the wounded were all sent to the observation room. Many corpses were piled up beneath the protective wall. Some were still barely recognizable, while others were nothing but bloodied skeletons, their identities completely unknown. Some of the deceased's relatives and friends who happened to be present wept at the gruesome sight of the bodies. Because there were so many people, it seemed as if many were crying, their voices filled with despair and sorrow. Hearing this, others couldn't help but have their eyes redden and their vision blur. The observation room where Fong Yusen was located was filled with seriously wounded soldiers. Upon seeing her, the person in charge handed her a small bag of crystal cores, saying gravely, "Dr. Fong, please absorb the crystal cores to recover. These are heroes of the safe zone. We hope you can do your best to save them." Fong Yusen nodded, took the bag of crystal cores and stuffed it into her waist pouch, saying, "Their injuries can't wait. I'll heal them first." The person in charge's eyes lit up immediately, and he said gratefully, "Then thank you for your hard work, Dr. Fong." Fong Yusen glanced at the seriously wounded soldiers and noticed they had already used the spiritual spring water, and some had completely expelled the zombie virus from their bodies. She began to perform hand seals, drawing upon the surrounding wood elemental spiritual energy. Although she could heal these people with her own internal energy, she had expended a great deal of energy in the battle just now. Using her internal energy to heal them now would be too extravagant. She used the arousal technique to draw upon the surrounding wood elemental spiritual energy, directly using it to heal their wounds. This saved her a significant amount of true energy, allowing her to save more people. However, the wood energy in the world hadn't been refined by her. so its effectiveness was far inferior to the true energy within her body. Fortunately, quantity could compensate for the lack of quality. The wood energy she drew was incredibly abundant, enveloping all the wounded. Those with severe infections, nourished by this wood energy, gradually recovered, no longer on the verge of death, but showing signs of life. The person in charge stood nearby, witnessing this scene firsthand. The shock he felt was indescribable. He stared at Fong Yusen in horror, secretly glad he had obeyed General Song's orders and hadn't become Fong Yusen's enemy. Leaving aside her destructive power, her healing methods alone were enough to make her a VIP. Moreover, the little kitten on her and the jade bracelet on her wrist were no pushovers, and each was more ferocious than the last. He'd have to be incredibly tired of living to go against her, the person in charge thought to himself. He carefully reviewed his memories, trying to recall if he had offended Fong Yusen in any way during this time. After searching through all his memories from the apocalypse, he was certain he hadn't offended Fong Yusen. This was truly perfect. The person in charge secretly breathed a sigh of relief, then couldn't help but think of Qiu Yiming. Qiu Yiming had excellent aptitude. He was among the first to awaken his superpowers, and his awakening was lightning-based. Initially, people didn't have a deep understanding of the apocalypse and superpowers, and they were merely envious of Qiu Yiming, not thinking much of it. It wasn't until later, as Qiu Yiming's strength grew, that they suddenly realized the difference between superpowered individuals and ordinary people. It was a true difference of heaven and earth. However, what impressed him most was the relationship between Qiu Yiming and Fong Yusen. Their engagement wasn't widely known at first, but it was no longer a secret. In fact, because of Zhou Fenghua's resentment and complaints, many of her words had been leaked. While those words weren't exactly common knowledge throughout the entire safe zone, anyone with a certain standing in the military knew about them. From those words, they could tell that Zhou Fenghua had a lot of complaints about Fong Yusen, her prospective daughter-in-law. However, Qiu Yiming hadn't even reached level 2 yet, while Fong Yusen had already become a level 2 wood-type ability user. They wondered what Ms. Zhou was thinking. The person in charge couldn't help but feel a little smug thinking about all this. The Qiu family had already shown ambition before the apocalypse, acting arrogantly and always trying to take advantage of everything, leaving no way for others to survive. After the apocalypse, Qiu Yiming's ability made the Qiu family quite proud, while others could only be envious. However, Fong Yusen, the Qiu family's prospective daughter-in-law, was unexpectedly cold and distant towards the Qiu family. Aside from occasional meetings between Fong Yusen and Qiu Yiming, they hadn't even met each other's elders. How could such a strange situation not attract attention? Secretly, many people had already begun to speculate about what the outcome would be between the two. Some even secretly believed that the Fong and Qiu families had broken off relations, and the engagement between the two was null and void. Whether this speculation was true or not is another matter, but it was what many people hoped for. After all, given Fong Yusen's current abilities, who wouldn't want to curry favor? If someone could gain her favor and marry her, they would enjoy endless benefits. In this situation, the engagement between Fong Yusen and Qiu Yiming became an obstacle to some people's advancement. The person in charge was a mid-level executive who had heard a lot of inside stories. Seeing Fong Yusen saving people, he was shocked and even more gloating. He was self-aware enough not to harbor any special feelings for Fong Yusen like some others, desperately wanting her favor. He didn't have any particular feelings for Fong Yusen, but in his opinion, befriending her would definitely be very beneficial to him. Putting everything else aside, Fong Yusen's treatment methods alone were enough to make people fawn over her. Thinking of Lin Feain, who had appeared in the observation room, he shook his head slightly and sighed. He simply couldn't understand it. Lin Feain was quite capable, so why did she seem to have lost her mind, insisting on opposing Fong Yusen and repeatedly provoking her? He had initially held some goodwill towards Lin Feain. After all, her purification abilities were unique in the entire safe zone, and she had indeed saved many people. But on such a crucial day, Lin Feain was nowhere to be seen. The person in charge's initial goodwill towards Lin Feain was completely extinguished by this incident. While he was lost in thought, Fong Yusen had already healed all the seriously injured people here. However, many of them had fallen into a coma and needed a good rest to fully recover. Everyone had been saved, Even those who had been struggling on the brink of death were now only slightly pale, and all their injuries had healed. The person in charge was deeply grateful to Fong Yusen. He approached her with a fawning smile and said, "Dr. Fong, you've worked so hard just now. Why don't you rest for a while?" Fong Yusen hesitated for a moment, then shook her head. "Let's go see the other seriously injured patients first. Their treatment can't be delayed. We can't let them suffer." The person in charge was instantly moved. He was assigned to this position because he was a doctor himself. Years of study and medical practice had made saving lives instinctive. Even though he was used to seeing life and death, he still felt sadness for those who lost their lives and hoped to save as many people as possible. He was truly grateful to Fong Yusen this time. Not only did she provide the precious sap with purifying abilities, but she also rushed to save lives without rest after the battle. Without her, it would be questionable whether the seriously injured patients here would even survive. Even if they could barely survive with the help of other wood-type abilities, they would probably have to stay in bed for a long time to recover. Before the apocalypse, it wouldn't have been so bad, but now time was of the essence, and they couldn't afford to stay in the hospital for even a moment longer. The zombies outside were becoming increasingly powerful, and there had even been instances of massive hordes attacking the safe zone. It was like a sharp knife hanging over their heads. They couldn't afford to waste any more time. Fong Yusen didn't want to exhaust herself like this, but these wounded soldiers had been seriously injured protecting the safe zone. Knowing they would die if they came out, they were still willing to go, even risking their lives on the front lines. These were heroes worthy of respect. She simply couldn't bear to watch these people die when she had the ability to save them. So, she preferred to be the one to be exhausted. Because there were so many wounded, many shops had been cleared out and used as temporary wards. The other seriously wounded were in the next room, just a few steps away. When Fong Yusen arrived with the person in charge, the doctors inside were already busy. A middle-aged female doctor, holding a glass bottle filled with spiritual spring water and a clean straw, was solemnly and carefully drawing a little water with the straw before dripping it onto the wounds of the injured. She controlled the amount precisely, wasting not a drop, clearly considering the water too precious to waste. Fong Yusen watched this scene, a sudden pang of guilt rising in her heart. She had quite a bit of spiritual spring water in her spatial storage, and this small amount had been treated with such care, weighing heavily on her mind. However, despite her guilt, she wouldn't act rashly and take out a large bucket. The saying "a small favor is appreciated," but a large one breeds resentment still fresh in her mind. She would never repeat the same mistake. So she said nothing, simply forming a hand seal, using the attracting inspiration technique to draw in the wood energy of heaven and earth to nourish the bodies of the injured. Although the zombie virus in their bodies hadn't been completely expelled, the wood energy could still nourish their bodies, stimulate their vitality, and help them expel the virus and recover from their injuries more quickly. However, the female doctor was too slow, so Fong Yusen put away the bottle, turned the spiritual spring water inside into mist, and then waved her hand, sending the mist automatically towards the remaining wounded, seeping into their wounds. After doing this, Fong Yusen suddenly sensed a strange fluctuation. She released her spiritual sense, and what she saw made her face instantly darken. Chapter 180 serves you right. At this time, although the battle on Fong Yusen's battlefield had ended, the fighting on the remaining two battlefields had reached a stalemate. While those two locations also had skilled fighters, their strength was significantly weaker than Fong Yusen's group, leading to even fiercer fighting and greater casualties. After the battle in Fong Yusen's location ended, some people went to help in the other two locations. Because of the distance, Fong Yusen was unaware of the situation on the other two battlefields, and suspecting that some people were taking advantage of the chaos, she sent Yongshang's team and Baiye's men home. Fortunately, many seriously wounded soldiers were waiting for her treatment, so the military high command didn't tell her about the situation on the other two battlefields, instead instructing her to treat the wounded first. After all, although the fighting on the other two battlefields was at a stalemate, no powerful psychic zombies had yet appeared, so Fong Yusen's intervention wasn't necessary. Meanwhile, some unscrupulous individuals within the safe zone panicked after learning about the situation. They had indeed believed the military wouldn't be defeated, but they hadn't expected one battlefield to end so quickly, And with so many survivors, once these people recover, the golden opportunity they had been waiting for would be wasted. So, these people began to take action. The fighting on the other two battlefields was still at a stalemate, and they dared not go there, fearing they might accidentally become zombie food and incur public wrath, making things even more difficult to manage. Therefore, they decided to head towards the remaining battlefield. Ideally, they could capture high-ranking military officials and force them to relinquish some power. These people were actually very well informed. They happened to know that the 3 highest-ranking generals in the military had not awakened their superpowers, making them the perfect easy targets. This information was initially correct, but after Fong Yusen's intervention, the military obtained the elemental stones and crystals that could awaken superpowers in ordinary people, and tightly controlled the news. Now, 2 generals had awakened their superpowers. Only the unfortunate Qiu Hongsheng remained, still unable to awaken. In fact, Qiu Hongsheng's physical condition was quite good, better than the other 2 generals. If he hadn't been so cautious and unwilling to risk contracting the zombie virus, he might have already evolved. Furthermore, if the Qiu family's attitude hadn't chilled Fong Yusen's heart, she wouldn't have abandoned them and sold such crucial information to General Song. Unfortunately, Qiu Hongsheng had a winning hand, but he squandered a golden opportunity, resulting in a complete defeat. Now the Qiu family's position in the military is subtly weakened. If it weren't for Qiu Yiming's considerable strength and the recruitment of numerous ability users, their situation would be even worse. However, such highly confidential information is not something others can easily know. Fong Yusen had just finished a battle and was exhausted. She hadn't specifically used her spiritual sense to investigate, so she didn't initially detect their approach. However, when they found their target and began their attack, Fong Yusen was alerted. She used her spiritual sense to investigate, and then her expression darkened. She coldly laughed. What a bunch of fools. Those 3 have seen everything to reach their current positions. They've long since become cunning foxes. How could they be unprepared? These people overestimate themselves and underestimate the military. Seeing that the people were already surrounded, Fong Yusen prepared to withdraw her spiritual sense. They were just a bunch of fools. Whether they lived or died was none of her business. But just then she suddenly saw 2 people. The 2 were very young. One looked to be in her early 20s, with a round face, big eyes and delicate features, dressed in a very eclectic style. The other was even younger, with a small oval face, and looked to be only about 15 or 16 years old. Fong Yusen noticed them because these 2 were so distinctive. The round-faced, eclectic girl's superpower was flight. She stood in mid-air, with a pair of huge and magnificent energy wings on her back. She looked down at the people who were already surrounded, holding a submachine gun in her hand, the muzzle pointed at the people below. She even had a lollipop in her mouth, smiling playfully. The remaining girl, although young, looked very imposing. She had a cold face and icy gaze as she looked at the people who were already surrounded. Even stranger, her attire was very classical. Her hair was braided into 2 plaits that hung down her chest, and her clothes were surprisingly plain shorts with wrist guards on the cuffs. Combined with her sharp aura, she looked like a classic female warrior. She held no weapon, only clenched fists. However, Fong Yusen noticed that her fists were enveloped in a layer of violent true energy. With this layer of true energy protecting them, those fists would have an even greater effect than a solid hammer. Compared to the girl standing in mid-air, this young woman was more concerning to Fong Yusen. She actually possessed true energy. However, judging from the degree of refinement of the true energy in her hands, it was far less than the true energy within Fong Yusen's body. Fong Yusen hesitated for a moment, then used her spiritual sense to examine the condition within her body. However, the moment her spiritual sense pierced the girl's skin, it was completely annihilated by a violent surge of true energy. At the same time, the girl instantly turned her head, her cold gaze fixed on Fong Yusen. Clearly, her earlier small movement had alarmed this young woman. Fong Yusen didn't withdraw her spiritual sense, nor did she use it to approach the girl again, only observing her from a distance. Perhaps the girl's movements were too large because the girl in mid-air, controlling her submachine gun with one hand, took the lollipop out of her mouth with the other and smiled at the girl. "Hey little sister Z, what are you looking at? There's nothing there, what's so interesting?" If you're really bored, you can look at me, I can even pose for you. The girl gave her a cold look and unhappily spat out 2 words. Shut up. But the girl persisted. Wah, little sister Z is ignoring me. I'm so sad, Wah, you're so mean. As she said this, she suddenly noticed that everyone else was looking at her like she was crazy, and immediately her eyebrows furrowed and she said unhappily, What are you looking at? What's so interesting? If you look again, believe me, I'll gouge your eyes out. Instantly, all eyes turned away. The girl deliberately looked at the young woman, only to find that she wasn't looking at her, but rather coldly staring at the troublemakers. She puffed out her cheeks, then rolled her eyes, wondering if she should exaggerate even more. But the moment the thought crossed her mind, the young woman glared at her fiercely. Then a man in military uniform said helplessly, Done, this isn't the time for fooling around. Be serious, stop teasing Z. The girl quickly put on a serious face and gave a completely non-standard salute with the hand holding the lollipop. Yes, sir. Unfortunately, she raised her left hand, still holding a colorful lollipop, which, combined with her mismatched clothes, made the whole thing look incongruous. The girl seemed to realize her mistake, so she quickly put the lollipop in her mouth and crunched it with her teeth, trying to destroy the evidence. The young woman rolled her eyes at her, hesitated for a moment, and swallowed the word idiot. However, the girl's banter seemed to anger the troublemakers. One of the fat men narrowed his eyes, a glint of madness flashing within them, and then he shouted, What are you afraid of? If you don't want to die, fight them. He licked his dry lips after speaking. If they fought, they might have a chance of winning. If they didn't, their fate would definitely not be good. He didn't want to die. He didn't want to continue living this life of being at the mercy of others. Only by holding power in his own hands could he live a better life. Beautiful women, crystal cores, delicacies. All of this would be within his grasp. Clearly, many others shared his thoughts. These people who had initially hesitated were now completely engulfed in fear and madness by the words, I don't want to die. In the blink of an eye, they began frantically attacking those surrounding them. The round-faced girl, observing the situation below, frowned slightly. Sir, do you want them dead or alive? She hesitated, wondering whether to kill him. The cold-faced girl, however, had no such reservations. The frenzy of these people made her expression even colder. Then, without hesitation, she charged into the encirclement, her small fist slamming into the man in front of her. The man had initially underestimated the girl. She was slender, about 1.6 meters tall, with a delicate frame making her appear petite. Her fists were nothing compared to those of an adult man. Under the light, her skin was almost translucent white, making her fists appear even more tiny and adorable. How much damage could such fists possibly do? Who would care? The man even laughed smugly, about to make a joke, but before he could utter the words little sister, the girl's fist slammed into his cheek. The man felt a tremendous force hit his face, then was completely stunned, having no idea what had happened. But then he felt a sharp, deep pain emanating from his face. Ouch! Because of the injury to his cheek, his screams were distorted, sounding ridiculous and absurd. Immediately afterward, another powerful blow struck his abdomen. He doubled over in pain, his body curling into a shrimp-like shape, and was sent flying backward, crashing into several people before landing heavily on the ground. This time he landed on his buttocks with a crack. His pelvis fractured. Ugh! This time snot and tears flowed uncontrollably from his nose and face. A truly pitiful sight, especially with his swollen cheek. The round-faced girl in midair watched this scene and couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. Ha ha ha, serves you right for being so smug. You dared to underestimate Z. Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Chapter 181, An Astonishing Discovery. The round-faced girl was grinning smugly when suddenly another wind blade shot straight towards her heart. The wind blade was fast, but the round-faced girl was even faster. With a gentle flap of her energy wings, she instantly teleported away, dodging the wind blade's attack. Then her face turned cold and she curled her lip, looking disdainfully at the person who had just attacked her. What? Think I'm easy to bully? After saying this, her expression instantly turned serious, and she pulled the trigger, firing a dense barrage of bullets. Seeing this, the man in military uniform immediately yelled at her. Xiaodan, what are you doing? Have you forgotten what I said? Try not to kill anyone. Are you deaf? Xia Duyuan glanced at him, gripped the gun with one hand, raised the muzzle, placed the other hand on her hip, then gently turned her face, blew a breath towards the muzzle, striking a cool pose often seen in movies and TV dramas. Then she said lightly, I didn't kill anyone. The man in uniform was about to collapse at her stubbornness, but after hearing her say she hadn't killed anyone, he subconsciously looked at the people who had been shot. He then realized that all of them had been shot in each of their limbs. Not only hadn't a single bullet been wasted, but they were all alive. Upon closer inspection, the bullets hadn't penetrated. They were likely lodged in the bone. He silently swallowed and glanced at Xia Duyuan again. This time he couldn't help but get angry. Xia Duyuan was still maintaining her previous pose, continuing to strike a pose. The man in uniform sighed helplessly. He waved his hand and said, The rest is up to you. But Xia Duyuan said, No, I'm out of bullets. All the bullets in her gun had been fired. Where would she get more? The man heard the dissatisfaction in her voice. He silently pursed his lips, remaining silent. Xia Duyuan was originally an ordinary girl, but who knew she was such a genius when it came to handling guns? She didn't initially awaken any special abilities. She was recruited into the army solely based on her accurate shooting. Later, she awakened her powers, a very special ability to fly and short-range teleportation, further enhancing her strength. However, this girl's brain seemed to be malfunctioning. Her eclectic style was utterly disastrous, and she loved to spout nonsense and tease girls. At first, he thought she had a problem with her sexuality, feeling something was off, but after careful observation, he discovered that Xia Duyuan simply enjoyed teasing girls. There were no other inappropriate actions. She seemed quite normal. She just liked to imitate exaggerated expressions and lines from those cheesy dramas, deliberately using them to torment people. She was actually a kind-hearted and righteous girl, not at all pretentious. The most troublesome thing was that this girl insisted on using up all the bullets she had. Otherwise she wouldn't feel comfortable. Therefore, before this mission, he only gave her one magazine of bullets. Not a single extra. So, upon hearing Xia Duyuan's words, he felt a little guilty. Fortunately, the battle quickly stopped. Xia Duyuan had just injured some of the stronger members of the group. The remaining people were already outmatched. And with the addition of Zhongzi, the violent woman, they were all quickly defeated. Seeing everyone groaning in pain, the man couldn't help but shed a tear of sympathy for them. Of all people to mess with, they had to pick on these two little monsters. With the battle over, Fong Yusen withdrew her spiritual sense. In just a short while, she had used the mist formed from the spiritual spring water to envelop all the infected wounded. At this moment, the spiritual spring water in the bottle was used up. Just then, the person in charge of the observation room hurriedly walked over. He glanced at the glass bottle in Fong Yusen's hand, and when he saw that all the liquid inside was used up, his face instantly turned pale. Seeing him like this, Fong Yusen's heart skipped a beat, thinking that there must be more seriously injured people. Sure enough, just as she finished thinking, the person in charge said, Dr. Fong. Dr. Fong, do you still have this juice? The fighting on the other two battlefields is over, and there are even more wounded than here, and many of them are infected with the zombie virus. What are we going to do? Fong Yusen thought for a moment, then silently took out two identical glass bottles from her waist pouch, filled with spiritual spring water. She sighed and said with feigned regret, These are the only two bottles left. I'll go check again tomorrow and see if I can find any more. Upon seeing the two full glass bottles, the person in charge's eyes instantly lit up, and his expression improved considerably. That's good, that's good. Then, looking at Fong Yusen's face, he hesitated for a moment, but finally gritted his teeth and said, I know you've been busy until now without rest, Dr. Fong, and you must be very tired, but there are just too many seriously wounded patients left. I'll have to trouble you to make another trip. Those seriously wounded patients were not convenient to move, so they were all placed nearby. Although medics were stationed on both battlefields, their skills were far inferior to Fong Yusen's. Without her, the seriously wounded would likely not have survived until tomorrow. Fong Yusen knew this. She was indeed exhausted, especially after the battle with the psychic zombie. However, with so many people needing treatment, if she simply abandoned them, countless people would harbor resentment. As the saying goes, people are not concerned about scarcity but about inequality. Even if the wounded didn't have family, they had friends or relatives. These people watched helplessly as their loved ones or friends died. And Fong Yusen, who could save them, simply ignored them. How could they not feel resentment? However, she chose to save them not because she feared their resentment, but because those wounded were heroes. Such people shouldn't die in vain. If she hadn't encountered them or lacked the ability, it would have been fine. But since she had, she naturally had to do her part. So she shook her head wearily and said, "Stop talking about this, let's hurry up and save people." She didn't say it was her duty because if she did, others would probably really think it was her obligation. Thinking of this, she sighed. She didn't like putting on airs either, but unfortunately, many times she had no choice but to do so. After all, people's hearts are too complicated and too easily changed. Fong Yusen's motorcycle was still there. Fong Yuang had specially left it for her, only taking his own. She rode the motorcycle directly to the temporary hospital with the most seriously injured people, as mentioned by the person in charge. First, she used spiritual spring water on the wounds, then used the qi guiding technique to draw inward energy to nourish their bodies. Then, without waiting for them to fully recover, she got back on the motorcycle and went to the last temporary hospital. This was the battlefield that Qiu Yiming was in charge of. When she arrived, Qiu Yiming was waiting at the entrance of the temporary hospital. She saw him at a glance, and then she noticed that Fong Mingao wasn't there. She didn't say anything. After all, Fong Mingao claimed to have spatial abilities, and it was a fact that spatial abilities couldn't be used in combat right now. She had just parked the car when Qiu Yiming strode over. His face was flushed with excitement, and his eyes shone with an astonishing light, like a wolf in the night. By the time Fong Yusen got out of the car, Qiu Yiming was already standing in front of her. He stared intently at Fong Yusen, scrutinizing her from head to toe before saying, Xin, I've been so worried about you. I'm so glad you're all right." He was still unaware that Fong Yusen had been on the battlefield, and had even made quite a splash. He glanced at Angela on Fong Yusen's shoulder, then suddenly raised an eyebrow and said suspiciously, "Hey, why are you carrying such a small cat? It looks quite like Angela. Did Angela give birth to it?" Angela, who had been quietly perched on Fong Yusen's shoulder, immediately meowed in dissatisfaction upon hearing Qiu Yiming's accusations. Meow. At the same time, it straightened up from Fong Yusen's shoulder, its gaze icy as it looked ready to fight Qiu Yiming. Fong Yusen, worried that Angela might cause trouble, quickly reached out and stroked it reassuringly. Not wanting to answer Qiu Yiming's question, she said, "Where are the seriously injured? Take me there. Aren't they waiting for treatment?" This reminded Qiu Yiming. Although he was happy to see Fong Yusen, the injured were more important, so he quickly said, "Come with me." Adopting a businesslike attitude, Fong Yusen wasn't sad at all. She was afraid Qiu Yiming would continue to talk about feelings. This businesslike manner actually relieved her, and it was what she liked most. Qiu Yiming led the way, and she followed him. They walked quickly and soon arrived at the room where the seriously wounded were. At this moment, Qiu Yiming said, "I heard you have a kind of sap that can purify viruses, taken from mutated plants. I hope you can save them." Fong Yusen didn't make any promises, only saying, "I will do my best." Then she took out spiritual spring water and used hand seals to turn it into mist. Qiu Yiming stood beside her, silently watching her. When he saw Fong Yusen's actions, his eyes narrowed slightly. Fong Yusen ignored Qiu Yiming. After wrapping the wounds on the injured with the mist, she used the qi drawing technique again, drawing in the surrounding wood energy. Qiu Yiming kept watching her. His strength was greater than the others, and his senses were more acute. He sensed the energy fluctuations around him and instantly guessed that the green mist wasn't released by Fong Yusen, but rather attracted from the surrounding area by some special means. This discovery made his heart skip a beat. He suddenly realized that Fong Yusen, like Fong Mingao, might also be hiding a secret from him. Moreover, that secret wasn't just any ordinary secret. His feelings instantly became extremely complicated, and his gaze towards Fong Yusen gradually changed. Chapter 182 Disappearance. Qiu Yiming's gaze was subtle. He was adept at controlling his emotions, and most people wouldn't notice. However, Fong Yusen's perception was already extraordinary, so when Qiu Yiming's gaze changed, she immediately sensed it. She didn't turn to look at Qiu Yiming, showing no sign of anything amiss, only slightly narrowing her eyes and pursing her lips. Qiu Yiming stood beside her, only a step behind, so he didn't see Fong Yusen's change. In reality at this moment, a raging storm was raging within him. How much had Fong Yusen been hiding from him? Why hadn't she told him something so important? Did she really have the ability to help ordinary people evolve? These were the questions Qiu Yiming wanted to ask, but he dared not voice them. He knew that his relationship with Fong Yusen had almost reached a freezing point. If he asked these questions, not only would he not get the real answers, but he would also cause Fong Yusen to completely sever ties with him. He quietly clenched his fists, his anger churning within him. Fong Yusen's concealment filled him with anger and disappointment. He worried that if he knew the truth, he would never be able to face Fong Yusen again. As her son, he knew all too well how determined Qiu Hongsheng and Zhou Fenghua were to awaken their superpowers. Yet, Fong Yusen refused to grant even this small request. They should be the closest of family, so why was she so cruel? She would even help complete strangers rather than help his parents. Zhou Fenghua's words still echoed in his ears. At the time he thought Zhou Fenghua had gone too far, but now he suddenly felt that she wasn't wrong. He forced himself to look away. He couldn't look at Fong Yusen. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to control himself. He wearily walked to the side, sat down against the stark white wall, completely disregarding the dirt on the floor, and simply lowered his head, pressing his temples. He pondered what to do next. Fong Yusen glanced at him but said nothing. She continued to treat the remaining wounded. As she walked, she silently thought to herself that they could never go back to the way things were. She couldn't forgive Qiu Yiming for what happened in their past life. And from now on, Qiu Yiming probably hated her too. She walked faster and faster, her heavy steps gradually becoming lighter, carrying an unwavering determination as she strode towards another room. Only after she entered did Qiu Yiming, who had been keeping his head down, raise his head. The light from where he sat only illuminated half of his face, the other half shrouded in shadow, his eyes emitting a captivating light. When a superhuman awakens, their body undergoes a mutation, and with each subsequent advancement the body mutates again. Their 5 senses, strength, defense, and agility all increase. Although Qiu Yiming wasn't a vision enhancer, his eyes had mutated, his night vision was better than before, and his eyes glowed faintly in the dark. This wasn't unique to him. It was true for all superhumans. And the light emitted by their eyes in the dark was almost always related to their respective superhuman abilities. Qiu Yiming possessed lightning-based superhuman abilities, so the light emitted by his eyes was purple. The color was simply too light. It was difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. He looked at it uncertainly for a while, then his expression turned serious. He quickly got up and walked in the opposite direction. There were still many things waiting for him to deal with. If he hadn't known Fong Yusen would be coming, he would never have bothered to see her. Just now he had been full of anticipation, but after actually meeting her, he realized that it would have been better not to meet at all. This meeting was not as wonderful as he had imagined. Instead, it filled him with endless bitterness. Fong Yusen quickly finished treating the seriously injured. She left the less seriously injured to other doctors, and then rode her motorcycle home. When she got home, she immediately noticed that the lock had been changed. Her face darkened slightly as she pushed open the door and went inside. Then she smelled a faint smell of burnt protein in the air. The smell was very faint, and because the yard was full of vegetables, the air was very fresh, carrying the unique fragrance of plants, which masked much of the burnt protein smell. If Fong Yusen hadn't had such a keen sense of smell, she wouldn't have noticed at all. She raised an eyebrow slightly and pushed the bike inside. Perhaps hearing the noise, the lights in the house instantly turned on. Then not long after the door opened, and Bai Qianqian ran out in his pajamas and slippers, beaming a big smile as he saw her. "Mommy, you're finally back." Fong Yuyang had brought him back with him when he rode the bike back. He thought Fong Yusen would be back soon, so he obediently followed Fong Yuyang first. Who knew that he would have to wait at home for a long time before Fong Yusen returned? Bai Qianqian looked at Fong Yusen's tired face, and his smiling face instantly tightened. His tender lips pouted, and he walked seriously to Fong Yusen's side, looking up at her with his little face and asking, "Mommy, why are you only coming back now? Did someone bully you?" Fong Yusen put away the bike, and seeing her family standing at the door looking at her worriedly, she felt a warmth in her heart, smiled slightly, took Bai Qianqian's soft little hand, and went into the house together. Fong Jintang, Chu Qianhe, Fong Yuyang, and the others who had been standing at the door retreated into the living room. An emergency light was on in the living room, making the light bright. Therefore, the fatigue on Fong Yusen's face became even more apparent as soon as she entered. Fong Yuyang and the others had originally intended to tell her what had happened at home, but seeing her exhausted face, they became worried and also felt a bit resentful towards the higher-ups in the safe zone. Fong Yusen was alone. Killing so many zombies was already exhausting, yet they still wanted her to rescue people. How could she possibly rescue so many people by herself? Even if rescuing people was her duty, she shouldn't be exhausted like this. However, after exchanging glances, the three ultimately didn't voice their dissatisfaction, only urging Fong Yusen to go to sleep. Chu Qianhe said, "Xin, don't cultivate tonight. Get a good night's sleep." Although one doesn't need to sleep while cultivating, they had just experienced a major battle, and coupled with their continuous cultivation without a proper night's rest, their bodies were increasingly fatigued. Fong Yusen nodded, not asking about the smell in the yard. She pulled Bai Qianqian upstairs, took him to his room, and then went to her own. After washing up, she changed into soft, comfortable pajamas and plopped down on the bed. It was actually quite hot this season, but the safe zone's location was excellent, and the entire villa was covered in ivy, with greenery filling the yard and rooftop, making the indoor temperature in the Fong family home very cool and pleasant. She plopped down on the soft air-conditioned blanket, instantly feeling her whole body become soft and yielding. She couldn't help but roll over, stretch, and let out a comfortable groan before pulling the blanket up and closing her eyes contentedly. It was already late at night, around 1 in the morning. After the intense battle, everyone was exhausted, both physically and mentally, and what they needed most was a good night's sleep. However, it was destined that many would not be able to sleep that night. Fong Yusen had made preparations at home beforehand. Although some thieves tried to sneak in, they were trapped in the formation and failed. However, others were not so lucky. Many homes were burglarized, and almost all the supplies and crystal cores stored inside were stolen. These people had stepped forward to protect the safe zone and fight against the zombies. But when they returned home, they found their doors open and their hard-earned supplies and crystal cores stolen. Who could accept that? But the thieves had already escaped, and no one knew who did it. Even if they were furious, could they possibly search every single one of them? The negative emotions they had developed from facing the zombies earlier erupted at this moment, and the safe zone became lively again. When Bai Yi returned home with his men, he sensed something was wrong before even opening the door. The house was empty. Yet, when they left, they clearly locked Shen Shi and Shen Xian inside. These two were severely injured and had been secretly injected with poison by Meng Qingluo. Logically, they shouldn't have been able to escape. However, not only were they gone, but they also took all the supplies and crystal cores that Bai Yi and his group had accumulated. Ho San'er, the hottest-tempered of them all, searched every room with a livid face. After confirming everything was gone, he slammed his fist against the wall in anger, letting out a low growl. Meng Qingluo, pale-faced, shook her head. No, impossible. They couldn't have escaped. I clearly. She had awakened a special poison-type ability, capable of releasing toxins. Under her control, Shen Shi and Shen Xian wouldn't die immediately, but their bodies would feel like they were being pricked with needles, causing excruciating pain. She did this deliberately, both to experiment on them and to torture them. She knew Shen Shi was insane. After learning of their awakened abilities, he looked at them as if they were experimental subjects, which she couldn't tolerate. So, she deliberately turned Shen Shi and Shen Xian into guinea pigs, letting them experience what it was like to be used as experimental subjects. But she never expected that Shen Shi and Shen Xian could still escape under those circumstances. Could it be that these two had hidden methods? Or perhaps someone rescued them? Meng Qingluo couldn't figure it out. She just stared blankly at the empty house, a wave of regret washing over her. If she had known those two would do this, she would never have let them live. Then she looked at Bai Yi, hesitated for a moment and said, "Brother, it's my fault. If I had just killed them, this wouldn't have happened." Bai Yi shook his head. "It's not your fault, don't blame yourself." As he said this, his gaze quickly turned cold. "I will investigate this matter thoroughly." Chapter 183 Incitement. Zhou Yan had just returned from the battlefield and dealt with many matters. He was about to go home for a good night's sleep when his walkie-talkie suddenly rang, followed by a barrage of complaints that their belongings had been stolen. This wasn't originally his responsibility, but as the saying goes, desperation breeds greed, and the complainants happened to know him and recognized his influence, so they contacted him directly, hoping for his help. Almost all of these complainants were superhumans, and all of them had previously fought against zombies on the battlefield. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yan realized the matter was extremely serious, and without even thinking about going home to rest, he went to find General Song after clarifying the situation. When he arrived, someone was reporting to General Song. Zhou Yan immediately recognized that the person was reporting on numerous cases of superhumans' homes being burglarized. After the man finished speaking, General Song nodded and looked at Zhou Yan. "Tell me what happened? Did you receive complaints too?" Seeing General Song's grim expression, Zhou Yan knew he was furious and quickly replied, "General, you're right. I did receive many complaints from ability users saying that after they returned home, almost all their supplies and crystal cores were stolen. These people are really..." General Song slammed his fist on the table in anger. "Do they even have a heart? What kind of time is this? How could they do such a thing? Isn't this chilling? What are they going to do if those ability users leave? Survive on the stolen goods? Humph! A bunch of idiots. Idiots!" He pounded the table again, looking utterly heartbroken. He had anticipated that some might cause trouble, so he had specifically arranged for a contingency team to deal with them swiftly and decisively if they did. He never imagined that someone would break in and steal the supplies the superhumans depended on for survival, while they were out fighting the zombies. Such people were simply outrageous. Zhou Yan and the other man remained silent, heads bowed. They were also furious when they heard about it, but General Song was already enraged. What if they said something and angered him further? Yet they couldn't bring themselves to say something like, "These people have their reasons. They're just forced by circumstances, they didn't do it intentionally." How could they say it wasn't intentional? It was clearly selfish. Where did others get their supplies and crystal cores? They risked their lives, they hunted zombies. If these people weren't unwilling to take risks and endure hardship, how could they have ended up in such dire straits? What right did they have to steal from others? Just because they were pitiful? This wasn't some mindless TV drama. This was real life. They weren't saints. They wouldn't have such foolish thoughts. Neither of them spoke, only exchanging a worried glance, their hearts heavy. The impact of this incident was truly terrible. The victims had to be given an explanation, or it would chill their hearts. Thinking of this, they suddenly remembered something else. They hadn't gone home yet. They wondered what the situation was like there. General Song seemed to sense their worry, waved his hand and said with a grim face, "Don't worry. Your status is different. Those people would never dare to target you. These people were cowards. They would only dare to commit such petty theft when no one was home. How could they dare to offend the military?" Then General Song quickly ordered, "Go now and gather all the victims. Record their stolen items, then take men and search the safe zone house by house. I don't believe these people can make things disappear." "Yes, General." Both knew General Song was furious this time, and quickly agreed without saying a word more, let alone pleading for those petty thieves. As the two men left, several more people entered with grim expressions. Without exception, they had all come to report burglaries in homes within the safe zone. Not only General Song, but two other generals had also learned of the incident. After their initial anger, they made the same decision as General Song, to tally the stolen items and then lead men to search each house one by one. To prevent further losses, the search began quickly. Any household whose belongings did not match the owner's status or strength was considered a suspect, and then thoroughly investigated. Currently, there are nearly 300,000 people in the entire safe zone, the majority of whom are ordinary people, Those with superpowers number only about 1/10. Searching all these households would be an extremely arduous task. Even after a thorough search, it would be virtually impossible to find out everything. All they could do was try to recover as much loss as possible. At the same time, they wanted to show the military's stance to those who had suffered losses, to prevent them from becoming disheartened. The number of zombies outside was countless, and even plants and animals were beginning to mutate. Humanity's enemies were increasing, and the situation was becoming increasingly dire. These superhumans are all rare warriors. If they lose heart, who will be willing to stand up again when faced with a zombie siege? Those who acted were far too greedy and foolish. They were digging their own graves. This commotion threw the entire safe zone into chaos. Some people, while not brave enough to stand up during the zombie siege, hadn't actually stolen anything. Yet they were suspected of theft. How could they not feel resentful? And then there were those with guilty consciences, worried about their actions being discovered, who were eager to cause trouble. Then a short, shifty-eyed man suddenly addressed the other innocent residents, saying, "Did you all hear that? These people are treating us like thieves. They say it's a routine check, but they probably just want to use it as an excuse to loot. There are so many of you here, who knows if you'll break anything or hide anything? We've worked so hard to save up a little food, why should we be suspected? What if you break something or hide something during your inspection? What are we supposed to do? You're clearly trying to force us to our deaths. Even if we're just ordinary people, we have dignity. Don't you all agree?" His words immediately changed the expressions of the surrounding residents, their gazes towards the searchers filled with shared hatred and hostility. The man was right. What would they do if their hard-earned food was damaged or stolen? No, they couldn't let these people in. Seeing his plan working, the short man's eyes darted around and he immediately said, "Why are those people with superpowers allowed to be high and mighty, while we ordinary people are suspected? Why are ordinary people inferior to those with superpowers? We're human too. We want fairness." The person in charge of leading the team was Zhou Yan. Because the matter was important and could easily escalate, he didn't trust his subordinates and decided to lead the team himself. He could tell from the short man's shifty eyes that he was definitely up to something. And this man was incredibly cunning. With just a few words, he had stirred up the surrounding residents' emotions, getting them to join in the commotion. This couldn't be allowed to continue. Once things escalated, it would be difficult to control, and it might even develop into a class struggle between people with superpowers and ordinary people. Just then, the short man was about to speak again. Zhou Yan quickly interrupted him, coldly saying, "Didn't you just ask why? Well, let me tell you now. It's because while those superhumans were risking their lives outside to help the safe zone defend against zombie attacks, people like you not only cowardly hid inside the safe zone, but also took the opportunity to steal their supplies." Upon hearing this, the short man panicked instantly. His beady eyes glared fiercely at Zhou Yan, his face flushed, and he said in a fierce but weak voice, "Don't talk nonsense. When have I ever been afraid of death? When have I ever stolen anyone's supplies? Everything inside is mine." He glanced around at the surrounding residents with a flustered look and continued, "Don't listen to him. He's just talking nonsense. He's only angry because I told the truth." However, this man himself had a shifty, weasel-like appearance, making him difficult to like. Initially, the surrounding residents had listened to his swaying words only because his words happened to touch upon their core interests. But after Zhou Yan's words, these people thought of something else. During the zombie attack, they indeed hadn't dared to go out. They were afraid of death, that's true. But that didn't mean they didn't know what they were doing was wrong, or that they weren't ashamed of their actions. The human heart is a strange and terrifying thing. When a person feels ashamed of their own actions, and suddenly discovers that someone else has gone even further, they might feel that their own actions were actually nothing. The other person would become the target of everyone's ridicule. This is the so-called, the pot calling the kettle black. The shifty-eyed little guy naturally became the object of their mockery. He quickly noticed that everyone's gaze towards him was changing. A panic gripped him, his mind racing, and he couldn't understand why things had suddenly turned out this way. Then he heard Zhou Yan's voice. Zhou Yan said, "Those ability users risked their lives to fight off the zombies, and you took advantage of their absence to steal their supplies. If these ability users become disheartened because of this, and when the next zombie horde appears, they no longer go out to fight the zombies, but instead abandon the safe zone and run away, what do you think will happen to the safe zone? At this point, Zhou Yan deliberately looked at the other residents around him, seeing the fear on their faces. He smiled inwardly and raised his voice, continuing, "If that's the case, the entire safe zone will be completely overrun. Most of the people in the safe zone will become zombie food. Is this what you want?" Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed. Especially the surrounding residents. Their gazes towards the short man were filled with hatred, as if he were their father's killer. Chapter 184 Pity. In the apocalypse, survivors dared not ask for much more. Only one goal remained: to survive. Zhou Yan's words completely stunned these people. They had been too afraid to leave, hiding inside, never considering the harm their actions would inflict on the superhumans desperately fighting the zombies. They hadn't even considered whether their actions would discourage the superhumans, causing them to leave the safe zone and abandon them completely. However, humans have a natural instinct for self-preservation, so after their self-reproach, they felt mostly resentment towards the short man. They felt that while their actions had their flaws, they were understandable. After all, their strength was inferior. Going out would only be a hindrance. Staying home allowed the superhumans to protect them without worry. What had they done wrong? The wrong lay with the short man, who had taken advantage of the darkness to rob and steal from the superhumans protecting the safe zone. It was outrageous and unforgivable. Therefore, their gaze towards the short man naturally changed, filled with hatred and malice. One of them suddenly said, "Major Zhou, I saw it. 2 hours ago. He came back with a group of men carrying several large bags." Following the first person's verification, several more witnesses appeared, all claiming to have seen it and describing it vividly. Some even started suggesting how to reward the ability users who protected the safe zone, letting them know that these ordinary people hadn't forgotten their contributions. Zhou Yan observed this scene, offering a few perfunctory pleasantries. After assuring them that the higher-ups would reward the ability users handsomely and wouldn't let them down, he had the short man and his group dragged away from the doorway. Entering, he saw a bulging black bag in the corner. However, besides this bag there was nothing else. Zhou Yan opened the bag and examined it, finding dozens of crystal cores in an inner pocket. He grabbed a handful of crystal cores and turned to the short man who was still struggling and shouting. He sneered. "You explain what these are?" Ordinary people who hadn't killed zombies would never have crystal cores unless someone gave them to them. However, the short guy and his group were too weak, lacking any extraordinary abilities, and not even being superhumans. How could they possibly have a superhuman giving them crystal cores? Even if someone did, a few would be the most they'd receive. Superhumans need crystal cores for their own cultivation, making them extremely precious. Giving dozens of crystal cores to a few ordinary people was far too extravagant. No one would do that. The short guy knew this too, so when he saw Zhou Yan find the crystal cores, his face instantly turned pale. They dared to do it before because they thought the other party wasn't there. And even if they discovered the items were missing, they wouldn't know it was them. But now they were caught red-handed, and the owners of these stolen items were all superhumans. If those people found out what they had done, they wouldn't even have a chance of survival. The short man was terrified of death, so he refused to accept his fate and struggled again, defending himself. "What do you mean? These crystal cores and supplies are what we painstakingly accumulated. You can't just make baseless accusations." Zhou Yan ignored him completely, putting the crystal cores back into his inner bag. He closed the bag and handed the contents to a subordinate. Then he turned and glanced at the short man and his silent accomplices, gave a cold smile, pointed at 3 of them and ordered his men, "Take them back for interrogation first." As for the remaining 3, he looked at the angry residents. "We don't have enough manpower right now. Please keep an eye on these 3 until dawn." These onlookers, eager to prove themselves, nodded without hesitation. One of them even said, "Major Zhou, don't worry. With us watching them, we definitely won't let these 3 escape." As he said this, he gave a cold look at the 3 men, including the short man. Zhou Yan had specifically chosen 3 people who seemed honest, or rather timid and unlikely to lie. The remaining 3, including the short man, were much harder to deal with. The short man was clearly adamant about denying everything, and interrogating him would be a waste of time. It was better to leave them to the angry onlookers, who would likely treat them well. So Zhou Yan added, "By the way, if you get anything out of them, write it down. Someone will come to collect it tomorrow. Consider it an aid to the injured ability users." After a few polite words, he and his men searched the homes of the residents. They found nothing unusual in the houses and left quickly. As soon as Zhou Yan and his men left, the three men, including the short man, were violently pushed into the room. Those who were usually cowardly in the face of zombies suddenly became tough, clenching their fists and attacking them. Soon the dull thuds of fists hitting bodies and screams of pain echoed from inside the room. Zhou Yankai hadn't gone far when he heard it clearly. Not only him but everyone else had heard it too. He turned back and saw the three men who had been grabbed trembling, looking utterly terrified. He smiled disdainfully, thinking, "If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? The people who attacked were just bystanders. If the injured ability users had intervened, they would have suffered 1,000 times more." His gaze made the three men tremble even more, terrified of being beaten. One of them cried out, I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Don't hit me. Don't hit me." The soldier beside him rolled his eyes speechlessly. He had only grabbed the man's arm. He hadn't done anything wrong. What was this guy crying about? Angered, he slightly increased the pressure on his arm. He had intended to shut the man up, but the man cried out even louder. "Don't kill me. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I'll tell you everything." Zhou Yan frowned in displeasure at his voice, asked him a few simple questions, and after getting the key information, he simply waved his hand, ordering his men to take the three men back into the house and leave them to the care of the onlookers. He had chosen to take these three men away only because he was worried that the other 6 would be tortured to death by the others, and he wouldn't be able to get accurate information from them. Now that he had the information, there was no need to take these three men away. As for whether they and the three men inside would survive, that was their own fate. Zhou Yan felt absolutely no sympathy or pity for such people. Not long after the three men were taken back, their screams echoed from inside the house. Zhou Yan ignored them and led his men quickly toward the remaining residents. He had to find out the whereabouts of the stolen goods as soon as possible. He couldn't afford to delay any longer. Lin Feain silently absorbed the crystal core, still remembering how happy she was when she discovered her purification abilities. She naively believed that from then on, she could use her powers to heal those infected with the zombie virus. However, reality slapped her hard in the face. Her ability level was too low. Although she could purify level 1 zombie virus, it was barely manageable, and level 2 was completely impossible to purify. Originally, she was a rare mutated water-based ability user in the safe zone, capable of purifying zombie viruses, and everyone respected her, daring not to offend her. Only Fong Yusen always disregarded her. But what she didn't expect was that just when she discovered she couldn't purify level 2 zombie viruses, Fong Yusen obtained the sap of a mutated plant. That sap not only had the ability to purify zombie viruses, but it could also purify level 2. This wasn't what bothered her most. What bothered her most was that, because of Fong Yusen, Fong Yuyang, whom she had a good impression of, had been indifferent to her, and Fong Yusen's wood-type ability had even advanced to level 2. Meanwhile, she herself was still at the beginner level, not even having broken through to level 1. She secretly told herself, "Heaven will entrust great responsibilities to those who are destined for them, and will first test their minds, strengthen their bodies, and starve them." But her heart felt like it was being torn apart by 100 claws. She couldn't bear it. Lost in thought, she couldn't continue cultivating. The crystal core remained motionless in her hand. Just then a disgruntled voice rang out. "Sister Lin, you're not really going to keep them here, are you? Look how weak these two are. What if they die here later? It's too unlucky." Lin Feain opened her eyes and coldly looked at the woman who spoke. The woman flinched, her eyes darting around before she mustered her courage and continued. "Sister Lin, please don't think I'm being harsh. I'm only saying this for your own good. I know you're kind-hearted, but there's a limit to kindness. Look how badly they're injured. They must have offended someone. If that person finds out, you'll be in danger." Lin Feain frowned slightly, then glanced worriedly at the two people lying on the bed. Looking at their pale yet handsome faces, her heart softened. She turned to the woman and said, "Don't worry, I won't let them die. I'll find someone to heal them. They don't look like bad people. Even if they really offended someone, it must be someone deliberately bullying them. They're already pitiful enough. How can we abandon them at a time like this?" As she spoke, her eyes filled with pity. The woman, hearing her words, twitched her lips in dissatisfaction and rolled her eyes. Then the thin child nestled beside her suddenly said impatiently, "We don't have much food to begin with. Where would we get any extra to share with two grown people like you?" Chapter 185. Are you crazy? Lin Feain hadn't considered the food issue. She only remembered it after hearing the child's words. However, she was overwhelmed with pity for the two people on the bed, so she couldn't listen to their pleas. She instinctively said, "Don't worry about it. I'll take care of the food. Besides, isn't what you're eating right now the food I provided?" She couldn't bear to see others suffer, so she wanted to help them. This mother and child were truly pitiful, so after hearing their pleas, she didn't hesitate to take them home. Who knew that her captain and teammates not only didn't understand but also kicked her out? At first, she didn't think she had done anything wrong by saving them, only felt deeply disappointed. She hadn't expected that her captain and teammates, with whom she spent every day, would be so opportunistic and selfish. She had misjudged them. After being kicked out with the mother and child, she found a place to stay and bought some food from the safe shop using her credits. As a doctor, she had a lot of credits and enjoyed special discounts, so she wasn't worried at all. But this mother and child ate way too much. The child was only 10 years old, thin and small, yet ate 3 times as much as she did. The woman ate less but still about twice as much. This was truly terrifying. She did the math. At this rate, her credit points wouldn't last long. Gradually, resentment grew in her heart towards the mother and child. Now she wanted to save the poor siblings, but unexpectedly, the mother and child objected. They even wanted to kick them out. How could they be so cold-blooded? Had they forgotten how pitiful they had been? Lin Feain's heart gradually swayed towards the siblings, and she felt even more disgusted with the mother and child. Her tone became harsher. The child, clearly spoiled, couldn't help but curse, but the woman tightly covered his mouth with her hand. The woman was clever. She sensed Lin Feain's change and dared not continue, fearing Lin Feain would suddenly turn her back on them and kick them out. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly. Looking at Lin Feain with tearful eyes and a pitiful expression, the woman said in a mournful voice, "Sister Lin, are you going to kick us out? Didn't you say you'd always take care of us and never let anyone bully us again?" Lin Feain couldn't stand seeing others looking pitiful, and every time she did, she would be overcome with a sense of justice and responsibility. The woman had taken advantage of this. She easily manipulated her. When Lin Feain received the notice before, she wanted to go out to rescue people, but her tears successfully kept Lin Feain from leaving. She was confident that this trick would always work on Lin Feain. Sure enough, as soon as she put on this act, Lin Feain panicked. "You don't do this, I didn't mean it." But the woman wouldn't give up so easily, insisting on Lin Feain's promise. Tears welled up in her eyes, gradually forming glistening droplets at the corners of her eyes, threatening to fall, and her voice became even more mournful and helpless. Really? Then what you said before still counts." Lin Feain nodded hurriedly. "Of course I keep my word. I, Lin Feain, am a woman of my word. I do what I say. Since I said I would take care of you, I will never go back on my word," she assured him. As she spoke, she glanced at the child in the woman's arms. The child had already turned away, burying his face in the woman's chest, his thin back looking even more pitiful. She didn't see that the child was rolling his eyes impatiently. He hated his mother's useless appearance. Why was he crying? What was there to cry about? Looking at the pitiful state of the mother and child, Lin Feain suddenly realized she had gone too far with her words. So she deliberately took a lollipop from her bag and handed it to the child in the woman's arms, teasing him with a smile. "Little Hui, come and eat some candy or I'll eat it." Before she finished speaking, the child's thin paws snatched the lollipop from Lin Feain's hand, quickly tore open the wrapper, and stuffed the candy into his mouth. He didn't turn around, remaining nestled in the woman's arms, his back to Lin Feain, continuing to eat his candy. Lin Feain couldn't help but frown, looking down at the back of her hand. The child had been too rough, his fingernails had scratched her skin. Although it was only a superficial wound, the pain was intense. But thinking of the child's unfortunate fate, she couldn't bring herself to scold him. The woman, seeing her reaction, instinctively tensed up. She only relaxed when Lin Feain's brow unfurrowed, clearly not intending to pursue the matter. Then her gaze shifted, and she suddenly met a pair of eyes. "Ah!" she gasped in fright, startling both Lin Feain and the child in her arms. Seeing her terrified expression, Lin Feain tensed up as well. However, her expression remained relatively calm, and she abruptly turned her head, meeting the same pair of eyes. Those eyes were delicate, and the owner of those eyes was refined and handsome, possessing a scholarly elegance. She blushed slightly, then suddenly realized what was happening and asked with delight, "Mr. Shun, you're awake? Are you all right?" Shun, she blinked, then instinctively turned his head to look at Shun Yuxin sleeping beside him. He quietly released his spiritual energy and discovered that although she was not in immediate danger, her body was extremely weak and urgently needed treatment. He turned his head back to Lin Feain and said, "Thank you, for taking us in, but, could you help us find a reliable, doctor? Please? Please." It was a simple sentence, but he spoke with great difficulty, coughing several times, each time bleeding. His face was a sickly pale, even his lips had lost their color. However, the coughed-up blood stained his lips a crimson, creating a poignant beauty. Lin Feain was instantly mesmerized. She stared blankly at Shan Shi, her eyes and heart completely occupied by his face, oblivious to everything else. Shan Shi smiled slightly, his eyes filled with complex and unfathomable emotions. He had only made a small test, but it had unexpectedly succeeded. Sure enough, this woman was easy to deal with. As for the mother and child, he smiled coldly to himself. He had heard everything they said. He continued to release his mental energy, preparing to leave a mental imprint in Lin Fei's sea of consciousness to completely control her. However, at that moment, he suddenly heard a commotion outside. Panicked, he quickly released his mental energy to investigate, and discovered that a squad of soldiers had arrived outside, and they seemed to have ill intentions. However, because of his earlier panic, the mental energy tentacles that had pierced Lin Fei's sea of consciousness were affected, causing her sea of consciousness to vibrate and automatically defend itself. Looking at Lin Feain again, her face showed pain, but her eyes became wary. Shun Shi knew his opportunity had passed. Trying to control her now would only arouse Lin Fei's suspicion. Besides, Lin Feain was still useful. He didn't want to accidentally kill her. So he quickly withdrew his mental energy, pretending not to know anything, and looked at Lin Feain with concern, asking with care, "Feain, what's wrong?" He then smiled apologetically and asked cautiously, "By the way, may I call you Feain? I feel that calling you Miss Lin is too unfamiliar." Lin Feain had initially harbored some doubts, but seeing Shun Shi's smile, her heart fluttered, and her suspicions vanished completely. A captivating blush rose to her face, and she lowered her head slightly, softly saying, "Yes, yes." She then stared intently at Shun Shi, unable to look away. Just as the atmosphere between them was becoming increasingly tense, a panicked voice intruded. "Sister Lin, listen. Someone's coming. Could it be they're here to arrest them?" She glanced hostilely at Shun Shi and the unconscious Shun Yuxin. Shun Shi ignored her but coughed a few times, then suddenly grabbed Lin Fei's hand weakly and painfully, saying, I don't want to implicate you. If the people outside are here to arrest me, please, cough. Please don't resist, let them take me away, cough. At the end, only painful coughing remained. Shun Shi coughed violently, as if he were coughing up his lungs. Seeing him like this, Lin Fein felt a pang of heartache. She grasped Shun Shi's hands firmly and said, "Don't worry, no matter who comes, I won't let them take you away. I, Lin Fein, am not a coward." Shun Shi smiled gently again upon hearing this. He looked at Lin Fein with satisfaction, a cold smile playing on his lips. Psychology was right. Once someone is told don't do this, they become more attentive to it and subconsciously do it. Moreover, although he hadn't completely controlled Lin Feain, he had left some traces in her consciousness. As long as these traces remained, Lin Feain would be influenced by him, and she was easily influenced by others, not a rational person at all. Guiding her to act according to his own ideas was incredibly easy for Shanxi. The woman, however, was unaffected by Shanxi. She already harbored great hostility towards him, and Shanxi was now severely injured. Controlling one person was already his limit, and he had no energy left to control her. As soon as Lin Feain finished speaking, the woman cried out in panic, "Sister Lin, are you crazy? Do you know the consequences of doing this?" Chapter 186 Hypocrisy. Lin Feain glared at the woman with displeasure. "I'm not crazy. I know what I'm doing. Don't worry if they come in. I'll tell them this has nothing to do with you, and they won't make things difficult for you." Hearing this, the woman's face twisted into a distorted smile, inwardly regretting that she had encountered such a fool as Lin Feain. She had initially thought Lin Feain was incredibly stupid, yet also a superhuman with many valuable items. She figured that if she acted pitiful, Lin Feain would be overflowing with compassion and give them and their child food. The only thing that bothered her was that Lin Feain not only gave them and their child food but also other people. How much benefit would they, the mother and child, actually get? So she deliberately acted pitiful, tricking Lin Feain into taking them home. She thought that from then on she wouldn't have to worry about anything. But who knew those people would be so heartless, showing no regard for Lin Feain's feelings and kicking them all out. Fortunately, Lin Feain was still somewhat useful. She had a considerable amount of credits, which she could use to buy a lot of food. The woman sighed inwardly. She had followed Lin Feain initially because she thought Lin Feain was easy to fool, never intending to stay with her forever. She only wanted to use her time with Lin Feain to replenish her energy and improve her health. If she could regain her former beauty, she wouldn't have trouble finding a powerful superhuman to rely on. Who knew that before that day even arrived, she would be killed by Lin Feain's foolishness? If the outsiders really came to capture the brother and sister, how could they possibly let them go just because of a few words from Lin Feain? The siblings were so badly injured. The people they offended must be ruthless. Would such people change their minds because of Lin Feain's words? It was a joke. She had followed a powerful superhuman before. What hadn't she seen? For such people, killing someone was nothing. Those ruthless characters could kill them like crushing ants. She wouldn't let Lin Feain do anything foolish that would implicate her. Absolutely not. The woman's gaze hardened, her eyes flashing with disgust and madness. A knock came at the door and a voice outside said, "Open the door, surprise inspection." Hearing this, Lin Feain and the mother and child tensed instinctively. The woman felt the child in her arms trembling and shrinking, further solidifying her decision. The only two who weren't nervous were Shanxi, who knew what was happening outside, and the unconscious Shanxi. Shanxi didn't recognize the people outside, but he only needed to know they weren't Bai Yi and his men. Thinking of Bai Yi and his men, Shanxi smiled coldly to himself. He would repay this humiliation sooner or later. Didn't Bai Yi hate him for using Fong Yusen as a guinea pig? One day, he would arrest those two and dissect Fong Yusen in front of Bai Yi. Bai Yi's reaction would be very interesting. Afraid others would discover his thoughts, he lowered his eyes, concealing the madness within them. Just then the knocking sounded again. Judging from the tone, the person knocking was clearly impatient. "Open the door." "Surprise inspection," Lin Feain quickly replied. "Coming." After saying that, she gave Shanxi a "don't worry" look, ignoring the frightened woman and child. She turned and ran to the door, opening it with a click. She didn't open the door completely but only a crack. She stood in the doorway, one hand on the doorknob, the other on the wall next to the threshold. Looking at the person outside, she said rudely, "What time is it? Why are you doing a surprise inspection at this hour? Aren't you afraid of disturbing the neighbors?" The person at the door knew she was a doctor, and a mutated water-based ability user. She had the ability to purify the zombie virus. In the past, this person certainly wouldn't dare to offend Lin Feain, but now Lin Feain's ability hadn't advanced, and her purification ability had become useless. However, the chief physician, Fong Yusen, had found the sap of a mutated plant that could purify the level 2 zombie virus. Adding to the earlier zombie siege, all the other doctors, including Chief Physician Fong Yusen, went to designated areas to treat the wounded after receiving the news. Lin Feain, enjoying the benefits of her doctor status, failed to appear at the crucial moment, which naturally earned their contempt and disdain. And this woman, with her accusatory attitude, acted as if she were some kind of accusatory taunt. Who did she think she was? The newcomer glanced coldly at Lin Feain and said in an icy tone, "When zombies attack the city, they don't think about disturbing the people." He then placed his hand on the door and pushed hard. Lin Feain, being a woman, had awakened a mutated water-based ability, not a strength enhancement, and her strength was no match for the newcomers. With a forceful push, she staggered backward. She became even more indignant and shouted, "Don't forget my identity. Aren't you afraid I'll report you to your superiors for such an offense?" The newcomer was already angry. He too had been on the battlefield and, exhausted after defeating the zombies, just wanted a good night's sleep. Little did he know that after hastily finishing his work, he received numerous complaints that his family supplies and crystal cores had been stolen. As a result, he couldn't even sleep, having to lead people to search house to house. He was furious. Of all things to say, Lin Feain had to bring up her identity as a doctor. How could the people there tolerate this? He lowered his head, looking down at Lin Feain, and roared angrily, "Do you even remember you're a doctor? Where were you when so many wounded people needed you? Huh? Aren't you a doctor? Why didn't you go to rescue them after receiving the order?" Lin Feain didn't expect him to say that. She felt guilty for a moment, but quickly regained her composure and said confidently, "I wanted to go rescue them too, but there were still people here who needed my protection. How could I abandon them? People are equal. Those wounded people's lives are lives, but aren't their lives also lives? There are so many doctors in the safe zone. What's the problem if I'm missing? There are other doctors who can treat those wounded people, but they only have me. If I leave, who will protect them?" The man didn't expect Lin Feain to dare to talk back so confidently. Especially her phrase, "people are equal," made him utterly disgusted. He scoffed. "Since you believe everyone is equal, why did you ask me if I knew your identity?" Humph. Ignoring the stunned Lin Feain, he ordered, "Search. See if there's anything suspicious." His men, equally furious, glared at Lin Feain with red eyes. They deliberately made a huge commotion during the search, leaving the room in disarray, before approaching him and saying, "Reporting, Captain, nothing suspicious." He waved his hand, gave Lin Feain another cold look, and left with his men. Once outside, someone cautiously asked, "Captain, there are 2 seriously injured people in that room. Shouldn't we leave them?" He shook his head, a cold smile playing on his lips. Since they're with that woman surnamed Lin, why bother with them? With that, he strode away, his men exchanging glances and quickly following. Inside the room, Shanxi, hearing this, suddenly had a bad feeling. The man rescued the siblings, but deliberately sent them to Lin Feain. He originally thought that with Lin Feain's status as a doctor, it would be easy to find a wood-type ability user to treat their injuries. He hadn't expected Lin Feain to have offended everyone in the military. Now those wood-type ability users probably wouldn't give her any face. What was he to do? He hesitated for a moment, then deliberately spoke weakly. "I'm sorry, I didn't expect to drag you into this. Cough cough. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't be being blamed by them. Cough cough cough." Seeing his discomfort, Lin Feain immediately reached out to rub his chest, trying to help him catch his breath. However, the moment she touched him, Shanxi's face turned deathly pale. "No." Shanxi's ribs were broken, but luckily, the broken bone hadn't pierced his lung. Instead, Lin Feain's rubbing caused the broken bone to immediately pierce in. Fortunately, Lin Feain hadn't used too much force, and quickly realized his condition was wrong, stopping as instructed. Otherwise, Shanxi might have lost his life. His previous coughing had only been feigned. This time, with his lung injured, even if the puncture wasn't deep, it was still very painful. Every breath was excruciating, a torment for him. He glared fiercely at Lin Feain, his murderous intent now undisguised in his fury. Lin Feain was startled and instinctively took a step back. Upon seeing this, Shunxi immediately regretted his impulsive actions. He shouldn't have acted so rashly. His injury still depended on Lin Fein's help. If she became wary or even sensed his intentions, his and Shen Xian's lives would be in danger. However, as he anxiously watched Lin Feain, he saw her initial wariness quickly give way to worry and self-reproach. She looked heartbroken and said remorsefully, "It's all my fault, your injuries have worsened?" Shunxi didn't speak. He was struggling to breathe, and if he spoke again, he feared he would cough up blood. He looked at Lin Feain silently, his gaze gentle, quickly captivating her. Lin Feain felt even more guilty. She was so anxious she didn't know where to put her hands, wanting to check Shunxi's injuries but also worried about accidentally hurting him again. She cried out in panic. "What should I do? What can I do to save you? Tell me." Chapter 187, Taking the Bait. Lin Feain panicked for a moment. Then her eyes lit up. "I'll go find Fong Yusen. She can definitely heal you. I'll go find her. I'll even kneel down and beg her," she said, turning to leave. Startled, Shunxi grabbed her hand, not caring if it worsened his injuries. Lin Feain ran too fast, and Shunxi's grab caused him to tumble off the bed, landing heavily face down on the floor. His broken bone, already embedded in his lung, was pushed even deeper by the fall. He coughed up blood again, his pale face gradually turning a ghastly gray. Lin Feain was terrified and turned to pick Shunxi up. Shunxi was extremely weak from his injuries. If it weren't for his awakened mental abilities, he would have already collapsed and fallen unconscious. His consciousness remained, making the excruciating pain in his chest even more acute. He utterly hated Lin Fein's rashness. Seeing her approach, he struggled to raise his hand to push her away. He flicked his wrist, slapping Lin Feain across the cheek with a sharp smack. Lin Feain was startled at first, then cried, "I'm sorry, I know I was wrong. I hurt you so badly you deserved the slap. Bear with it, I'll carry you back to bed." Shunxi, surprised by her insistence, quickly stammered, "You cough cough cough." He wanted to say, "You want to kill me?" But he only managed to utter "you," before bursting into a violent cough. Seeing his pained cough, Lin Feain felt a pang of sympathy. Her face streaked with tears, she smiled and comforted him. "Don't worry, I'm very strong. I'll carry you back to bed right away. You'll feel better once you're in bed." Without hesitation, she placed one hand on Shunxi's back, grabbing just below his shoulder, and the other around his knees. With a sudden movement, she lifted Shunxi from the ground. She carefully controlled the direction of her strength, worried about aggravating his injuries. To avoid pressing on Shunxi's wound, Shunxi watched her careful movements and, finding that she had only slightly aggravated the injury without worsening it, breathed a sigh of relief. Then he quickly realized he had relaxed too soon. He had barely relaxed when Lin Feain encountered trouble. She was carrying Shunxi, preparing to put him back on the bed, but she hadn't properly positioned him. As she laid him flat on the bed, his buttocks hit the edge. Although the impact was minor and Shunxi's buttocks weren't injured, Lin Feain lost her balance and swayed, falling onto Shunxi, landing squarely on his injured chest. "Up!" Shunxi groaned, then spat out another mouthful of blood. He glared at Lin Feain, wanting to tear her apart with his eyes, but the next moment he couldn't hold on any longer and completely lost consciousness. The blood splattered on Lin Fein's face. The scalding temperature and the smell of blood completely terrified her. She frantically scrambled off Shunxi, further aggravating his injuries in the process. It could be said that if Shunxi hadn't awakened his special ability and advanced to level 1, and if his body hadn't undergone the 2 enhancements during awakening and advancement, he would have been tortured to death by Lin Feain long ago. Lin Feain was panicked. After thinking for a moment, she decided she still needed to find Fong Yusen for help. She quickly wiped the blood from her face, turned and strode out, her expression a mixture of grievance, resentment, and determination. A resignation born of being forced to compromise with evil forces. However, she had only been outside a short distance when she encountered the person who had brought Shunxi and Shen Xian to her. The man said, "At a time like this, why aren't you staying home? What are you doing out here?" Lin Feain instantly felt guilty. She hesitated for a moment, then decided to tell the truth, saying, "Mr. Shun is seriously injured. and I want to ask Fong Yusen to treat him. But as soon as she finished speaking, the man said sternly, "No, you absolutely cannot go to Fong Yusen. And you absolutely cannot let Fong Yusen know they're here." The man paused, then continued, "I have a medicine here, you can feed it to him." Lin Feain had initially wanted to ask why Fong Yusen couldn't know, but upon hearing the last part, she was overjoyed. She grabbed the pill and quickly turned and walked inside. The man followed behind her, his eyes narrowing slightly at her eagerness. Lin Feain nimbly opened the door and entered the room. Without even greeting the man, she quickly went to the bedside and fed Shen-shi the pill. She acted too quickly, and only after feeding him the medicine did she hear the newcomer's stern voice. Wait! How could his broken rib be embedded in his lung? And so deeply. Also, you didn't even pull the broken bone out of his lung, nor did you set the bone, so how could you feed him medicine? Hearing this, Lin Feain realized she had been careless. She immediately panicked. What should I do? I forgot. Before the other person could reply, she pried open Shan-shi's mouth, trying to retrieve the pill, only to find it empty. Then she heard the newcomer coldly say, "It's useless. That pill dissolves instantly in his mouth. It's already been absorbed by him. How could you possibly find it?" With that, the newcomer walked to the bedside, shoved Lin Feain aside, and turned on an emergency light, shining it on Shan-shi's chest. Then the newcomer pulled out a gleaming silver scalpel from somewhere and cut open Shan-shi's clothes, exposing his chest. Shan-shi had 3 broken ribs, some of which were embedded in his lungs. A closer look revealed the abnormality in his chest. The man then used a scalpel to cut open Shan-shi's chest, pulled the ribs from his lungs, barely managed to put the broken pieces back together, and gave Shan-shi a new pill. Lin Feain and the mother and child in the room then witnessed Shan-shi's wounds healing rapidly. Not long after, Shan-shi woke up. Large patches of blood remained on his chest, which he noticed immediately upon waking. He glanced quickly at the newcomer in the room, forcing a smile that could only be described as gratitude. "You saved me, didn't you? Thank you." He paused, then added with a half-smile, "However, considering the value of the message I gave you and those things, it's only right that you saved me. Also, my sister is seriously injured. You must heal her." Lin Feain hadn't expected Shan-shi to say this. She opened her mouth to speak, but met Shan-shi's warning gaze. She hesitated for a moment, then remained silent. The newcomer narrowed his eyes dangerously, staring at Shan-shi for a long while before saying menacingly, "Fine, I promise you." He then pulled out a pill and fed it to Shen-exine. Shen-exine also had broken ribs, even more severely than Shan-shi. She had 4 broken ribs. Fortunately, the broken bones hadn't pierced her lungs, so her condition was much better than Shan-shi's, and she didn't need anyone to open her up and set her bones. Not long after taking the pill, her complexion gradually improved. Shan-shi used his spiritual power to examine her body and, finding that her broken ribs had healed, breathed a sigh of relief. He turned to the newcomer and sincerely thanked him. The newcomer didn't say anything more to him, but simply gestured to the mother and child with his eyes before saying to Lin Feain, "I suppose someone has already searched your place. You must be very curious, right? Do you want to know why?" Upon hearing this, Lin Feain's curiosity was instantly piqued, and she subconsciously asked, "What happened?" Those people were all fierce-looking. They came in and ransacked the place, making a complete mess of the house. It was really too much. The newcomer chuckled coldly. What else could it be? Some ordinary people stole supplies from those with superpowers just to survive, so the higher-ups sent people to search and arrest all these poor souls. Who knows if they'll even be alive by dawn? Hearing the man's pitying tone, Shan-shi lying on the bed sneered inwardly. He glanced at Lin Feain and sure enough saw her indignant expression. He shook his head inwardly, thinking that once Lin Feain caused trouble, he would definitely take his sister away from this place. This woman was utterly brainless and a complete troublemaker. Then, remembering the newcomer's gaze, he looked at the mother and child. He knew what they meant, but why should he help them? Since this man wanted them dead, he wouldn't let him have his way. All the supplies, crystal cores, spirit stones, and spirit crystals in Baye's room had been taken by this man, along with such a huge secret. How could he not get some interest? Afraid the man would notice his thoughts, he lowered his eyes, trying to think of nothing. Then he heard Lin Feain say indignantly, "No, I must go save them. They are all pitiful people. If they weren't desperate, why would they take such a risk and do something like this? Those superhumans and high-ranking officials are really going too far. It's just some supplies, is it necessary to be so petty?" Seeing that Lin Feain had indeed taken the bait, the person smiled meaningfully, but deliberately advised, "You'd better not do this. In the eyes of those superhumans, ordinary people are simply inferior. Why would they care about these people's lives? If you do this, be careful they target you and take the opportunity to retaliate." Lin Feain became even angrier upon hearing this. She clenched her fists and slammed them on the bed, gritting her teeth as she said, "I'm not afraid. Evil has never prevailed over good since ancient times. I don't believe these people can still act lawlessly." As she said this, she turned to the person and said, "Thank you for telling me this. Don't worry, I'll be fine." It can be said that everyone except Lin Feain could hear the person's ill intentions. Even the 10-year-old child could tell. The woman wanted to warn Lin Feain against doing anything foolish, but when she met the warning gaze of the newcomer, she suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. She obediently shut her mouth, turned her head away in fear, and dared not look the man in the eye again. Chapter 188 stars. Because of the zombie siege last night, coupled with the theft of supplies and crystal cores from some of the superhumans, the entire safe zone was in a state of panic, with everyone spending the night in fear and anxiety. The Fong family, however, slept soundly for once, and because they had gone to bed so late the night before, they didn't lazily get up until 10 a.m. Even without sleep, they didn't feel tired after cultivating, but this occasional nap had unexpectedly good effects. All their fatigue vanished, and they were all radiant. Since they weren't planning to leave the safe zone, the family dressed casually. Fong Yusen wore a long embroidered shirt, with delicate patterns embroidered on the front and hem, giving her a graceful air. The shirt was well tailored, and given her tall and slender figure, it didn't look bulky at all. Instead, it was striking. It was already late, so the family ate a simple meal to tide them over. Then, they received a notification that the military was summoning everyone in the safe zone to assemble in the square. There are about 300,000 people in the entire safe zone. If everyone went to the square, it would be impossible to squeeze in. Fortunately, many people went out to hunt zombies early in the morning, and a large number of people were building fortifications outside the safe zone. There weren't too many people left in the safe zone, and with some effort they could manage to squeeze in. Listening to the broadcast, the Fong family members understood that it was probably about what happened last night. After they went to bed last night, no one came to search the Fong family's house. However, all the surrounding houses had been searched, and they had heard the commotion, so they knew what had happened in the latter half of last night. Chu Qianhe couldn't help but sigh when she thought about what happened last night, and her face was not very good. These people are really something. If they want supplies, they should go out and fight for them themselves. Not all zombies are mutated zombies. There are so many low-level zombies. Can't a normal person kill a low-level zombie that is not even as good as a wild beast? How can they steal the supplies and crystal cores that others have risked their lives to painstakingly collect? These people are really too much. Chu Qianhe became more and more agitated as she spoke, and her chest heaved violently. She remembered what happened last night. When they returned, they found people trapped inside the formation. Not only that, they overheard their conversation. Clearly, those people had come to the Fong family to steal. If Fong Yusen hadn't set up the formation beforehand, and if they hadn't added crystal cores to activate it when they left, their house would probably have been broken into. The family was furious and didn't hold back, killing them without hesitation. After all, with the zombie attack, the safe zone was in chaos. A dozen or 20 deaths wouldn't matter. As long as they cleaned up the mess, who could say they'd killed anyone? Even if these people had accomplices, she didn't believe they'd dare admit it. Before the apocalypse, Chu Qianhe would never have done such a thing. But after experiencing the cruelty of the apocalypse, Chu Qianhe had long since developed a decisive and ruthless nature, and she wouldn't think about such things. She wouldn't worry about whether her actions were too cruel. Although these people had all been dealt with, Chu Qianhe was still not happy. Hearing the broadcast reminded her of the incident, and her anger flared immediately. She wanted nothing more than to find and punish all those behind the scenes. Fong Jintang, afraid she would upset herself, quickly patted her back to comfort her, gently saying, "Don't get angry over these ungrateful people, it's not worth it. Let's go to the square and see. The military must have a purpose in summoning everyone there. Let's go and see what they plan to do." Chu Qianhe was quickly calmed down, and the family prepared to leave. Just before leaving, Fong Yuyang's walkie-talkie rang. It was Chan Xiao calling him. Chan Xiao and the others had also heard the broadcast, so they specifically asked Fong Yuyang if they were going to the square. After receiving an affirmative answer, Chan Xiao said she would wait for them there. Fong Yuyang gave a casual reply and put the walkie-talkie in his pocket. After the apocalypse, many communication devices were destroyed, making the repair of communication stations extremely difficult. Therefore, walkie-talkies capable of sending and receiving signals became the primary tool for communication. However, they only had short-range communication capabilities. Fong Yuyang and his group used the best walkie-talkies in the safe zone, whose signals covered the entire area. The Fong family quickly left their house. Along the way, they kept seeing other people leaving their homes, and judging from the direction these people were heading, their destinations were clearly the same as theirs. The gazes these people gave the Fong family were quite complex, a mixture of awe and subtle jealousy. Some even quickened their pace, intentionally trying to build a good relationship with the Fong family. The Fong family members all kept a straight face, even little Bai Qianqian. Those who had intended to strike up a conversation, seeing their unpleasant expressions, became uneasy and immediately restrained themselves, no longer daring to cling to them like a persistent leech, but instead cautiously probing. They greeted the Fong family with smiles, but when the Fong family merely nodded and didn't respond, most of them backed down, worried that going too far would offend them. However, some were far more shameless than the others. One of them was a power-enhancing ability user, but judging from the energy fluctuations emanating from him, his ability level wasn't high. He was still at the beginner level, probably mid-stage, and far from advancing. Since cultivating, the Fong family members had become more perceptive than others, especially at detecting energy fluctuations. They could all see that this person hadn't absorbed many crystal cores. His energy fluctuations were mixed and weak, indicating poor aptitude. However, he wasn't very old, looking to be in his early 20s and quite handsome. After looking at him for a while, he seemed somewhat familiar. His smile was perfect, as if he had received professional etiquette training, and he was very approachable, especially his eyes, which seemed to electrify. The Fong family members all felt this person looked familiar, but they couldn't quite place him. Fortunately, after the initial pleasantries, he introduced himself directly. "I am Yan Ning. I used to be an actor and singer, and I've also filmed some commercials. Although I haven't met you all, you should have seen me." There were some other people around, all heading to the square, so they weren't far away. They just didn't dare to offend the Fong family, so they didn't dare to continue approaching. Only Yan Ning dared to continue after being given the cold shoulder. His boldness evoked mixed feelings among those around him. Some disdained his shamelessness in trying to curry favor with the Fong family, while others secretly resented their own inaction for backing down and letting him get away with it. Some even maliciously waited to see him make a fool of himself. However, upon hearing his words, their expressions changed. Ordinary people always harbor a beautiful fantasy about celebrities. Judging from Yan Ning's appearance and age, he was probably going for an idol image, with a large fan base, appealing to both young girls and middle-aged women. However, this was before the apocalypse. After the apocalypse, survival became the biggest problem, and even the most glamorous appearance couldn't compare to the allure of food. However, although the people around him didn't have the same obsessive fantasies as before the apocalypse, they still couldn't help but glance at him a few more times after learning he used to be a celebrity, as if they were looking at some rare and exotic object. Yan Ning, as expected of someone who had been a star, possessed a composure far beyond the average person. The stares from those around him didn't embarrass him. On the contrary, he quite enjoyed them. However, he ignored everyone around him. His eyes were fixed on only one person, Fong Yusen. His eyes were clear and bright, beautifully shaped, appearing clear, deep, and captivating. He gazed intently at Fong Yusen, a gentle smile playing at the corners of his lips. At first glance, Those eyes could easily create the illusion of deep affection. Being looked at by such eyes would make one feel that this person loved them deeply. However, an illusion is just that, an illusion. Although his performance was perfect, acting is acting, and even the most affectionate gaze couldn't conceal the greed and calculation buried beneath. What he coveted wasn't Fong Yusen herself, or her beauty, but rather her abilities and status. Yan Ning's luck was truly terrible. He had only debuted a year before the apocalypse, and he became famous instantly, singing, acting, receiving various advertising offers, and garnering a large following. Shortly before the apocalypse, he landed a role in a big-budget film. Although not the male lead, he had a significant role and was a very likable character. For this role, he used some underhanded methods and diligently participated in training related to the character, all to prepare for the role. The film was originally scheduled for release during the New Year's holiday season, a perfect time. Plus, the producers and investors had powerful connections, so he didn't need to worry about promotion or box office success. He had a strong feeling that once the film was released, his value and status would skyrocket, and he might even win an award. This could be considered a turning point in his life. If he seized it, he could soar to new heights, shedding his less than glamorous idol actor persona and making his mark on the big screen. However, he never expected that just as filming had begun and everything was going smoothly, everything suddenly changed. Zombies, monsters that only appeared in biohazard movies, games, and novels, had actually appeared in the real world. At first, he refused to believe it was real, but the incredibly realistic surroundings told him again and again that zombies had indeed appeared. This was the apocalypse. Chapter 189: The Consequences of Greed. Yan Ning found it all utterly absurd. How could man-eating monsters like zombies exist in reality? What was wrong with this world? He was just about to have a brighter future. But the apocalypse destroyed everything. Fortunately, his celebrity status was somewhat useful. If he happened to encounter fans, he could use his face to get food, water, and even protection. At first, he hadn't awakened his superpowers yet. Luckily, he met one of his fans, a little girl who was a die-hard fan of his, believing everything he said. And, coincidentally, she had also awakened her superpowers. She was small and thin, but after awakening her powers, her strength was astonishing. She could easily break iron bars or smash open a zombie's brain with them. It was thanks to this die-hard fan that he was able to survive in the early stages of the apocalypse. He wasn't ashamed that a grown man needed a little girl's protection, and if anyone insulted him because of it, the little girl would stand up for him and beat all the meddlesome people to a pulp. He could tell that the little girl liked him very much, even to the point of being willing to die for him. When she said she would always stay by his side to protect him, he was moved. But he was, after all, a man and always proud and arrogant. He wasn't ashamed of being protected, but he couldn't tolerate not being strong enough. No matter what he did, he wanted to be the best. When he first heard that there was a chance of awakening superpowers after being infected with the zombie virus, he wavered and almost used this life-or-death method. However, when he witnessed someone with the same idea not only fail to awaken after being infected with the zombie virus but also mutate into a zombie, he abandoned that crazy idea. He didn't want to die. He had to live. Then a bold and crazy guess suddenly came to him. Zombies have crystal cores in their brains, so what do superpowered people have in their brains? This guess tormented him. He became increasingly curious but couldn't verify it. So, he began to encourage the little girl and successfully tricked her into killing a superpowered person. He was a water-based ability user, but unfortunately, his attack power was far too weak. The little girl protecting him killed him with almost no effort. Then, he had the girl crack open the man's skull and search inside for anything resembling a crystal core. However, they found nothing. Undeterred, he tricked the girl into searching the man's entire body, and finally found a blue crystal core the size of a soybean inside his heart. This crystal core was completely different from those dug out of zombie brains. It was more translucent, beautiful, and captivating. The little girl liked this pretty thing but still gave it to him. He initially intended to keep this special crystal core and slowly study its differences from zombie crystal cores. But after looking at it for a while, a thought suddenly popped into his head. If he swallowed it, he could gain water-based abilities. This thought seemed to appear out of nowhere. He couldn't tell if he was bewitched by the crystal core or if he simply had a restless mindset. After some hesitation, he decided to follow his deepest desires and secretly swallowed the special crystal core. Initially, he felt excruciating pain as the crystal core seemed to come alive, constantly moving within his body. At first, he was terrified and filled with regret for his foolishness. But gradually, he was astonished to discover that the crystal core had somehow moved to his heart. Later, he indeed gained water-based abilities and became a water-based ability user. Worried that the little girl would discover his true nature, he deliberately infected himself with the zombie virus, pretending that he had awakened due to the virus. The little girl already trusted him completely and had no doubts whatsoever. She even shared most of her crystal core with him. At that time, he was overjoyed with his discovery, even fantasizing about hunting down powerful but weak ability users and devouring their crystal cores, so he could possess more abilities and become stronger than others. However, gradually his joy faded. Although he was absorbing zombie crystal cores, he discovered that the water-type crystal core he was absorbing was gradually weakening. Because it wasn't a crystal core he had awakened himself, he couldn't become stronger by absorbing zombie crystal cores. The ones he absorbed could only barely slow down the weakening of the water-type crystal core. Unfortunately, water-type abilities had little offensive power, so he could only act as a mobile water reservoir, unable to hunt zombies. He tricked the little girl into going to kill more ability users and she agreed. When she returned, she not only didn't bring back any ability user crystal cores, but she was also seriously injured. When he saw her small body huddled on the filthy blankets, he was initially terrified, but then that fear gradually faded, replaced by greed. This little girl, though young, was quite strong. If he could absorb her crystal core, he could possess her powerful abilities. He had hesitated. After all, this little girl was his savior. Without her, he would have been eaten by zombies long ago. But he quickly convinced himself that the girl's injuries were too severe. Without treatment, she wouldn't survive. Killing her was, in effect, helping her escape her pain. He would never forget the surprise and despair on her face when he plunged the dagger into her heart. Then he swiftly dug out the beautiful white crystal core from her heart, watching her wide eyes gradually lose their light, before lowering his head to gently kiss her lips. "Thank you for taking care of me these past few days. I'll take care of myself from now on. Rest in peace." After swallowing the white crystal core, he indeed gained immense power. However, the water-based crystal core weakened even faster, disappearing completely in less than a day. He followed the others to this safe zone, initially thinking that with his celebrity status, he could find another group of die-hard fans like that girl, but he soon discovered that everyone had become pragmatic. These people weren't as naive as that girl. They wouldn't obey him simply because he was a star, and they wouldn't share their food or crystal cores with him. If he wanted something, he had to buy it himself and hunt zombies. However, the source of his superpower was dishonorable, and it would weaken even without using it. If he used it, it would weaken even faster. Under such circumstances, how could he dare to hunt zombies? So, after arriving at the safe zone, he had been searching for new prey. Then he heard the rumor in the safe zone that Fong Yusen possessed the ability to awaken ordinary people's zombie powers. But to awaken as a superpowered individual, one still needed to be infected with the virus first. Many people dared not be infected with the zombie virus, but he didn't have that concern. Although he hadn't truly awakened his superpower, as long as the white crystal core in his heart remained, his body could resist the initial zombie virus. Moreover, Fong Yusen possessed mutated plant sap that could purify the zombie virus. Even if he couldn't resist, Fong Yusen could help purify the virus from his body. However, all of this was predicated on him first finding a way to gain Fong Yusen's favor and make her obedient. He had specifically researched Fong Yusen and knew that she wasn't the naive and innocent girl he had seen before. Winning her over wouldn't be easy. However, Yan Ning was very confident. He believed that with his charm, even if he couldn't make Fong Yusen obey him completely, he could still win her heart. He knew that being a celebrity was a rare and special status for many, enough to attract curious and innocent young girls. That's why, after the initial polite exchanges, he deliberately revealed his identity directly. Fong Yusen wasn't very old, was beautiful enough and capable enough. If he could win her heart, Yan Ning's gaze darkened slightly. He suddenly felt a surge of anticipation. He stared affectionately at Fong Yusen, eagerly awaiting her reaction. Then he saw Fong Yusen's beautiful yet somewhat sharp phoenix eyes narrow slightly, her gaze gradually turning cold. Yan Ning's heart immediately went on alert, and he began to feel uneasy. He instinctively wanted to escape, but Fong Yuyan grabbed his wrist. A panic gripped him and he instinctively struggled violently. "Mr. Fong, what do you want to do? Let me go." Fong Yuyan didn't let go, only looking at him with a cold smile. "You dare to scheme against my sister?" Then Fong Yuyan turned to Fong Yusen and asked, "Xin, what should we do with this person?" Fong Yusen's gaze turned cold and sharp as she looked at Yan Ning, her spiritual sense frantically piercing into Yan Ning's sea of consciousness, directly and forcibly reading his memories. After seeing these memories, her face instantly turned ashen, and her gaze towards Yan Ning was filled with disgust and hatred. Noticing that everyone around was watching, Fong Yusen deliberately said, "Brother, he's the one who attacked us last time." He probably thought he was well disguised and that we wouldn't recognize him, but he didn't know that Angela had already remembered his scent. Angela, now the size of a kitten, was perched on Fong Yusen's shoulder. Hearing Fong Yusen call her name, she immediately meowed in a soft and adorable voice. Immediately, those around them had a sense of I see, and even those who had doubts dared not say anything due to the Fong family's power. Fong Yuyan secretly exerted force, channeling a hidden energy into the man's body, then disgustedly flung his hand away. "You should be thankful that killing isn't allowed in the safe zone. Otherwise I would never forgive you. Get lost." Chapter 190 Devouring. After Fong Yuyan tossed Yan Ning's hand away, the Fong family ignored him and walked straight ahead. Yan Ning had thought this would be a resounding success. Once Fong Yusen fell for him, his future would be smooth sailing, and he would no longer have to worry about the negative effects of consuming the ability user's crystal core. However, he hadn't expected that his carefully prepared sweet words would be seen through by the Fong family before they could even be uttered, making it impossible for him to say them. And now he was no longer able to think about such things. Forcibly searching memories was extremely damaging to the brain. After Fong Yusen did this, Yan Ning had become demented and could no longer think. Furthermore, Fong Yuyan had planted a hidden force within him, specifically in his heart. This force would not only continuously weaken the white crystal core in his heart, but also cause significant damage to his heart. He would die soon. No, perhaps he would already have no chance of survival before his heart completely failed. After becoming demented, he wouldn't know to absorb zombie crystal cores to slow the weakening of the white crystal core, and food became a major problem for him. Many people in the safe zone weren't even getting enough to eat. Where would they find the energy to help a demented person? Unless they encountered a fool like Lin Feain, overflowing with compassion. Moreover, Fong Yusen had destroyed that part of his memory. Even if a second person tried to forcibly read it, that person wouldn't see anything. After the Fong family left, Fong Yuyan secretly used his spiritual sense to ask Fong Yusen, "Xin, what was that person doing?" Although his senses were sharp, he also felt that the person had ill intentions and was after Fong Yusen. But to be honest, he hadn't noticed anything amiss about the person. His sudden action was because he received Fong Yusen's spiritual transmission. Fong Yusen told him to capture the person. Although he didn't understand, he still did as she said. Fong Yusen's expression wasn't good. She remembered what had happened in her past life. When Yan Ning appeared, she felt he looked familiar. Then, after thinking carefully, she remembered who he was. In her past life, he was one of Fong Mingao's suitors. She had seen him chasing after Fong Mingao, and the expression on his face then was almost identical to what she had just witnessed. A perfect smile and seemingly affectionate gaze, captivating all who beheld him. Unfortunately, although Fong Mingao enjoyed his adoration, she remained steadfastly with Qiu Yiming. Because Qiu Yiming had abandoned her for Fong Mingao, she felt a constant unease. After learning of Yan Ning's existence, she paid special attention, maliciously wondering what Qiu Yiming would think if he knew of him. However, she did nothing then, nor did she have the power to do anything, only secretly observing. Later, Yan Ning suddenly disappeared without a trace, and no one knew how. Only rumors circulated that Qiu Yiming had killed him. Fong Yusen felt that it was highly likely that Qiu Yiming had killed Yan Ning. He was an extremely possessive man. He would never allow his woman to be touched by another man. Yan Ning dared to pester Fong Mingao, practically touching Qiu Yiming's sore spot. However, she had only seen him once or twice from afar, and he quickly disappeared. Her impression of him wasn't deep, which is why she didn't recognize him at first glance. This alone wasn't enough to make Fong Yusen interested in him. She had Fong Yuang intervene only because she discovered something very wrong with this person's body. Judging from the energy fluctuations emanating from him, he should be a low-level strength ability user, but the problem was, his body was far too weak compared to a strength ability user, as if it hadn't been strengthened at all. This was clearly abnormal. So, she secretly released her spiritual sense to investigate carefully. Upon investigation, she discovered that the crystal core in this person's heart was constantly weakening. Furthermore, a faint trace of consciousness remained on that crystal core. When her spiritual sense touched that trace of consciousness, she saw a thin, small girl covered in wounds lying in a dirty blanket, her face filled with despair. This was the last vestige of the girl's consciousness before her death, containing only a very simple message: be careful. Be careful of what? Of course, be careful of this man. Fong Yusen's heart skipped a beat. How could another person's consciousness remain in the crystal core within this man's body? Unless this crystal core wasn't his. She immediately recalled a rumor from her past life. Some said that an ordinary person could awaken the same superpower by absorbing the crystal core from a superhuman's heart. Because of this rumor, Fong Yuang had actually considered killing a superhuman, so she could absorb that person's crystal core. Fong Yusen stopped him. She didn't believe the rumor, and she had already tried absorbing elemental crystals, but all her attempts had failed. She didn't believe that a superhuman's crystal core could be more powerful than an elemental crystal. However, while they didn't want to deal with other superhumans, they couldn't stop others from targeting them. Fong Yuang had awakened a wind-type superpower, and he had excellent aptitude, comprehending powerful skills. Because of this, many people wanted to kill him and absorb his crystal core. After they worked together to kill the first wave of attackers, Fong Yuang extracted the crystal core from one of the ability users and forced her to swallow it. Later, she discovered that while absorbing the ability user's crystal core did allow her to use that user's ability, it wasn't a true awakening. Her body wouldn't be strengthened, and the crystal core would continuously weaken until it disappeared completely. Although absorbing zombie crystal cores could slow down the weakening process, it was still a huge waste for her. She refused to absorb zombie crystal cores and instead gave them all to Fong Yuang. From then on, even when ability users continued to attack, she no longer absorbed their crystal cores, and Fong Yuang never forced her again. However, Fong Yuang absorbed all the ability user crystal cores, as they were pure energy crystals with fewer impurities than zombie crystal cores. Therefore, Fong Yusen suspected that this person had absorbed the little girl's crystal core, and this person was plotting against her. So she held nothing back, immediately instructing Fong Yuang to capture the man. She then forcibly read his memories, learning that he had used his celebrity status to win over the young girl's heart, relying on her for protection before cruelly killing her and devouring her crystal core. If the two hadn't known each other, and the girl had attacked Yan Ning intending to kill him, and Yan Ning had ultimately killed her and devoured her crystal core, Fong Yusen wouldn't have been so bothered. After all, that would have been self-defense. But he was precisely the kind of ungrateful person she despised most. How could Fong Yusen tolerate this? If it weren't for the fact that killing him in public was inappropriate, she would have even wanted to rip the crystal core out of his heart, and let him experience the feeling of having his heart forcibly opened and his crystal core extracted. She used her spiritual sense to tell Fong Yuang her findings. Upon hearing this, Fong Yuang's face turned ashen, and he abruptly turned to look in Yan Ning's direction, wishing he could turn back and kill him with his own hands. Fearing he might act impulsively, Fong Yusen quickly pulled him back, transmitting her voice. "Brother, don't be impulsive. There are too many people here. We're probably already in a dangerous situation. We need to be extra careful." Although they had made a big splash last night, making many people wary and afraid to cause trouble again, Fong Yusen believed that many others were secretly watching them, eager to take everything away from them. If Fong Yuang were to kill someone in public now, he would be handing over leverage to others. Fong Yuang gradually calmed down, but his anger didn't subside. In fact, it seemed to be growing stronger. He transmitted his voice saying, "Damn it! When will we finally be able to do whatever we want without fear?" Fong Yusen gently squeezed his hand to comfort him, saying meaningfully, "Don't worry, that day will definitely come." They had already embarked on the path of cultivation, and she had the azure with spiritual mansion in her hands. As long as nothing unexpected happened, their strength would only grow stronger, to the point where no one would dare to offend them. Fong Yuang was still unwilling to give up. He secretly thought that he must cultivate diligently from now on, and then with a gloomy face, he transmitted his voice saying, "This person actually dared to plot against you. I only gave him a small lesson. He got off too easy." Fong Yusen looked at Fong Yuang and smiled. He has already received his due retribution. She hadn't missed Fong Yuyang's little trick. With Fong Yuyang's methods, that person would also taste the pain of having his heart ripped out. Fong Yuyang felt a pang of guilt under her gaze and slightly turned his head, pretending to look at the scenery by the roadside. Unfortunately, since the plants began to mutate, the ordinary plants had become increasingly listless. Only the mutated plants were thriving. These ordinary plants simply couldn't withstand the effects of the zombie virus. While they wouldn't turn into plant zombies, they had lost their former vitality. Fong Yuang quickly noticed this. Accustomed to the vibrant plants at home, seeing these withered greens made him feel uneasy. He thought for a moment and transmitted his voice to Fong Yusen. "Xin, if this vicious method spreads, humanity's lives will probably become even worse." Fong Yusen sighed silently. Who could argue with that? Once such a method spread, not only would ordinary people become greedy, but those with superpowers would also set their sights on other superpowered individuals. Humanity's living conditions would become increasingly harsh, and over time, everyone would understand the principle of might makes right. Everyone wanted to gain more power, so the only way was to constantly plunder. Fong Yusen disliked this situation, but she knew in her heart that even though she had erased Yenning's memories, could Yenning still discover this secret? Wouldn't others also find out? There were so many living people. Yenning wasn't the only intelligent one. Chapter 191 Thoughts. Fong Yusen could think of it, and so could Fong Yuang. He sighed, his mood turning heavy. Humanity already had enough enemies. Zombies, mutated plants, and animals. If even humans started turning against their own kind, then this world would be utterly hopeless. Seeing their troubled expressions, the others wanted to ask what was wrong. However, seeing that they had already reached the plaza, which was packed with people and filled with various discussions, they suppressed their questions and decided to go back and discuss it later. When they arrived, Chan Xiao and his group were already there, having secured a good spot. Fong Yuang called out to Chan Xiao, and the family went to the location Chan Xiao had mentioned. Although the surrounding area was crowded, many people already knew their strength and automatically parted to make way for them, their attitude extremely respectful. The family offered a simple thank you, their attitude neither servile nor arrogant, conveying a subtle distance that made it clear they were not to be approached, thus preventing others from fawning over them. Soon they reached the designated place. Chan Xiao and his group were positioned relatively close to the front. Upon seeing Fong Yusen and the others, the eyes of all six lit up, a sense of relief washing over them. After the Fong family arrived, they began to observe the situation ahead. The center of the square was surrounded by heavily armed soldiers. Through the gaps, hundreds of people could be seen standing inside, all with their hands tied behind their backs, heads bowed and spirits low. It was because of these people that the surrounding crowd was buzzing with discussion about their identities. Fong Yusen barely needed to listen. She already knew what was going on. The situation was roughly as she had guessed. Those inside were all the people who had taken advantage of the chaos to steal and cause trouble the previous night. More and more people arrived. After about half an hour, the loudspeaker blared again, instructing everyone to sit down. Because there were so many people, many had their views blocked, and only by sitting could they see clearly. Although the ground was dirty, these people who had survived the apocalypse didn't care and obediently sat down after hearing the announcement. Fong Yusen and the others were dressed very cleanly. Sitting down ruined their clothes. Fortunately, Shang Jinxiu was well prepared. She had brought a small bag filled with soft cushions, perfect for sitting on. She distributed the cushions and everyone used them. The cushions were stuffed with cotton, making them very soft. Sitting on them was much more comfortable than sitting directly on the marble floor, drawing envious glances from those around them. Then, Fong Yusen suddenly heard Bai Qianqian whisper, "Mommy, why didn't Daddy come?" His chubby face immediately scrunched up, looking very unhappy. Fong Yusen thought for a moment, guessing a possibility, but not wanting to tell Bai Qianqian, she made up a random excuse. Bai Qianqian seemed obedient, as if accepting Fong Yusen's explanation. But when he turned his head, his lips fell. He didn't believe his father didn't want to come. Something else must have happened. But even with his clever little brain, he couldn't have imagined that Bai Yi would be tricked by Shun Shi and Shen Xian. All the supplies, crystal cores and elemental stones had been stolen. So that day they got up very early and went outside the safe zone to hunt zombies. With so many people inside the safe zone, finding Shun Shi and Shen Xian wouldn't be easy, so they decided to earn crystal cores first. Fortunately, their identity cards were still intact, containing a considerable amount of credit points that could be used to buy supplies. Otherwise, they would have been truly desperate. Bai Qianqian couldn't guess, but Fong Yusen had a pretty good idea. However, she didn't expect the problem to be with Shan Shi and Shen Xian. She assumed that Bai Yi and the others' place had been burgled and things had been stolen. Bai Qianqian secretly glanced at Fong Yusen, guessing that even if she knew, she wouldn't tell her, so she kept quiet and didn't ask any more questions, her eyes darting around, thinking of finding an opportunity to see Bai Yi and ask him what had happened. After everyone sat down, the view became clear. Then the heavily armed soldiers parted to both sides, their guns pointed towards the prisoners. At the same time, the three generals of the safe zone appeared together. Of the three, General Song was the oldest, followed by General Li and Qiu Hongsheng. The two were close in age, with General Li being slightly younger than Qiu Hongsheng by 2 years. However, since General Li and General Song successfully awakened their abilities through the Yuan crystal, their bodies had undergone 2 enhancements during awakening and advancement, making them appear increasingly younger. General Song's originally gray hair had gradually turned black, with only a few light grays remaining at his temples. General Li looked even younger. The fine lines around his eyes had become less pronounced, and even his nasolabial folds had faded, making him appear almost 10 years younger than before. Qiu Hongsheng, always meticulous about his appearance, paid even more attention to it than General Song and General Li. Therefore, although General Li was 2 years younger than him, Qiu Hongsheng appeared younger on the surface. Now the roles were completely reversed. Due to days of toil, mental and physical exhaustion, coupled with his resentment, his yearning for awakening, and the fact that his diet was incomparable to what it was before the apocalypse, he aged rapidly. Compared to General Li, who looked almost 10 years younger, Qiu Hongsheng appeared to be more than 10 years older than General Li, almost the same age as General Song. However, General Song had awakened his abilities and looked vibrant and energetic, his mental state far surpassing that of the bloodshot-eyed Qiu Hongsheng. Qiu Hongsheng saw all these changes. How could he not be anxious? In fact, he looked exceptionally haggard that day, his bloodshot eyes suggesting he hadn't slept all night. And indeed, he hadn't slept a wink. As a high-ranking official, he hadn't been able to rest during the zombie attack last night, constantly directing operations from the rear. After repelling the zombies, many new problems needed his attention. Before he could even leave his office after dealing with these matters, he heard reports from his subordinates that several ability users' homes had been burglarized. If only 1 or 2 people were involved, it wouldn't be so bad, but quite a few were, and these were all people who had gone to the battlefield to fight zombies. How could he not take it seriously? He hastily ordered someone to handle the matter, and after finally returning home, he was met with Zhou Fenghua's hysterical outburst. She had somehow learned that Fong Yusen had been incredibly successful on the battlefield, and even possessed mutated plant sap capable of purifying the zombie virus. She started a hysterical tirade, cursing incessantly, thinking Fong Yusen was a worthless person who didn't think of them when he had good things, only knowing how to keep them to himself, too selfish, unworthy of being a daughter-in-law of the Qiu family. Qiu Hongsheng was thoroughly annoyed. He had originally liked Zhou Fenghua, After all, she was beautiful, came from a good family, and had an older sister who had married into the Bai family in Bay City, who had helped him a lot in his career over the years. But there's a limit to liking someone. Since the apocalypse, both he and Zhou Fenghua had hoped to become superhumans, and Zhou Fenghua had become obsessed with this, becoming quite eccentric. He knew in his heart that Zhou Fenghua's transformation wasn't solely her fault. It was mainly due to the immense trauma she had suffered, and also because of her family. But knowing this was one thing, having so many things to deal with every day, and then having to endure Zhou Fenghua's hysteria at home, how could he possibly bear it? He harbored resentment too. Zhou Fenghua vented her anger on him, but who could he vent it on? This was the apocalypse, he was old, his health failing. If it weren't for Qiu Yiming awakening his powerful lightning-based abilities, he wouldn't have been able to control his troops. Even so, he had to carefully consider his attitude, never acting as he had before. He had spent countless hours just trying to keep his subordinates under his control. So hearing Zhou Fenghua's hysterical outbursts gave him a headache. He harbored resentment towards the Fong family and Fang Yuxin, but he understood even more clearly that this was no longer the time to be willful. Fong Yuxin's abilities far exceeded his expectations. If he had known that Fong Yusen could grow to such a level in such a short time, how could he have let Zhou Fenghua act so recklessly and completely offend Fong Yusen? If he had known all this earlier, he would have stopped Zhou Fenghua and come to the Fong family at the very beginning of the apocalypse to finalize the marriage between the two children. Once Fong Yusen married Qiu Yiming, she would become a member of the Qiu family, and it would be only right for her to serve them. After hearing about Fong Yusen's impressive performance on the battlefield last night, he had the idea of having Fong Yusen and Qiu Yiming get married. He had originally planned to get a good night's sleep and then discuss the matter with Zhou Fenghua and Qiu Yiming, hoping to finalize the marriage as soon as possible and make Fong Yusen a member of the Qiu family. She was the chief physician, having cured countless people. Their gratitude was undeniable, even if they didn't explicitly express their gratitude. If Fong Yusen became a member of the Qiu family, how many people could the Qiu family gain by winning over? Perhaps the Qiu family could even use this momentum to become the most powerful force in the safe zone, overshadowing General Song and General Li. But before he could even speak, he was met with a hysterical outburst from Zhou Fenghua. Seeing that Zhou Fenghua was about to continue her tantrum, even demanding that Fong Yusen come to apologize in person, he finally lost his temper and slapped her. His intention was to wake Zhou Fenghua, but it only provoked an even more frenzied hysteria. So the commotion continued all night, and he didn't get a good night's sleep, only managing a brief nap just before dawn. He got up again early the next morning. Standing beside the radiant General Song and General Li, Qiu Hongsheng felt increasingly powerless, and at the same time, his resolve to hasten Qiu Yiming and Fong Yusen's marriage. Chapter 192 New Regulations. Thinking this, Qiu Hongsheng couldn't help but turn his eyes, his gaze fixed on Fong Yusen in the crowd. He hadn't seen her for some time, and upon seeing her again, he suddenly realized she was even more beautiful and had a more outstanding presence. Even in a crowd, she stood out immediately, radiant and captivating. Considering that she had become a level 2 wood-type ability user in such a short time, possessing not only exceptional healing abilities, but also obtaining the sap of a mutated plant capable of purifying level 2 zombie viruses. What incredible luck! He suddenly regretted his past actions. How could he have been so blind, listening to Zhou Fenghua's complaints and finding fault with Fong Yusen? He had always felt that this girl was a perfect match for his son and a suitable daughter-in-law for the Qiu family. In the entire market, he couldn't find another person more qualified to be the Qiu family's daughter-in-law. But with the apocalypse, Zhou Fenghua started complaining, and after hearing those complaints, he even started to think Fong Yusen was flawed in various ways. He was truly foolish. Thinking about this, a sense of resentment towards Zhou Fenghua welled up in his heart. If it weren't for her, Fong Yusen might have already become the Qiu family's daughter-in-law, and he would have already awakened as a superhuman. How could he have fallen into this pathetic state, completely outclassed by the Song and Li families? All of this was caused by his good wife. How could he have been bewitched by this stupid woman back then? Not only did she harm him, but she also implicated his son. Thinking of the complete rift between the Fong family and the Qiu family, Qiu Yiming's smile vanished completely, leaving only coldness and gloom. He was filled with regret. That's right. And that little bitch Fong Mingao. At the beginning of the apocalypse, although Zhou Fenghua complained a few times, she didn't harbor such deep hatred for the Fong family and Fong Yusen as she does now. But since Fong Mingao arrived, her condition has become increasingly serious. It must be that little bitch Fong Mingao saying something to Zhou Fenghua when he and Qiu Yiming weren't around. Fong Mingao was an illegitimate daughter of the Fong family. Her birth and her shameless mother were her biggest stains. And yet, this woman was shameless enough to try and seduce his son. Marrying into the Qiu family was utterly delusional. The Fong and Qiu families used to have a good relationship. So when Zhu Wanxia first approached Chu Qianhe, Qiu Yiming investigated the woman. Later, when the Fong family brought Fong Mingao back, Qiu Yiming was quite concerned about the matter and investigated as well. Therefore, they knew everything about Fong Mingao and Zhu Wanxia's scandalous affair, and naturally looked down on Fong Mingao. If Qiu Yiming hadn't suspected Fong Mingao of possessing valuable items, he wouldn't have allowed this little bitch to live there. He felt uneasy at the time, but thinking that Qiu Yiming was a man, even if something happened between him and Fong Mingao, as long as he didn't marry her, what did it matter? Who knew this little bitch would have such methods? She had actually tricked Zhou Fenghua into hating Fong Yusen so much. She had even ruined the relationship between Fong Yusen and Qiu Yiming. This woman absolutely could not be allowed to live. Qiu Hongsheng secretly made up his mind to deal with Fong Mingao when he got back. Even if she really had some treasure hidden on her, as long as he killed her, wouldn't he be able to find it? Lost in thought, he lingered on Fong Yusen for a while. Not only did Fong Yusen notice his gaze, but everyone around her did too. Fong Yuyang's face was grim, and Chu Qianhe and Fong Jintong's expressions were also unpleasant. Bai Qianqian's eyes widened, glaring fiercely at Qiu Hongsheng like a little beast, his small fists clenched tightly. He had awakened his spiritual power, and his senses were extremely sharp. He could clearly sense the malice emanating from Qiu Hongsheng. Not only him, but Fong Yusen and Fong Yuyang also sensed it. Unfortunately, Qiu Hongsheng's malice was actually directed at Fong Mingao. He harbored no ill will towards Fong Yusen, only wishing for her and Qiu Yiming to marry as soon as possible. Qiu Hongsheng, however, was unaware of the misunderstanding. He noticed he had been staring at Fong Yusen for too long and quickly looked away. At this moment, General Song picked up a megaphone and began his heartfelt speech. He started from the beginning of the apocalypse, then gradually moved on to how everyone worked together to establish safe zones, hunt zombies, find supplies, rescue survivors, and the recent mutations in plants and animals, the growing zombie hordes, and the zombie attacks on cities. His speech was clearly meticulously prepared, the wording excellent, and combined with his delivery, it was incredibly moving. Many people were moved to tears and felt deeply ashamed. The Fong family members were probably the most clear-headed of everyone. They all understood that the military was about to take significant action. The constant influx of survivors into the safe zone had led to a chaotic mix of people and constant security problems. Most of the survivors in the safe zone were ordinary people. They lacked the courage to face and kill zombies, and even when they couldn't get enough to eat, they were unwilling to go out and hunt them. If this continued, the safe zone would definitely run into problems. It was impossible to send the superhumans every time a zombie apocalypse occurred. Superhumans were a minority, while the zombie horde was enormous and likely to grow even larger in the future. What if the superhumans couldn't hold the zone? If the zombies outside breached the safe zone, these cowardly ordinary people would become lambs to the slaughter, obediently being devoured without even daring to resist. Therefore, this situation absolutely could not be allowed to happen. They couldn't let these people continue to be so cowardly. They couldn't let the superhumans lose heart. The safe zone now needed the superhumans and the army to defend it. If the superhumans lost heart, the army alone couldn't hold the entire safe zone. They all understood this very well. General Song's speech was long. He spoke for a long time, and by the end, most of them lowered their heads in shame. Only a few individuals remained stubborn and clinging to a sliver of hope. Then came General Li's speech. Unlike General Song's, his speech took a more alarmist approach. He used a stern tone to outline the severe consequences and cruel realities, making it clear to these people that escape was futile. To survive, they had to take up arms and fight. Finally, Qiu Hongsheng spoke. Unlike the previous two, he didn't preach any grand principles but directly read out the new regulations formulated by the safe zone overnight. There were many regulations, the most important of which was that, starting today, the safe zone would implement compulsory military service. Except for the elderly, children, and mercenaries, all able-bodied men and women must join the army and receive military training. After training, these men would take turns going outside the safe zone to carry out missions, hunting zombies or mutated plants and animals. Other mercenaries or mercenary groups would have to complete at least one zombie hunting mission every day. Those who completed more missions would naturally receive corresponding rewards. Similarly, those unwilling to go out on missions would be forcibly assigned to temporary mission teams to carry out missions outside the safe zone. The remaining elderly and children will not need to go out to hunt zombies. A school will be built within the safe zone to educate the children. As for the elderly, the safe zone makes no demands, but they will still need to work to obtain food. The new regulations immediately drew protests. Unsurprisingly, Qiu Hongsheng, who read them out, successfully garnered considerable hatred. He knew this assignment was practically inviting trouble. But he had no choice. The Qiu family's influence in the military had weakened. Although Qiu Yiming's abilities were considerable, General Li and General Song had their own capable subordinates. As a result, the better assignments were predictably snatched by General Song and General Li, leaving him with this controversial task. However, the new regulations were actually drafted by the three of them together. He woke up early that morning and spent most of the day discussing it with General Song and General Li before finally finalizing the content. Although these regulations seemed harsh, once implemented, the military's position would be rock solid, and they would no longer have to worry about being nearly attacked by petty villains like last night. Furthermore, their military training for these militiamen was intended to improve their strength and increase their chances of survival, not to send them to their deaths. From this perspective, their demands could be considered harsh. These people were simply used to the protected life within the safe zone, which is why they couldn't accept it at first. Qiu Hongsheng noticed the hostile gazes around him, smiled disdainfully to himself, and continued reading until he finished all the regulations. Then another regulation touched a nerve. The prices of goods in the safe store were going up. For many ordinary people, the items were already expensive enough. How were they supposed to survive if prices increased? Wasn't this forcing them to their deaths? The military's decision to implement this regulation wasn't without reason. Currently, there were no production lines in the safe zone, and the goods in the safe store were all collected previously. Every sale reduced the stock. Everyone probably knew this, so despite the purchase restrictions, people still bought supplies every day, hoarding what they couldn't use. This resulted in the military's supplies dwindling. Last night, due to the greed of some, many items belonging to those with supernatural abilities were stolen. Although most were recovered, a small portion remained untraceable. This part can only be covered by the military itself, compensating the superhumans whose abilities were stolen. After all, they are heroes and they can't be let down. Chapter 193: The Last Chance. In their final chance, besides resupplying the superhumans, many had distinguished themselves in fighting the zombies the previous night and deserved rewards. The number of crystal cores they harvested was not large, as a significant portion had been consumed by the zombies. These crystal cores were clearly insufficient to distribute, so the military had to dig out a portion of the supplies as rewards for these heroes. To conserve resources, the military was in a bind, so they decided to be stingy, allocating fewer supplies and converting the remaining rewards into credit points and contribution points. These were just virtual data, so giving them away wouldn't be too painful. Furthermore, they not only increased the prices of goods in the safe shop, but also adjusted the purchase limits, further reducing the quantity allowed to prevent hoarding. The only constant was the preferential treatment for those who had contributed. The military's price increase was also intended to incentivize ordinary people to participate in military training, hunting zombies, and completing missions. Those who completed missions would receive not only crystal cores, but also credit points and contribution points. Those unwilling to participate might truly face starvation. Human potential is limitless. Some people, before truly understanding reality, often harbor wishful thinking and are prone to complacency. But once faced with the brutal reality, they might unleash unimaginable power in their struggle for survival. However, when the new regulations were first announced, most people opposed them. They were used to complacency and being protected. They were unwilling to undergo brutal military training or even hunt zombies. Those monsters were simply too terrifying. You can't treat us like this. We protest. We will not accept these new regulations. That's right. We absolutely refuse to accept them. Protests erupted one after another. The commotion was incessant. The three generals said nothing. After the commotion subsided, Qiu Hongsheng pulled out a pistol and fired a shot into the air. Bang! The gunshot successfully silenced the protesters. They were inherently timid. Otherwise, they wouldn't have preferred to starve rather than fight the zombies. Humans have an instinctive fear of dangerous weapons like guns. Some people turn pale. Then, after an eerie silence, someone suddenly spoke up. What are you all afraid of? They're soldiers. Their duty is to protect us. They wouldn't dare shoot us. This voice instantly shattered the silence. Then came an even more intense protest, almost a fervent outburst. The Yongsheng team watched all this coldly, saying nothing. They didn't see anything wrong with the new regulations. Because the new regulations didn't significantly harm their interests. Even without the regulations in the safe zone, they would still go out hunting zombies for their training. As for the price increase, they had taken quite a few good things from that food trading market last time. Most of those things were stored in the Fong family's basement, and the rest in Shang Jinxiu's space. They didn't need to buy food from the safe store, and even the weapons there held little appeal for them. Furthermore, they felt disheartened by what happened last night. Their place had also been broken into, but they had only left a small amount of supplies inside as cover. Those supplies were mostly junk food. Although they were taken, their losses weren't significant. Even so, they were still furious. They risked their lives fighting off zombies outside, only to have these people in the safe zone eyeing their supplies. This was intolerable. And while their losses weren't significant, what about the other ability users? They risked their lives to protect the entire safe zone. Why were they treated like this? How could they be treated like this? These people's actions were utterly disheartening. Therefore, Chen Xiao and the others didn't object to the new regulations at all. It was the protests from those around them that fueled their resentment. These people stayed in the safe zone all day receiving protection. Why should they be treated this way? Why should others risk their lives to hunt zombies? It seems that those who receive too much not only lack gratitude, but also take it for granted. Just then, another gunshot rang out, followed by Qiu Hongxing's voice. You're right, we won't shoot you. But that's not because we're soldiers, it's because we won't waste bullets on you. Our bullets are for killing zombies, not for cowardly cowards like you. Now, anyone unwilling to comply with the new rules can stand up. I want to see how many people are unwilling. After a moment of silence, people began to stand up. Many were still observing, but seeing others stand up, more and more followed suit. This was the so-called herd mentality. Some people were initially undecided, but seeing so many people standing, they subconsciously joined in. It was a minority submitting to the majority. In their minds, with so many standing, could the military simply disregard their wishes? The military would naturally be the one to compromise. Unfortunately, they soon realized they were wrong. Although many stood up, even more remained seated. Among these were some of those who had just been shouting in protest. But if they were actually made the examples of those caught, they wouldn't have the guts. Qiu Hongsheng said loudly with a stern face. Does anyone else want to stand up? I'll count to 3, and if you don't stand up now, you won't have another chance. 1. Some people looked left and right, hesitatingly standing up. 2. Some more people stood up. 3. This time even more people hesitated and even more people stood up. Qiu Hongsheng continued. No one standing up? Are you all really sure? Now I'm giving you one last chance. If you regret it, you can sit down now. If you still want to stand up, you can choose to stand up. This is the last chance, you only have 1 minute. After that time, there will be no more chances. So you'd better think it over carefully. His words were full of threat, and soon some people changed their minds. Some who were originally standing hesitated and sat back down. And those who were still sitting didn't stand up anymore. Everyone was on edge, not knowing what Qiu Hongxing meant. And at the same time they were worried about what kind of treatment they would face if they stood up. So, one after another, people sat down. That minute felt incredibly long. Some people even broke out in a sweat, their faces pale and lips dry, their eyes filled with panic and unease. However, a minute is ultimately short, and before many had even truly thought things through, it was over. Then everyone heard Qiu Hongsheng say, "All right, now that 1 minute has passed, you have no chance to regret your decision." For some reason, hearing those words brought a sense of relief, a feeling of peace that everything had finally settled. Finally, they no longer had to make such a difficult choice. Those who were sitting gradually resigned themselves to their fate, while those who were standing began to feel anxious and uneasy, their faces pale, their legs trembling as they prepared to sit back down. Qiu Hongsheng saw through their intentions and coldly sneered. "I just said you have no room for regret. Even if you sit down now, you'll still be found out." Hearing this, the Yongsheng team members looked in one direction with a half-smile. There stood a woman, standing ramrod straight, her face remarkably calm, completely unlike the unease on the faces of the others. Instead, she resembled a martyr about to be executed in a movie, her gaze resolute, her entire being exuding an unyielding and indomitable spirit. Unfortunately, looking at her, the Yongsheng team members felt no respect whatsoever. Instead, they secretly waited to see her make a fool of herself. Because this person was none other than Lin Feain, who had enjoyed all the benefits of being a doctor but had vanished at the crucial moment. Shang Jinxiu whispered, "Sister Exin, this woman is really interesting. Why does she always meddle in everything?" Fong Yusen smiled slightly. "She probably thinks she's one of those heroines in a TV drama." Shang Jinxiu immediately understood, her eyes lighting up, and she smiled meaningfully. "Oh, but this isn't a TV drama. Does she think she's an indestructible cockroach? Without the screenwriter's magic touch, she dares to act like a saint. She'll die without even knowing how she died." She had no sympathy for these people. Back then, she didn't have any abilities either. All she could do was be a mobile warehouse. Even so, she worked hard to improve her strength and go out to hunt zombies. After joining the Yongsheng team, she accepted her teammates' training and even volunteered for more training tasks, all to improve her strength faster. Even if she couldn't reach her teammates' level, she couldn't always be a burden. But what about these people? Before, they could say they didn't have the opportunity to improve themselves, but now the military had given them the opportunity to participate in training. What right did they have to protest? This disaster is a disaster for all humanity, not just for those with superpowers. What obligation do they have to protect them? Just then, Qiu Hongsheng spoke again, saying, "Since you are all unwilling to accept the new regulations of the safe zone, then you are no longer suitable to stay in the safe zone. Someone will personally escort you out of the safe zone. From now on, the safe zone will no longer welcome you." Chapter 194, Stripped of Identity. A simple sentence, yet spoken with resounding force. Everyone was stunned. Those still seated, after a brief moment of surprise, breathed a sigh of relief, thankful they had made the right choice and hadn't acted foolishly. Those still standing were completely dumbfounded, never expecting Qiu Hongsheng to utter such cruel words, to actually try to expel them from the safety zone. How could this be? Aren't these people soldiers? How could they do this? This is unfair. They would never agree to it. Why? We won't leave the safety zone. Yes. We absolutely won't go out. Exactly. Why are you kicking us out? I'm a homeowner here. I own a house, you can't kick me out. You can't do this. The protests continued. These standing people seemed to be shouting loudly, but in reality, their faces were filled with fear, their eyes brimming with unease. They were all afraid that the military would really expel them. Some continued shouting while others quickly sat down, trying to bluff their way out. General Song and General Li remained silent, adopting a neutral stance and leaving the matter entirely to Qiu Hongsheng. Qiu Hongsheng, however, didn't argue with them. He simply gestured, summoning a squad of soldiers and saying, "All right, now take these people away." These soldiers were all battle-hardened veterans, tall and strong, seemingly shrouded in a thick aura of menace. Upon receiving the order, they swiftly rushed into the crowd, arresting all those still shouting. Those who had hoped to slip through the cracks were also gradually dragged out. At this moment, Lin Feain suddenly spoke. She had been standing there. But so far, no soldiers had arrested her. This situation emboldened her, so she said, "Wait. General Chiu, please release them. These people are residents of the safe zone. They haven't done anything wrong. Why treat them like this? There are zombies everywhere outside and they're not very strong. If we drive them out, aren't we forcing them to their deaths?" Chiu Hongsheng recognized her immediately. He glanced at the doctor's badge on Lin Fein's chest with a half-smile and said in a strange tone, "So it's Dr. Lin. I didn't know Dr. Lin cared so much about the residents of the safe zone." Hearing his strange tone, Lin Feain suddenly felt uneasy, but seeing the terrified looks on the faces of those around her, she felt a responsibility to help them. She thought about it again. She was now a doctor in the safe zone, and her ability was very special. The virus-purifying liquid that Fong Yusen had would eventually run out, making her special ability crucial. Therefore, these people certainly wouldn't dare to do anything to her. So she suppressed her unease. She continued, "I am a doctor in the safe zone, and they are the residents of the safe zone. As the saying goes, a doctor's heart is like a parent's. Isn't it only right that I care about them? But General Chiu, as a general, how can you so casually disregard their lives? Don't their lives matter? They were just unhappy with the new regulations being too harsh. How can you drive them out and force them to die because of that?" Chiu Hongsheng listened to her with a smile, and finally said with a grin, "A doctor's heart is like a parent's, huh? Then I want to know, where were you last night when the zombies attacked the city, and so many wounded were waiting for your treatment? Dr. Lin." He deliberately drew out the words Dr. Lin, adding a sarcastic tone. As soon as he spoke, everyone around couldn't help but look at Lin Feain. When she first spoke, those around her had admired her courage in arguing with Chiu Hongsheng. However, upon hearing Chiu Hongsheng's words, their gazes towards Lin Feain changed. Their previous admiration turned into blatant disdain. Lin Feain noticed the stares directed at her and felt a sudden unease. She instinctively wanted to defend herself, but before she could speak, Chiu Hongsheng preemptively said, "Lin Feain, you enjoy all the conveniences of being a doctor, and the daily rewards from the safe zone are quite generous. But last night, so many wounded soldiers were waiting for you. They were seriously injured protecting the safe zone, teetering on the brink of death. Where were you? If it weren't for another doctor who happened to have the virus-purifying agent, do you know how many wounded soldiers would have died because of your desertion?" His tone grew increasingly harsh, and Lin Fein's face gradually flushed red. She even noticed that after Chiu Hongsheng's words, the gazes around her became even more piercing. Lin Feain felt incredibly wronged. She didn't want this to happen. She had her reasons. She had to protect the mother and child. What would happen to them if she left? Actually, she had intended to go to the temporary hospital to stand by when she received the notification, but the mother and child were crying so pitifully that she couldn't abandon them. A murmur of discussion gradually rose around them. Those still standing were preoccupied with their own problems, and since Lin Feain was somewhat on their side, even if they disdained her, they wouldn't say anything openly. But those sitting didn't have such concerns. They weren't threatened with being kicked out of the safe zone. And after the earlier tension, they needed something to relax. They dared not offend the military, but they had no such worries about Lin Feain. Even if they whispered amongst themselves, Lin Feain couldn't hear them. What did they have to fear? Even if she did hear them, could she possibly remember every detail? The whispers of one or two people were indeed quiet. These people still had reservations, worried about offending Lin Feain, so they deliberately controlled their volume. But as more people started talking, all the voices blended together, crashing against Lin Fein's eardrums like a torrent. Listening to these discussions, Lin Fein's face grew increasingly pale. She suddenly raised her head, glaring at Chiu Hongsheng with a face full of shame and indignation, looking as if she had been severely bullied by him. If someone didn't know the inside story, simply taking a picture of this scene would likely lead them to all sorts of assumptions, believing that Chiu Hongsheng had done something wrong to bully Lin Feain. But the truth was completely the opposite. Lin Feain slightly raised her chin, adopting an unyielding demeanor, and said loudly, "That's right, I didn't go to the temporary hospital last night, but there was a reason. I took in a very pitiful mother and child. After they arrived in the safe zone, they were constantly bullied by the people around them, but no one stood up for them, so I took them in. Last night, when the zombies attacked the city, they were terrified and I stayed to protect them. At that time, I already knew that Fong Yusen had a mutated plant sap that could purify the virus, so whether I went or not wasn't a big deal, because I believed that other doctors could definitely treat those wounded. Lin Feain felt that she had made herself very clear, and her reasons were sufficient. Qiu Hongsheng should have no more faults to find. However, Qiu Hongsheng sneered and said sternly, "What a joke! Last night, the entire safe zone was in a critical situation. You abandoned all the wounded just to protect a mother and child? If all the other doctors thought like you, wouldn't no one need to come?" Qiu Hongsheng was an old fox. He had been influenced by Zhou Fenghua, and because he was completely unaware of Fong Yusen's true strength, he had misjudged Fong Yusen's potential, leading to his current deep regret. But Lin Feain was just a naive young girl. And although she had a kind heart, her mind was always unclear. How could she possibly be a match for Qiu Hongsheng? Qiu Hongsheng's words were forceful and easily refuted all of Lin Fein's explanations, once again plunging her into an extremely awkward situation. Lin Feain was so angry she couldn't speak, and she couldn't think of anything to say to salvage her current predicament. Before she could think of anything, Qiu Hongsheng gestured again and said, "Lin Feain, because you disobeyed military orders last night, from now on, you are no longer a doctor in the safe zone and will no longer enjoy the benefits of a doctor. However, given your special abilities, I can give you another chance. As long as you sit down now, you won't be expelled from the safe zone. The choice is yours." Qiu Hongsheng's move was extremely ruthless. If Lin Feain chose to stand, she would be expelled from the safe zone, but if she sat down at this moment, she would naturally be caught in the middle and despised by everyone. Upon hearing this, Lin Feain was initially terrified, then breathed a sigh of relief. Since Qiu Hongsheng was willing to give her this chance, it meant that Qiu Hongsheng, or rather the military, still valued her abilities. So, as long as she performs well in the future, she won't have trouble becoming a doctor again. As for those poor souls who are about to be expelled, she can't do anything about it. Just as she was about to sit down, she suddenly saw a soldier walk up to her. Startled, she glared at him warily and asked, "What do you want?" The soldier glanced at her disdainfully, then reached out to remove the doctor's medal from her chest. She instinctively tried to back away, but the soldier had already swiftly grabbed the medal, deftly removing it, then scoffed disdainfully and muttered, "Someone like you who deserts in the face of battle can be a doctor?" He then left, leaving Lin Feain staring in shock at his departing figure, her heart unable to calm down for a long time. How could he treat her like this? Chapter 195, Giving You a Chance. Before Lin Feain could react, she suddenly heard Qiu Hongsheng's malicious voice again. "What? Miss Lin, are you planning to leave the safe zone with them?" His words jolted Lin Feain back to reality. She hesitated for a moment, then quickly sat down. Before sitting, she whispered to the person standing next to her, "Don't worry, I will definitely find a way to protect you. I will never let them kick you out of the safe zone." She gave the man a reassuring look and sat down with a clear conscience, unaware that he sneered disdainfully. Trust her? Did he think she was a fool? The man thought dismissively, then shouted, "General Qiu! General Song! General Li! I know I was wrong. I'm willing to accept the new regulations. Give me another chance. I'm willing to accept military training. Please give me another chance. I really know I was wrong." His words alerted the others standing there. They realized their mistake and also shouted, saying they knew they were wrong and hoped the military would give them another chance. Then all those about to be expelled began to shout this. At first, the voices were chaotic, but gradually they became unified. These people unanimously admitted their mistakes, their expressions shifting from initial panic and resentment to earnestness. If initially they were only admitting their mistakes to survive, once these words were spoken, their mindset gradually changed. Both their expressions and voices revealed sincerity. They were genuinely willing to accept training and go out to hunt zombies. Upon hearing this, those who were still seated began to speak up for them. Yes, give them a chance. Give them a chance. Give them a chance. Then those who were standing also became obedient, saying one after another, "Yes, we know we were wrong. Please give us a chance." Gradually, all the voices converged, deafening and soaring into the sky. These people weren't particularly strong, or rather, their physical constitution was actually quite good. They were simply afraid, which was why they hadn't dared to go out. But at this moment, after they spoke their hearts out, listening to their own voices, a surge of pride arose within them. It's just killing zombies, right? Others can do it, why can't they? We're all human, what are they afraid of? Qiu Hongsheng didn't speak, but General Song and General Li stepped forward simultaneously. General Song asked, "Are you all really willing to accept the new regulations of the safe zone? To undergo military training? And then go out to hunt zombies?" Everyone shouted in unison, "Yes, we are willing." General Song then said, "Good. Since you are willing, then we will give you this chance again. I hope you don't forget what you just said. Follow the arrangements, undergo training, and go out to hunt zombies." Everyone shouted in unison again, "Kill zombies! Kill zombies! Kill zombies!" General Li raised his hands, palms down, and gently pressed them down. "Quiet!" Everyone quickly quieted down. Then he continued, "I hope you won't blame General Qiu. He said that on purpose to test you, to see your character, not to really drive you out of the safe zone. But I still have to say this. The situation is extremely dire. The number of zombies roaming outside the safe zone is increasing. And last night they attacked the city. You all know that. Although we managed to protect the safe zone this time, what about next time? And the time after that? We're forcing you into military service and military training not for our own benefit, but to give you the power to kill zombies so that survive as long as you can. Only if everyone can fight and kill zombies can we protect the safe zone, have a chance to wipe out the zombies outside, and restore our peaceful and tranquil lives. Now tell me, do you want to starve every day? Or do you want to feed yourselves and your families? Do you want to live a precarious, aimless, and apathetic life? Or do you want to take your destiny into your own hands? Do you want to live this life of constant fear? Or do you want a peaceful and tranquil life without the threat of death? Tell me." Hearing these words, everyone's expressions gradually changed. Although they had just spoken of killing zombies, it was only supported by a surge of passion and willpower. However, that was clearly not enough. Their mindset had to be completely changed. A firm belief in will had to be planted in their hearts to truly transform them and make them accept the brutal military training from the bottom of their hearts, to go out and hunt zombies, and not to desert or even give up because of hardship and danger. Now, after hearing General Li's words, they couldn't help but recall the peaceful days before the apocalypse. The people here come from all walks of life. Some were once wealthy, while others struggled at the bottom, toiling daily for a living. But no matter how hard their past lives were, at least they had enough to eat and wear, and a safe place to stay. They didn't have to worry day and night about man-eating monsters bursting into their homes and devouring them, nor did they have to go hungry all the time. They used to complain about their lives in various ways, but after truly experiencing the cruel apocalypse, they suddenly realized how fortunate they had been. Now their only thought is to kill all the zombies outside and get life back on track. Perhaps their mindset will change again in the future, but at least for this moment, they all have a firm belief and a goal to survive. The three generals were satisfied with the outcome. Qiu Hongsheng stepped forward and said, "Now that everyone understands, let me tell you something else. Recruitment registration has begun. After the meeting, you can go to the mission hall to register and share your identity information. Training starts tomorrow. During training, everyone participating will receive a meal. But this meal isn't free. It's an advance payment. The bill will be recorded on your ID card, and you'll have to pay it back gradually when you participate in missions." Everyone quickly accepted this condition. They understood the value of food. Even if the military didn't want to give it away for free, they were already very happy to receive an advance. They were constantly hungry, so having food was a relief. The three generals had been worried about potential objections and had even prepared solutions for such situations, but they hadn't expected the people to accept it so readily without any opposition. They secretly breathed a sigh of relief and then brought up another matter: the disturbance caused by someone taking advantage of the situation the previous night. This time it wasn't Qiu Hongsheng who spoke, but General Li. He said, "All right, everyone now knows that last night some people took advantage of the chaos, not only stealing supplies from those who had contributed, but also attempting to ambush the army. The instigators are all here now. I hope everyone remembers what they did, and remembers not to make the same mistakes. Your enemies are the zombies outside, not your own people. Anyone who dares to harm their own people will be severely punished. Hearing this, all eyes turned to the bound prisoners. These prisoners weren't all the people, only a portion of them. Several thousand people were arrested last night. Those who stole, and those who planned to challenge the military and seize control of the safe zone. The more important leaders were all here. The rest were sent outside the safe zone to build fortifications. Previously, there hadn't been any large-scale zombie attacks on the city. Only scattered zombies had wandered outside the safe zone, making them easy to deal with. Furthermore, everyone had been busy searching for supplies in the city, so only the protective walls had been constructed. At that time, the higher-ups didn't realize how quickly the zombies could advance and how terrifying their strength would be. They simply thought the existing walls were sufficient. However, last night's events served as a wake-up call, making them realize they must urgently construct fortifications outside the safe zone. Otherwise, another zombie attack would be far too dangerous. Therefore, the higher-ups specifically gathered a large number of people to construct fortifications outside the safe zone, both to thicken the walls and to dig deep pits outside them. All the excavated soil was utilized by Earth Elemental ability users to thicken the walls or create earth spikes and traps in the pits. Additionally, a drawbridge was installed outside the walls, normally retracted and flush against the wall. Only in emergencies requiring passage through the safe zone would the drawbridge be lowered, placed over the traps, forming a safe passage. Previously, only one gate was open for entry and exit in the entire safe zone. Now, 4 gates have been opened, and except for the road at the entrance, the rest have been dug into deep pits. The swamp that Fong Yusen created earlier has not disappeared, nor has the higher-ups ordered it to be filled in. Instead, it has been deliberately left as a natural trap. Because more and more zombies are appearing outside the safe zone, building fortifications outside has naturally become a dangerous task. Fortunately, since it's outside the safe zone, and there are dedicated personnel protecting them, safety is relatively guaranteed. However, not everyone is willing to do this kind of task. Therefore, the prisoners captured last night were directly taken out and dispersed outside the safe zone, specifically tasked with digging pits. Those digging the pits will stay inside, making escape difficult in case of danger, arguably the most dangerous task. Originally, the remaining leaders were also to be taken out to work. However, before taking them out, the higher-ups intentionally showed them to the residents of the safe zone as a warning to others. Chapter 196. The Virgin Mary is an illness it needs curing. The rest was much simpler, since the difficult parts had already been resolved. The 3 generals didn't speak, but had a soldier read out the crimes committed by these individuals and their punishments. Currently, the safe zone was short-handed, so despite their egregious behavior, the higher-ups didn't intend to execute them. Instead, they were subjected to long-term labor reform and all their property was confiscated, including supplies, crystal cores, housing and credit points on their identity cards. Even their contribution points became negative. The ordinary people among them were tasked with building fortifications outside the safe zone, or cleaning up the battlefield, piling up zombie corpses and burning them. It was arguably the hardest and most tiring work, though not the most dangerous. The tasks of the ability users were different. After building the fortifications, they were incorporated into combat teams to hunt zombies daily. They could keep the crystal cores they obtained. Besides that, the military would only provide them with basic food and water. They wouldn't receive any credit points or supplies as rewards, only contribution points. Their labor reform would only end when their contribution points reached a positive number. Depending on the difficulty and danger of the mission, the contribution points and basic food allocation varied. In short, to improve their lives and regain their freedom sooner, the only option was to hunt zombies. The more zombies they killed, the greater the rewards. Such punishment was clearly extremely harsh. However, after hearing the punishment, no one felt sympathy for the criminals. They were secretly relieved that they hadn't acted impulsively and done something foolish. Lin Feain looked at the criminals who hung their heads and remained silent. Seeing their ashen faces after hearing the punishment, her sympathy surged again. She didn't sympathize with those who attacked the army, but the punishment for those who were merely thieves was far too severe. She felt she had to do something. Just then General Li asked, "Are you willing to accept these punishments?" The criminals were all ordered to squat on the ground. Their hands were tied behind their backs, and they squatted there. Some had been punished the night before, their bodies bruised and battered, and they hadn't slept well, leaving them listless. They looked extremely pitiful. After the punishment was read, their heads drooped even lower. It would be impossible for them to say they had no thoughts at all, but these men weren't stupid. They knew very well that going against the military would only lead to their own downfall. At least they weren't going to die now. If they didn't know what was good for them and angered the military, they would be driven out of the safe zone. Without weapons and supplies, they would truly be doomed. At least, due to manpower shortages, the military wouldn't deliberately send them out to their deaths. Of course, they wouldn't willingly accept this punishment. It was merely a temporary measure. As for the future, they would plan carefully, and there would always be a turning point. So, after General Li asked, they were about to shake their heads, indicating that they had no objections. But just then they heard a woman say, "They will not accept such a harsh punishment, nor should they accept it." Upon hearing this voice, the beasts in the prisoners' hearts began to run wild. Where did this stinking woman come from talking nonsense? They accept it. They accept it too much. All the prisoners looked up and saw that Lin Feain had already stood up. Everyone around her was seated, and her standing up made her stand out conspicuously. Everyone around her silently looked at her. No one expected her to cause trouble again. The three generals' expressions also darkened slightly. They were already furious about Lin Fein's disobedience. Most of the people fighting the zombies last night were their elite troops. Because Lin Feain hadn't gone, these men almost died from the virus infection. Fortunately, Fong Yusen happened to have the sap of a mutated plant that could purify the zombie virus, saving them. And yet, before they could even deal with this woman, she kept jumping out to show off her presence. Even a clay figure has some spirit. These three generals, having held high positions for many years, were not saints. They simply didn't want to argue with a woman like Lin Feain. But that didn't mean they would generously forgive her repeated offenses. Previously, when they heard that Lin Feain always clashed with Fong Yusen, they at most thought Lin Feain was crazy, but they weren't really angry. After all, it was Fong Yusen she was provoking, not them. Now, after Lin Feain repeatedly provoked them, they finally understood how disgusting it was to have a clown constantly jumping around in front of them. And this person always had a self-righteous attitude, acting like she represented justice with a "I'm right, you're all wrong" attitude. It was simply incomprehensible. Lin Feain spoke quickly. They only stole the supplies of those with supernatural abilities because they couldn't survive. It wasn't intentional. Can't we give them a chance to reform? Who hasn't made mistakes? Why treat them so harshly? The three generals didn't bother arguing with her. General Li directly asked the prisoners, "You think so too? Do you think you did nothing wrong?" Because he was extremely angry. His voice sounded particularly dangerous. These prisoners, who had already been disciplined, were very obedient. They knew he was about to explode with anger and hurriedly shook their heads, saying, "We absolutely don't think so. We were wrong. We are willing to accept punishment." The three generals watched this scene with satisfaction, and then General Song said, "Since that's the case, then..." Before he could finish, Lin Feain interrupted him. "Wait. They weren't doing this voluntarily. You forced them." She then anxiously addressed the criminals. "Don't worry, I won't let you suffer. I will definitely fight for your basic rights. I will help you avoid this unjust punishment." Finally, feeling too isolated, Lin Feain turned to those around her and said, "What do you all think? These people were forced into this situation. Such harsh punishment is too unfair to them. We should help them." This time everyone, the military, the surrounding residents, and even the criminals themselves, looked at Lin Feain with a "you're meddling" expression. The criminals especially wanted her to shut up. If Lin Feain truly had the ability to help them avoid punishment, that would be one thing, but unfortunately, she only knew how to cause trouble. If she intervened, she would only make things worse. They weren't stupid. One of the fat men squinted dangerously at Lin Feain, inwardly cursing her as an idiot, and said aloud, "Miss Lin, please stop making trouble. We all know we were wrong about last night. If you have any complaints about the military, that's your own business. You can talk to them directly." Please don't use us as an excuse. If you really pity us, please don't drag us into this mess. The fat man said this deliberately, with no good intentions whatsoever. He wasn't a kind person either. If Lin Feain hadn't offended the military or made things worse, he might have been grateful. But she had completely offended them. Even if she genuinely wanted to help them, what would the military think? Would they hold a grudge? So even if Lin Feain sincerely wanted to help, he wouldn't feel the slightest bit of gratitude towards her. By saying this, he deliberately misinterpreted Lin Feain's good intentions as her having dark intentions, being dissatisfied with the military, and using this as an excuse to cause trouble. Upon hearing this, Lin Feain's face turned pale. She stared wide-eyed at the fat man who had spoken, and then she suddenly realized that the criminal's eyes were filled with disgust, not the gratitude she had imagined. She was stunned, unable to understand what was going on. She was clearly trying to help these people, so why were they treating her like this? Why weren't they grateful at all, but instead hated her? What was happening? She looked bewildered and stammered, I just wanted to help you. She was pretty, and her bewildered appearance did have a touch of pitifulness, but after witnessing her unreasonable behavior, no one felt any pity for her. Especially those who had almost been kicked out of the safe zone. They had already despised Lin Feain when she sat down, and now, seeing her pitiful appearance, they didn't feel sorry for her at all, but instead thought she was deliberately feigning helplessness. Lin Feain was genuinely bewildered and helpless. Then, as if she had thought of something, her gaze gradually hardened. She looked at the prisoners and said, even if you don't understand me, I still want to say that I genuinely want to help you. You don't need to feel pressured. I'm just doing what I think is right, and I don't ask for anything in return. However, no one paid her any attention. General Song immediately announced that the criminal should be taken away, and then the meeting adjourned. Lin Feain panicked and tried to chase after him. However, the people around her deliberately stood up at this moment, and seeing her about to chase after him, they intentionally tripped her. Lin Feain was focused on the direction General Song had left in and didn't pay attention to her footing. She tripped and fell. Then the people around her scattered, and someone even deliberately stomped on her. Lin Feain suffered several ambushes, but fortunately, those people were careful and didn't intentionally target her vitals. In the end, she was only injured and not in mortal danger. When everyone around her had dispersed, she looked again, and both the criminals and the three generals were gone. Lin Feain lay helplessly on the ground, covered in several footprints, looking extremely disheveled. Chapter 197. A glimmer of hope amidst despair. When Lin Feain left, her face was extremely grim. Her good intentions had been discarded like trash, and everyone treated her with contempt. She clearly possessed the ability to purify the zombie virus and had healed so many people. Why were they treating her like this? The more Lin Feain thought about it, the angrier she became, and she lost all interest in helping the prisoners. She now understood that her words were useless, and if she angered the military, her life would likely become even more difficult. She prepared to return to her lodgings but suddenly remembered that she was out of food. So she went to the safe store instead. When she arrived, she suddenly remembered that the prices had gone up. Remembering the new regulations she had just heard, she felt uneasy. But she was out of food at home, and if she didn't buy something she would starve. But as soon as she entered, she found that the prices had been updated. Frustrated, she picked out a few relatively inexpensive and filling items, and when she took out her ID card to pay, she was told that her account had been frozen, and she had to go to the account center to unfreeze it before she could use it again. Lin Feain was stunned. What happened? Why is my account frozen? She looked at the clerk in the safe store suspiciously, suspecting that the clerk was lying to her. The clerk's smile vanished, and she looked at Lin Feain with hostility, saying loudly, Miss Lin Feain, don't you know? Because you disobeyed military orders last night and caused huge losses to the military, the credit points and contribution points in your account have been cleared. The account has also been frozen. Furthermore, from now on, you will not enjoy any discounts when shopping in the safe store. What? Lin Feain exclaimed, her eyes glaring fiercely at the clerk. How could you do this to me? The clerk met her gaze without fear, laughing mockingly. It's no use telling me this. This is the order from above. If you're dissatisfied, you can go and argue with the higher-ups. But if I were you, I wouldn't do such a stupid thing. For your desertion last night, the higher-ups are already being very merciful by only deducting the credit points and contribution points from your account. Her boyfriend had been injured and infected with the zombie virus while fighting zombies last night. If it weren't for Fong Yusen, her boyfriend would probably already be. If Lin Feain weren't a doctor, it would be one thing if she didn't enjoy the benefits of being a doctor. But she was clearly enjoying the privileges of a doctor, yet she disobeyed orders at a crucial moment, deserted her post and almost killed her boyfriend. How could she tolerate that? What gave this woman the right to think that everyone should revolve around her, and that no matter what she did wrong, no one should hold it against her? Lin Feain's face grew increasingly grim. She knew that continuing to argue with this saleswoman would be pointless. This person was just a low-level saleswoman. How could she possibly influence the opinions of the higher-ups? So she gave the saleswoman a cold look, snorted and turned to leave. Other people nearby were also selecting goods and witnessed this scene. However, after learning Lin Feain's identity, they felt no sympathy for her whatsoever. Although some felt sorry for her, they only thought about it in their hearts and didn't dare to actually stand up for her and challenge the anger of the crowd. Before, Lin Feain hadn't considered actually confronting the higher-ups, but now she had no choice but to. She still had a considerable amount of credit points and even more contribution points in her account. How could she tolerate having them all wiped out like that? Those were things she had earned through hard work saving lives. They were what she deserved. Why should those people take them all from her? In fact, she had received not only credit points and contribution points as rewards for saving lives, but also a considerable number of crystal cores. Although the military had cleared her account's credit points and contribution points, they hadn't made her hand over all the crystal cores she had earned. After all, she was an ability user, and those crystal cores were also the fruits of her labor. However, Lin Feain was not satisfied. She still didn't think she had done anything wrong. There were still so many doctors around, and Fong Yusen had the materials to purify the zombie virus. What difference did it make whether she went or not? Even if she didn't go, those people were still saved, weren't they? She didn't consider that with so many wounded, losing one doctor would make the task even more difficult for the other doctors. Last night, almost all the doctors were exhausted. Even Fong Yusen was too tired to move after running around 3 temporary hospitals. At a time when everyone was so busy, time was of the essence, and life and death were at stake. She deserted her post. How could she not be despicable? Lin Feain hesitated for a moment, then decided to go find General Song. He was generally considered to have the best temper among the 3 generals, looking like a kind and gentle old man, unlike the other 2 generals who had such a strong presence. However, after finally finding the place, she was stopped at the gate by a soldier on duty. "Sorry, the general will not see you. Please leave." Lin Feain was unwilling to give up so easily. Her eyes darted around and she shoved the soldier, trying to rush in. However, she had only taken 3 steps when she heard a series of soft click-click-click sounds, the sound of bullets being chambered. There were 2 heavily armed soldiers guarding the gate, and both of their guns were pointed at Lin Feain. The dark muzzles of the guns gave her a strong sense of danger. Lin Feain had a feeling that if she moved rashly, they would really shoot. She swallowed hard, somewhat helplessly, saying, "I just want to see General Song, I mean no harm." The soldier remained unmoved, his voice stern with a hidden warning. "The general will not see you, please leave." Lin Feain pursed her lips. She was unwilling to leave like this. But forcing her way in was clearly out of the question. These people would really shoot. So she said, "Then I'll wait at the door. If the general doesn't see me, I'll wait here until he's willing to see me." Upon hearing this, the 2 soldiers' expressions darkened further, and then one of them grinned menacingly. "You can wait if you want, but only from a distance of 100 meters. Now please step back within 100 meters, or don't blame us for being impolite." Since her supernatural abilities mutated, Lin Feain had never been treated so rudely. She muttered under her breath, "This is outrageous," but ultimately didn't dare risk her life and obediently stepped back 100 meters. After she left, another soldier frowned and said with dissatisfaction, "Why didn't you just send her away? Making her stand here like this is unacceptable." Soldier glanced at him speechlessly. Look at her like that, what good would it do if I told her to leave? Let her wait if she wants to. The general isn't going out anyway, what's there to worry about? Soldier B thought about it and agreed with him. He muttered, what bad luck, and ignored Lin Feain, who was standing far away, continuing to stand guard. It was almost noon. Lin Feain hadn't eaten much that morning. With 2 more people suddenly in the house, their food supply was already limited, and after sharing, she had very little to eat. Gradually, she felt unbearably hungry. Rubbing her stomach, she looked at the villa not far away, wishing the people inside would come out quickly. After a while, someone finally came out, but it wasn't the person she was expecting. It was 2 heavily armed soldiers who had come out to relieve the guard. It was lunchtime and they had already eaten, so they came out to let the 2 soldiers outside go in for lunch. Gradually, the aroma of food wafted from the villa, tormenting Lin Feain's keen sense of smell. Soon her stomach began to rebel. She was unbearably hungry, and seeing that the people inside showed no sign of coming out, she hesitated for a moment before stepping forward again. She had originally hoped to try her luck and see if she could get in, or at least get a free meal. Little did she know that the 2 newly arrived soldiers were no pushovers either. They not only treated her coldly but were also extremely rude. Lin Feain was already starving, and this unfair treatment nearly made her explode with anger. She said indignantly, I just want to see General Song, why are you stopping me? You didn't even inform him, how do you know General Song won't see me? The soldier smiled insincerely, Miss Lin, please go back. The general already instructed us that he won't see you. Lin Feain was so angry she couldn't speak. The aroma of food wafting from the villa tormented her stomach, driving her almost mad. Hunger is unbearable. But what's even more unbearable is smelling food when you're starving but can't eat it. She decided not to wait any longer and went to try somewhere else. After all, her abilities were still there. Even if General Song couldn't see them, someone else would. She hadn't gone far when she saw a man in an officer's uniform smiling and walking towards her. Clearly, this man was coming for her. Lin Feain was initially delighted, then wary. What did this man want with her? However, despite her worries, she chose to stay and see what this person's purpose was. She was now cornered, and she couldn't afford to miss any opportunity. Just then the man approached her. He smiled gently, a smile so warm it instantly made Lin Feain feel as if she were enveloped in the winter sun. She had suffered so much neglect and was almost in despair. This man's appearance was like a ray of sunshine breaking through the gloom. How could she not be moved? The man smiled and said, Miss Lin generally wishes to see you. I'll take you there. While his smile remained gentle, his tone carried a subtle, unyielding force. Lin Feain was still immersed in his gentle trap, and didn't notice the inappropriateness in his tone. She was overjoyed inside, but outwardly she simply nodded reservedly. Okay, lead the way. Chapter 198, The Chiu Family's Scheme. After the meeting, Chiu Hongsheng went straight home. When he arrived, he saw Zhou Fanghua sitting on the sofa in the living room, looking at a thick photo album. A vein on his forehead throbbed, and he instinctively slowed his steps, afraid of accidentally triggering Zhou Fanghua's sensitive nerves and causing her to become hysterical again. Zhou Fanghua suddenly looked up and glanced quickly at the cautious Chiu Hongsheng, a look that made him feel incredibly awkward, giving him a strange feeling of guilt. His lips twitched slightly, and he simply stopped avoiding her, unbuttoning his shirt as he walked to the sofa and sat down. As he sat down, he pulled open his crisp military uniform, leaned back against the sofa, and sighed comfortably. Looking at her youthful face in the photo album, Zhou Fanghua touched her wrinkled face and sighed. Hongsheng, my face is rough and wrinkled. There isn't even a beauty salon in this safe zone. What am I going to do? Chiu Hongsheng rolled his eyes inwardly, speechless. What time is it now? Last night, zombies almost broke in, he was nearly killed, and she's still thinking about beauty treatments. He didn't bother to reply, but his gaze involuntarily drifted to Zhou Fanghua's face. He immediately noticed that Zhou Fanghua looked much older, lacking her former radiance. The couple always paid attention to their appearance, choosing the finest food and supplies. They had a professional nutritionist to create healthy and nutritious meals, and a carefully selected chef with excellent culinary skills. He, being the man, was somewhat better off. Zhou Fenghua lived an even more refined life, employing a professional makeup artist and beauty consultant, and having someone coordinate her clothes every day. So no matter the occasion, Zhou Fenghua's makeup and clothing were always perfect. Although she was over 50, she looked remarkably young, as if she were only in her 30s, not even 40. Besides her makeup and clothing, her demeanor was impeccable. She was clearly a well-educated and cultured lady. Qiu Hongsheng was naturally very satisfied with his wife, who always made him look good. Even if he occasionally had affairs and kept mistresses, he would never allow them to appear in front of Zhou Fenghua, lest they embarrass her. However, after the apocalypse, Zhou Fenghua gradually became irrational. Without a professional makeup artist and stylist, her makeup and outfits were no longer as perfect. Her skin aged rapidly, losing its former radiance. Qiu Hongsheng, who faced Zhou Fenghua every day, was acutely aware of her changes, but previously, busy with other matters and also aging himself, he subconsciously avoided this harsh reality. Now, with Zhou Fenghua speaking, he was suddenly struck by the realization that Zhou Fenghua had aged so much. Then, he subconsciously thought of himself. Then he heard Zhou Fenghua say, "Look, you're old now, like an old man, so ugly." She then frowned in disgust, her mind replaying what Qiu Hongsheng looked like before the apocalypse. Qiu Hongsheng felt a pang of unease. Whether man or woman, once they get older, they become very concerned about their health. He had previously taken good care of himself, looking like he was only in his early 40s. Handsome and dashing, mature and steady, he possessed a fatal attraction for women. Therefore, Qiu Hongsheng had always felt he was in his prime. Now, suddenly hearing Zhou Fenghua say he was an old man, how could he bear it? He almost immediately darkened his face and said unhappily, "You should worry about yourself first. See if you can get rid of those wrinkles on your face. You look like an old woman, so ugly." He then stood up, preparing to go upstairs. Zhou Fenghua's face turned ashen with anger. Then she suddenly said, "Hongsheng, you said wood-type ability users can accelerate plant growth and heal the wounded. Can they make us young again?" Qiu Hongsheng stopped going upstairs, turned around and looked at Zhou Fenghua warily, instinctively sensing that she was up to something again. Worried that Zhou Fenghua might do something reckless, he warned, "We're not wood-type ability users. How can we explain their abilities? The current situation is already very unfavorable for the Qiu family. Don't get involved." His tone was unusually stern, and Zhou Fenghua was startled, staring at Qiu Hongsheng in astonishment, unable to understand why he would speak to her in such a tone. She pursed her lips, then slammed the thick photo album she was holding onto the coffee table. The album was a hardcover type, with a thick, sturdy cover, and was particularly heavy, making a loud thud as it hit the coffee table. Qiu Hongsheng's brows furrowed tightly, veins throbbing on his forehead. He pointed at Zhou Fenghua and snapped, "Are you out of your mind?" Just then Qiu Yiming walked in. His expression was grim. His gaze swept quickly across the photo album on the coffee table. Then he glanced at Zhou Fenghua, who was trembling with anger and unable to speak. Finally, he looked at Qiu Hongsheng and said, "Dad, you know Mom's been in a bad mood lately. Why are you arguing with her? We've been married for so long, do you have to make things so ugly? If word gets out, what will people think of our Qiu family? What will they think of you, Dad?" Qiu Hongsheng sighed. He wasn't the kind of useless man who would take his anger out on his wife. He usually treated Zhou Fenghua with great respect. But lately, Zhou Fenghua had become increasingly unreasonable, and he was under a lot of pressure, so he was losing his temper. Qiu Yiming didn't want to argue with Qiu Hongsheng about this either. As her son, he could say a few words, but interfering too much was not good. Seeing that Qiu Hongsheng knew he was wrong, he didn't press the matter further. Instead, he turned to Zhou Fenghua and said, "Mom, too many things have happened in the safe zone lately, and Dad is under a lot of pressure. He didn't mean to be angry with you. Please be understanding. Didn't you always teach me that Dad has a hard time out there?" Zhou Fenghua, who was initially furious, couldn't continue her tirade after hearing Qiu Yiming's words. She glared at Qiu Yiming and gently scolded, I was just talking to your dad. Nothing's wrong. Why are you making such a fuss? I've lived for so many years, what don't I know? Do you need to lecture me?" After she finished speaking, she laughed. Her laughter was gentle, and her demeanor became more refined. Qiu Hongsheng and Qiu Yiming exchanged a glance, both feeling a pang of emotion. This Zhou Fenghua suddenly gave them a feeling of returning to the pre-apocalyptic world. Back then their family was just like that, filled with warmth and happiness. Family members spoke softly to each other and never argued. But with the arrival of the apocalypse, everything changed. Arguments gradually began to appear in the family, and the arguments became more and more frequent. Zhou Fenghua's emotions gradually became unstable, and she would become hysterical if provoked. Qiu Hongsheng quickly suppressed his recollection and said to Qiu Yiming, "Come to the study with me, I have something to tell you." Zhou Fenghua watched the father and son go to the study, and her heart suddenly skipped a beat. She frowned, unable to help but wonder. What did Qiu Hongsheng want to say to Qiu Yiming? Was there something he couldn't let her know? The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she became, so she stood up and quietly went upstairs. She was wearing slippers with very soft soles, making no sound at all. Even so, she was still very careful, slowly climbing the stairs step by step, afraid of making the slightest noise. In the study, Qiu Hongsheng sat in his executive chair, his coat already off, revealing a military green shirt underneath. Qiu Yiming stood in front of him, separated by a solid wood desk. Qiu Hongsheng didn't intend to beat around the bush with his son and asked directly, "What do you think about Xin? I want the truth." Qiu Yiming looked at him, puzzled, unable to understand why Qiu Hongsheng would suddenly mention Fong Yusen. Then he suddenly remembered what happened last night. During the zombie siege, Fong Yusen had really stole the show. Whether in combat or healing, her skills were enough to make many people look up to her. He suddenly understood why Qiu Hongsheng had asked that question. He simply had his eye on Fong Yusen. So he said, "Xin is my fiancé. We should have gotten married during the National Day holiday, and I will never forget that." Qiu Hongsheng knew that Qiu Yiming understood his meaning, and he smiled with satisfaction. "Good. As expected of my son. However, given the current circumstances, waiting until National Day would be too late. I plan to go to the Fong family this afternoon to set your wedding date, and it would be best to get married as soon as possible." He paused here, then his expression darkened slightly and he continued, "As for Bai Qianqian, even if he really is related to Xin by blood, so what? Xin isn't that kind of girl. You don't need to care about Bai Qianqian. Bai Ye's family is in Beishur. He can't stay in Shangshur forever. When he leaves, he will definitely take Bai Qianqian with him. Then, there will be no obstacle between you and Xin." Qiu Yiming didn't speak. He hadn't told Qiu Hongsheng and Zhou Fenghua about Fong Yusen's proposal to break off the engagement and return the engagement ring to him last time. He knew in his heart that as long as Bai Yi and Bai Qianqian were around, Fong Yusen wouldn't obediently marry him. However, Qiu Hongsheng couldn't know about this. He didn't want his family to worry, and even less did he want them to dislike Fong Yusen because of it. Besides, he was a grown man. He could handle his own relationships. If he let his family get involved and help him deal with Bai Yi, he would despise himself. Worried that Qiu Hongsheng's visit to the Fong family that afternoon would end badly, he quickly said, "Dad, let's put this on hold for now. Xin has some misunderstandings about me. I want to explain things to her first before discussing marriage. Otherwise, Uncle Fong and Aunt Chu definitely won't agree." Qiu Hongsheng's face darkened further, his voice seemingly brewing a terrible storm. "Are you referring to Fong Mingao? Her existence is indeed a problem." Chapter 199. A difficult choice. Upon hearing this, Qiu Yiming felt a bad premonition. He tentatively asked, "Dad, you mean?" Qiu Hongsheng said with a gloomy face, "Fong Mingao can't be kept alive. As for that thing on her, if we arrest her, surely we can get the information out of her." He shook his head at Qiu Yiming, his tone somewhat disappointed. "Yiming, you're too soft-hearted. You should have arrested her when you discovered this secret. If it weren't for this woman, how could Xin have fallen out of love with you?" Qiu Yiming's expression changed. Qiu Hongsheng's lesson filled him with shame. However, he also had concerns. He had a vague feeling that he couldn't use force without knowing Fong Mingyao's secret, otherwise things would become very difficult. So these past few days, he had been secretly probing, not resorting to force. Moreover, Qiu Hongsheng was wrong. Although Fong Yusen was indeed dissatisfied with him because of Fong Mingao, The real culprit behind their current situation was Bai Yi and Bai Qianqian. If it weren't for these two people, how could Fong Yusen have fallen out of love with him? The thought that Fong Yusen might have fallen for Bai Yi made his heart feel like it was being ripped apart. He clenched his fists, reason and emotion clashing at that moment. Choosing reason, what he should do now was not rashly propose to Fong Yusen, but rather repair their relationship, find a way to gain Fong Mingao's trust, get what she had, and secretly eliminate Bai Yi. Of course, it would be even better if he could eliminate Bai Qianqian as well. But emotionally, the word marriage held a huge temptation for him. He wished he could marry Fong Yusen right now, become a legal couple, let everyone know that Fong Yusen was his woman, and then openly deal with those who coveted Fong Yusen. This was an extremely difficult and painful choice. If he chose reason, the marriage would be delayed for a long time. After all, Fong Mingao wasn't stupid. Gaining her trust and tricking her into revealing his secrets wouldn't be easy. It would take a considerable amount of time. Qiu Yiming felt conflicted. He suddenly felt annoyed by Fong Mingao's change. If she were still that timid little girl, he was confident that even after marrying Fong Yusen, he could easily control her and make her obedient. But this woman had changed. She had become much more difficult to deal with than before. Qiu Yiming would have to be much more patient to gain her trust. Qiu Hongsheng kept looking at Qiu Yiming without saying a word. Until Qiu Yiming suddenly raised his eyes, the struggle in them vanished without a trace, leaving only unwavering determination. Only then did he smile with satisfaction. "I suppose you've already made your decision?" "That's right," Qiu Yiming said. But his words were not what Qiu Hongsheng had expected. "Dad, I've made up my mind. Please leave this matter entirely to me. I've decided to postpone the wedding for now. Let's deal with Fong Mingao first and get what she has." Qiu Hongsheng's face darkened, his smile vanished, and he looked at his son in disbelief. "Are you really sure?" In his view, the most urgent matter right now was to marry Fong Yusen. With Fong Yusen's abilities, the benefits she would bring once she married into the Qiu family would be immense. He just couldn't understand why his usually intelligent son couldn't see things this way. What was wrong with him? He looked at Qiu Yiming suspiciously, then suddenly his heart skipped a beat, and he asked nervously, "Yiming, tell me the truth, you don't really like that girl with the dishonorable background Fong Ming, do you?" He deliberately mentioned dishonorable background, to remind Qiu Yiming that Fong Mingao's background was unworthy of marrying into their Qiu family, to warn him not to do anything foolish. Qiu Yiming, realizing Qiu Hongsheng's suspicion, looked helpless and muttered in a low voice, "Dad, your son's taste isn't that bad." Qiu Hongsheng breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Qiu Yiming hadn't lost his mind and actually liked Fong Mingao, that was fine. Then he was puzzled. If Qiu Yiming didn't like Fong Mingao, why wouldn't he marry Fong Yusen? Was it because of Bai Qianqian? But judging from Bai Qianqian's age, he definitely wasn't Fong Yusen's child. In any case, he had practically watched Fong Yusen grow up and knew the Fong family's upbringing very well. He trusted Fong Yusen's character and knew she wasn't the kind of girl who was casual and irresponsible. If she really had had intimate contact with Bai Yi during university and even had a child, she would never abandon the child and say nothing. Moreover, because of the relationship between the Qiu family and the Bai family, he knew perfectly well how Bai Ye's son came to be. Qiu Yiming's constant worry that Fong Yusen would fall for someone else or betray him was just worry blinding him. Qiu Hongsheng glared at Qiu Yiming and said, "You're not still doubting Xin, are you? Don't you know what kind of person she is?" Qiu Yiming shook his head. He had indeed doubted her before because he was worried, but after thinking about it carefully, he knew that Fong Yusen wasn't lying. He said, "No, I believe Xin. But Dad, Fong Mingao isn't easy to deal with. I have a feeling that forcing her won't do any good. It will only make things worse. This matter must be handled slowly." Qiu Hongsheng was extremely disappointed in him. He didn't like Fong Mingao, so he didn't think Fong Mingao had anything really powerful. He felt that Qiu Yiming was overthinking things, so he said, "Don't you want to think about it? Xin made such a big splash last night. I heard that her wood-type ability is already at level 2. I wonder how many people are eyeing her. If you continue like this, aren't you afraid that she will be snatched away?" Just thinking about this possibility made Qiu Hongsheng feel terrible, as if his heart was bleeding. He almost wanted to personally drag Qiu Yiming to the Fong family to find Fong Jintang, and Chu Qianhe to set a wedding date. The best time would be tomorrow. Then the two got married. Fong Yusen married into the Chou family and became a member of the Chou family. In this way, they could make a lot of use out of Fong Yusen's wood-type ability. But Chou Yiming was stubborn and only cared about what Fong Mingao had. He was utterly pathetic. What good things could that woman have that made him so obsessed? Chou Yiming smiled coldly, his fists clenching tightly, making no attempt to hide his killing intent. I want to see who dares to covet her. If anyone dared to covet Fong Yusen, he would kill them. That Bai Yi and his son, he would kill them sooner or later. Seeing that his mind was made up, Chou Hongsheng could only sigh helplessly. Whatever, I hope you won't regret it. Chou Yiming thought about his plan and felt it was foolproof, so he smiled confidently. Your son will never regret it. After I deal with Fong Mingao, I'll marry Xin. That was indeed his plan, and he felt that as long as he eliminated Bai Yi and Bai Qianqian, he and Fong Yusen could definitely go back to how things were before. Of course, the premise was that she couldn't find out. His plan was to wait until Bai Yi and Bai Qianqian left the safe zone. Then he would lead his men to eliminate them without anyone knowing. He actually wanted to marry Fong Yusen as soon as possible, but ever since he discovered last night that Fong Yusen's methods of saving people were extraordinary, he guessed that she might have obtained some kind of remarkable inheritance. Thinking that Fong Yusen was already a level 2 wood-type ability user, while he was stuck at the peak of level 1 and unable to break through, he felt particularly resentful. He was a man, he had his own pride, so he would never allow himself to be outdone by Fong Yusen. Therefore, he must first obtain what Fong Mingao has. Then, he will no longer have to worry about being outdone by Fong Yusen. Seeing that his persuasion was ineffective, Chou Hongsheng ended the topic and began to talk about some things in the safe zone. The father and son discussed it again. Zhou Fenghua, standing outside the door, overheard everything. Her expression shifted constantly before she quietly retreated, leaving the study doorway and silently returning to the living room. She sat on the soft sofa, her hands nervously clasped together on her lap, her fingers fidgeting. She was lost in thought. Because of Chu Qianhe, she disliked Fong Yusen. Before the apocalypse, although she felt some unease, she also thought Fong Yusen's upbringing and background were indeed good. Coupled with Fong Yusen's wealth and Chou Yiming's affection for her, she didn't object to Chou Yiming wanting to marry Fong Yusen. After the apocalypse, all the pent-up resentment exploded. At least their family still had the army, and Chou Yiming had awakened into a superhuman, while the Fong family's assets were all worthless paper and useless data. She felt that Fong Yusen was no longer worthy of being Chou Yiming's wife. She didn't want her son to be dragged down by this woman, Fong Yusen, and her resentment towards her grew even stronger. Later, she and Chou Hongsheng were unable to awaken their superpowers. Just then, rumors circulated in the safe zone that Fong Yusen could help ordinary people awaken their powers, so she reluctantly sought out Fong Yusen, hoping she could help her and her husband awaken their abilities. At the time, Fong Yusen's refusal made her almost loathe and hate her to the extreme, and she often lashed out at Chou Yiming afterward, just to stop him from being so stubborn. However, her husband wanted Chou Yiming to marry Fong Yusen. She took a small mirror from her pocket, looking at her haggard and aged face, and the scales in her heart finally began to tip in one direction. Her husband was right. Fong Yusen currently possessed a level 2 wood-type superpower. Marrying her would be immensely beneficial to both the Chou family and Chou Yiming. Once Fong Yusen became the Chou family's daughter-in-law, she refused to believe that Fong Yusen would dare disobey her, her mother-in-law. Chapter 200. People came to the door. After making up her mind, Zhou Fenghua quickly came to a conclusion. She wasn't stupid. She had previously trapped herself by her own incomprehension. Now, after listening to Chou Hongsheng's words, her thoughts gradually became clearer. If Chou Hongsheng had directly discussed this matter with her, she might not have been able to think it through, and might have even become suspicious, feeling that Chou Hongsheng was deliberately going against her and didn't understand her difficulties. However, because of Chou Yiming, she had been unusually clear-headed and hadn't been swayed by her past stubbornness. She had overheard those words and coincidentally, Chou Yiming hadn't immediately chosen to marry Fong Yusen. Her stubbornness hadn't had a chance to surface and influence her rationality, which made her clearly understand the current situation and the various benefits that Fong Yusen's joining the Cho family would bring. The Cho family's status in the military was now far less than before, and they needed someone to help them. Fong Yusen is the only level 2 Wood-type ability user in the entire safe zone. Once she marries into the Cho family, all the major and minor powers in the safe zone will naturally give the Cho family face. Even General Song and General Li. At this moment, Zhou Fenghua is unaware that because of her, the Cho family has missed out on a tremendous opportunity. When Qiu Hongshang and Qiu Yiming came out of the study, Zhou Fenghua had already composed herself. Taking advantage of Qiu Hongshang's inattention, Qiu Yiming gave Zhou Fenghua a deep look. Seeing that her expression was normal and she didn't seem angry, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He actually knew that Zhou Fenghua was eavesdropping outside. Although Zhou Fenghua's footsteps were very light, they weren't truly silent. The so-called lack of footsteps only applies to the hearing of ordinary people. After an ability user awakens, all 5 senses are enhanced to a corresponding degree. Therefore, when Zhou Fenghua went upstairs, Qiu Yiming noticed the movement. But Qiu Hongshang didn't notice, so he pretended not to know anything. Later, when Qiu Hongshang brought up his marriage to Fong Yusen, he was quite worried, fearing that Zhou Fenghua might suddenly burst in. Fortunately, Zhou Fenghua didn't do that. She didn't rush into the room until they finished talking. This unusual situation made Qiu Yiming feel a little hopeful. He had always felt that Zhou Fenghua used to like Fong Yusen, but after the apocalypse, she couldn't accept it, which made her emotionally unstable and even dislike Fong Yusen. Zhou Fenghua's unusual reaction this time made him even more hopeful. He hoped that Zhou Fenghua would return to her former self and stop being unreasonable and hysterical. Of course, what he hoped for most was that he could mend the relationship between Zhou Fenghua and Fong Yusen. So after going downstairs, he deliberately looked at Zhou Fenghua intently, observing her expression. This observation made him feel that whatever Zhou Fenghua was thinking about, her condition had obviously improved compared to before. This was a good sign. So after lunch, Qiu Yiming said he had something to say to Zhou Fenghua. Zhou Fenghua naturally had no objections, while Qiu Hongshang, sitting to the side, grinned and waved his hand, indicating he wasn't interested in their conversation. Qiu Hongshang had many things to attend to, and he left quickly. Qiu Yiming, wanting to have a heart-to-heart talk with Zhou Fenghua, deliberately stayed a little longer. Zhou Fenghua sat on the sofa, and Qiu Yiming went behind her, attentively massaging her shoulders. He had learned this massage specifically to show filial piety, and his technique was quite professional. His pressure was well controlled, and before long Zhou Fenghua was comfortably squinting her eyes. She chuckled and scolded. "It's only at times like this that you give me a shoulder massage." Qiu Yiming quickly begged for forgiveness, but she didn't take it to heart, saying only, "All right, stop pretending. You're my son, how could I not know you? I'm already content with your filial piety. Didn't you say you had something to tell me? Just say it. Stop beating around the bush." Qiu Yiming immediately massaged even more vigorously, and after a while he said, "Mom, you heard what Dad and I were saying in the study just now, right? What are you thinking?" After he finished speaking, he looked nervously at Zhou Fenghua, waiting for her reaction. Zhou Fenghua turned to look at him, rolled her eyes at him and said unhappily, "So that's why the sun rose in the west today? Our young Master Qiu is actually trying to please this old woman." She deliberately dragged out her words, looking at Qiu Yiming's nervous and flustered appearance with a half-smile. Qiu Yiming was indeed somewhat at a loss. His little scheme had been exposed, and he immediately felt guilty. He had specially learned massage techniques, intending to use them to show his filial piety, but because he was too busy, he rarely massaged Zhou Fenghua's shoulders. Now, having finally done so, it was with a purpose, to please her, not simply out of filial piety. When Zhou Fenghua pointed this out directly, he felt incredibly guilty, realizing how unfilial he had been. Zhou Fenghua patted his hand with a smile, playfully scolding, "You're not a child anymore. I just said a few words to you and you're getting all worked up. It's not a big deal, what's there to worry about? My son is destined for great things. He can't be doing this kind of servant work all day." Although she said this, she sighed inwardly. She couldn't understand how her son, whom she had raised with such care, her pride and joy, had fallen for that girl Fong Yusen. They say a good man's ambition lies in all corners of the world, and a true man has no shortage of wives. With Qiu Yiming's qualities, what kind of woman couldn't he find? Why was he so fixated on that girl surnamed Fong? What was so good about her anyway? Not obedient at all. But thinking of her decision, she suppressed her dissatisfaction and forced a smile in front of Qiu Yiming. She didn't want her precious son to continue worrying. Qiu Yiming carefully observed her expression. Seeing that she didn't seem too angry, he quickly said, "You're my mother, it's only natural for your son to serve you. I didn't have the chance before, but from now on, I'll definitely massage you every day." Zhou Fenghua gently patted him, her smile unstoppable. Although she knew Qiu Yiming definitely wouldn't do it, she was still happy. But the thought that Qiu Yiming was deliberately trying to please her for Fong Yusen made her feel uneasy. Afraid that Qiu Yiming would notice, she smiled again and said, "Don't worry at all. Your mother isn't some kind of stubborn old woman. I don't care who you choose, as long as you like her and she treats you well. I heard what you said earlier, but don't worry, Xin is indeed a good girl. I misjudged her before." Hearing her say this, Qiu Yiming couldn't stop smiling. Since Zhou Fenghua clearly expressed her dislike for Fong Yusen, he had rarely smiled at home, and this was the first time he had shown such a genuine smile. Zhou Fenghua saw this and her feelings were complicated. She had originally agreed to the marriage because of the benefits Fong Yusen would bring. However, if marrying Fong Yusen could make Qiu Yiming happy like this, she was willing to accept this daughter-in-law. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Fenghua was glad that her choice was right. Qiu Yiming was so happy that, in the popular parlance online, happiness came too fast for him to believe. So he ignored the strange look in Zhou Fenghua's eyes. He still had many things to do, and after massaging Zhou Fenghua for a while longer, she sent him away. As soon as he left, Zhou Fenghua returned to her room, chose a beautiful and expensive outfit, and carefully dressed herself. She had specifically brought her high-end cosmetics with her when she fled, but without a professional makeup artist, her own makeup wasn't as perfect as before. In addition, she had aged quite quickly recently, so the final result was rather disappointing, completely incomparable to her former appearance. She sighed at herself in the mirror, but the thought that everything would soon change made her gaze harden. Then, carrying a delicate handbag and wearing flats, she went to the Fong family's house. Since it wasn't far, she walked. She maintained a polite smile the whole way, even rehearsing how she would speak to the Fong family. However, when she reached the Fong family's door, she froze. Loud laughter came from inside, but for a family like theirs, the sound was far too noisy and disrespectful. And judging from the noise, there seemed to be quite a few people in the Fong family. It sounded like they were having a meal together. What was going on? Zhou Fenghua coughed lightly, then frowned in disgust. She really hadn't expected that the Fong family would become like this after only a few days. However, looking at the Fong family's yard full of vegetables and fruits, she couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. In the safe zone, the price of fresh vegetables was ridiculously high, yet even so the supply still couldn't meet the demand. Like the Qiu family, despite their daily rations, they didn't get much fresh vegetables. Unlike the Fong family, whose yard had practically become a vegetable garden. It might be a bit rustic, but the greenery was simply too delightful. The plants nowadays were either mutated or withered and yellow, looking listless. Mutated plants weren't easy to find, and while there were plenty of healthy ones, they all looked lifeless and barely alive. Looking at this vast expanse of green, Zhou Fenghua couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia, thinking that if she married Fong Yusen, her family would at least never have to worry about fresh vegetables again. This thought suddenly reminded her of the Fong family selling their fresh vegetables to General Song, and she felt a pang of resentment. Their two families were in-laws. Why did the Fong family sell their good produce to General Song instead of them? It was blatant disloyalty. Did the Fong family even respect the Qiu family? So she frowned again, waving towards the window, signaling someone to open the door for her. Chapter 201 Disdain. The Yongxing team was eating hot pot in the restaurant. Chan Xiao and the others didn't recognize Zhou Fenghua, but seeing that she was clearly dressed up carefully, they were quite curious and couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. After the apocalypse, everyone's living standards plummeted. Most people didn't even bother with dressing up. Just keeping themselves clean was a feat, given the scarcity of water resources. Unless they were water-based ability users, everyone else had to conserve water. Washing clothes was both water-intensive and time-consuming, so many people simply didn't bother with it. If they had extra clothes, they would throw away dirty ones or wear them over their work clothes. If they didn't have many clothes to begin with, they would just make do with what they had, washing them with the wastewater they had saved up when they got really dirty. Fortunately, the apocalypse had only just begun, and most households had clothes. Besides, clothes weren't like food. They were scarce resources and were sold in safe stores at reasonable prices. So, except for a very few people, most people weren't slovenly. It was just that conditions were so harsh that they had to make do with what they could. Some well-off people, even while fleeing, didn't forget to bring cosmetics and occasionally dress up. Chen Xiao and his group had seen such people while traveling through the safe zone. But Zhou Fenghua was different. Her makeup and clothing were meticulously chosen, and the aura of a wealthy woman she exuded made people uneasy. Even before the apocalypse, Chen Xiao and his group had never seen such a meticulously made-up woman. In this harsh post-apocalyptic world, they had seen even less of her. Such people weren't non-existent. It's just that they hadn't been to the places where they appeared. Zhou Fenghua seemed to live in another world, completely out of place with them. While Chen Xiao and his group were secretly observing her, Fong Yusen had already gotten up and gone to open the door. Chu Qianhe, knowing Zhou Fenghua's character, worried that Fong Yusen would be taken advantage of, so she followed. The two walked quickly to the door, their faces displaying just the right amount of smiles, neither too polite nor too obsequious, naturally poised and confident. Zhou Fenghua frowned slightly. She was quite dissatisfied with Chu Qianhe and Fong Yusen's attitude. Their lack of pleasing was already a form of neglect in Zhou Fenghua's eyes. She had always wanted to outdo Chu Qianhe in matters of marriage. She believed she had far better judgment than Chu Qianhe. Qiu Yiming was a military officer. Even if he didn't wield great power, he at least held real authority. But Feng Jintang? He was just a businessman. No matter how much money he made, he was still at the mercy of others. How could that compare to the satisfaction of holding real power? But she hadn't expected Feng Jintang to expand the Fong family business so much, even becoming the richest man in the market, and the Fong family's wealth was among the top in the country. Unfortunately, most of these assets were stocks and real estate, which would be worthless in the apocalypse. But the Qiu family was different. They still had an army and had continuously recruited many skilled fighters. That was real strength. Chu Qianhe and Fong Yusen were still treating her with the same attitude they had before the apocalypse. Didn't they understand that the world had changed, and the Fong family and the Qiu family were worlds apart in status? Where did they get their confidence from? Zhou Fenghua felt a surge of anger. She looked at Chu Qianhe and Fong Yusen with a critical gaze. She froze at their sight. Then came intense jealousy and rage. What was going on? Chu Qianhe was only 2 years younger than her. Yet she looked like she wasn't even 30. She hadn't looked this young the last time they met. How did Chu Qianhe manage that? Was this the power of a superhuman? Or was it Fong Yusen's doing? Right, Fong Yusen was a wood-type superhuman. Her ability could heal wounds, so maintaining a youthful appearance shouldn't be difficult, right? Zhou Fenghua's guess wasn't wrong. Wood energy was full of vitality. If a person's vitality was strong, they would naturally look younger. Humans age because of the loss of vitality in the body and the aging of cells, which in turn causes the aging of internal organs and muscles. If one could use wood energy to stimulate and restore vitality, it wouldn't just make one look younger. The entire person would be transformed, becoming like a young person. However, to truly achieve this, a large amount of wood energy is required. Even if Fong Yusen possessed such abilities, she would never do it. As the saying goes, possessing a treasure is a crime. And from ancient times to the present, humanity has never given up the pursuit of immortality and youth. Ancient nobles, in their quest for longevity and youth, commissioned elixirs, drank human blood, and even consumed the brains of young boys and girls. They were capable of any cruelty. While modern people aren't as barbaric as the ancients, regardless of gender, those who reach a certain age and have the means will focus on health maintenance, consuming wild animals, rare medicines, or even undergoing surgery to appear younger. Her healing abilities are already noteworthy. If she possessed such abilities, powerful figures across the country, and even the world would likely be eyeing her. Chu Qianhe and Fang Yusen appear young for several reasons. Firstly, they prioritize health and exercise, resulting in robust bodies, unlike the superficially healthy but internally weakened individuals. The marrow-cleansing fruit she gave them not only eliminated impurities, but also strengthened their bodies. Upon awakening their supernatural abilities, their bodies were further enhanced, stimulating their vitality. Combined with subsequent absorption of yuan crystals, their bodies were continuously strengthened, and Fong Yusen's infusion of wood qi further stimulated their life force. The cultivation of supernatural abilities itself transforms the body, and later, through the cleansing of spiritual energy, their vitality became even more vigorous. This cumulative effect resulted in them appearing much younger than before, looking only in their late 20s, not even 30. In fact, not only Chu Qianhe and Fang Yusen, but other supernatural beings also experience physical strengthening during awakening, absorbing yuan crystals, cultivation, and each advancement in their cultivation level. Their blood and qi become more vigorous, their vitality grows stronger, and their overall aura undergoes a dramatic transformation. Those who are older will become much younger after these enhancements, like General Song and General Li. Those who are younger will have more vitality, faster development, and stronger bodies. Zhou Fenghua is an older woman. She is particularly concerned about her awakened supernatural abilities and her appearance and body. She has always secretly regarded Chu Qianhe as a rival, so how could she not be shocked, jealous, and angry when she suddenly became younger? After all, Fong Yusen is the Zhou family's prospective daughter-in-law. She has such abilities, yet she refuses to help Zhou Hongsheng and her. What are her intentions? Zhou Fenghua's carefully manicured nails dug into the soft flesh of her palms. She almost couldn't help but question Fong Yusen. Only the intense pain in her palms could remind her to stay clear-headed and not forget the purpose of her visit to the Fong family today, to avoid losing sight of the bigger picture. However, the shock Chu Qianhe gave her was too great. Even with her usual excellent concealment, she still inadvertently revealed her emotions this time. Fong Yusen and Chu Qianhe observed this scene discreetly. Chu Qianhe had initially intended to be polite and invite her inside. However, upon seeing the jealousy and anger in Zhou Fenghua's eyes, she changed her mind. Regardless of whether it would be impolite, she directly said to Zhou Fenghua, "It's a mess with guests at home. You probably won't feel comfortable going in. It's much better here. The air is fresh and the scenery is nice. If you have anything to say, just say it here." She spoke these words with a smile, her voice gentle and her smile warm. Even so, she didn't sound cold or unreasonable, and no one could find fault with her. Zhou Fenghua, however, turned pale with anger. The string of reason snapped instantly, and her fingernail accidentally pierced her palm, causing her brow to furrow in pain. Zhou Fenghua quickly looked down at her palm and found a small cut, about the width of a fingernail, from which bright red blood immediately seeped, making it look like a bloody mess. She quickly took out a silk handkerchief and pressed it to the wound. The handkerchief was made of real silk, with delicate embroidery, and emitted a light and elegant fragrance, whether sprayed with perfume or incense. But in the blink of an eye, dark red blood stained the light blue handkerchief, abrupt and gruesome, ruining the handkerchief's original beauty. Zhou Fenghua felt a pang of heartache at this sight. This was her favorite handkerchief, and she didn't have many of these handkerchiefs. The handkerchief was made of excellent materials, dyed and embroidered with superb skill. It was quite expensive. Moreover, it was a rare find in high demand and short supply even before the apocalypse, and even more so afterward. Now the handkerchief was stained with blood, and without proper cleaning it was completely ruined. She felt a pang of heartache, and her gaze towards Chu Qianhe and Fong Yusen carried a hint of resentment. Chu Qianhe disliked Zhou Fenghua's condescending attitude, and seeing this deliberately sighed. "What a fine thing, what a pity." Though she said this, Zhou Fenghua detected a clear sense of schadenfreude in her tone. Zhou Fenghua gritted her teeth in anger. The stinging pain from her wound was already irritating, and the ruin of her beloved handkerchief only worsened her mood. So, she didn't bother with formalities with Chu Qianhe anymore and said directly, "I have something important to discuss with you and Jintang. Isn't it inappropriate here?" She then frowned in disdain. Upon hearing this, Chu Qianhe's heart skipped a beat. and she roughly guessed Zhou Fenghua's purpose. She thought for a moment and deliberately said, "They're cooking hot pot inside. The fumes are really strong. You definitely wouldn't be able to stand it if you went in." As soon as she said this, Zhou Fenghua's brows furrowed, her face full of disgust. Chapter 202. A Clash of Wits. Zhou Fenghua glanced indifferently at the window, but due to the angle, she could only see a corner of the restaurant, not the whole place. She could only make out that there seemed to be several unfamiliar people sitting around the table. Just then, someone inside was secretly observing her, and she noticed. The person immediately turned away guiltily. Zhou Fenghua's face instantly showed disgust, and she averted her gaze, not wanting to offend her eyes. Then she couldn't help but glare at Chu Qianhe and said sarcastically, "Qianhe, even if the world is different now, and the Fong family isn't what it used to be, you don't need to associate with people like this, do you? How can you tolerate letting them cause trouble at home?" Fong Yusen was displeased upon hearing this and instinctively wanted to retort, but Chu Qianhe quickly pulled her back, smiling and saying, "Sister, that's not quite right. The guests who came today are all good children. You haven't even met them yet, so it's biased to say that. Besides, although the Fong family isn't what it used to be, it's not as all-encompassing as your Cho family, is it?" This was a veiled insult implying that the Cho family had all sorts of people. Zhou Fenghua's face darkened. She wanted to say a few more sarcastic remarks, but then she remembered that Chu Qianhe was always sharp-tongued and never suffered a loss. If she continued to argue with Chu Qianhe, she would miss the important matter. Remembering the purpose of her visit, she suppressed her rising anger, took a deep breath and said, "Fine, honest advice is hard to swallow. Think what you want and befriend whomever you wish. I'm too lazy to play the villain anymore." Chu Qianhe hadn't expected Zhou Fenghua to regain her composure so quickly and not continue arguing with her. Even so, Zhou Fenghua still managed to gain an advantage verbally, saying honest advice is hard to swallow, as if she genuinely cared about the Fong family, while Chu Qianhe was seen as ungrateful and unwilling to listen to reason. Chu Qianhe rolled her eyes inwardly, and seeing that Fong Yusen was about to speak, she quietly pulled her back, preventing her from opening her mouth. After all, Fong Yusen was a junior. If she argued with Zhou Fenghua, regardless of the outcome, she would be seen as lacking manners. Chu Qianhe didn't want her precious daughter to be criticized for this, especially since she was still around. Zhou Fenghua was just a nobody. Was Chu Qianhe incapable of handling this? Did she need her daughter to step in? She didn't bother arguing with Zhou Fenghua about the meaning of honest advice is hard to swallow, but instead looked at her with a half smile and asked, "By the way, didn't you come to see me about something? Now say it. By the way, I don't have much time. The people inside are waiting for us to go back and continue eating. We can't keep them waiting, can we?" Because the pretense of politeness had been abandoned, her words were barbed and laced with sarcasm. Zhou Fenghua's face grew increasingly grim at her bluntness. She had originally intended to sit down and talk things out with Chu Qianhe. Since Chu Qianhe was being so disrespectful, she didn't bother to hide anything any longer and directly stated her purpose for coming. "Since that's the case, then I'll be frank. I'm here today to discuss the marriage of my son Yiming and your son Xinxin. The wedding was originally scheduled for National Day, but now that it's the apocalypse and the situation is critical, we can only live one day at a time. So Hongsheng and I discussed it and decided to simply hold the wedding for the two children. Let the safe zone share in the joy." "Is this your and Qiu Hongsheng's idea?" Chu Qianhe's face darkened upon hearing Zhou Fenghua's words, and she looked at her coldly. "Did you really discuss this with Qiu Hongsheng? Or did you make this decision on your own?" Chu Qianhe couldn't help but suspect Zhou Fenghua. If this was really Qiu Hongsheng's plan, then that old fox Qiu Hongsheng wouldn't have been absent, instead sending Zhou Fenghua alone. Moreover, Qiu Yiming wasn't there either. Zhou Fenghua came alone. What kind of discussion was this? Who did she think the Qiu family was? What did she take the Fong family for? She wasn't here to discuss anything. She was clearly just there to tell them to obediently send Fong Yusen to the Qiu family. How could a marriage be discussed without both sets of parents and the parties involved? Zhou Fenghua was insulting the Fong family. Chu Qianhe was furious and decided not to tell Zhou Fenghua about the annulment yet. She wanted to see what kind of things Zhou Fenghua would say. She was now filled with regret. How could she have agreed to this marriage in the first place? She almost pushed her precious daughter into a fire pit. If the apocalypse hadn't happened, if she hadn't seen through the Cho family's true colors, and had actually let Fong Yusen marry into the Cho family, the result? Chu Qianhe felt a chill run down her spine just thinking about it. Whether it was her son or her daughter, they were all flesh and blood of her flesh, her precious treasures. If anyone dared to harm them in the slightest, she would fight them to the death. Therefore, she looked at Zhou Fenghua as if she were looking at an irreconcilable enemy. Zhou Fenghua felt a chill run down her spine under Chu Qianhe's gaze. She had initially believed her actions were justified. The Cho family's military power and their position within the safe zone gave them a sense of superiority. Therefore, even if she had adopted a slightly arrogant attitude towards the Fong family, she didn't see anything wrong with it. The Fong family was no longer the same. If it weren't for Fong Yusen's abilities, she wouldn't have condescended to come here and suffer such humiliation. She had even agreed to let Fong Yusen marry into the Cho family. But under Chu Qianhe's hateful gaze, she suddenly felt a pang of guilt, as if she had truly done something wrong. Zhou Fenghua couldn't help but curse herself for being so spineless. Then she raised her eyes and met Chu Qianhe's gaze defiantly, saying firmly, "That's right. This is indeed Cho Hongxing's and my idea. Since you're in a hurry, let's get straight to the point. Anyway, the two children should have been talking about marriage long ago. Why don't we make preparations this afternoon and have the wedding tomorrow?" Tomorrow? Chu Qianhe trembled with anger. She suppressed her rage, preventing herself from slapping Zhou Fenghua, and asked, "Then what are you planning to do about this wedding? Do you think half a day is enough time to prepare?" Zhou Fenghua sensed that Chu Qianhe seemed quite angry, and, fearing she might do something impulsive, quietly took a step back while closely observing Chu Qianhe's reaction. Seeing that she seemed to be suppressing her anger, Zhou Fenghua breathed a sigh of relief, then sneered inwardly. She was right after all. The Fong family was not what it used to be. Otherwise, how could Chu Qianhe, with her temper, have swallowed her anger? Yet she did just that. What did that mean? Doesn't that just mean Chu Qianhe doesn't dare offend her? Zhou Fenghua thought smugly, unaware that Fong Yusen's gaze towards her was growing increasingly cold. Meanwhile, the Fong family's dining room was now so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone's faces were ashen, their icy gazes fixed on Zhou Fenghua's direction. Although they were inside and couldn't hear what was being said outside due to the distance, after some training, their spiritual power could now extend a certain distance, making it easy for them to hear their conversation. If Fong Jintang hadn't stopped him, Fong Yuyang would have stormed out in anger long ago. The Cho family was truly going too far. Fong Jintang's expression was equally unpleasant. He also wanted to teach Zhou Fenghua a lesson, but since only Zhou Fenghua had come, and the whole family was out, it inevitably seemed like they were ganging up on her. Fong Yuyang glared angrily at Fong Jintang. This was what he hated most about Fong Jintang. Sometimes he was so righteous it bordered on pedantry. Zhou Fenghua has come to their house to bully them. What do they have to worry about? So what if they outnumber her? Are they going to let her continue to be so arrogant? Does she really think they're afraid of the Cho family? Chan Xiao and the others were sitting at the dining table. They had also heard what was going on outside, and their good appetites were completely gone. They just wanted to teach Zhou Fenghua a lesson and show her what she's made of. At this moment, Zhou Fenghua spoke up, saying, "These are extraordinary times, so the wedding can only be simple. But don't worry, aside from the wedding dress and rings which can't be prepared, there will definitely be many guests. We will try our best to make the wedding lively and ensure that Xin marries into the Cho family in style." She spoke with great enthusiasm, becoming more and more proud as she went on. Then she glanced indifferently at Chu Qianhe and Fong Yusen beside her, and quickly asked, "Since you have no objections, then let's settle on this. I'll go back and have people prepare." Chu Qianhe's face had completely turned cold. At this point, if she didn't speak up, it would be too late. She laughed disdainfully, her gaze piercing Zhou Fenghua like a sharp sword. "Who said we agreed? I didn't agree to this marriage. Zhou Fenghua, don't be so presumptuous and make yourself a laughingstock." Zhou Fenghua was anxious. "What do you mean? Yiming and Xin's marriage was already arranged. It's just being brought forward. What does it matter?" "Of course it matters." Chu Qianhe looked at her coldly, then laughed mockingly. Xinxin has already asked your Qiu Yiming to annul the engagement, didn't he tell you? Xinxin even returned the engagement ring to him, and he accepted it. What? Zhou Fenghua was completely enraged, glaring at Chu Qianhe and Fong Yusen, wishing she could devour them. This is impossible. How dare you do this? You. Since you want to annul the engagement, why don't you come to me and Hongsheng to explain? Under the immense stimulation, Zhou Fenghua surprisingly became clear-headed. Her gaze towards Chu Qianhe and Fong Yusen was scrutinizing, as if she wanted to see through them and see what kind of wicked scheme they were plotting. Human emotions are so complex. She used to look down on Fong Yusen, thinking she wasn't good enough for Qiu Yiming, and didn't want him to marry her. But when she heard that Fong Yusen had taken the initiative to break off the engagement with Qiu Yiming, she became indignant. Why did Fong Yusen look down on her son? Chapter 203 Two Choices. Chu Qianhe, too lazy to argue with her any longer, said, "There's no such thing as possible or impossible. It's just the truth. Such a big matter should have been discussed and resolved by everyone." Xinxin's actions were indeed too hasty, but her mind is made up now. Your Qiu Yiming has a new love, and besides. She looked at Zhou Fenghua and laughed mockingly. Didn't you just say that our Fong family is not what it used to be? Our daughter is no match for your Qiu family's son. You! Zhou Fenghua was truly furious this time. Her gaze suddenly turned fierce, glaring at Chu Qianhe and Fong Yusen, pointing at Chu Qianhe's nose and shouting angrily, "Chu Qianhe, don't push your luck. When did Yiming have a new love?" Zhou Fenghua didn't believe Fong Mingao was Qiu Yiming's new love. She was completely unworthy. Moreover, didn't she know her own son? Qiu Yiming was completely infatuated with Fong Yusen. He had no new love at all. Thinking of this, she glared at Fong Yusen. This woman, who knows what tricks she used to bewitch her precious son, not only did she dare to abandon him. Zhou Fenghua couldn't even imagine how heartbroken Qiu Yiming must have been when Fong Yusen proposed breaking off the engagement. How could she do this? How could she be so cruel? Zhou Fenghua felt as if Chu Qianhe's words were knives piercing her heart, tearing it apart bit by bit. Her outstanding son from childhood to adulthood, she had never been able to bear letting him suffer even the slightest grievance, and now, he had been hurt so deeply by Fong Yusen. She regretted it. She shouldn't have come today. This woman was not worthy of being her daughter-in-law. Her Yiming deserved someone better. So she straightened her back. Deliberately raising her chin, she looked arrogantly at Chu Qianhe and Fong Yusen and sneered, "No need. Since you want to annul the engagement, then so be it. However, I have a condition. As long as you agree to this condition, Yiming and Fong Yusen's marriage will be completely off." Chu Qianhe's heart stirred. What condition? If Zhou Fenghua's condition wasn't too harsh, agreeing wouldn't be a problem. Making a big fuss about this wouldn't benefit either family, and if the Qiu family kept pestering her, it would only cause trouble. Zhou Fenghua smiled cruelly. "I want you to get out of the safe zone." Chu Qianhe looked at her in astonishment. Then her face darkened. She warned, "Zhou Fenghua, don't go too far." Zhou Fenghua snorted coldly. Since things had already escalated to this point, why should she care about saving face anymore? Since Fong Yusen couldn't be used by the Qiu family, she couldn't let her continue to stay in the safe zone and be completely won over by General Song. If she went to help that old bastard, with her healing abilities, wouldn't that old geezer win the hearts of the people? On the contrary, the Qiu family, having completely broken ties with the Fong family, would find the situation even more unfavorable. Therefore, she had to drive Fong Yusen out of the safe zone. Without Fong Yusen's healing abilities and the fresh fruits and vegetables she provided, she wanted to see what that old geezer would rely on to win people over. If Fong Yusen and the rest of the Fong family died out there because of this, that would be even better. She would no longer have to worry about Qiu Yiming being heartbroken over Fong Yusen. Zhou Fenghua was decisive. Seeing that winning them over was impossible, she simply tore off all pretense of civility and drove the Fong family out of the safe zone. However, given Fong Yusen's current reputation, other methods obviously wouldn't work. It would be better to use the annulment of the engagement as an excuse to force them out. Looking at Chu Qianhe and Fong Yusen's ugly expressions, Zhou Fenghua suddenly felt incredibly pleased. Unable to contain her smugness, she laughed. Either you leave the safe zone and the engagement is off, or Fong Yusen will obediently marry into the Cho family. I'll give you one night to consider it. Choose for yourselves." Without waiting for Chu Qianhe and Fong Yusen's reaction, she turned and strode away. Chu Qianhe was furious at Zhou Fenghua's words, her heart surging with murderous intent. She clenched her fists, her eyes narrowing dangerously, ready to strike Zhou Fenghua. Fong Yusen grabbed her wrist and shook her head. "Mom, let's go inside and talk." She looked at Zhou Fenghua's departing figure, her gaze as cold as unyielding ice. Although Chu Qianhe was unwilling, seeing Zhou Fenghua getting further and further away, and Fong Yusen holding her wrist tightly, she could only lock the door with a disgruntled expression and walk back with Fong Yusen. Just as they turned around, Fong Jintang and Fong Yuyang strode out of the house. Chu Qianhe was seething with anger. Seeing them, her face darkened as she snapped, "Are you even men? Coming out at this hour? Are you afraid of that crazy woman, Zhou Fenghua?" Fong Jintang and his son Fong Yuyang immediately lowered their heads in shame, not daring to refute Chu Qianhe. Seeing this, Chu Qianhe became even angrier and wanted to continue her tirade. Fong Yusen couldn't bear to let her continue, so he quickly pulled her hand and explained in a low voice, "Mom, it's not Dad and Brother's fault. I used telepathy to stop them from coming out." Initially, Fong Jintang and Fong Yuyang had indeed stayed inside because Zhou Fenghua was alone, and an ordinary person without awakened supernatural abilities. They felt it would be suspicious for the two grown men to come out and cause trouble. However, later, as Zhou Fenghua's words became increasingly outrageous, the two men became restless and prepared to come out. Just then, Fong Yusen used her spiritual sense to tell them to stay inside and not interfere. Although the father and son were worried, Fong Yusen's words had disrupted their plans. They also considered that Zhou Fenghua was just an ordinary person and couldn't possibly harm Chu Qianhe and Fong Yusen, so they restrained themselves and stayed inside. As soon as Zhou Fenghua left, the two couldn't sit still any longer and rushed out to greet her. Chan Xiao and the others also left the house, following behind. After Fong Yusen's explanation, Chu Qianhe, though still unhappy, couldn't vent her anger on the father and son. However, she still snorted coldly, indicating her displeasure. Fong Jintang quickly went to her side, put his arm around her shoulder and whispered, "Qianhe, don't be angry. I know you've been wronged. If you're upset, you can pinch me." Don't let the children see." Chu Qianhe glared at him, but her anger was gone. That glance was alluring and passionate, leaving Fong Jintang stunned. His eyes darkened, and a primal desire began to fester. Chu Qianhe, having been married to him for so long, couldn't help but blush at the change in his gaze. Then, out of the corner of her eye, she saw Fong Yusen and Fong Yuyang beside her. She was instantly filled with embarrassment and annoyance, pinching Fong Jintang's waist hard and warning, "You old rascal! The children are right here. Watch yourselves." Fong Jintang also saw Fong Yusen and Fong Yuyang at this moment, and it was as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over his head, instantly extinguishing any primal desire within him. Fong Yusen didn't notice their subtle actions, or rather, she was worried about accidentally overhearing or seeing something she shouldn't, so she deliberately blocked her senses from them. Seeing that Chan Xiao and the others had all come out, and Bai Qianqian had run to her side and grabbed her hand tightly, and everyone's expressions were very unpleasant, Fong Yusen quickly said, "Let's go inside first." They quickly entered the house, the air filled with the rich aroma of hot pot, very tempting. However, they had all heard Zhou Fenghua's request and had completely lost their appetite. Fong Yusen glanced at the leftovers on the table, thinking that they should all be full, and since she was also a little hungry, she said, "Let's keep eating, we can talk while we eat." The enhanced physical abilities of superhumans result in a stronger digestive system than ordinary people, allowing them to absorb more energy from food, which inadvertently leads to a significant increase in their appetite. Other superhumans, due to limited resources, dare not eat as much. Fong Yusen and his group, however, had plenty of supplies, so they had no such concerns and ate to their heart's content. Fresh fruits and vegetables and various meats filled the entire table, and a large pot of hot pot simmered with a rich and fragrant broth, making everyone's mouth water. If other survivors saw such a lavish scene, it would undoubtedly provoke resentment among many. Fortunately, Zhou Fenghua disliked hot pot as a commoner's food, finding it too vulgar, and was also worried about the smell of cooking oil clinging to her clothes, so she didn't come in. Otherwise, she certainly wouldn't have let the Fong family's supplies go to waste. Originally, everyone was still hungry, and Zhou Fenghua's words had further diminished their appetites, but when Fong Yusen called out, he turned on the stove, and the glistening broth gradually began to boil, emitting an even richer aroma. The aroma tantalized the others, and seeing Fong Yusen pick up a slice of hot, sliced beef and eat it, they suddenly felt hungry again. While the food was cooking, Fong Yusen said, "You all heard what Zhou Fenghua said. What are your thoughts?" She looked at Chan Xiao and the other 6. Clearly, she was referring to them. All 6 had sworn a blood oath and were now quite strong. It would be great if they could stay together. But if they didn't want to leave the safe zone, she wouldn't force them. With the blood oath in place, they couldn't betray her. Originally, she hadn't planned to leave the market. After all, in her previous life, she had stayed here until her death and knew very well what was to come. However, her marriage to Qiu Yiming was always a problem, and she didn't want to continue entangled with him. Leaving was a better option. Although they were outnumbered and going out was dangerous, having fewer people wasn't necessarily an advantage. More people meant a larger target and a greater chance of attracting zombies. They were outnumbered, and if they used concealment talismans to hide their auras, they would become even smaller targets. Chapter 204. Should we leave? While leaving wasn't necessarily a bad thing, she wouldn't have made up her mind so easily without Zhou Fenghua's outburst. It was Zhou Fenghua's actions that made her decide to use this opportunity to completely sever ties with Qiu Yiming. She could roughly guess why Zhou Fenghua would make such an unreasonable demand. It was simply because the Qiu and Fong families had fallen out, and she worried they would completely side with General Song. At the same time, she also wanted to make Qiu Yiming give up on her completely. Besides, with so few people, they would face countless dangers and near-death experiences outside the safe zone. As a mother, Zhou Fenghua's ability to change her mind and come up with such a solution in such a short time was truly admirable, but also undeniably selfish and ruthless. Fong Yusen thought calmly as she watched Chan Xiao and the other 6, awaiting their answer. She had deliberately asked this question to see their response, to see if they were willing to risk going with her. If they were, she would naturally treat them better in the future. But if they were unwilling, the only remaining connection between them was that blood oath. This question was clearly not easy to answer, and all 6 remained silent, obviously lost in thought. Fong Yusen was very patient. She didn't urge them but simply looked away and ate her hot pot. She thought she would have to wait a long time, but unexpectedly, someone spoke up quickly. The first to answer was Shang Jinxiu, her expression resolute, without the slightest hesitation or fear. "My life was saved by Sister Yuxin. Wherever Sister Yuxin goes, I will go. Whatever Sister Yuxin asks me to do, I will do." Her answer was so decisive that the others didn't have the courage, nor could they be as straightforward as her. They were weighing the pros and cons. The number of zombies outside the safe zone was increasing. Moreover, mutated plants and animals were appearing one after another. Staying in the safe zone was obviously much safer than staying outside. However, they all understood that if Fong Yusen insisted on leaving, they would have to separate from her if they wanted to stay. They knew all too well what kind of lives they had been living these past few days, and what kind of lives the other survivors in the safe zone were living. Therefore, they understood perfectly well. Once separated, such good days might never return. The 5 hesitated for a moment before Chan Xiao spoke. "I think the same as Xiao. I'll follow the captain and vice-captain. Wherever you go, I'll go." He understood. The Fong family's strength was undeniable, especially Fong Yusen, whose methods were endless. He believed that with Fong Yusen, even the most dangerous places could be safely navigated. Moreover, he hadn't easily gained Fong Yusen's trust. Countless people envied them for joining the Yongshang team. How could he give up such a good opportunity and stay in this wretched place? Once, Chan Xiao thought he would stay in this safe zone until all the zombies outside were cleared. Therefore, in his heart he always considered the safe zone his home, thinking it was wonderful in every way. But ever since he heard Zhou Fenghua's warning, and Fong Yusen's hint at leaving, he began to find the safe zone increasingly unpleasant. What was the point of staying in such a wretched place? With this thought, his heart gradually hardened. With Shang Jinxiu and Chan Xiao taking the lead, The other four didn't hesitate any longer and successively expressed their thoughts, all willing to follow Fong Yusen and the others. At the same time, these people like Chan Xiao felt increasingly dissatisfied with the safe zone. Fong Yusen was quite satisfied with their answers. Although these people had weighed the pros and cons and their answers might not all be entirely sincere, they had already taken a great risk by making this choice. She smiled and said, "All right, since you say so, I won't keep you in suspense any longer. I plan to leave the safe zone, and we'll set the date for tomorrow. However, before leaving, we definitely need to make some preparations. Let me ask you one more question. Are you really willing to leave the safe zone with us? We don't know the specific situation outside, and it might be very dangerous after leaving the safe zone. Have you really thought it through?" This time, the 6 people didn't hesitate. After all, they were all ability users, and could be considered battle-hardened with excellent mental fortitude. Having already made their decision, they wouldn't easily go back on their word. The 6 men said in unison, "Don't worry, Vice Captain, we've thought it through. Anyway, there's nothing good about this safe zone, we're already tired of it, so let's leave. It's dangerous outside, but there might be great opportunities too. We can't let others benefit." The last sentence, though a joke, reflected their true thoughts. Recently, because the number of zombies outside the safe zone has been increasing, mercenaries dare not venture too far on missions, always staying near the safe zone to hunt the wandering zombies. Therefore, no one knew what the more distant areas were like. Since witnessing Angela and Lan Rua's abilities, Chan Xiao and his group of 6 had been itching to capture a mutated creature and form a contract. The probability of capturing a mutated creature near the safe zone was extremely low. After all, many others shared this desire, and if a mutated creature did appear, countless people would rush to catch it. But things would be different in more distant areas. A completely new and much wider world. Hearing their words, not only Fong Yusen, but the rest of the Fong family were overjoyed. The happiest person was Bai Qianqian. He was clever and had always known that Bai Yi couldn't stay in the safe zone for long. So, he had been living in fear these past few days, terrified of being separated from Bai Yi or Fong Yusen. One was his foolish father, and the other was his mother, whom he had finally found after so much effort. He didn't want to let go of either of them. Now that Fong Yusen had decided to leave the safe zone, there was no better news for him. His family would finally be together again. Bai Qianqian was so happy he kept grinning to himself, completely oblivious to what would happen if Fong Yusen didn't go to Bay City and didn't travel with Bai Yi. Fong Jintang, Chu Qianhe and Fong Yuyang, although reluctant to leave their home in the safe zone, supported Fong Yusen's decision. If she wanted to leave, they would follow. As long as the family was together, where wasn't home? After receiving the answers from Chan Xiao and the other 6, Fong Yusen smiled with satisfaction and said, "All right, after you finish eating, go back and prepare. You can go to the security store to see what you can buy and clear the credit points on your cards. But this must be kept secret, you absolutely cannot leak it." Chan Xiao and the other 6 nodded solemnly, indicating that they understood. Afterward, everyone quickly finished their meal, washed the pots and dishes, and then Chan Xiao and the other 6 said goodbye and left. After they left, the Fong family held an internal meeting in the living room. After everyone was seated, Fong Jintang asked first, "Xinxin, are you really determined to leave? Even if we want to break off the engagement, the Zhou family has no reason to kick us out. You don't need to hold a grudge because of what Zhou Fenghua said." Fong Yusen shook her head slightly. Her desire to leave was not only because of Zhou Fenghua or the Zhou family, but also because of her own selfish reasons. She said, "Dad, you know what happened last night without me telling you. Do you think this kind of thing will happen less often in the future? I'm the chief physician of the safe zone now. If I stay, I'll be busy treating the wounded and saving lives." Although she initially agreed to become the chief physician on conditions, could she really just stand by and watch someone die when the situation really came to a head? There would definitely be more zombie attacks like last night, and the number of injured people would only increase. No matter how skilled she was only one person. If she had to save people all the time by herself, she would eventually be exhausted. Moreover, this could easily lead to dependency among other doctors or even the entire safe zone. This is definitely not a good thing. Only by going all out and giving them a sufficient sense of crisis can their potential be continuously unleashed. Although Fong Yusen had his own selfish motives, he genuinely hoped that the people in the safe zone could be revitalized and improve their own strength, rather than placing their hopes for survival on others. As the saying goes, give a man a fish and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. Fong Yusen thought for a moment and found a set of breathing techniques for strengthening the body, simply called Qi Nourishing Technique. This technique itself evolved from a cultivation technique called longevity technique, which could barely be considered a cultivation technique, but in the cultivation world it was only ranked at the bottom, a common technique. However, it was highly regarded in the mortal world. Qi Nourishing Technique could be practiced by any mortal. Although it had little offensive power, it had the effect of strengthening the body. It was simply a breathing technique that drew in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into the body, controlled its flow through the meridians, and ultimately channeled it into the dantian. At the same time, one exhales the turbid air from the body, expelling impurities. Ordinary people cannot sense true spiritual energy, but through this breathing technique, they can still absorb trace amounts. Those with good aptitude, such as those with spiritual roots, can absorb true spiritual energy, resulting in a much better outcome than others. However, it is ultimately a common technique, and unless one possesses exceptional talent, it is almost impossible to embark on the path of cultivation and achieve anything significant using such a technique. Fong Yusen's decision to leave was ultimately driven by selfish motives. She felt guilty for abandoning the survivors of the safe zone, so she carefully reviewed her inherited knowledge and found this breathing technique, intending to have the people of the safe zone learn it. Of course, she was simply offering it. Whether others were willing to learn it was not her concern. After thinking it over, she felt there were no problems and prepared to tell her family about her decision and ask for their opinions. Chapter 205 Something to Say. Before Fong Yusen could speak, Fong Jintang said in a deep voice, "According to you, we really shouldn't stay in the safe zone any longer." His brows were furrowed as he spoke, his eyes flashing with struggle. Finally, he lowered his gaze, a hint of guilt in his expression. Fong Jintang was a very upright and kind person. Otherwise, he wouldn't do charity work every year, establishing a charitable foundation and directly donating 5% of his company's profits to help those in need, or opening a discount supermarket to offer people discounts. He wasn't someone who would stand by and watch someone die, but he was a father, and he didn't want to see his daughter constantly busy, using her hard-earned internal energy to save people. He had his own selfish motives. However, he knew very well that once they left, without Fong Yusen's powerful healing abilities, many wounded would surely die. Thinking of those who died, his heart was heavy. He felt guilty, but he would rather bear that guilt himself than let his daughter suffer. Chu Qianhe, seeing his silence, also felt a pang of sadness. She took Fong Jintang's hand, hesitated for a moment and then said dryly, "Don't think too much. Xin isn't a savior. She can't save everyone, can she?" Fong Jintang knew she was trying to comfort him, so he squeezed her hand back and sighed. "I know what you're saying. I don't want Xin to suffer either, it's just that the outcome is too tragic." Fong Yusen quickly explained her thoughts. Didn't the higher-ups decide to have the residents of the safe zone participate in military training? If their strength improves, their chances of survival will be much higher. And I think the safe zone will train a group of doctors. There will only be more injured people in the future, and relying solely on the healing abilities of wood-type ability, users won't be enough. We'll have to combine surgery and medication. I found a breathing technique that can strengthen the body for ordinary people. I plan to share it. Upon hearing this, Fong Jintang was initially delighted, but then frowned and asked worriedly, Xin, what breathing technique is it? Is it serious?" Although he hoped the survivors of the safe zone could live, he was more worried about Fong Yusen's safety. If the breathing technique Fong Yusen mentioned was truly important, he would rather be selfish than let Fong Yusen share it. Fong Yusen knew he was worried about her, and her heart warmed. She smiled and explained, "It's nothing serious. This breathing technique is called Qi Nourishing Technique, a common technique in the cultivation world. Its only benefit is strengthening the body. It has no real power. However, if combined with combat training, the effect will definitely be excellent." As she finished speaking, she thought of the girl she had secretly seen that day. The girl's fist techniques were exquisite, resembling martial arts, and likely stemmed from a powerful lineage. Fong Yusen didn't know if the girl practiced internal energy cultivation. She just felt that if everyone could learn that fist technique and combine it with breathing exercises, it would definitely be twice as effective. Although the qi nourishing technique was considered low-level in the cultivation world, it was considered a decent internal energy cultivation method in the mortal world. However, the girl's lineage seemed very powerful. It probably couldn't be passed on casually. Fong Yusen thought about it for a moment and then put the matter aside. She then discussed it carefully with her family before going to her room. She wrote down the incantation for the qi cultivation technique on a piece of paper, and then took another piece of paper, writing down some suggestions for the safe zone, while subtly hinting at the danger of birds in the sky. She folded the paper, put it in an envelope, and wrote "to General Song" on it. Next, she found a clean plastic bottle, filled it to the brim with spiritual spring water, and finally found a cardboard box. She placed the envelope and the water inside and sealed it with tape. She planned to give this to Zhou Yan before leaving the safe zone the next day. After preparing everything, Fong Yusen breathed a sigh of relief and decided to go to the safe store with her family to spend all the credit points on her card. They hadn't shopped at the safe store for some time, and their credit points had accumulated to a huge number. So Fong Yusen decided she had to spend them. It was afternoon, and the safe store wasn't crowded. The shelves were still filled with a dazzling array of goods. Fong Yusen flipped through the price list, randomly picked out a few items, and asked the sales clerk to pack them up. As the chief physician, the purchase restriction order was already quite lenient for her. Compared to others, the restrictions she faced were minimal. Bored while waiting, her gaze shifted and she saw a thin, small child hiding some distance away, unconsciously biting his thumb, his large eyes yearningly fixed on the goods on the shelves. She thought for a moment, then bought a boxed lunch and some candy, walking over and placing them in the child's hands. "Here, have some." The child was dirty and terribly thin. He looked up, his eyes curiously fixed on Fong Yusen, but he didn't dare reach out to take the food. Fong Yusen smiled. "It's for you, have some." She knew this child must be having a hard time, but they were about to leave, and giving him too much food would only harm him. The child pursed his lips, his eyes shifting between the food in Fong Yusen's hand and her face, as if trying to ascertain if she was lying. Fong Yusen held the things out to him and smiled. "They're for you, take them." The child hesitated for a moment, but ultimately couldn't resist the temptation and quickly grabbed the lunchbox and candy. He was very thin, and his hands looked like chicken claws, somewhat dirty. At this moment, Bai Qianqian walked over. He was holding a bottle of purified water which he handed to the child. "Here, this is for you too." The child looked at Bai Qianqian curiously. The two children looked about the same height, but Bai Qianqian was prettier and cleaner, clearly from a wealthy family. The child suddenly lowered his head, took the water, whispered "thank you," and ran away quickly. Fong Yusen watched his small figure and sighed softly. This child was pitiful, clearly from the bottom of society. Throughout the safe zone, there were many others just as pitiful as him. She wasn't a savior. She couldn't save everyone. All she could do was give these people the ability to survive as much as possible. Afterwards, Fong Yusen bought some more things, but she still couldn't spend all her credits, much to her regret. Just as she was about to leave, someone else approached the store. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Bai Yi and his team. Bai Yi and the others were clearly surprised to run into Fong Yusen and her group here, and they were all taken aback for a moment before exchanging polite greetings. Bai Yi strode over, first ruffling Bai Qianqian's hair, then whispered to Fong Yusen, "Miss Fong, you should be going home soon, right? I have something to tell you." Hearing this, Fong Yusen suddenly had a guess in her mind, feeling that Bai Yi might also be leaving the safe zone. She nodded, then left the safe store with her family without lingering. Not long after they returned home, Bai Yi arrived. Although he said he had something to say to Fong Yusen, the rest of the Fong family didn't avoid him and all sat in the living room. After exchanging pleasantries, Bai Yi got straight to the point. "Miss Fong, I plan to leave the safe zone soon. You?" He frowned, wanting to ask, "Would you like to come with me?" But then thought it would be too abrupt, so he changed his words. "What are your plans?" "I'm planning to take Qianqian with me." Fong Yusen had already discussed leaving the safe zone with her family. Upon hearing Bai Ye's words, she exchanged a glance with them and decided to tell the truth. She said, I plan to leave the safe zone tomorrow morning. To Bai Ye, this was like a bombshell. You're leaving too? Even with his calm personality, Bai Ye couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. He looked at Fong Yusen nervously, wanting to ask where she planned to go after leaving the safe zone, and whether she wanted to travel with him. However, meeting Fong Yusen's clear gaze, he only said 3 words, why? Fong Yusen didn't intend to tell him about Zhou Fanghua, so she said calmly, you don't need to know that, but we're also planning to go to Bay City. If you don't mind, let's travel together, so we can look after each other. She didn't care about the lives of Bai Ye's teammates, but Bai Qianqian was Bai Ye's son, and Bai Ye had inherited the dragon scale sword. There was always a connection between them. Bai Ye didn't want to be separated from Bai Qianqian, so how could she feel at ease letting Bai Qianqian travel with Bai Ye? She had the Greenwood Spiritual Mansion as a trump card. She could hide inside if danger arose. What about Bai Ye? Bai Ye was unaware that Fong Yusen looked down on him. Upon hearing that Fong Yusen was also going to Bay City and would be traveling with him, his heart was already filled with immense joy. Happiness came too quickly. He couldn't believe it. Bai Ye was overjoyed, but his face remained serious and composed. He calmly said, in that case, let's set off together tomorrow. I'll go back and prepare now. Fong Yusen didn't refuse. Since she had chosen to travel with Bai Ye, and Bai Ye was so cooperative, she couldn't be happier. Seeing that Bai Ye was about to leave, she thought for a moment and called out to him as he was about to get up. Bai Ye, wait a moment, I have a gift for you. After she finished speaking, she took out paper and pen, wrote down the contents of the qi cultivation technique, and handed it to Bai Ye. Since she had already planned to share the item, doing Bai Ye a favor was just a side effect. Bai Ye took the paper from her hand and was stunned. He hadn't expected Fong Yusen to give him such a gift. Fong Yusen explained, the qi cultivation technique is a breathing exercise. You can have your teammates try practicing it. Although it's not very useful, it can improve their health. Bai Ye nodded, gave Fong Yusen a deep look, and softly said, thank you. Chapter 206. It was her all along. After leaving the Fong family, Bai Ye quickly returned to his residence. He had originally planned to leave within the next few days, but because he wasn't sure if Fong Yusen would be willing to leave with him, he hadn't set a specific time. Now, suddenly deciding to leave tomorrow, he was running out of time. However, he didn't regret it at all. Since he was leaving anyway, of course they should go together. He couldn't leave Fong Yusen and the others waiting outside, could he? Although he didn't know why Fong Yusen had suddenly decided to leave the safe zone, her decision was clearly an opportunity for him. He was just a little worried that Fong Yusen might have encountered some problems. This thought led him to the Cho family. He had known for a long time that Fong Yusen and Cho Yiming were engaged, and he also knew that Fong Yusen had proposed to Cho Yiming to annul the engagement, but it was clear that Cho Yiming hadn't agreed. So, could Fong Yusen's sudden decision to leave be due to the Cho family? Since arriving in the safe zone, he had paid close attention to Fong Yusen and knew that Cho Yiming had hardly contacted her recently, wondering what he was up to. But last night, the zombie horde attacked the city, and Fong Yusen had really made a splash. This news had spread throughout the entire safe zone, and given the Cho family's character, they might have some ideas. Thinking about this, Bai Ye couldn't help but worry. As the saying goes, concern makes one confused. He knew Fong Yusen was resourceful and intelligent, but when it came to her, he couldn't help but worry, fearing she might suffer a loss or fall into the Cho family's shameless scheme. So, after returning to his residence, he sent Ho Sanner out to find out what the Cho family had been up to lately. Ho Sanner didn't ask anything and left directly. As soon as he left, Bai Ye said in a deep voice to the remaining people, you all prepare yourselves. We're leaving the safe zone first thing tomorrow morning. This surprised the others. Actually, they had wanted to leave the safe zone for a while, but they were worried about the situation in Bay City. Their family and friends were all there, and they didn't know what the current situation was like. However, because of Fong Yusen's situation, Bai Ye had been delaying their departure, and they were anxious, but they didn't want to rush him. This time, Bai Ye finally relented and decided to leave the safe zone soon and head north to Bay City, which relieved them all. However, no one expected that Bai Yi would decide to leave first thing tomorrow morning. This seemed far too hasty. The group exchanged glances and Changxi stepped forward and asked, "Boss, are you really sure you want to leave tomorrow?" Bai Yi nodded. "That's right, first thing tomorrow morning. I've made up my mind. You guys hurry up and get ready." Get ready didn't really mean anything special. It was just about buying some food in the safe zone. Chun-Si then asked, "What about Qianqian? Since you're leaving tomorrow, why didn't you bring him back?" "Boss, you're not thinking of leaving Qianqian behind, are you?" Bai Yi glanced at him silently. After thinking for a moment, he said, "The Fong family will also be leaving the safe zone. We'll go together. This is a secret. You mustn't reveal it." Chun-Si and the others' expressions turned serious upon hearing this. They were all somewhat surprised. They hadn't expected the Fong family to leave the safe zone. Initially, Bai Yi had been dragging his feet and unwilling to leave. It was precisely because they were worried the Fong family wouldn't leave that things suddenly took a turn for the worse. Chun-Si was very clever. After listening to Bai Ye's words, he quickly grasped the crux of the problem and asked, "Boss, is something wrong with the Fong family? Are they planning to leave the safe zone early tomorrow morning?" When Bai Yi parted ways with them and went to the Fong family, he hadn't decided on a departure time yet. But after returning from the Fong family, he set a time and in such a rush. It all seemed to be the Fong family's fault. Bai Yi gave a firm hum and then said, "Fong Yusen didn't say what the problem was. I suspect it's because of the Cho family." Chun-Si thought of Hosanner who had left inside. No wonder the boss sent Hosanner out. So that's why. But he hesitated for a moment before speaking his mind. "Boss, I don't think this matter is simple. You saw Miss Fong's strength last night. She wouldn't leave the safe zone just because of the Cho family. I suspect there's another reason." Bai Yi actually knew this as well. However, Fong Yusen leaving the safe zone and even heading north with him was exactly what he wanted, so he wasn't too concerned about her reasons for doing so. Aside from the Cho family, he was worried that Fong Yusen would be taken advantage of, which was why he sent Hosanner to investigate. Chun-Si, seeing his expression, knew that he understood, so he didn't ask any further questions. In any case, based on his understanding of the Fong family, even if there were other reasons for this matter, the possibility of Fong Yusen trying to scheme against Bai Yi or them was not high, so there was really nothing to worry about. Bai Yi thought of Fong Yusen's gift, so he took out the paper from his pocket, opened it and handed it to Chun-Si. "This is a gift from Fong Yusen. She said it's a set of breathing techniques that can strengthen the body. I've checked it and there are no problems. You can take a look." Chun-Si took it in surprise and couldn't help but ask, "Why would Miss Fong give us such a gift?" Bai Yi thought for a moment, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He said with a bit of pride, "Of course, it's because you are my subordinates. What other reason could there be? She must be giving you this gift because of my influence." Chun-Si looked at his smug look, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He felt that in Fong Yusen's heart, Bai Qianqian's influence was definitely much greater than Bai Ye's. However, Bai Yi was in high spirits and dared not say this aloud. He looked at the contents of the paper, silently memorized them, and decided to try it that night. Although the items were given by Fong Yusen, he should be vigilant. But Bai Yi had already said the items were safe, so he naturally trusted Bai Ye's judgment. After memorizing the contents, Chun-Si handed the paper to Meng Qingluo. Meng Qingluo took the paper, memorized the contents, and then gave it to Su Wu. Su Wu glanced at it, then carefully folded the paper and put it in his pocket, saying, "I'll give the items to Hosanner when he comes back." Bai Yi nodded and asked, "Any news about those two?" The two people he was referring to were naturally the escaped siblings, Shunxi and Shenexin. Upon hearing this, Chun-Si's face darkened. Shunxi went into the Military Research Institute. It seems he's planning to hide there and not come out. That bastard. If Shunxi had only taken Shenexin, he wouldn't be so angry, but they shouldn't have stolen all their supplies. Leaving aside the food, the remaining spirit stones, spirit crystals, and crystal cores were all hard-earned. Bai Yi shook his head slightly. They were seriously injured at the time. It's impossible for them to escape. Someone must have helped them. I just don't know who that person is. He thought of Shunxi's sister, hesitated for a moment and didn't ask. Since Shun-Shi had hidden in the research institute, he wouldn't let his sister stay in an unsafe place. Perhaps both of them are hiding in the research institute now. This makes it difficult to catch them. The research institute is heavily guarded. It's not easy to break in. Moreover, they are about to leave the safe zone. If they try to break into the research institute, it will not only easily alert them but also cause unnecessary trouble. He was also worried about the situation in Bay City. If this matter caused delays, it would be too much of a loss. Meng Qinglue was very unwilling. Are we just going to let them get away with this? Bai Yi seemed very optimistic, he said. As long as these two don't die, we will always have a chance to catch them. If they die, what does it matter if we don't do anything? As long as the other party is unlucky, what does it matter even if we didn't do it ourselves? Bai Yi never felt that he could only feel a sense of accomplishment by taking matters into his own hands to solve the problem. Chauncey added, the military values the research institute highly. If we force our way in, it might cause unnecessary trouble. Meng Qinglue fell silent. She wasn't stubborn. For them, returning to Bay City was paramount. There was no need to waste time on Shang-Chi and Shenexan. But the thought of being trapped in the market for so long because of these two, even facing the apocalypse, made Meng Qinglue very unhappy. Shang-Chi was their mission target, and Shenexan was her sister. If it weren't for searching for Shenexan, they wouldn't have been trapped in the market during the disaster. Time was wasted and their mission target Shang-Chi escaped. How could she accept this? Su Wu, seeing her sulking, gently patted her shoulder and said, all right, don't worry. It's the apocalypse. What does it matter if the mission isn't completed? Bai Yi didn't want to dwell on this issue any longer and led his men back to the safe store, buying everything within the purchase limit. Their supplies had been stolen, but fortunately, they had their weapons with them, escaping the disaster. So this time they mostly bought food, bullets, and other necessities. This purchase nearly depleted their credit card balance. When they returned to their lodgings, Ho Sanner was already back, drinking water. Ho Sanner was taken aback by the large bags they were carrying. What's going on? Why did you buy so much stuff? Su Wu, walking at the back, looked around and finding no one listening, carefully closed the door. At this moment, Bai Yi said in a low voice, we're leaving the safe zone first thing tomorrow morning. How's your investigation going? What? Ho Sanner was shocked and wanted to ask why, but after hesitating for a moment, he decided to answer Bai Yi's question first and said, there's nothing unusual about the Cho family. However, I found out that Zhou Fonghua went to the Fong family at noon. She was greeted by Madame Fong and Miss Fong, but they didn't let her in. As for what they talked about, no one knows. But someone saw that Zhou Fenghua's expression was very unpleasant. Bai Yi's gaze turned cold and he said softly, so it was her. Chapter 207. This is the only way. Bai Yi and Fong Yusen were busy preparing for their departure. While the Cho family father and son were unaware of the major incident Zhou Fonghua had orchestrated behind their backs. Both father and son were preoccupied with official business and hadn't specifically assigned anyone to monitor Zhou Fonghua or report her whereabouts. So, although her movements weren't a secret, she went to the Fong family alone, and naturally, no one knew she had warned the Fong family or reported it to the Cho family father and son. The father and son were focused on winning over Fong Mingao and then marrying Fong Yusen. Little did they know that because of Zhou Fonghua, Fong Yusen had decided to leave the safe zone. This wasn't just unknown to them. General Song and General Li were also unaware. After all, the number of zombies outside was increasing, and the situation was becoming increasingly dire. No one would expect that someone would be so foolish as to leave the safe zone at this critical juncture. To most people, such behavior was tantamount to suicide. Therefore, although General Song and General Li knew that Zhou Fonghua had visited the Fong family and had a falling out, they never imagined that the Fong family would leave the safe zone because of it. That evening, in a room at the Research Institute, Shang-Chi, dressed in a neat white lab coat and wearing frameless glasses, smiled and approached Lin Feain. Miss Lin, we meet again. Lin Feain was currently forced to remain at the Research Institute to cooperate with experimental research. Although she hadn't been reduced to lying on a cold lab table being dissected, she was required to condense a sufficient amount of water with purification capabilities and provide blood samples daily for the researchers' studies. However, her treatment was quite good. The room assigned to her was meticulously decorated, very warm and comfortable, even more upscale than her home before the apocalypse. Her meals were also very plentiful, and the research institute provided her with a certain amount of zombie crystal cores daily for her to absorb and enhance her abilities. Although the amount of water she had to condense each day was considerable, Lin Feain felt that this life was much more comfortable than outside. However, seeing the completely transformed Shan Shi here was quite unexpected. "Mr. Shan, what are you doing here?" Lin Feain looked at Shan Shi's attire in surprise. The room was lit. She could clearly see Shan Shi's appearance. He was wearing a neat white lab coat, and his slightly long hair had been trimmed, making him look even more energetic. He was already handsome, and with his frameless glasses on, the sharpness and madness in his eyes were concealed, replaced by a scholarly elegance that was very attractive. Lin Feain looked at him and couldn't help but blush slightly. She wasn't very old, only a year out of university, and was easily attracted to a man like Shan Shi. Although Shan Shi wasn't as handsome as Fong Yuyang's aura was too strong, and he was full of hostility towards her. Compared to him, the gentle and refined handsome Shan Shi was much better. She wasn't stupid. Looking at Shan Shi's attire, she guessed his current identity. "Mr. Shan, are you a researcher here now?" Shan Shi looked at Lin Feain's blushing face. His smile grew even gentler. "Miss Lin is so clever, you guessed right away. I'm a new researcher here. I'm in charge of your project, so we'll definitely be seeing each other often in the future." Hearing this, Lin Feain's face flushed crimson and she stammered, Really? That's wonderful." Shan Shi smiled and nodded, his eyes crinkling as he gazed at her tenderly. "Lin, never mind, I'll just call you Feain. Feain, have you advanced your ability yet?" Upon hearing this, Lin Feain lowered her head in shame. Her ability hadn't advanced yet, and she was worried that Shan Shi would look down on her because of it. After all, countless people had humiliated her because of this. Seeing her embarrassment, Shan Shi didn't press further. Instead, he said understandingly, "Feain, don't blame yourself. Supernatural abilities are inherently mysterious. We haven't even figured out exactly how they work yet. Everyone's still figuring it out. Your ability has mutated, so it's normal for it to be difficult to advance. It's not your fault." Hearing this, Lin Feain's anxious heart instantly calmed down. She subconsciously looked at Shan Shi, her heart pounding. Each strong beat brought a sweet, intoxicating feeling. She felt Shan Shi's words made perfect sense but still said, "It's all because I'm useless. You don't need to comfort me like that." Shan Shi shook his head slightly. "I'm telling the truth. Our research has found that the more powerful the ability, the more difficult the advancement." This wasn't exactly a lie, as powerful abilities do indeed have a higher difficulty level for advancement. However, if one has good aptitude, the difficulty of advancement is greatly reduced. Shan Shi deliberately only mentioned one point, wanting to reassure Lin Feain. In reality, both he and Zheng Tianhe had begun to suspect that Lin Feain's aptitude was not high. But a question arose. If her aptitude was poor, how could she have mutated her purification ability? Logically, those whose abilities mutated were usually people with high aptitude. Moreover, they had discovered that water-type ability users advanced more easily than other types. Yet Lin Feain had consistently failed to advance, which seemed illogical. Therefore, they began to suspect that there was something wrong with Lin Feain's initial mutation. She might have discovered something that led to the mutation. Regarding this question, when Lin Feain's ability mutated, someone had asked her, but her answer was that she herself didn't know, and it seemed that her ability mutated suddenly. The researchers naturally didn't believe this, so they kept Lin Feain's blood sample for testing. Unfortunately, there had been no progress. So this time they deliberately kept Lin Feain to cooperate with their research. Shan Shi's visit to Lin Feain this time also had a purpose. It wasn't simply to chat and build a relationship. After he spoke again, Lin Feain sighed and said, "So that's how it is. Do you know how I can advance?" Ever since she was humiliated, she had been wanting to advance. Why didn't those people dare to offend Fong Yusen, but dared to humiliate her? Wasn't it because Fong Yusen had advanced to level 2 with her wood-type ability, while hers was still at the beginner level? Once she advanced, she would see if those people dared to offend her again. Unfortunately, her ability had only reached the mid-beginning stage. Advancing was not something that could be done overnight. Lin Feain was unaware of this situation. She naively thought that as long as she cultivated diligently, she could advance quickly. Although Shenxi's words were a veiled compliment, they still made her worry. If her ability really was difficult to advance, what could she do? She couldn't stay stuck at the beginner level forever, could she? That would lower her value even further. In her anxiety, she couldn't help but look to Shenxi for help. "Mr. Shen, can you help me?" Shenxi smiled confidently. "I'm here today to help you." As he spoke, he took out a syringe from his pocket. The syringe was already open, filled with a clear liquid. Lin Feain looked at the syringe, her heart suddenly becoming alert. "What is this?" Seeing her frown, Shenxi smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, this is processed energy liquid, extracted from crystal cores. Don't underestimate this small tube. Obtaining it consumed quite a few crystal cores. Injecting it directly into your blood vessels is much more effective than directly absorbing crystal cores. If you want to advance, this is probably the only way." In other words, if Lin Feain didn't use this method, she probably wouldn't be able to advance. Lin Feain understood his meaning, and her face turned pale. She instinctively resisted the method Shenxi had mentioned, but his words made her hesitant to take the risk. Seeing her hesitation, Shenxi continued, "Don't think I'm exaggerating. I'm telling you the truth. You want to advance, right? Then this is the only way. Of course, I'm just giving you a suggestion. Whether you choose it or not is up to you." Lin Feain remained hesitant. She had never heard of this method before, especially since it involved direct injection into the bloodstream. She felt it was very dangerous. However, just as she hesitated, wanting to refuse, she suddenly saw Shenxi's face turn forlorn. His eyes were hurt and his voice held a hint of vulnerability. "You saved me, would I harm you? I only decided to use this method to help you. Since you won't believe me, then." "I believe you," Lin Feain said quickly. She couldn't bear to see Shenxi so hurt. Although her reason hadn't yet accepted his words, her emotions had already responded for her. "Mr. Shen, I'm not doubting you. I just heard about this method for the first time, and it feels strange." Shenxi then smiled. "It's good that you believe me. So, are you willing to use this method?" Lin Feain wanted to say she didn't want to, but under Shenxi's gentle gaze, what came out was, "I'm willing." Hearing this, Shenxi smiled even more gently. He didn't give Lin Feain a chance to back out and said directly, "Then let's start now." After saying that, he grabbed Lin Fein's wrist and pulled up her sleeve. He gently bit off the syringe cap with his teeth and said, "It might hurt a little, just bear with it." Lin Feain nodded blankly. Shenxi's hands were wearing latex gloves, slightly cold. Holding her wrist with such hands, Lin Feain instinctively tensed up. However, Shenxi moved quickly. He held the syringe with one hand, quickly finding the vein, tilting the needle in, and then pressing the syringe with his thumb, slowly pushing the medicine into Lin Fein's vein. As the medicine entered, Lin Feain first felt a throbbing pain where she was pricked, followed by a chilling sensation. As that chill entered her bloodstream, Lin Fein's unease grew stronger. She subconsciously looked up and saw Shenxi's expressionless, handsome face. Chapter 208, Mysterious Gift. The events that unfolded in Lin Fein's room remained unknown to anyone except those directly involved and a few close associates. The night passed quietly without any further zombie attacks. At daybreak, the Fong family emerged from the Greenwood spiritual abode. Having spent the entire night cultivating and enhancing their strength in preparation for leaving the safe zone, they had slept the previous day. Fortunately, the night's cultivation hadn't left them feeling tired. Instead, the nourishment of spiritual energy left them feeling refreshed. After a simple breakfast, Fong Yusen began setting up an array. This home held a special significance for her. She had bought it with her own money, and all the renovations were arranged by her and the renovation company. Moreover, she hadn't been able to protect it in her previous life. Therefore, although she had decided to leave, she was reluctant to part with this place and even less willing to let others take it. Thus, she planned to set up a complex defensive array to prevent anyone from breaking in. Fong Yusen put a great deal of thought into setting up this array. After deciding to leave the safe zone, she began researching and finally found the most powerful defensive formation she could currently set up. Although setting up this formation would require a considerable amount of crystal cores, Fong Yusen did it anyway. This was her home, and she really didn't want some random person or Fong Mingao to have it encroached upon. After she finished setting up the formation, Zhou Yan arrived with his men. He had come to buy fresh vegetables, and Fong Yusen had already prepared everything. When Zhou Yan arrived, he noticed that the Fong family home had changed somewhat. There were more plants in the yard. He was slightly surprised but wisely didn't ask. Instead, he walked up to Fong Yusen, handed her a small bag and whispered, "This is the reward for fighting the zombie attack the night before last. Please accept it, Miss Fong. Also, General Song asked me to tell Miss Fong that if you have any trouble, you can let him know. He will help in any way he can." Fong Yusen accepted the bag. She smiled gratefully. "Thank General Song for me and tell him of his kindness. I appreciate it." Clearly, General Song already knew about Zhou Fenghua's troublesome visit yesterday. Unfortunately, she didn't intend to ask General Song for help. Zhou Yan nodded and gestured for his men to move the things. Fong Yusen pointed to a basket of vegetables in the corner and said, "This is something I specially saved for Major Zhou. Consider it a gift for Major Zhou, so there's no need to charge for the crystal cores." Zhou Yan was taken aback at first, then instinctively declined. "Miss Fong, you don't need to do this." Fong Yusen waved her hand. "It's just a small token of my appreciation. Growing some vegetables doesn't cost me much. It doesn't require much of my special ability." Just as she finished speaking, Bai Qianqian came out carrying a small, sealed cardboard box. "Mommy, your things." Zhou Yan was surprised again, looking at the box with some astonishment, wondering what Fong Yusen wanted to do with such a small box. And just then, Fong Yusen took the cardboard box and handed it directly to Zhou Yan, smiling as she said, "I almost forgot. There's also this, a little gift for you. Take it home and open it. Don't let anyone else see it." She then winked at Zhou Yan, looking very mysterious. Zhou Yan was completely bewildered by Fong Yusen. Usually, when he came to pick up vegetables, Fong Yusen would give him some, but never much. Today, she was giving him a large basket of vegetables and a cardboard box. It was really strange. However, Fong Yusen meant well, so after a moment's hesitation, he didn't refuse and readily accepted the box. Then he noticed the box was very light, indicating it didn't contain much. Thinking this, he felt relieved. Since there wasn't much, he didn't care. Remembering Fong Yusen's instructions, although curious about what was inside, he didn't open it immediately but carefully placed it in the car. By this time, the others had already loaded the vegetables into the car. So he took a heavy machine gun and a large box of ammunition from the car, walked up to Fong Yusen and handed them to her, saying somewhat awkwardly, "The general is short of crystal cores, so I had to use these as payment." "I'm sorry." Fong Yusen didn't particularly value the machine gun, but she understood the military's predicament. Because of the large number of people, the required crystal cores were naturally greater. So she didn't say anything and simply accepted the machine gun and ammunition. Seeing that she didn't seem to mind, Zhou Yan breathed a sigh of relief and took his leave. He delivered the vegetables to General Song's residence, hesitated for a moment, and then mentioned Fong Yusen's gift to General Song. General Song, a shrewd old fox, immediately sensed something was amiss. He looked at Zhou Yan and asked, "You mean she told you to open it only when you got home? And that no one else could see it?" Zhou Yan nodded, took out the cardboard box and placed it in front of General Song. "The box is very light. There shouldn't be much inside." General Song hesitated for a moment, then told Zhou Yan to open it directly. Zhou Yan didn't refuse. There was no one else in the house besides him and General Song. He trusted General Song's character, and at the same time, he had his own responsibilities. He drew his dagger and deftly tore open the cardboard box. Inside, he found only a bottle of water and a letter. He instinctively picked up the envelope and froze when he saw the words to General Song written on it. General Song was right beside him. He had seen it too. He raised an eyebrow in surprise, then a sudden sense of foreboding washed over him. "Oh no!" he exclaimed, snatching the letter from Zhou Yan's hand. After quickly reading it, a look of dejection crossed his face. Seeing that General Song's expression was off, Zhou Yan became uneasy and asked nervously, "General, what's wrong? What did Miss Fong write?" General Song sighed. "She's leaving the safe zone." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yan's face changed instantly, and he turned to leave, saying, "I'll stop her." In the blink of an eye, he was at the door about to open it, when he heard General Song say, "No need, you go now, they've already left." Zhou Yan's expression changed again, and he immediately took out his walkie-talkie to contact the guards at the gate. "Has Fong Yusen left?" The other party was surprised. "Major Zhou? How did you know?" "Miss Fong just went out, saying she was going on a mission. What happened?" Zhou Yan wanted to say, "Go and bring her back immediately," but hesitated for a moment and said, "It's nothing, you don't need to worry about it, continue your duty." He then hung up the communication. Then he walked up to General Song, frowned and asked, "General, what exactly happened? It's so dangerous outside, why would she suddenly decide to leave the safe zone? Could it be because of the Cho family?" He remembered Zhou Fenghua's visit to the Fong family yesterday. General Song nodded heavily, appearing as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. He sighed helplessly, "I'm afraid that's why. I never expected her to be so resolute. If I had known it would turn out like this." He didn't finish his sentence, his last words turning into a helpless and heavy sigh. Zhou Yan also sighed. Fong Yusen's healing abilities were too strong. Her departure was a significant loss to the safe zone. But thinking of Fong Yusen's care and contributions to the safe zone, he couldn't bring himself to bring her back. Fong Yusen had clearly left the safe zone because of the Cho family, and he didn't know how much she had suffered. They couldn't possibly go against the entire Cho family for this. Bringing her back would only make her more heartbroken. He secretly glanced at General Song, remembering his earlier intervention, and felt that General Song probably thought the same thing as him. This secretly relieved him, but thinking of the serious consequences, his mood became heavy again. General Song, who was also observing him, said, "Take a look at these letters too." Zhou Yan had been curious for a while, but he hadn't dared to look since General Song hadn't suggested it. Hearing General Song's words, he quickly picked up the letters on the table and began to read. After finishing, his expression changed again. He clenched his fist and slammed it hard on the table, gritting his teeth as he said, "The Cho family is truly going too far." Actually, Fong Yusen hadn't written Zhou Fenghua's warning in the letters. It was only after reading her suggestions and the qi cultivation technique that Zhou Yan felt Fong Yusen was too selfless and too noble, and the Cho family, who had driven her away, was naturally extremely hateful. If it weren't for the Cho family, how could Fong Yusen have left this relatively safe zone? General Song was equally furious, but he was more concerned about the contents of the letters. Both Fong Yusen's suggestions and the qi cultivation technique were of great significance to the entire safe zone. Putting aside the suggestion itself, her willingness to share such a mental cultivation method was enough to earn his deep admiration. Then General Song said, "I'll let Xiaoyi see this method. She's a direct descendant of an ancient martial arts family, and her talent is exceptional. She can tell at a glance whether something is good or not. We'll share it then so everyone can try practicing it." Zhou Yan naturally had no objections. He simply said, "General, Miss Fong leaving the safe zone might cause controversy. So I think when we reveal this method, we should tell everyone that it was provided by Miss Fong. We can't let people who received her kindness turn against her, can we?" General Song laughed upon hearing this. "Don't worry, I'm not the kind of person who repays kindness with enmity. Your suggestion is excellent. Not only this method, but also all the suggestions Miss Fong made should be known to everyone in the safe zone. We haven't repaid her kindness with enmity." Zhou Yan breathed a sigh of relief. He trusted General Song's character. Since he had said so, things wouldn't go wrong. Unbeknownst to him, General Song's actions weren't solely out of gratitude. A greater reason was to curry favor with Fong Yusen. He knew Fong Yusen was no fool. If she dared to leave the safe zone, she must be confident she could survive. With her abilities, her future was undoubtedly limitless. By doing this, he could create the possibility of further cooperation when they met again. Chapter 209 Birds of Prey. As soon as Zhou Yangang, the 209 Raptor, left the Fong family home, the Fong family drove off. Before leaving, Fong Yusen activated the array. After the array was activated, subtle changes occurred in the courtyard, almost imperceptible without close inspection. However, once someone opened the door and entered, they would be trapped in an illusion array, which in turn contained killing and trapping arrays, culminating in a defensive barrier. The entire array left only one exit, the main gate. While trapped within the array, the exit would remain open. As long as one turned back decisively, they would be unharmed. Conversely, if one remained obstinate, they would be trapped and die within the array. After activating the array, Fong Yusen locked the gate, then got into the car. The family took one last look at the home they had lived in for less than a month before driving away without a second thought. Before leaving, Fong Yusen used the walkie-talkie to call Shang Jinxiu, reminding them to get going. Shang Jinxiu, still living with Chan Xiao and the others, was already prepared. Upon receiving the order, she immediately got into the car and drove towards the gate of the safe zone. After calling Shang Jinxiu, Fong Yusen called Bai Yi. Bai Yi and his men were already prepared and had left long ago. They were already at the entrance to the safe zone when Fong Yusen called. Bai Yi simply gave a location near the safe zone as the meeting point. Fong Yusen knew the location, agreed, and hung up. Soon they arrived at the east gate of the safe zone. At this time, Chan Xiao and the others also arrived in their car. After a brief meeting and registration at the gate, they quickly drove away. Fong Yusen had performed excellently in the battle the night before, and was currently riding high, so the guards naturally didn't want to be her enemy. Therefore, the whole process went very smoothly without any hindrance. However, not long after they left the gate of the safe zone, the guards received a call from Zhou Yan. Unfortunately, by then they had already left the safe zone and were too late. After the Yongsheng team reunited, they didn't stop and headed directly to the agreed location. Fong Yusen didn't ride her motorcycle today. Fong Yusen sat in the back seat of the car with Bai Qianqian. Bai Qianqian held Angela, who was sleeping soundly, in his arms, his eyes sparkling with joy at the prospect of returning home to see his family. Fong Yusen held a tablet computer, which was already charged. After turning it on, she opened the electronic map and began browsing. The map had been downloaded before the apocalypse, and although there was no internet now, it was still usable. However, due to problems with the satellite signal connection, it had lost GPS positioning and navigation functions, and she could only rely on the naked eye for location and navigation. Fortunately, the map was very detailed, and when zoomed in, she could see the condition of every street, making it still quite useful. The only problem was that many places had undergone tremendous changes after the apocalypse, making it more difficult to discern. Fong Yusen lightly tapped her finger on the map, then looked up at the window. Along the way, she could occasionally see mercenaries on missions and small groups of zombies. The mercenaries recognized Fong Yusen riding her motorcycle at a glance, their expressions quite complicated. They quickly withdrew their attention and continued hunting the surrounding zombies. Occasionally, a zombie would try to attack them, but before it could even get close to the car, it was killed by nearby mercenaries or Fang Yuan. The car didn't stop, continuing towards its destination, gradually moving away from the safe zone. The further they got from the safe zone, the fewer mercenaries they encountered, while the number of zombies began to increase. Apart from the more intelligent high-level zombies, the low-level zombies couldn't resist the temptation of fresh flesh and blood within the safe zone, which is why they kept surging towards it. At the same time, these low-level zombies lacking intelligence were controlled by the higher-level zombies, surrounding the outer perimeter of the safe zone, waiting for an opportunity to ambush. The location Bai Yi had chosen was about 4 kilometers away from the safe zone, and they arrived quickly by car. When Fong Yusen and the others arrived, Bai Yi and the others had already parked the car, and were hunting the surrounding zombies. These people moved with remarkable efficiency. Even the only woman among them, Meng Qingluo, possessed extraordinary skills. They encountered a small horde of zombies, numbering around 500. Most had already been killed, their corpses lying scattered on the ground. Bai Yi and his companions, however, seemed quite relaxed and at ease. Fong Yusen immediately recognized that the most powerful zombie in the horde was a level 2 strength-enhanced zombie. The rest were level 1 and low-level zombies. Aside from the level 2 strength-enhanced zombie, the others were no match for it. A level 2 strength-enhanced zombie was quite lethal, a very tough nut to crack for many current ability users. Encountering one meant either fighting to the death or fleeing for one's life. Unfortunately for it, this time it had encountered Bai Yi. Bai Ye's own strength had already advanced to level 2, and he possessed powerful dual elemental abilities of gold and lightning, making him more than capable of dealing with it. Moreover, he had received the inheritance of the dragon scale sword, further enhancing his strength. When Fong Yusen arrived, he saw Bai Yi holding a longsword. However, it wasn't the dragon scale sword. This longsword was golden, and its design resembled the dragon scale sword. Fong Yusen guessed that it was a substitute for the dragon scale sword that Bai Yi had specially created using his special abilities. After all, the dragon scale sword was no ordinary item. Such treasures usually had very strict restrictions on their users. Bai Yi had only just embarked on the path of cultivation, so it wasn't surprising that he couldn't use the dragon scale sword. What Fong Yusen admired was that Bai Yi had created a substitute for the dragon scale sword so quickly, and begun to practice his swordsmanship. With such awareness, his future achievements would definitely be remarkable. Since the zombies had been mostly dealt with, and Bai Yi and the others were handling the situation with ease, they clearly didn't need any help. After the Yongshang team arrived, they didn't interfere but chose to observe from the sidelines. While Fong Yusen was secretly observing Bai Yi heard Bai Qianqian's spiritual transmission. "Daddy, good luck. Mommy is watching you. Do your best." Bai Yi was startled by this sudden transmission, and then subconsciously tensed up. He glanced at the surrounding zombies, recalling a flashy sword technique he had just learned. With a flick of his wrist, he gripped the hilt of his sword and shouted, "Get out of the way!" Hearing this, Meng Qingluo, Ho San Chan Si, and Su Wu hesitated slightly before nimbly dodging and retreating from Bai Ye's attack range. As soon as they retreated, the zombies immediately gave chase. But at that moment, Bai Ye's figure flashed, his golden longsword unleashing several beams of light that struck the roaring zombies. Time seemed to freeze. The ferocious zombies, as if someone had pressed the stop button, all froze. The pause was only brief. The next moment, all the zombies were decapitated, their heads cleaved in two. Bai Yi reached out and grabbed dozens of crystal cores. All the zombies were dead. Bai Yi sheathed his sword and strode towards Fong Yusen's car. As they walked, Bai Yi, with a blank expression, secretly whispered to Bai Qianqian, "Qianqian, wasn't Daddy handsome just now?" Bai Qianqian thought Bai Yi was incredibly handsome, but he wouldn't admit it, so he pretended to be nonchalant and replied, "So, nowhere near as handsome as Mommy." Hearing this, Bai Ye's blank expression immediately turned dark. Inside the car, Fong Yusen silently watched Bai Qianqian. "Qianqian, who are you whispering to?" Bai Yi had already reached the car, and although Fong Yusen's voice wasn't loud, he still heard it. He immediately felt a pang of anxiety and subconsciously whispered a warning to Bai Qianqian. "Don't betray your father." Bai Qianqian narrowed his eyes slightly, glanced at Bai Yi outside the car window, and deliberately said to Fong Yusen, "Mommy, Daddy was asking me about you just now." Bai Yi immediately became furious and embarrassed. "I didn't. Don't talk nonsense." Just then, Fong Yusen rolled down the car window and saw Bai Yi glaring angrily at Bai Qianqian. However, because she was sitting right next to the window and her body was blocking Bai Qianqian, Bai Ye's glare seemed to be directed at her. Bai Yi met Fong Yusen's gaze and was momentarily embarrassed, unsure what to do. After a long pause, he turned and coughed lightly, saying, "Now that you're here, let's get going." Fong Yusen got out of the car. Chan Si and the others were digging for zombie crystal cores, so she asked Bai Yi, "Have you decided on the route?" Bai Yi nodded, took out a paper map from his pocket, unfolded it and laid it on the car. Pointing to a thin line drawn on it with a marker, he said to Fong Yusen, "My plan is to follow this highway route. However, we're unsure about the specifics of other places, so we'll have to proceed as it comes. This is the general route. The specifics will depend on the actual situation." Fong Yusen nodded. Aside from flying, taking the highway was naturally the fastest. However, the entire route was too long, passing through many places. If there were problems along the way, they would likely have to adjust their route again. Zombie birds and mutated birds should have appeared by now, making air travel too dangerous. If the aircraft is attacked, they have no way to protect themselves in the air. It's much safer to walk on the ground. Just then, a long cry suddenly rang out from the sky. The sound was very loud, like the cry of an eagle. Everyone instinctively looked up and saw a black shadow streak across the sky with lightning speed. Its wingspan was enormous, seemingly capable of blotting out the sun, inspiring fear. If such a huge bird of prey attacked humans, how many could withstand it? Fortunately, it didn't seem to intend to attack them. After quickly passing through the air, it headed away into the distance, its figure growing smaller and smaller until it quickly disappeared as a black dot. Fong Yusen watched the direction it left in and couldn't help but recall the horrific scenes of her past life. Birds have the advantage of flight, making them far more troublesome than land creatures. Even a small sparrow can become a fearsome bird of prey. Afterwards, everyone set off together, heading towards the highway. The highway was in the opposite direction from the safe zone, which was surrounded by layers upon layers of zombies. They practically fought their way out, each person attacking repeatedly, and it took considerable effort to break through the zombie encirclement. Fortunately, they had prepared beforehand, and the zombies' claws didn't damage the vehicle. Instead, they obtained a considerable number of crystal cores. However, this intense battle inevitably left them mentally exhausted. After breaking through the encirclement, the number of zombies began to decrease, with only small groups remaining, which were not difficult to deal with. Seeing that they were gradually moving away from the zombie encirclement, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, thinking back on what had happened earlier, they were still filled with lingering fear. While the existence of the safe zone protected most survivors and provided them with a place to live, it also made the safe zone a huge cake in the eyes of the zombies. It was filled with fresh flesh and blood, an irresistible temptation for them. This led to more and more zombies surrounding the safe zone, looking for an opportunity to launch a surprise attack. It's easy to imagine that zombie sieges would become frequent in the future. Once the people inside couldn't resist, the zombies outside would invade and hunt down the humans in a frenzy. The current relatively stable situation might not be a result of the zombies' cunning calculations. Zombies are dead, but humans are alive. As long as humans don't die out, they can continue to live. New life is new food for the zombies. Fong Yusen wasn't sure if the zombies had become that intelligent, but as long as they continued to evolve, they would definitely think of this. Moreover, the fact that the zombies on the outer perimeter were merely surrounding the safe zone without launching a full-scale attack was itself suspicious. Unfortunately, they had already broken through the encirclement and were beyond the communication range of the walkie-talkies, making it impossible to contact the people in the safe zone. Fong Yusen thought for a moment and shook her head. Oh well, everyone has their own fate. Anyway, she had written down everything she could think of. General Song wasn't stupid. He could probably think of the problems she could think of, and even the ones she hadn't thought of. She really had nothing to worry about. After leaving the encirclement, there were fewer zombies outside, but relatively speaking, all the survivors were now active in and around the safe zone, and there wasn't a soul in sight outside. Fong Yusen and her group's sudden appearance was like a delicious meal suddenly offered to these zombies who had been starving for a long time. How could they let it go? So before long, the zombies wandering outside the encirclement surrounded them. These zombies were limited in number, and before they could form a large zombie horde, they were all slaughtered. Chapter 210: Breaking Through the Encirclement. Although the enormous raptor had already departed, its fleeting glimpse left an indelible and awe-inspiring impression on everyone. Such a terrifying creature, its horror unimaginable until seen in person, could instill a profound sense of fear in anyone with just a single glance. Fong Yusen, possessing memories of her past life, understood the terror of birds far better than others. She felt the raptor's appearance was a signal of impending danger, for she had felt uneasy ever since it appeared. This unease was sudden and intense, impossible for Fong Yusen to ignore. Fortunately, no one was nearby, so after a moment's hesitation, she decided to stay and rest, making preparations before continuing her journey. Bai Yi noticed her expression was off and couldn't help but ask worriedly, "Miss Fong, what's wrong?" Fong Yusen glanced at him, thought for a moment and said, "Don't call me Miss Fong anymore. Since we're companions, there's no need to be so formal." Bai Ye's heart skipped a beat and he asked expectantly, "Then what should I call you from now on?" He thought Xin was a good name, but felt it was too abrupt to ask directly, so he changed to a more tactful way of asking. Fong Yusen's mind was entirely on birds at the moment, And she didn't notice the expectation in Bai Ye's words. Her attitude was rather cold. Just call me Yusen from now on. Calling her by her full name would feel strange and too distant. But calling her Xin directly would be too intimate. So Fong Yusen thought for a moment and chose a compromise. Bai Yi was disappointed, but he didn't show it on his face. Only the corners of his mouth turned down slightly. It was barely noticeable unless you looked closely. He noticed that Fong Yusen seemed quite concerned about the raptor from earlier, so he said, "That one that flew by just now should have been a great eagle, but unfortunately it was too far away to tell what species it was. However, judging from its enormous size, it must have mutated. Great eagles are raptors to begin with, and after mutation they're probably even more troublesome. If it were to attack humans with its speed and flight advantage, an ordinary person would be no match for it. Who can argue with that?" Fong Yusen sighed. That was exactly what she was worried about. Bai Yi secretly observed her expression and continued, "It seems we need to be even more careful from now on. There's definitely more than just one mutated bird. If we encounter a flock of mutated birds or a flock of zombie birds, the situation will be dangerous." After he finished speaking, he noticed that Fong Yusen wasn't listening at all, but instead turned to look at Fong Yuyang. Fong Yuyang was still looking up, staring in the direction the raptor had disappeared. Bai Yi felt that he must have been very concerned about that raptor, but since it was already gone, there was no point in looking at it like that. He only dared to think this to himself and didn't dare to say it aloud. The other party was Fong Yusen's brother, and he didn't want to offend her with a careless remark. Fong Yusen, however, didn't have that concern and asked directly, "Brother, what's wrong? What are you looking at?" Fong Yuyang then snapped out of his reverie and looked at Fong Yusen, saying, Xin, don't you think that raptor is amazing?" Fong Yusen immediately understood Fong Yuyang's implication. Just as Bai Yi had said, that raptor was likely a mutated eagle, but it was too far away to see its species clearly. Judging from its size and speed, that mutated eagle was truly a rare raptor, and very suitable for Fong Yuyang, who possessed wind-based abilities. If Fong Yuyang could successfully form a contract with it, it would definitely become a fierce and battle-hardened partner. Thinking of Fong Yuyang, Fong Yusen's tense nerves suddenly relaxed. How could she forget? Fong Yuyang had awakened wind-based abilities, making him a natural enemy to birds that flew on the wind. In her past life she had dragged Fong Yuyang down, but this life was different. Thinking of this, Fong Yusen's heavy heart instantly lightened. However, although Fong Yuyang's wind-based abilities were powerful, some necessary preparations still needed to be made. Fortunately, Chan Si and the others were still digging for crystal cores, giving her ample time to prepare. Fong Yusen directly channeled her true energy to her fingertips and began inscribing a defensive array on the vehicle. Bai Ye's eyes narrowed slightly upon seeing her actions. He thought for a moment, deciding he should avoid suspicion, and said, "I'll go deal with those zombies." As soon as he finished speaking, a beam of white light shot out from Fong Yusen's wrist. Immediately afterward, Lanrua, now in her original form, began to feast. Lanrua was a mutated crystal orchid, a saprophytic plant. Zombies were food to her. After the crystal cores were extracted from the zombies' brains, their bodies were of little use to humans and were generally burned. However, these remnants were highly nutritious for Lanrua. Zombies' bodies also contain energy, but humans can't absorb or utilize it. Lanrua, however, can, so in its view it's better to let it devour the zombies than burn them. Bai Ye's expression stiffened, but he didn't stop Lanrua from eating. Lanrua was Fong Yusen's spirit pet, so of course he had to treat her differently. Besides, these zombies were of no use to him, so there was nothing wrong with letting Lanrua eat them. He had no objection, and Chan Si and the others had even less of an objection. While they were quickly digging for crystal cores, they were also secretly observing Fong Yusen's actions out of the corner of their eyes. Seeing her drawing on the car body, they all had some thoughts in their minds. However, they couldn't completely trust Fong Yusen yet, so even though they knew that what she was doing now had some purpose, they couldn't hand over their car to her to handle. Bai Yi, on the other hand, saw some clues from Fong Yusen's actions. He hesitated for a moment, feeling that Chan Si and the others didn't need his help, so he simply walked to the car, stretched out his hands and gently placed them on the car body, then condensed a layer of metal, further strengthening the car body. Because of Bai Ye's presence, their vehicles looked brand new, unlike the others' cars, which were tattered and covered in scratches from being attacked by zombies. Even the Yongshang team's vehicles had scratches of varying sizes, but due to their strength, the scratches were few and the damage wasn't severe. Fong Yusen quickly drew a defensive array, the main purpose of which was to reinforce the vehicle body and reflect incoming attacks. It was completely different from the defensive array at home, much simpler and easier to set up. The Yongshang team used 3 vehicles in total, 2 black SUVs and the remaining one was Fong Yuyang's motorcycle. Since the appearance of that raptor, Fong Yusen was worried that more dangerous birds would appear, making it unsafe for Fong Yuyang to ride the motorcycle. Since there were others present, she had Shang Jinxiu store Fong Yuyang's motorcycle in her spatial storage. By this time, Bai Yi and the others had finished their work, except for Lan Rua, who had released all her clones and was frantically feeding with her main body. Fong Yusen waited a moment, and soon Lan Rua finished eating, leaving only a pile of blackened skeletons on the ground. Chu Qianhe then set off, burning all the skeletons to ashes. Chapter 211 Crisis on the Highway. After clearing out the surrounding zombies and quickly extracting the crystal cores on Highway 211, everyone left without lingering. Fong Yusen stopped feeding Lan Rua, and Chu Qianhe set a fire before they quickly continued on their way. They were afraid that further delays would attract more zombies. Before getting on the highway, they specifically checked out a gas station nearby. The gas station had huge oil drums buried underground, filled with fuel. Unfortunately, they didn't have any containers. Even if they could figure out a way to pump out the fuel, they had no containers to hold it. There was also a small supermarket next to the gas station, but it had already been visited. Everything that could be carried away had been taken, leaving only rotting corpses emitting a strong stench. Chu Qianhe sighed, set fire to the corpses, and then everyone got on the highway. The toll booths at the highway entrance were already dilapidated, their transparent glass windows smashed, with large patches of dark bloodstains remaining on them. Inside lay corpses reduced to bones, likely having fled in panic into the pavilion, mistakenly believing they could survive, only to perish without even a complete body. Fong Yusen and the others had long since witnessed countless gruesome corpses and were numb to them. They felt nothing upon seeing this one. Chu Qianhe simply flicked a flame to burn the body. Once on the highway, the situation changed. Occasionally, abandoned cars could be seen, some clearly involved in accidents, others mangled by zombies, and still others seemingly intact. The reason for their abandonment was unknown. The disaster occurred in the middle of the night, so there weren't many vehicles on the road, but there were some. Everyone guessed that most of these cars belonged to those who had fled later. On the first day of the apocalypse, the largest number of people fled. Communication was cut off, and no one knew the situation outside, so they naively assumed only the market had been affected. Therefore, some of these vehicles belonged to people whose families or relatives were elsewhere. They fled hastily, mostly taking the highways. Unfortunately, they didn't know that not only the city had suffered this devastating disaster, but the entire world had been affected. Even if they escaped to other places, they would still face danger. Moreover, if a section of the highway broke down, they would be stranded, making the situation even more perilous. Looking at the chaotic or twisted cars, everyone could imagine the horrific scene. Their hearts heavy. Corpses reduced to skeletons could be seen frequently inside cars or on the road. Chu Qianhe had to constantly burn them with flames. The corpses on the road were easy to deal with, but if the corpses inside the cars weren't dealt with properly, the flames would burn the fuel tanks, causing explosions. The highway wasn't very wide, only wide enough for 2 cars to pass side by side, making the haphazardly parked cars a major problem. They hadn't gone far before they had to stop and move their cars to continue. Each time this happened, nearby zombies would be attracted and try to ambush them. Su Wu, Wang Qi, and Huang Yu all awakened power enhancement abilities, with Su Wu being the strongest. A former Special Forces soldier who later became a mercenary, he had always followed Bai Yi. His strength was far beyond that of ordinary citizens like Wang Qi and Huang Yu. However, Wang Qi and Huang Yu had benefited considerably from following Fong Yusen. While their strength couldn't compare to Su Wu's, they were among the best of the power-enhanced ability users. The task of moving the car was assigned to the 3 of them. Fang Yuang, a wind-based ability user, and Fong Yusen and Bai Qianqian, whose spiritual senses could extend far, were responsible for vigilance. If any zombies approached, Fang Yuang would take action, eliminating them directly with wind blades. The others would remain on standby, ready to join forces should the number of zombies become too large. Although Bai Ye's team and the Yongsheng team were currently relatively separate, their coordination was excellent, ensuring the zombies wouldn't find an opening. After walking for a while, they arrived at the scene of a multi-vehicle collision. Apparently, no one had passed through this area after the accident, as the scene was perfectly preserved. It was an exceptionally horrific crash, with dozens of cars involved in a chain collision. The result was not only damage to the roadside guardrails, but also severe congestion of the entire road. Many cars were completely mangled, and judging from the marks, an explosion had occurred. 7 cars were burned to charred frames, and the occupants were completely reduced to charred remains. In addition, many other cars were severely deformed, the blood seeping from them turning a dark black color, and the people inside were decomposing corpses. The remaining cars were less damaged. Their doors had been opened, and apart from a few unfortunate drivers who died inside, the others had escaped. It was unknown what became of them. The road was severely blocked, making it impossible to drive through. They had to move the cars first. So as soon as the car stopped, Su Wu Wangqi and Huang Yu quickly got out and went to move the vehicles. Fong Yusen and Bai Qianqian extended their spiritual senses far away to monitor the surrounding situation. Not good. Bai Qianqian suddenly opened her eyes and exclaimed, "A horde of tens of thousands of zombies is heading this way." Fong Yuang also noticed and immediately shouted, "Attention everyone! A horde of tens of thousands of zombies is heading our direction, about 700 meters away. They're predicted to arrive in 3 minutes." After she finished speaking, the others immediately sprang into action. Everyone got out of the car and took out their weapons. This was a highway, so explosives were not suitable. If the road surface were destroyed, the situation would become even more complicated, so they could only use ordinary weapons. Since receiving the inheritance of the dragon scale sword, Bai Yi had specially prepared a sword as a substitute for the dragon scale sword to practice his swordsmanship. His weapon was naturally the golden longsword in his hand. Meng Qinglua was different. Her marksmanship was already quite good, and after awakening, her body was strengthened, making her almost a crack shot. However, her awakened ability was a special poison-type ability, which allowed her to release poisonous smoke or mist. However, zombies are inanimate objects and carry the zombie virus, making them immune to common poisons. Meng Qinglua's abilities are less effective against zombies, but extremely effective against humans or other creatures. Fang Jintang thought for a moment and said, "We can't create a swamp trap here. Let's find another place." The others immediately agreed. They had all witnessed the power of Fang Jintang's swamp traps, and since the zombie horde was still some distance away, it was the perfect place to set one up. So they simply got off the highway and chose a relatively large open space nearby, where Fang Jintang would set up the trap. Fang Jintang immediately began to make hand seals, and soon spiritual light shot out from his hands, striking the selected ground. As the spiritual light spread, the entire ground began to change, transforming into a swamp 10 meters square in less than a minute. Then Fang Jintang injected another beam of spiritual light, and the surface of the swamp changed again, returning to the appearance of ordinary ground. At first glance, there was no discernible abnormality. If one were unaware, they would never guess that the surface was only a thin layer with swamp beneath. Immediately afterward, Meng Qingluo, Chan Xiao, and others began setting up machine guns, ready to fire follow-up shots once the zombie horde was trapped in the swamp. Meanwhile, Bai Qianqian continuously reported the zombie horde's location. As the distances he mentioned grew increasingly shorter, everyone couldn't help but feel tense. However, they all understood that this tension was merely an illusion created by the atmosphere. They were confident in their own strength. Tens of thousands of zombies wouldn't pose too much of a problem. As long as nothing else went wrong, there was nothing else to worry about. The zombie horde was getting closer and closer. 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. There were no safe zones nearby, and naturally no living people. These zombies had been wandering around for who knows how long and were already starving. Now, suddenly smelling the scent of living people, their blood still surging, how could they not be tempted? As the distance grew closer, the zombies' perception of the superhuman's blood energy became increasingly intense. They almost continuously increased their speed, frantically charging towards Fong Yusen and the other's location. As the zombie horde drew closer, Su Wu and the other two had already reached the back of the trap, joining Fong Yusen and the others, standing in a row, holding guns or other weapons, waiting for the zombies to approach. Fong Yusen whispered a warning. The strongest one inside is a speed zombie approaching level 3, along with 10 level 2 zombies and over 100 level 1 zombies. Be careful. Many of them couldn't handle a speed zombie approaching level 3, so as soon as Fong Yusen finished speaking, Bai Yi said, "I'll handle that speed zombie. The rest of you be careful." The others instinctively gripped their weapons. Although traps had been set, the speed-mutated zombies were too fast to be easily trapped. Bai Yi's warning specifically referred to the speed zombies inside. The remaining zombies weren't as fast. With proper control, they could be trapped. Once in the swamp, their movements would be greatly restricted. Just as Bai Yi finished speaking, the speed-mutated zombie approaching level 3 had already rushed over as a blur. It was so fast that although it stepped on the trap, it left no trace, reaching everyone in the blink of an eye. Fong Yuang timely used wind to slow its speed, preventing it from launching a sneak attack. At the same time, Bai Yi used the wind to dodge and block it. Chapter 212. My son is too cruel. The advantage of speed-mutated zombies lies in their extreme speed, coupled with sharp claws. A mere glancing blow can easily slice through skin and bone, making them extremely dangerous. Bai Yi's opponent was a speed-mutated zombie approaching level 3, its strength already at the peak of level 2, just a hair's breadth away from advancing. This was the first time Bai Yi had encountered such a powerful speed-mutated zombie, yet he remained completely calm. The moment the zombie lunged, he flashed in front of it, his long sword held horizontally in block. With a clang, the zombie's sharp claws were blocked by the equally sharp blade, unable to advance further. Everyone else could see that Bai Yi was clearly intentionally training himself. He wasn't using his most powerful techniques, and his long sword wasn't even imbued with golden lightning power, relying solely on swordsmanship. Soon the others had no time to pay attention to him anymore. There were 16 people in total. Bai Qianqian was only 5 years old and had limited combat power. Shang Jinxiu was a spatial ability user, currently essentially a mobile warehouse. Although she had practiced martial arts, her strength was even weaker than Bai Qianqian's. There were 10 remaining level 2 zombies, including 6 speed-mutating zombies, 2 strength-mutating zombies, 1 defense-enhancing zombie, and 1 special poison-type zombie. The 6 speed-mutating zombies quickly reached them, while the remaining 4, lacking speed, were considerably slower. Fong Yuang and Chu Qianhe each faced a speed-mutating zombie. Having already reached level 2, they had no difficulty dealing with 2 level 2 speed-mutating zombies. Chan Xiao, Lu Yu, and Wang Qi had also advanced to level 2, but they had cultivated on their own. They were all ordinary citizens and couldn't compare to Bai Yi's group, let alone the Fong family who had received suitable cultivation techniques. These 3 had awakened earth, defense, and strength-type abilities respectively, putting them at a disadvantage against the speed-mutating zombies. Despite this, the 3 of them, along with Chan Si and Su Wu, managed to entangle 2 speed-mutated zombies. 2 more speed-mutated zombies remained. One was held by Fong Yusen, and the other by Angela. Angela was incredibly fast and agile. Although not a speed mutant, she possessed a significant speed advantage, almost lightning fast, not much slower than the speed-mutated zombie. Fong Yusen still held the same Miao sword made of special alloy that she used before. The speed-mutated zombie was so fast that only afterimages could be seen, but the moment it pounced, her Miao sword flashed. Unlike Bai Yi, she didn't need to cultivate special sword techniques. Her moves were very simple, all basic sword techniques. So, as before, she directly enveloped her true energy in the sharp blade, making it much more effective against the zombie. The speed-mutated zombie was fast, forcing her to keep striking. Its claws were sharp and hard like steel. For a moment, only the clanging of weapons filled the air, the friction between claws and blades sending sparks flying. A closer look revealed that Fong Yusen had blocked every attack from the speed-mutated zombie. Time and again it was a close call. A slight misstep, and those dark, sharp claws would have struck Fong Yusen. However, the speed-mutated zombie was also very cunning, consistently using its hardest claws to withstand the sharp blades imbued with true energy. For inanimate creatures like zombies, the vibrant life force of wood-based true energy is extremely deadly. If a blade were to strike a wound, it could easily slice through their bodies like tofu. However, their claws and teeth were their hardest parts. Fong Yusen's attacks were blocked by its claws, and simultaneously, its attacks were also blocked by Fong Yusen. Fong Yusen failed to injure its body, but since the blade was imbued with true energy, its claws soon became pitted and mangled, several pieces sliced off in a gruesome manner. At that moment, Fong Yusen suddenly caught sight of the remaining level 2 zombies, and a dozen level 1 speed zombies charging towards them. Her expression changed and she immediately shouted, "Lanru, go help!" The next moment, a white light shot from her wrist, transforming into her main body while releasing all her clones, which entangled the charging zombies. Then, seeing that the time was almost up and most of the zombies had stepped onto the trap, Fong Jintang immediately channeled a spiritual light into it. The next moment, the camouflaged ground instantly reverted to a swamp. Without exception, all the zombies standing on it fell in. Most of these zombies were low-level zombies, with a few being level 1, lacking any intelligence comparable to humans, possessing only the instinct to feed. They didn't think at all. They didn't know to stay still after falling into the swamp to avoid sinking. In fact, these zombies struggled desperately as soon as they entered the swamp. But the more they struggled, the deeper they sank, until they were completely stuck and unable to extricate themselves. Unfortunately, a small number of zombies didn't fall into the trap. They either lagged behind a few steps or were lucky enough to go around to the side, avoiding the trap's location. After the other zombies fell into the trap, they didn't stop for a moment, completely disregarding the lives of their companions, and continued to rush frantically towards Fong Yusen and his group's location to feed. These survivors were all level 1 zombies, much more difficult to deal with than low-level zombies. The remaining people had already prepared their guns and immediately opened fire upon seeing this. Fong Yusen had observed everyone else's situation. Seeing Bai Qianqian charge at the zombies with 2 triangular spikes, her heart skipped a beat, worried for Bai Qianqian's safety. She quickly dealt with the unfortunate speed-mutating zombie, swiftly extracted its crystal core, and strode to Bai Qianqian's side. She glanced over and noticed that Fong Yuyang and Chu Qianhe had also dealt with their level 2 speed-mutating zombies, and gone to help Chan Xiao and the others. Meanwhile, Bai Yi was still practicing on the near level 3 speed-mutating zombie. He was using a sword technique Fong Yusen hadn't seen before. It looked like a new one. Initially, his movements were clearly clumsy, full of flaws, but gradually his speed increased, the sword light weaving a net, trapping the speed-mutating zombie in a small area and closing the distance bit by bit. Fong Yusen suddenly felt that if that speed-mutating zombie were human, it would probably be crying from Bai Ye's chagrin by now. She twitched her lips speechlessly, then saw Bai Qianqian surrounded by 6 level 1 zombies, wielding the triangular spikes. He was small in stature, but his movements were exceptionally agile. However, surrounded by 6 towering level 1 zombies, he looked pitiful no matter how you looked at him. Fong Yusen frowned slightly, gripped the hilt of her knife, her gaze turned cold, and she charged forward, cleaving a level 1 zombie in 2 from behind. Then she kicked away a zombie lunging at Bai Qianqian, using the momentum to leap into the air. As she turned, her blade swept across, decapitating 2 more level 1 zombies. The moment she landed, she saw that Bai Qianqian had already dealt with the remaining 2 level 1 zombies. One zombie had its temple pierced by a triangular dagger, while the other had its skull blown off. Fong Yusen watched as Bai Qianqian skillfully picked out the crystal cores and put them into his pouch, and subconsciously looked at Bai Yi. Her son's ferocity must be due to Bai Yi. Upon looking, she saw that the sword light Bai Yi wielded was imbued with the power of golden lightning. The sword net formed by the interwoven sword light flowed with golden radiance, while also being accompanied by purple lightning, crackling loudly. The speed-mutated zombie, nearing level 3, was trapped in the sword net. Then the net tightened instantly, and the beautiful golden and purple light entered the zombie's body. The zombie let out a sharp and desperate scream, an extremely piercing sound that faintly carried a mental attack element, yet was far inferior to the mental attack of a mentally based zombie. Suddenly, the shrill scream abruptly stopped. The next moment, the near level 3 speed-mutated zombie shattered into pieces, scattered on the ground. Bai Yi waved his hand, and a white crystal core flew out from the fragments, landing in his palm, which he casually put away. Noticing Fong Yusen's gaze, Bai Yi slightly turned his head, looking directly at her. His expression was indifferent, so calm that it revealed no extra emotion, completely devoid of the joy or pride of victory. It was as if this was nothing more than commonplace for him, nothing to care about. But for some reason, Fong Yusen's heart suddenly raced under his gaze. She frowned, quickly averting her gaze, a hint of displeasure on her face. She didn't see that. Immediately after she looked away, Bai Yi also frowned, though he looked quite troubled. Apart from Bai Qianqian, no one noticed their little interaction. Everyone else was busy hunting zombies. Who had time to care about such things? On the contrary, Bai Qianqian, because he was always concerned about the relationship between the two, would always divert his attention to them. At this moment he rolled his eyes, his gaze sometimes falling on Bai Yi, and sometimes on Fong Yusen. After noticing that the two were not in a good mood, he smiled secretly. A burst of bullets rang out, and the zombies trapped in the swamp were hit in the forehead one by one. The weaker ones were blown off their heads, and the stronger ones could not escape even after a few bullets. But at this moment, Fong Yusen suddenly heard Lan Rua's crying voice transmitted through her mind. She was startled and quickly looked at Lan Rua, only to find that Lan Rua's 2 clones had been stained black. Upon closer inspection, the 2 clones were wrapped around a zombie, and a faint black mist was emanating from the zombie. Most of it was absorbed by Lan Rua's clones, and a small amount was dissipating. Fong Yusen's heart instantly felt alarmed. That black mist was dangerous. Chapter 213. There are people ahead. P.S. The black mist that refreshed was clearly a poisonous mist, and it seemed to be everywhere. If it got on your body, it would be dangerous. Fong Yusen realized the danger and quickly formed a hand seal. In the next moment, a transparent water ball appeared out of thin air in her palm. Then the water ball shot towards the special poisonous zombie with lightning speed. As Fong Yusen continued to form hand seals, the water ball spread rapidly after landing on the zombie, like a transparent film, enveloping the zombie and the poisonous mist it released. The water ball was made of spiritual spring water she had taken from her spiritual mansion. It had a purifying effect and could purify not only the zombie virus but also many other toxins. Fong Yusen reacted quickly, using the spiritual spring water to create a cover before the poisonous mist could spread. This cover was actually similar to a rain cover, but this time she turned it into a cage to trap the zombie and the poisonous mist. Moreover, the water was soft, and even if it was cut, it would still close up again. As Fong Yusen trapped the zombie, Bai Yi unleashed a beam of light from his golden longsword. The light, imbued with golden lightning, was unstoppable. Swift as lightning, it struck the special poison-type zombie between the eyebrows and vanished in a flash. It was unclear how he managed it, but the golden lightning-infused sword light failed to break through the protective shield enveloping the zombie. The severed water flow quickly rejoined, still enveloping the zombie and continuously purifying its toxins. Special poison-type zombies must be handled with care. If the toxins weren't purified and the zombie was simply burned, the toxins would still dissipate into black mist, though weaker than the zombie's own release. Inhaling this mist would still have negative effects. Excessive toxin inhalation could cause irreversible damage. In her previous life, she had heard of encounters with special poison-type zombies. The toxic mist they released killed many until the zombie itself was killed and its body cremated. Some unlucky individuals inhaled the toxic fumes. Some died on the spot, while others, though not dead, suffered varying degrees of physical damage. Since this incident, special poison-type zombies have become a nightmare for many. Because poisonous fog or smoke is ubiquitous, once it spreads with the wind, many will be affected. Therefore, whenever a special poison-type zombie appears, everyone will do everything in their power to kill it first, to prevent it from releasing its poisonous fog. It wasn't until later, when spatial ability users comprehended the skill to use spatial confinement, trapping the poisonous fog and the special poison-type zombie in a small space, that these zombies finally had a natural enemy. Fong Yusen was inspired by this. She wasn't a spatial ability user, and with her current strength, she couldn't confine space. However, her spiritual spring water had a purifying effect, which she used. Clearly, Bai Yi also knew how powerful the special poison-type zombie was. So after Fong Yusen trapped it, he swiftly acted and eliminated it. However, the tacit cooperation between the two was quite remarkable. Bai Qianqian watched this scene, her eyes darting around before she secretly chuckled. Fong Yusen, unaware of Bai Qianqian's thoughts, was slightly surprised by Bai Ye's control before her attention was drawn to Lanru. Lanrua's message to her was still weeping, repeatedly saying it hurts. Looking at its clone, seemingly stained with ink, and listening to its cries, Fong Yusen felt a pang of heartache. She took out a small ball of water, then transformed it into mist, enveloping the two poisoned clones. Simultaneously, she spoke to Lanrua telepathically. Lanrua absorbed the mist. Lanrua readily complied, using its plant instincts to control its clones and absorb the surrounding mist. Soon black venom seeped from its body, dripping onto the ground. Gradually, the toxins on its clones decreased, and its body slowly returned to a jade-like white. After freeing itself from its two entanglements, Lanrua stretched comfortably, then suddenly became ferocious, quickly devouring the zombies it had bound. The remaining zombies, except those trapped in the swamp, were all dealt with. Many of the zombies trapped in the swamp had already had their heads blown off, the rest still struggling in their death throes. Fong Yuyan, freeing his hands, released a wind blade, slicing open the zombies' heads, then collecting the crystal cores inside and delivering them to himself. His actions prompted the others to follow suit. To conserve ammunition, the intense gunfire ceased, and everyone used their own skills to harvest the remaining zombies and extract the crystal cores. Those trapped in the swamp were all low-level zombies with limited strength, along with a few level 1 zombies. Their strength was already low, and once trapped in the swamp, they had no chance of escape. Moreover, because all the zombies were struggling, making the swamp even more chaotic, these zombies sank deeper and deeper, making escape even more impossible. In less than 10 minutes, Fong Yusen and his team wiped out the remaining zombies in the swamp, extracting all the crystal cores. Fong Jintang then acted again, causing the swamp to churn and lift up all the zombies before returning to its original state, with the zombie corpses piled on top. After doing this, his face was covered in a fine layer of sweat, and his complexion was slightly pale. Chu Qianhe glanced at him worriedly, took a wet wipe from her pouch and gently wiped the sweat from his face, softly complaining, "Look how exhausted you are. Don't push yourself like that next time." "I'm fine," Fong Jintang smiled happily, gently squeezing Chu Qianhe's hand. "Don't worry." Fong Yusen and Fong Yuyang, who were also worried about Fong Jintang's exhaustion and were looking at him anxiously, could only swallow their words upon seeing this scene, pretending not to have seen anything and turning their gaze away. Everyone else saw it too, and they hurriedly looked away, embarrassed and unsure where to look. Chu Qianhe and Fong Jintang weren't from their generation. They were, in a way, elders. Yet, they were shamelessly displaying affection, making the younger generation feel awkward. To be honest, although the two were a generation older, they looked very young, only about 27 or 28. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful. They didn't look much older than them. To insist they were elders felt strange. Chu Qianhe and Fong Jintang weren't oblivious. Their senses were exceptionally sharp, and they quickly noticed the awkwardness of those around them. Fong Jintang blushed slightly, feeling embarrassed that these people were considered juniors. Chu Qianhe, on the other hand, didn't care at all. She swept her gaze across everyone's faces, making them even more embarrassed. Then she began to make hand seals, casting a basketball-sized ball of flame onto the zombie corpse. Don't be fooled by the small ball of flame, only the size of a basketball. Once it landed, it instantly spread, forming a sea of fire that engulfed all the zombies. The corpses of the other zombies were also thrown in, except for the 10 level 2 zombies and the speed zombie that was close to level 3. All of them became Lanrua's meal. Everyone watched as the flames grew stronger and stronger, quickly becoming a raging inferno. With so many corpses, it would have taken a long time to completely burn them all. However, the flames burned for only 10 minutes before instantly going out. All the zombie corpses had vanished without a trace, leaving only a small pile of grayish-white ashes on the ground as proof of their existence. A gust of wind blew, and that small pile of ashes was instantly scattered and disappeared. The special poison-type zombie, purified by the spiritual spring water, was also devoured by Lan Rua, its remaining skeleton thrown into the sea of fire and disappearing along with it. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Chauncey suddenly said, "Was that zombie poisonous?" "It's all thanks to Miss Fong's alertness. If the poisonous fog had spread, we would have been in danger." Upon hearing this, the others instinctively looked at Fong Yusen. Fong Yusen glanced at Bai Yi and then said, "These poisonous zombies are indeed troublesome. We need to be more careful in the future. However, what happened just now wasn't solely my doing. Your captain Bai acted swiftly as well." Not only Chauncey was satisfied with this, but Ho Saner Mengqing Luo and Su Wu were also very pleased, agreeing with her assessment. Mengqing Luo glanced at Bai Yi and sincerely praised, "Big brother has always been amazing." "All right," Bai Yi suddenly spoke, "let's not talk about this anymore. Since it's still early, let's continue on our way." Upon hearing this, the others immediately became serious and strode back onto the highway. The road wasn't completely cleared of cars yet, so the three superhumans continued to move the remaining vehicles and toss them to the side of the road. After the road was cleared, everyone got into their cars and continued their journey. The tens of thousands of zombies they had just encountered were probably all the zombies in the vicinity. After they were killed, they didn't encounter any more zombies for the next stretch of road. The only problem was the occasional abandoned vehicles on the road, which wasted a lot of time clearing them. Gradually, the number of abandoned vehicles on the road decreased, and ahead figures appeared. "What's going on? Why are there people ahead?" Bai Yi frowned and said, then narrowed his eyes, channeling his true energy into them to try and see the situation ahead. The others also noticed this. Fong Yusen and Bai Qianqian had already extended their spiritual senses far ahead. Then they saw 20 people setting up a roadblock ahead. All 20 were armed, 5 carried guns and the remaining 15 carried either knives or iron bars, their aura quite fierce, clearly not to be trifled with. The roadblock in the middle of the road was made of felled wood, similar to ancient barricades, only much more menacing in appearance. Chapter 214. Can't pass. P.S. After refreshing, Fong Yusen immediately reported what she had discovered. There are 20 people blocking the road ahead. 3 of them are superhumans, 2 are at the beginner level and 1 is at the first level. The remaining 17 are ordinary people. These people have a fierce aura. They're not harmless. Be careful. She said be careful, not be cautious, because these people were far weaker than them and not worth considering. However, they were not harmless, so they couldn't be careless and had to remain vigilant. Superhumans aren't the only powerful beings in this world. If they weren't careful, they could also die at the hands of ordinary people. In her previous life, she had always been an ordinary person and hadn't awakened her superpowers, yet she had killed quite a few superhumans. Therefore, she never believed that awakening a superpower meant she could be carefree. The others weren't fools. They all understood her meaning. They had survived the apocalypse to this day, which was commendable in itself, and they naturally wouldn't become arrogant and complacent just because they had awakened superpowers, thinking themselves invincible. When they saw the figures ahead, they were already on guard, and after hearing Fong Yusen's words, they became even more vigilant. The car was moving quickly, and the others gradually got a clearer view of the situation ahead. The 20 men all looked relatively young, the youngest in his early 20s and the oldest in his early 30s. In other words, they were all young adults. They were of average appearance, but their eyes were unusual, like hooks, sharp and fierce. These men didn't look like ordinary people. They looked more like gangsters who had lived on the edge. 5 of them were armed, but not uniformly. They carried pistols, rifles and submachine guns. As the car drew closer, one of them stretched out his arm and waved, shouting, "Stop! Stop now!" The roadblock ahead was menacing. The wood was sharpened to a point and covered with sheet metal, making it look very heavy. There was also a row of 3-inch-long steel nails on the ground. If the car drove over them, the tires would be punctured first, and then it would crash into the roadblock. So Fong Yusen and his group stopped the car when they were still about 100 meters away, to avoid being surrounded and becoming even more passive. The other side clearly hadn't expected them to do this, and after a moment of silence, one of the men, a burly man in his early 30s carrying a submachine gun, walked towards them. Just then a car window rolled down, and the dark muzzle of a gun emerged. A bullet struck the pavement in front of the man's toes with a sharp thud. The man immediately stopped, his face grim. He squinted at the gun barrel protruding from the window and shouted, "Don't misunderstand. I mean you no harm." Everyone scoffed. They didn't believe his nonsense at all. Bai Yi rolled down the window and gestured to Fong Yusen inside, telling her to leave it to him. Then he leaned out. He yelled at the man, "Stand still. Also, I need an explanation. Why are you blocking our way? What's your purpose?" The burly man had been scrutinizing them, but unfortunately, the car windows were all specially modified, making it completely dark from the outside. He couldn't see anything inside. The only things he could tell were that Fong Yusen and Bai Yi's car was a high-end vehicle, and they had guns and were very accurate marksmen. He couldn't see clearly inside the car, so he couldn't analyze their true strength. He only had two guesses. Either the people inside were too weak to show themselves, or they were too strong to bother with him. The man wasn't stupid. To drive such a good car, and with the body so well preserved, barely damaged, the people inside were clearly quite capable. If they were too weak, even if they were lucky enough to get such a good car, keeping it would be a problem. Unless their luck was exceptionally good, they wouldn't have been able to keep such a car from being stolen, and arrive here safely without encountering any zombies. The probability of such a thing happening was too low, so he preferred to believe that he had encountered a tough opponent this time. Thinking of this possibility, he couldn't help but feel fortunate that he hadn't done anything too rude, and there was still room for redemption. However, if the other party only had strength but no brains, then this was his bad luck. A fierce glint flashed in the man's eyes, but he put on an honest and simple face, saying ingratiatingly, "We really have no ill intentions. We set up this roadblock here to warn those coming here that it's impossible to pass ahead." Bai Yi didn't believe him at all and simply asked calmly, "Impossible to pass ahead? What's going on? Explain clearly." The man didn't refuse, honestly explaining. "There's a huge sinkhole ahead, it's become a deep pit, the road is blocked, it's impossible to pass. If you don't believe me, you can go and see for yourself." He added the last sentence specifically in case Bai Yi didn't believe him. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi said, "Move your roadblocks, let's go check ahead." At this, someone panicked. "Hey, you really want to go through? There's a huge pothole there, your car can't possibly get through." Hearing this, Bai Yi became even more suspicious and said sternly, "Get out of my way if you don't want to die." His words were very impolite. These people blocking the road were no pushovers. They were used to bullying others, and they wouldn't tolerate such humiliation. Upon hearing this, the men gripped their weapons tightly, and the four with guns practically wanted to unleash a barrage of bullets. The burly man, presumably their leader, noticed the situation and quickly turned around, glaring at his men. He hissed, "What are you doing? Put down your weapons. Are you out of your minds?" He lowered his voice further, almost inaudibly, and continued, "Don't be impulsive. These aren't ordinary people. Offending them won't do us any good. Since they want to go, let them go. We didn't lie. They'll find out when they get there." This burly man was the level 1 ability user, possessing a strength-based ability. He clearly held considerable authority among his subordinates. Despite some remaining resentful, no one dared object, and they obediently moved the roadblocks. Bai Yi gestured for the driver to proceed. He thanked the burly man as they passed, and then the car drove past them. In that instant of passing, everyone tensed, fearing a trap or a sudden attack. Each of them had chosen their opponents, ready to kill them instantly should any ill intentions arise. However, none of them made a move until the car had driven far away. Only then did someone complain resentfully, "Brother Zhao, are we just going to let them get away with this?" The brother Zhao he referred to was the burly man. He watched the departing car for a long while before coldly laughing. "What's there to be afraid of? Didn't I just say we weren't lying? Since these guys want to go and see, let them see. After they see, they'll know we weren't lying, and then they'll come back obediently. Another man asked, Brother Zhao, why don't you let the brothers make a move? How powerful can these guys be? Maybe they're just rich kids from the past and who knows how much stuff they've got in the car. Letting them go like this is too easy on them. Hearing this, Brother Zhao looked at the others, who also had indignant expressions, and asked, You all think so too? Everyone nodded. Brother Zhao felt a surge of exasperation, a sense of disappointment washing over him. He gave a cold laugh and slapped the man next to him on the head. You're all so stupid. A bunch of idiots. Do you even have brains? Are your brains filled with water? Or are you blind? Huh? Can't you see? He launched into a tirade, and one of them, unconvinced, pleaded, Brother Zhao, just say what you mean. You know we're not as smart as you, of course we can't compare. Brother Zhao loved hearing this. He could control his men precisely because they weren't as smart or as capable as him. Otherwise, if any of his men were truly smarter than him, he wouldn't be able to sleep soundly. So he calmed down and patiently explained, You all remember those cars from earlier, right? They were all SUVs, luxury cars. 2 of them were specially modified. Do ordinary people own cars like that? Also, they came from somewhere else. Although we don't know exactly how far they traveled, look at their cars, they have very few scratches. What does that mean? It means they either didn't encounter any zombies, or they're incredibly strong. Besides, did you forget that bullet from earlier? There was at least one sharpshooter in their car. And that guy who spoke earlier wasn't a pushover either. We have to be careful with these guys. His explanation immediately made the others understand, and they looked at him with admiration, which made him feel a surge of pride. Meanwhile, not long after Bai Yi, Fong Yusen, and the others continued on their way, they indeed saw that the road ahead had ended. A section of land the size of a football field had completely collapsed, forming a huge crater. On both sides of the road were hills about 3 or 4 meters high, not particularly high. With the appearance of this crater, half of the hillside had sunk in, leaving only a jagged, broken section. The hill, once covered in vegetation, is now largely withered, making it look even more desolate. The hill isn't high. One could easily walk around it, but not by car. Those with spatial abilities could easily store their cars in their spatial dimension, bypass the obstacle, and then continue on their way. But this method wouldn't work for others, which explains why they set up roadblocks. However, no one believed they meant well. Chapter 215, Wrong Direction. They now had 2 choices. Either turn back and go somewhere else, or have Shang Jinxiu put the car away, and they would walk across the pit to get back onto the highway, retrieve the car, and continue on their way. Shang Jinxiu was in the same car as Fong Yusen, and she immediately said, Sister Yuxin, let me do it. Fong Yusen raised her hand, stopping her from continuing, and simultaneously released her spiritual sense to investigate the surroundings. She was very careful. Using her spiritual sense to investigate had become instinctive for her. Shang Jinxiu's spatial ability was extremely rare, enough to make others covet it. Although this matter was no secret within Yongxing's team and Baiye's team, they were still outside and had to be careful not to be seen. They had just encountered someone. Who knew if anyone was watching them near this pit? Fong Yusen's investigation revealed a problem. There really was someone watching them nearby. Her face darkened and she whispered her discovery. There are 10 people monitoring and on guard nearby. Ashio's spatial abilities are best kept hidden. The 10 people weren't gathered together, but scattered in different places, all armed, and 2 were using binoculars to monitor them. After speaking, Fong Yusen got out of the car, walked to Baiye's car window, and gently tapped it with her fingers. The window rolled down quickly and Fong Yusen bent down slightly, using the car body to block the other person's view. Whispering her discovery, then asking Bai Yi, What are you planning to do? Fong Yusen was wearing a close-fitting protective suit underneath a relatively loose shirt and trousers, making it impossible to tell anything amiss. As she bent down, her neckline drooped slightly, and from Baiye's angle, a small section of her delicate collarbone and porcelain-like skin could be seen. Bai Yi suddenly tensed up, his breath filled with the scorching air and the faint woody scent emanating from Fong Yusen. To save fuel, the car's air conditioning wasn't on. Out of caution, they rolled up all the open windows after noticing someone blocking the road, to prevent the other party from seeing what was inside. Fortunately, Chan Si happened to be an ice-type ability user. Several ice buckets were placed in the car. Aside from being a little stuffy, it wasn't too hot. As soon as the windows were open, the scorching outside air rushed in, making one's head spin and causing dizziness. Fong Yusen, however, was a wood-type ability user and possessed a spirit pet like Lan Rua, always emitting a very light, refreshing herbal scent. But this time, when Bai Yi smelled the herbal scent emanating from Fong Yusen, he felt as if his blood was boiling. A burning heat surged down his lower abdomen, and a certain part of him felt a stirring. He quickly looked away, too guilty to look at Fong Yusen's face. Struggling to maintain a poker face and conceal his true intentions, Bai Yi calmly asked, "What are your plans?" His mind was a complete mess. He had no time to think about what to do, so he simply asked Fong Yusen for her opinion. He acted so normally that Fong Yusen had no suspicions whatsoever. She calmly stated her thoughts. "These people are quite well hidden. We came from that side. It hasn't been long, so they probably didn't arrive later but have been hiding here all along. Judging from their hiding places, it doesn't seem like an ambush. It looks more like they're using hidden sentries to monitor the enemy." After Fong Yusen finished speaking, she subconsciously looked at Bai Yi's reaction. Bai Yi was, after all, a professional in this field, while she herself was a self-taught individual, relying on her meager experience from her previous life. Therefore, Fong Yusen secretly trusted Bai Yi's observation and judgment, and she also valued his ideas. After discovering these people, she had an idea. However, since she and Bai Yi were business partners, they needed to discuss the specifics together. She couldn't just act on her own desires without considering Bai Yi's feelings. Bai Yi was desperately trying to control his desires. His life was usually very regular to the point of being rigid and boring. Due to his dual fastidiousness, both emotionally and physically, he had never indulged himself. The only time he was tricked, the result was that he had a son by Chanqian. He rarely had such desires. If it weren't for occasional physical urges, he would almost doubt whether there was something wrong with him. But he didn't expect that a perfectly normal conversation, with Fong Yusen dressed very conservatively, only revealing a small section of her collarbone, would make him unable to resist. Even the refreshing herbal scent emanating from Fong Yusen became an extreme temptation for him. Bai Yi subtly tensed up. He suddenly realized that something was very wrong. He stole a glance at Fong Yusen. Her complexion was normal, and the herbal scent emanating from her was fine, completely ruling out the possibility of her deliberately seducing him. Therefore, the problem lay with him. Bai Yi was puzzled. What was wrong with him? Even if he liked Fong Yusen, it shouldn't cause such an impulsive reaction, regardless of the situation, right? But if it wasn't due to emotions, then it could only be a problem with his body. Thinking of this, Bai Yi felt a chill. He suddenly remembered a problem he had discovered long ago. Zombie crystal cores contain negative energy and impurities. Long-term absorption of these negative energies and impurities could have adverse effects on the body of those with superpowers. Could it be that he was currently experiencing these negative energies due to the influence of those negative energies in the crystal core? Bai Yi felt this was a serious problem. The deeper he thought about it, the more frightened he became. However, he overlooked the intense physical desire that accompanied a normal man who had been suppressing his feelings for too long when his heart suddenly fluttered. Completely inexperienced in this area, Bai Yi had no idea he was thinking in the wrong direction. He only felt the problem was extremely serious and vaguely wanted to avoid contact with Fong Yusen, yet he couldn't bear to, so his expression grew increasingly grim. Fong Yusen had been waiting for his response, but unexpectedly, Bai Yi remained silent, his expression only worsening. Thinking he had thought of something, she asked, "What's wrong? What are you thinking about? Why do you look so pale?" Bai Yi dared not let her know the filthy thoughts swirling in his mind. He glanced at Fong Yusen, then quickly looked away, saying in a low voice, "Your analysis is correct. There should be a small security base nearby. Since they've set their sights on us, let's go check it out." His idea coincided perfectly with Fong Yusen's. She felt there should be a small security base nearby, probably not very large because more people would make them a bigger target, and the other side didn't seem to have many people. She wasn't one to meddle, but since they had encountered it, and the other side clearly wasn't going to let them go, she wanted to see what kind of place it was. The aura emanating from those 20 people was extremely impure, giving her a bad feeling. This was probably because the perception of a pure wood spirit was inherently very sharp, and the malice mixed in with those people made her very uncomfortable. If no one was watching nearby, they would likely have left directly without paying any attention to those people. However, they were being watched. The other party kept hiding and refused to come out, even using binoculars to monitor them, making it impossible for her not to be vigilant. Just then, Fong Yusen noticed someone approaching in their direction. They were two seemingly clean-looking girls, very pretty, and their clothes were spotless, a rare sight in this apocalyptic world. Even more rare was that they weren't superhumans but ordinary people. This made them even more suspicious. Fong Yusen gave Bai Yi a look and whispered a reminder. Two girls are coming towards us, they're probably bait. Bai Yi paused for a moment before nodding slightly. His muscles were completely tense. He'd almost thought Fong Yusen was flirting with him. Thankfully, he realized what she meant. His anxiety grew, and just as he was wondering what to say, he heard Fong Yusen say, "They'll be here soon. We're going to put on a show, you'll have to cooperate." Bai Yi, stared at by Fong Yusen's beautiful eyes, found himself speechless except for nodding. The two girls drew closer, their footsteps heavy as they were ordinary people, so everyone else noticed them. Fong Yusen deliberately spoke loudly. "What's going on here? There's such a big pothole. How are we going to get through?" She spoke towards the pothole, her face full of dissatisfaction, seemingly an angry complaint. The two girls emerged from the woods beside the highway, only 7 or 8 meters from the road. They noticed Fong Yusen's reaction, exchanged a glance and slightly curled their lips before quickly returning to normal, walking briskly towards the roadside. Bai Yi got out of the car and walked up to Fong Yusen, advising, "Stop complaining. Who knew this place would turn out like this? We're just unlucky. Okay, let's turn back and see if we can find a way around." Fong Yusen's voice was still dissatisfied. "Do you even know how to get around here? Don't end up getting lost instead of finding your way around." Bai Yi understood what Fong Yusen meant. She was pretending not to know the way. But that was normal. Nowadays, everyone drives using navigation. Unless you're a local, who would know how to get around? He then frowned in agreement. "I've never been here before, how would I know how to get around? Why don't we ask someone nearby?" The two girls had already reached the roadside. Hearing this, they were overjoyed and were about to say something when they heard Fong Yusen say warily, "The world is so chaotic these days. We don't know anyone here. Who knows if the people we find are reliable?" As she said this, she suddenly turned her head, looked at the two girls warily and asked in a cold voice, "Who are you people?" Upon hearing this, Bai Yi immediately put on a wary expression. Chapter 216 Bait. When the two girls clearly saw Fong Yusen's appearance, their eyes flickered slightly, a fleeting glimpse of jealousy and cruel malice. But when Bai Yi turned his head, their faces flushed slightly as they looked at the handsome Bai Yi, their eyes greedily appraising him. Fong Yusen frowned and walked to Bai Yi's side, looking at the two girls with displeasure. "I asked you a question. Why aren't you answering? Why do you keep staring at people like that?" Hearing this, Bai Yi knew that Fong Yusen was just putting on an act, but his heart still trembled uncontrollably. Fong Yusen's words gave him the illusion that she was jealous, and a sweet feeling suddenly spread in his heart, but this was quickly followed by the bitterness brought by reason. However, he was used to maintaining a poker face in front of strangers, especially enemies, and he didn't reveal any of his inner thoughts, only his expression was not very pleasant. The two girls were dissatisfied with Fong Yusen's attitude. Fong Yusen's beautiful appearance and clean temperament made them extremely jealous. Almost the instant they met, they felt hostility and malice towards her, wishing she would suffer a more miserable situation than themselves. Fong Yusen's attitude infuriated them. The younger girl with an oval face retorted angrily, "I don't think he was even looking at you. Don't flatter yourself." Fong Yusen wasn't angry at her words, but Bai Yi frowned, his gaze gradually turning cold. Seeing things were going badly, Fong Yusen quickly said to Bai Yi, "Look at these two's attitude. They definitely have bad intentions. You still want to ask them for directions." Bai Yi understood Fong Yusen's implication, knowing she wanted to continue the charade, so he had no choice but to play along, saying, "I didn't expect things to turn out this way. Besides, they didn't seem to have any ill intentions. Are you misunderstanding something? Upon hearing this, the younger girl with the oval face immediately said, "Of course we have no ill intentions. We live nearby and know this area well. Seeing you stuck here, we thought you must be in trouble, so we came to help. We didn't expect to be treated like a saint. Our good intentions were met with no reward." Bai Ye's face immediately turned even uglier. This woman actually called Fong Yusen a dog. He was about to explode in anger, but Fong Yusen grabbed his hand. He looked at Fong Yusen with a grim expression, wanting to suggest they just abandon the act, but Fong Yusen had already spoken. "You're not that old, why are you so rude?" "Fine, I misunderstood you, I admit I was wrong. Are you really familiar with this area? Can you tell us where to detour to avoid this ditch and get back on the highway?" The girl with the oval face, already dissatisfied with Fong Yusen, became smug upon hearing this. "Didn't you just think we weren't good people? In that case, why should I give you directions?" Fong Yusen's face flushed red, looking like she was furious but didn't know how to retort. After a long while, she said, "Just tell me what you want. What do you want in return for giving us directions?" The girl smiled smugly, her eyes fixed on Bai Yi, her pupils darting around, but she refused to speak. The atmosphere instantly froze. Bai Yi glanced at Fong Yusen, seeing she had no intention of speaking, and said, "If you really know the way, just tell us and we'll reward you." The girl's face lit up with joy at this, and she was about to say something more when the slightly older girl beside her said, "Don't listen to her nonsense. We mean no harm, we just saw you seem to need help and came to check. It's just asking for directions, nothing serious, so no need for any reward." Her voice was gentle, and her words were eloquent. Combined with her delicate features and dimples, she easily won people over. However, Fong Yusen noticed that the girl's gaze was mostly fixed on Bai Yi, seemingly quite interested in him. She quickly glanced at Bai Yi and smiled meaningfully. Bai Yi was helpless. Since Fong Yusen wouldn't speak, he could only say, "Thank you very much. If possible, could you draw us a simple route map?" The older girl immediately smiled apologetically and said softly, "It's not that I don't want to help you, but we really don't know how to draw a route map. How about this, our place isn't far from here, and there should be someone there who can draw maps. It's almost noon now, and you must be hungry after your long journey. Why don't you come to our place for lunch and rest before continuing your journey?" In the post-apocalyptic world, resources were scarce and many people were starving. Those traveling were on edge, and there was no way to rest in the countryside. This bait offered by the girl was an irresistible temptation for many survivors. She was clearly much smarter than the other girl. Her simple words were reasonable and made it hard to refuse. The two teams, however, became even more wary. These people had first set up roadblocks, and then sent two young girls to invite them. Clearly, they had no good intentions. Bai Yi frowned, looking troubled. "You're too kind. We feel unworthy of such hospitality. Let's skip lunch. If you can't draw a map, just tell us how to get there." Hearing his reluctance, the younger girl became anxious, never expecting Bai Yi to refuse. Just as she was about to speak, the older girl grabbed her wrist, preventing her from saying anything, and said understandingly, "Our village has its own land and has stored a lot of grain. There aren't many people, so food isn't a problem at all. As for the route, I can tell you now. You can see the road is blocked here, so you'll have to go back first." She pointed out the way in great detail, but the route was also quite complicated, involving many left and right turns, making everyone dizzy. Fong Yusen and Bai Yi immediately feigned difficulty and confusion, pretending not to understand. The girl silently observed this scene and continued, "The road network here is complex and many outsiders are unfamiliar with it, easily getting lost unless they have a map or ask for directions. But as you know, there are many zombies now, it's very chaotic, so everyone who's still alive lives together and rarely goes out. We wouldn't have come out if we weren't picking wild vegetables. Besides us, you probably won't find anyone else around here." Fong Yusen and Bai Yi inwardly sneered. This person really knows how to lie through their teeth. What do you mean no one? Do you think they don't know they're being watched? Both of them wore troubled expressions. Bai Yi hesitated and said to Fong Yusen, "How about we go check where they live?" Fong Yusen deliberately rubbed her stomach, but looked at the two girls suspiciously, hesitatingly saying, "How do you know they're good people? What if they're bad?" Her voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just loud enough for the two girls to hear. The younger girl immediately became angry, looking at Fong Yusen with great displeasure. The older women looked at Bai Yi with hurt expressions, their eyes conveying their grievances. This tactic had always worked on men, but Bai Yi seemed oblivious, remaining silent. Fong Yusen had no choice but to use her spiritual sense to remind Bai Yi. The time is almost right, hurry up and agree. She had deliberately created this scene with Bai Yi to dispel their suspicions and lower their guard. After all, this was the apocalypse and everyone was wary. If they showed enthusiasm and no suspicion the moment the other party appeared, the other party would become suspicious of them. Bai Yi originally didn't want to agree. He wasn't stupid. He could easily see through the two girls' scheme. If he agreed, wouldn't it be like publicly slapping Fong Yusen in the face and disrespecting her? He didn't want to embarrass Fong Yusen for the sake of these two inexplicable women, even if it was just an act. But Fong Yusen kept urging him, so he could only say unhappily, "Aren't you hungry? We don't have much food left. Let's go see where they're staying. If we can get some food, we won't have to worry about food for the rest of the journey." Fong Yusen glanced at Bai Yi with amusement. Bai Yi actually had quite a bit of food in his car, all easy to carry and filling, bought from a safe store. Fong Yusen deliberately asked him telepathically, "What are you going to do with the food in your car?" Bai Yi's face stiffened. Fong Yusen's teasing question left him unsure how to answer. Fong Yusen, however, had already started acting. "Then let's go see." Her face was full of reluctance. The two girls subconsciously glanced at her stomach. Because of Fong Yusen's earlier gesture of rubbing her stomach, coupled with Bai Yi's words, they subconsciously thought that Fong Yusen was starving. The older girl said considerately, "Sister, are you starving? Don't worry, we have plenty of food where we're staying. Treating you to a meal won't be a problem. Are you getting going now? We'll have to trouble you to give us a ride back." As she spoke, her eyes kept glancing at the three SUVs, wondering which one to get into. At this moment, Chan Xiao suddenly opened the car door and waved to them eagerly. "Ladies, please sit here. We happen to have seats." Chan Xiao was quite handsome, but he was nowhere near as good-looking as Bai Yi. After seeing Bai Yi's appearance, the two girls no longer thought much of him. The older girl hesitated for a moment, seemingly unsure which car to sit in, while the younger girl didn't have this concern and pulled her towards Bai Yi's side, saying enthusiastically, "We'll come with you." Bai Yi, however, directly refused. "We don't have any seats in our car. You can sit in that one." He then pointed to Chan Xiao's car. Chapter 217, Delivered to Your Door. Upon hearing Bai Yi's words, Chan Xiao immediately became even more enthusiastic in greeting the two girls. Not only him but everyone else in the car also got out and stood by the door, warmly inviting the two girls. The older girl looked quite troubled, as if she didn't know what to do. Bai Yi ignored her, and while the two girls' attention was diverted by Chan Xiao and the others, he gave Fong Yusen a look, then quickly got into the car and closed the door. Because his movements were so hasty, the door slammed shut a little loudly, immediately startling the two girls. They were both startled at first, then looked disappointed. Bai Yi simply said, "This car is too small." Having said that, even if the two girls were unwilling, they couldn't insist any longer. However, the younger girl with the oval face glanced at Chan Xiao and the others with disdain, pointed to the car the Fong family was in, and cheerfully pulled another girl along, saying, "Let's take this car instead." The other girl didn't refuse, but smiled apologetically at Chan Xiao and the others. "Sorry, my sister is spoiled, please don't be angry with her." The implication was that she didn't want to sit with Chan Xiao and the others. Chan Xiao and the others' expressions changed slightly, then returned to normal. Chan Xiao generously said, "Their car isn't big enough, only our car has seats available." The younger girl clearly couldn't hold back, her eyebrows furrowing as she said discontentedly, "What's wrong with you guys? We're trying to help you out of kindness and you're making excuses, but you're even picky about where you sit? What's wrong with you?" Fong Yusen raised an eyebrow, didn't speak, smiled slightly at the two girls, opened the car door, got in, and then closed the door without any politeness. The two girls had initially assumed she would be in the same car as Bai Yi, but seeing her in a different car, they were both puzzled and secretly pleased. They had initially been reluctant to ride with Chan Xiao and her group, preferring the Fong family's car. However, once they saw Fong Yusen get into that car, they changed their minds and headed straight for Chan Xiao and her group. Since everyone had gotten out of their cars, Chan Xiao gave a signal to Wang Qi to help them into the car. After they were seated, the others returned to their vehicles. Their car contained very little. Only 2 bags used for concealment were tucked under the seats, taking up minimal space and leaving 2 empty seats. The car, originally provided by the Fong family, was already a nice vehicle and had been specially modified, with genuine leather seats that were very comfortable. Once inside, the 2 girls couldn't help but start looking around. The younger girl was the most restless, her bright eyes darting around with a rather blatant gaze. However, she was quite attractive, with exceptionally bright and expressive eyes. Even her audacious gaze couldn't provoke anger. The slightly older girl was much more composed. Her gaze was subtle and cautious, easily missed if one didn't look closely. After their initial assessment, the 2 began exchanging glances. These people finally took the bait. That was tough. Be careful, they're alert, don't give yourself away. Chan Xiao was driving. His driving skills were good. He first asked the 2 girls for directions, and upon learning they needed to turn back, he deftly turned the car around and led the way. The other 2 cars quickly turned around and caught up, driving at a leisurely pace. Inside the cars, the 2 girls exchanged glances for a while before starting to chat with the others, cautiously gathering information. If this were before the apocalypse, the people in the cars would have been very hospitable and eager to talk to these 2 beautiful and talkative women, even sharing everything they knew. But after experiencing the cruelty of the apocalypse, their minds were no longer what they once were. Besides, they were all superhumans. Why would they even look at these 2 little girls or let them treat them like fools? These 2 girls clearly had ill intentions, and the 5 of them weren't fools. They all saw through it. Although they couldn't understand why Fong Yusen wanted to go to their place, dealing with 2 maids was more than enough. Perhaps their living environment was relatively isolated, or perhaps these 2 hadn't suffered much hardship after the apocalypse. Although these 2 were clever, they were no match for Chan Xiao and her group. After several exchanges, Chan Xiao and her group spoke flawlessly, revealing no crucial information except for some ambiguous statements used to deliberately confuse them. On the contrary, those 2 ignorant little girls who treated them like fools were the ones who revealed quite a bit of information. They merely offered a few flattering words at opportune moments, and the younger girl was completely captivated, chattering incessantly. Had the older girl not been quick-witted and stopped her from her indiscretions, Chan Xiao and his group could have gleaned even more information. The 3 cars were very close together. After extracting the information Chan Xiao wanted from the 2 girls, he immediately used a spirit stone to transmit his message to Fong Yusen. Just as Fong Yusen and Bai Yi had guessed, there was a small settlement nearby, actually a small village. Almost all the able-bodied men in this village had gone to work in other provinces, earning a considerable amount of money, and upon returning home they built beautiful villas. When the disaster struck, this small village was fortunate enough to escape the meteor shower. Although some people later became zombies, they were mostly the elderly, weak, and disabled, making them easy to deal with. Afterwards, people from the surrounding area fled here, and finding the conditions satisfactory, they decided to stay, building high brick walls and turning it into a small safe zone. Because of the deep pothole on the highway, more and more people sought refuge in the village, gradually increasing the population of this small safe zone. The village also had a very powerful superhuman, a man known as Brother Fong, who effectively controlled the entire village. This man was extremely powerful. No one in the village could rival him. This information was important, but no more detailed details were available. The key issue was that the older girl was too wary. If it weren't for her, Chan Xiao and his group of 5 could definitely have extracted more useful information from the younger girl. When Chan Xiao transmitted his voice to Fong Yusen, he sounded somewhat regretful, but Fong Yusen reassured him. Since that older girl is so wary, you shouldn't probe any further. Be careful not to arouse her suspicion. If you must ask only trivial matters. Chan Xiao respectfully agreed, but although he said that, it was unrealistic for them to extract anything more from the 2 girls. Because at this point they had already returned to the location where they had set up the roadblock. Upon seeing them from afar, the other party immediately exchanged a smug look, then very diligently removed the roadblocks. All 3 cars stopped, and the 2 girls rolled down their windows after getting in. As soon as the cars stopped, they leaned out and waved enthusiastically to the people blocking the way, greeting them warmly. "Brother Zhao! You're all here." Brother Zhao deliberately feigned surprise and asked innocently, "Why did you come back by car?" After saying that, he seemed to suddenly remember something, and his face darkened as he asked angrily, "Did you go to that deep pit again? Didn't I tell you? That place is dangerous. I told you not to go, but you insisted on going." The 2 girls were also good at acting. The younger one mischievously stuck out her tongue and said, "We were just worried that some outsiders might encounter danger there, so we went to check it out. Besides, with you guys here, Brother Zhao, what danger could we possibly be in? It's just a deep pit, isn't it? As long as we don't go near it, it'll be fine." Brother Zhao looked helpless. He glared at them for a moment, then shook his head dejectedly, saying, Fine, I can't do anything with you two. You were lucky this time you only met good people. What if you met bad people next time?" The older girl said gently, "Brother Zhao, please don't talk about Duwan anymore. She already knows she was wrong. We actually went to pick wild vegetables. We picked a lot of wild vegetables there last time, and they tasted so good. Who knew that when we went this time, all the wild vegetables were gone?" She sighed sadly as she said this, her slightly lowered eyebrows giving her a pitiful look, which made Brother Zhao and the people behind him's eyes gleam with greedy green light. Brother Zhao quickly coughed, reminding the people behind him to restrain themselves and not give themselves away. Then he asked, "By the way, why are you with them?" As he said this, he looked warily at Chan Qiao and the others who had also poked their heads out, like someone worried that their companions would be bullied. However, the two teams had clearly seen their greedy expressions, and no matter how well they pretended, they couldn't gain their trust. The girl, however, cooperated, saying, "We met them at the deep pit. They didn't know how to get down there and were asking for directions. Duwan and I don't know how to draw a map, so we wanted to ask them to go back and find someone to draw one for them." Brother Zhao nodded, indicating he understood, then said with a veiled warning, "In that case, please make yourselves at home. Our place is nearby and there are patrols around. Just follow this road and you'll be there in no time. Please take care of these two girls. As long as you get them safely back to their lodgings, someone will definitely help you." This was a warning to them to behave themselves and not harm the two girls. Bai Yi rolled down the window, popped his head out to look at Brother Zhao and said politely, "Thank you, we will definitely get them home safely." Brother Zhao smiled again, said a few more polite words, and then saw them off. As soon as the car drove away, someone licked his lips smugly and said, "Those two girls are really good actresses. I really want to see them being wanton in bed." His words immediately drew laughter from the others. Even Brother Zhao narrowed his eyes dangerously, deciding to find a chance to taste those two girls when he got back. Chapter 218, Chaotic Settlement. Brother Zhao wasn't lying. Less than 20 minutes after Fong Yusen and the others set off, they arrived at the small settlement. At first glance, the place was indeed quite nice. It was a rural area with plenty of arable land, and rows of small white villas stood amidst the fields, surrounded by a 3-meter-high protective wall. Many plants had withered, but quite a few had stubbornly survived, adding touches of greenery to the landscape. Outside the settlement, armed men were indeed patrolling in groups of 10. These men were unremarkable in appearance. Apart from the leader, who was a superhuman, the rest were all ordinary people. When they saw the 3 SUVs approaching, their eyes flashed with greed, and they quickly surrounded them. The leader, a superhuman, shouted, "Stop! Stop! Who are you? What are you doing here?" As he spoke, everyone gripped their weapons tightly, warily eyeing the people inside the vehicles, ready to pounce at any moment. The car leading the way was still Chan Qiao's. Chan Qiao obediently stopped, stuck his head out and said, "We're just passing through, asking for directions. We're not bad people, don't be nervous." As soon as he finished speaking, the two girls in the back seat also leaned out and greeted the people outside. They ignored the ordinary people behind them, only smiling at the leader, the superhuman Tian, and warmly calling him Brother Cui. The older girl said, "Brother Cui, don't misunderstand, they really aren't bad people, they just asked for directions. I thought it was almost noon, so I invited them to rest in our village. Don't be nervous." Brother Chui's gaze boldly swept over the two girls' faces, then greedily looked at the three cars and said loudly, "Oh, I see. Then you should go quickly." After he finished speaking, he gestured to the people behind him, who quickly moved aside to make way for the cars. The girl thanked him sweetly again, and Chan Xiao returned the favor in kind, then drove on towards the settlement. After they left, one of them laughed greedily. "This time the sheep is really fat. Those two girls are quite capable. They brought the person back so easily." The leader, an ability user, looked in the direction the car had gone, his brows slightly furrowed. He couldn't quite explain why, but he felt a little uneasy. Just then, the others began discussing their easy prey. One of them chuckled lewdly. "I wonder if there's anything good this time. Their car is really nice. There must be women inside, right?" Another person glanced at him disdainfully. "So what if there are women? Why don't you take a good look at yourself? With your looks, even if there were women you wouldn't get a chance." The lewd man retorted. "That's not necessarily true. Anyway, once we get into that place there's food and crystal cores so we can go in and have some fun. Who says there's no chance?" The other man looked down on him, his beady eyes scrutinizing him from head to toe, and said dismissively, You think you can afford to get into that place? Unless you don't eat or drink all day, maybe you'll have a chance." Caught off guard by his words, the lewd man glared at him, then glanced resentfully in the direction the car had gone, fantasizing about what kind of good stuff was inside. The leader, an ability user, listened to their increasingly vulgar conversation, his face darkening. He snapped, "Enough! Stop talking nonsense and continue your patrol." He was an ability user, the strongest among the 10, and the others dared not contradict him. Seeing his grim expression, they all obediently shut their mouths, wondering if he'd lost his mind. Since they remained silent, the leader of the superhumans stopped wasting words with them. Before leaving, he turned back one last time, his gaze fixed on the direction the car had gone. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was looking, he secretly touched his chest, feeling the strong pounding of his heart. The beating was so clear, yet he felt increasingly uneasy, as if something terrible was about to happen. He hesitated as he walked, finally gritting his teeth and deciding to stay far away for now, returning in the evening. He'd never seen such a nice car before. But apart from the car in front with its window open, all the other cars had their windows closed, specially modified to prevent anyone from seeing inside. This was what made him uneasy. He instinctively felt that the people who had come were unusual. Ordinary people wouldn't have such nice cars. This thought terrified him. How could those people be so audacious as to dare to target these people? If these people were really as powerful as he suspected, then their actions were nothing short of digging their own graves. But upon further reflection, he realized he was probably overthinking it. No matter how powerful the newcomers were, could they possibly be more powerful than Brother Feng? The thought of Brother Feng's methods and abilities sent chills down his spine. Even so, he decided to temporarily leave to avoid trouble. He didn't want to die. So he led his men, under the guise of patrolling, further and further away from the settlement. At first, the others didn't think anything of it, but gradually they sensed something was wrong. One of them said, "Brother Chui, something's not right. Aren't we going further and further away? Why are we going so far? The higher-ups didn't say we were to patrol that far." Brother Chui remained unmoved, only giving the man a cold glance before saying in a chilling voice, "Am I the captain or are you the captain? This is what the higher-ups want. Do you dare disobey?" After he finished speaking, his cold and sharp gaze pierced the faces of the others, like knives cutting into their hearts. He was also a superhuman, and once his aura was released, it was something these ordinary rabble couldn't withstand. Soon their faces paled, and they dared not defy him anymore. Brother Chui observed everyone's reactions, and unsurprisingly, he saw resentment in some people's eyes. He secretly noted it all down and said soothingly, "I'm doing this for your own good. As for the reason, you don't need to know now, but you'll understand later." His words carried a tone of earnest persuasion. While some dismissed it, thinking he was crazy, others sensed a heavy and desolate feeling in his tone, and subconsciously became worried. Only those who revealed resentment, already dissatisfied with Brother Chui, didn't take his words to heart. Brother Cui saw their reactions, and a flash of murderous intent crossed his lowered eyes. He wasn't one to sit idly by and wait for death. The people in those cars earlier instilled a deep-seated fear in him, a strange intuition, yet one that often saved his life. Brother Cui had no doubt about his intuition, so his first instinct was to run away. Logically, as a resident of the settlement, he should have considered its well-being. If a powerful enemy appeared, he should have alerted his fellow residents, not fled himself. But he was timid, and he felt no affection for the others in the settlement, nor any gratitude towards the higher-ups. While he wasn't a good person, the actions of the higher-ups chilled him even more. In reality, he wasn't alone. Many others in the settlement felt the same way. Although they had established a safe zone and appeared united, this place was actually filled with oppression, enslavement, and darkness. Brother Cui, being a superhuman, fared relatively better. The other ordinary people, except for those with some strength, lived lives worse than animals. Brother Cui had no power to change anything, but deep down, he was very dissatisfied with the actions of those higher-ups. So this time when he felt uneasy, his feelings were actually quite complicated. He wished that the fat sheep he had been tricked into was indeed a powerful figure, just as he had guessed, and that he would eliminate all those arrogant higher-ups in the settlement. At the same time, he worried that without those higher-ups, their lives would be even worse. After all, the lower-level people, had no real strength. Although those higher-ups implemented a policy of force, they were actually quite powerful, and with them around, the others could feel more at ease. Otherwise, if powerful zombies came, they would only have death to live on. With mixed feelings, Brother Cui glanced in the direction of the settlement and, without hesitation, led his men further and further away. At the same time, Fong Yusen and his group had encountered several patrol teams and finally arrived at the entrance of the settlement. This settlement was too small, so there was only one door for people to enter and exit. However, the people here were quite clever. Although the protective wall was only 3 meters high and appeared to be only about 20 centimeters thick, it was very flimsy. However, outside the protective wall, a deep pit trap had already been dug, protecting the entire settlement. Upon their arrival, a large gate, pieced together with wooden planks and exuding a somewhat barbaric aura, slowly opened and 20 armed men emerged. These men had serious expressions, their eyes wary yet greedily scanning the 3 SUVs. Chun Xiao parked his car at the front. The road was narrow, and the 3 cars could only be parked end to end, not side by side. 2 young women quickly opened the car doors, greeting the men with smiles. Brother Wang, we're back. These are our guests. They've come to ask for directions. The leader nodded. This appeared to be the Brother Wang they were referring to. Then, seeing that the people in the cars hadn't gotten out, his expression darkened slightly, and he said with some displeasure, "Everyone entering the settlement must be checked, even guests. Everyone in the cars, get out. Once you've been checked and proven to be safe, you can go in." As soon as he finished speaking, the car doors opened one after another. Chapter 219, Playing Tricks. The other party's eyes lit up as they watched the car door open, their gaze fixed on it, waiting for the person inside to step out. But then the door closed again. Brother Wang's expression instantly darkened. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation, and he snapped, "What do you mean by this?" No one got out of the car. Only Chun Xiao poked her head out, smiling as she said, don't misunderstand. We didn't mean anything by it, we just came to ask for directions. We were planning to go in and rest, but since you have so many rules, forget it. Also, we came to find someone to draw us a map. We can pay." No one had expected them to suddenly change their minds. Brother Wang's face grew even grimmer, and the 2 girls' expressions turned awkward. The younger one couldn't hold back and snapped, "Hey, what's wrong with you guys? Didn't we agree you'd come in as guests? It's just a routine check. What's there to worry about?" Chun Xiao remained all smiles, completely unfazed. "We just didn't want to trouble you. Is that wrong? We originally thought we'd freeload a meal, but seeing how many people you have, and your crops don't look very good either, the harvest probably won't be great. How could we stay and take advantage?" The younger girl was about to argue further when the slightly older one pulled her back firmly. Then she looked at Chun Xiao with tearful eyes. "I'm sorry. I only wanted to invite you in, but it turned out like this. I don't know where you're from, but you must think our place is small and backward, that you look down on our rural area. I was being unreasonable. Her tears made Chen Xiao's expression stiffen. Still, he didn't dare act on his own. He was waiting for Fong Yusen's instructions. After all, coming here had been Fong Yusen and Bai Ye's decision. He couldn't afford to mess things up. Fong Yusen gave no further instructions. Just as Chen Xiao was starting to feel impatient, Bai Yi suddenly rolled down the car window and leaned out. The moment he appeared, the girl who had been silently crying brightened instantly. But her tears flowed even faster. Her wet eyes fixed on Bai Yi, full of pleading, making it almost impossible to refuse her. Bai Yi, however, felt only annoyance. He had only shown himself because Fong Yusen had sent him a telepathic message. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered with such a pretentious woman. Still, since Fong Yusen wanted him to keep acting, he had no choice but to cooperate. He glanced at the girl indifferently and said flatly, "As long as you give us the route map, you can name your price." He sounded like someone with money to burn. Seeing his attitude, greed immediately flashed in the other woman's eyes. Brother Wang sneered. "I can give you the route map, but the price? I'm afraid you can't afford it." Bai Ye's expression turned cold. "Just name it." Brother Wang grinned and pointed at the SUV. "I like your car. I don't want much, just that one." "Agree, and you'll get your map right away." The audacity. It was just a route map, not some priceless treasure, and he wanted the modified vehicle? Of course Bai Yi wouldn't agree so easily. But remembering Fong Yusen's instructions to act like a wealthy fool, he said, "If you also give me 100 liters of gasoline, or 100 jin of grain, I can give you the car." The expressions of Brother Wang and his men changed drastically. They hadn't expected him to agree to such an outrageous demand, let alone make demands of his own. Gasoline and grain were both scarce resources. Their faces darkened, but Bai Yi simply watched them calmly as if oblivious. His attitude completely enraged them. In their eyes, Bai Ye's group were nothing more than prey. Easy targets waiting to be slaughtered. Yet now they dared to negotiate? Where did they get such confidence? Brother Wang stared at Bai Yi carefully. Before coming, Fong Yusen had instructed Bai Yi to suppress his aura. At a glance he looked like a superhuman, but his energy fluctuations were weak, only around level 1. Brother Wang himself was also level 1. After sizing Bai Yi up and deciding he was probably weaker, his confidence surged. With a cold laugh he said, "Route map plus 10 jin of grain in exchange for your car." This time Bai Yi hesitated. He hesitated for a long while, eyes flickering before forcing himself to say, 10 jin is too little. It has to be 100. Brother Wang immediately caught the lack of confidence and grew even more smug. "Only 10. Don't push your luck." Bai Yi hesitated again, as if struggling with a difficult decision. Finally, under their smug gazes, he nodded heavily. "Fine. I agree." Those 4 words seemed to drain all his strength. His face turned dejected. Brother Wang and his men were delighted. So that was it, this guy was all bark and no bite. Brother Wang laughed. "Good. Wait here. I'll have someone draw the map and prepare the food. Come back in half an hour." "Half an hour?" Bai Yi complained. "It's just a map and 10 jin of grain. That shouldn't even take 10 minutes. Brother Wang's expression darkened again. "Got a problem with that? Half an hour. If you don't want to wait, get lost. But I'll tell you this, no one else will make a map for you." Bai Ye's earlier composure crumbled. He looked angry, lips trembling, as if he wanted to argue but didn't dare. After a long pause he said pale-faced, "Fine. Half an hour. We'll wait. Just don't go back on your word." At this point, Brother Wang no longer took him seriously. He laughed triumphantly, then led his people inside, leaving 10 men behind to guard them. The door creaked shut, cutting off all view. Inside, Brother Wang pulled the 2 girls into his arms, one on each side, and kissed them both. "You did well this time," he said smugly. "I'll reward you when we get back." As he spoke, his gaze roamed openly, his hands wandering without restraint. The younger girl, Du Wan, flashed a trace of annoyance and resentment, but she giggled sweetly. "Brother Wang, you don't know. There's another beauty in the car. Absolutely stunning. Even prettier than Li Ranxiu from our settlement. Brother Wang narrowed his eyes, his hand slipping beneath her clothes as he asked, "Really? You wouldn't lie to me, would you? Li Ranxiu isn't just anyone." Duan clung to him, her body pressing close as she said breathlessly, I wouldn't dare. My sister and I saw her. She's incredibly beautiful, but her temper, a bit wild. Like a little wildcat. She knew exactly what kind of women he liked. Sure enough, his interest was piqued immediately. The more she spoke, the brighter his eyes became. The Li Ranxiu she mentioned was Feng Ji's woman, the leader of the settlement. A famous beauty, once a university campus belle. Many men desired her, but Feng Gu guarded her jealously. Brother Wang was one of those men. He had long coveted her, but never dared to act. Now, hearing about an even more beautiful woman, his desire flared. Especially since Feng Gu was currently in seclusion. Perfect timing. Suppressing his excitement, he turned to the older girl. Tell me, was what your sister said true? The girl lowered her gaze shyly, biting her lip before speaking softly. It's true. I saw her too. In both appearance and temperament, she surpasses Li Ranxiu. Brother Wang trusted her. After hearing her confirmation, he no longer doubted. He quickly summoned his men and issued a series of orders to ensure everything went smoothly, so they could capture the woman without fail. Then, taking the two girls with him, he headed into a nearby room, intending to indulge himself first. Chapter 220. The dagger is revealed. After giving his instructions, Brother Wang, confident in his meticulous planning and the absence of any problems, hurriedly dragged the two girls away to relieve their pent-up desires. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the settlement, Fong Yusen and Bai Yi were communicating telepathically. Bai Yi's tone was somewhat dissatisfied. He felt Fong Yusen's approach was too risky. He said, Yusen, this person deliberately demanding half an hour is clearly toying with us. Besides, they definitely want to arrange for someone to arrest us all. Fong Yusen understood without him saying it. She smiled meaningfully. Isn't this more fun? Since these people dare to scheme against us, aren't you afraid to take the bait? Bai Yi was annoyed. It wasn't that he was afraid to take the bait. He simply didn't want to use such a roundabout method. He was now filled with regret. If he had known it would turn out this way, he wouldn't have agreed to Fong Yusen's decision. In the end, it was all his fault for being too impulsive. Fong Yusen chuckled. Your acting is pretty good, you almost fooled me. Although it was a telepathic communication, Bai Yi still sensed the teasing in her words. His heart skipped a beat and he asked, What are you planning to do next? He asked this both to avoid discussing the previous topic and to find out Fong Yusen's plan. He was worried she might continue her reckless actions, so he decided to find out her plan first. Fong Yusen sensed his annoyance and stopped teasing him, saying seriously, This safe zone is small and poorly defended. The fact that it survived until now means there aren't many zombies nearby. So I guess the ability users here don't have many crystal cores. Judging from their personnel, there aren't many ability users here. And most are at the beginner or early level 1 level. There's nothing to worry about. Bai Yi understood everything she said. He simply disliked the people in this settlement and hated continuing to feign politeness with them. His biggest fear was an unforeseen accident that would endanger those around him. In the past, he was never this timid and hesitant. He was often incredibly reckless, a daredevil in the eyes of others, willing to take on any dangerous mission. Even when he first brought Bai Qianqian home, he didn't have much affection for this son, sometimes even forgetting he had a blood relative while on missions. It wasn't until later, when feelings and ties gradually developed, that he became more cautious and less reckless during missions. But now, because of Fong Yusen, he had become timid and hesitant. This was completely unlike him. Despite knowing he was becoming increasingly strange, Bai Yi showed no intention of changing. He liked this feeling. His once closed and cold heart had suddenly been filled with someone. A bond that even parents and friends couldn't match. He didn't know how to advise Fong Yusen. He couldn't match Fong Yusen's eloquence, yet he didn't want to say a single harsh word to her. He could only sulk inwardly. Fong Yusen stopped communicating with him telepathically, which left him feeling disappointed and even more uncomfortable. Just as he was lost in thought, Fong Yusen's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Bai Yi, you should believe in your own strength. You are the one chosen by the dragon scale sword. Don't let me down. After saying this, Fong Yusen was stunned. She just felt that Bai Yi's attitude seemed strange, and considering that they would be traveling together in the future, Bai Yi's state was not conducive to the rest of the journey, so she decided to persuade him and give him some confidence. As a result, she said that last sentence without thinking. After saying it, she felt strange, as if it was somewhat ambiguous. After all, the dragon scale sword came from the Azurewood Spirit Mansion, and she hadn't even discovered its existence at first. It turned out that this thing had betrayed its own people and chosen Bai Yi as its successor. But it was too late now, and there was no use in being unwilling. When she was persuading Bai Yi just now, she thought of her resentment and said a few more words, only to realize that it was inappropriate afterward. But there was nothing wrong with what she said, and if she went to explain it, it would seem too petty and would only cause more trouble. Hesitating for a moment, she ultimately said nothing. Bai Yi, however, was stunned after she finished speaking. He wanted to ask Fong Yusen what she meant, but worried he might be mistaken. So he waited, wanting to see if Fong Yusen had anything else to say. But after saying that, Fong Yusen remained silent, leaving him feeling uneasy and uncertain. However, Fong Yusen's words of advice had an effect. He realized he had been too cautious. How could he doubt his own strength? Even without awakening his special abilities, he shouldn't be afraid of this rabble. Now, not only had he awakened the powerful dual elemental abilities of metal and lightning, but he had also received the inheritance of the dragon scale sword. What did he have to fear? Who in this world could compare to him? Bai Yi suddenly understood. Upon realizing this, he felt a jolt in his soul, something within his sea of consciousness undergoing a change. Startled, he quickly checked his sea of consciousness and discovered that the jet-black dragon scale sword within it was radiating an unstoppable sharpness. The dragon scale sword pulsed with this sharp energy, and with each pulse, its aura grew even more terrifying. Bai Yi vaguely understood something, but unfortunately, the current situation was special, and he had no time to properly cultivate. He could only calm himself and quietly wait for the villains to make their moves. All these changes were within his sea of consciousness, completely imperceptible to others. Fong Yusen did notice something, but she was currently talking with her family. After noticing something amiss, she released her spiritual sense to investigate, but finding nothing, she put the matter aside. Bai Yi was worried about her, and the Fong family was even more worried. Bai Qianqian disliked the two girls and that brother Wang, and when they entered the room, he secretly released his spiritual sense to investigate. With this investigation, he saw their actions and heard their conversation. Seeing that they dared to scheme against Fong Yusen, Bai Qianqian was completely enraged. So after Brother Wang pulled the two women into the house, his gaze turned cold, and he split his spiritual sense into 3 streams, directly piercing into the seas of consciousness of the 3 people. Perhaps due to his awakened spiritual power, he had almost effortless control over his spiritual sense. After his spiritual sense pierced the 3 people's sea of consciousness, it caused their seas to violently tremble, yet it didn't kill them. Instead, it placed a mental suggestion on each of them. Bai Qianqian, being young, couldn't think too much. The mental suggestions he gave the 3 were more like a prank. So when Brother Wang pushed the 2 girls onto the bed to relieve himself, he suddenly discovered that the girls in front of him had turned into 2 disgusting zombies. He turned pale with fright, screamed in terror, and quickly withdrew from his body, afraid that he would become one of those disgusting zombies. At the same time, in the eyes of the 2 girls, he had also become a disgusting zombie. Both of them screamed in terror, repeatedly shouting "Zombie!" and "Help!" Unfortunately, Bai Qianqian had deliberately set up a small soundproof barrier to prevent their voices from carrying out and alerting others. After the initial fear and disgust, Brother Wang decided to kill the 2 zombies in front of him. But just as he tried to use his superpowers, he discovered that he couldn't activate them at all. He had turned into an ordinary person. The 2 girls, also wanting to kill this zombie, grabbed weapons and held them in their hands. They were just ordinary people without any superpowers and didn't dare to attack first. But even though they didn't attack, Brother Wang wanted to kill them. Brother Wang was a level 1 mutant with exceptional strength. Normally, killing 2 defenseless women would be a piece of cake. But this time was different. He had lost his powers and could only rely on his physical strength to fight the two zombies in front of him. A chaotic battle quickly erupted between the two sides. In another part of the settlement, a minor leader looked at the man before him and said calmly, "Are you telling the truth? There are fat sheep at the gate." The man nodded frantically, saying obsequiously, "Absolutely true. They're right outside. They were going to come in, but that bastard Wang Dali said there was a routine check, so they wouldn't come in." The leader narrowed his eyes. "But this is Wang Dali's shift. This is his responsibility. If I intervene, it's against the rules." He sighed, looking helpless. The informant inwardly scoffed, but his smile grew even more obsequious. "Brother Gue, this time the prey has 3 modified off-road vehicles. Their performance is top-notch. They came here wanting a route map, and Wang Dali demanded an SUV, and they actually agreed. They must have something even better." The foreman's eyes lit up, but he still feigned indifference, asking, "You're just guessing, aren't you?" Seeing his unmoved attitude, the informant panicked. "Brother Gue, Wang Dali has taken 2 women surnamed Du away for a quick trip. They're going to make their move in half an hour. If we don't get there before them, they'll snatch the good stuff." The foreman then feigned displeasure, saying, "At such a crucial moment, he dares to abandon his post. He's showing no respect for Brother Fong. I have to go check. We can't let those prey escape." The informant finally breathed a sigh of relief and smiled smugly. Unable to get anywhere with Wang Dali, he had to find a new way out for himself. If he handled this matter well, he was sure to reap considerable benefits. Thinking this, he became even more smug. After making his decision, Brother Gue was no longer as slow as before. He quickly led his men towards the gate of the settlement. With a creaking sound as the gate opened, 40 men rushed out, spreading out to form a circle, surrounding the 3 SUVs. Chapter 221. 1 minute. 10 men had initially stayed at the entrance to monitor Fong Yusen and his group, preventing their escape. They were all Wang Dali's men, and their expressions changed drastically when Gu appeared with his men, their faces contorted with panic and intense anger. In their eyes, Fong Yusen and his group were easy prey, the ones they had encountered first. But Guiji's appearance was clearly an attempt to steal their credit and benefits. Unfortunately, their leader Wang Dali was absent, and none of them possessed superpowers, putting them at a disadvantage in both strength and numbers, a full 30 men fewer than their opponents. The disparity was too obvious. They were no match for Guego. Therefore, faced with Guiji's sudden appearance, most dared not speak out against him. One person fawned, "Brother Gue, what brings you here? Isn't Brother Wang supposed to be guarding the gate today?" Brother Gue glanced at the speaker indifferently, and then someone beside him pointed at him rudely and cursed. "What Brother Gue does is none of your business. Who do you think you are?" That guy surnamed Wang abandoned his post, and Brother Gue came to keep watch. "What's wrong with that? Don't forget what Brother Fong said. These are special times, we must be careful." Their settlement was tiny, with only 2,000 or 3,000 people, mostly ordinary people. There were very few people with superpowers. The most powerful were Brother Fong and his 10 top fighters. Because of their power and the oppressive policies they implemented in the settlement, the people there were practically obedient to them. In most people's eyes, Brother Fong was almost a god. No one dared disobey him. They were lucky. Few zombies initially appeared. Most were dealt with by Brother Fong and his top 10 fighters. The scarcity of zombies in the area gave them a chance to breathe and survive relatively peacefully. Daily propaganda within the settlement warned of the zombies' terror and the dire situation outside, keeping the residents too afraid to venture out. They all obediently remained within the settlement, accepting the tyrannical rule of Brother Fong and his group. However, recently the number of zombies appeared more and more frequently. Brother Fong ordered numerous patrol teams to patrol the area. Zombies discovered were to be dealt with immediately if possible, and those that couldn't be dealt with were to be signaled with smoke signals. At the same time, Brother Fong also emphasized the defense of the safe zone's gate, assigning guards in shifts and requiring them not to leave their posts without permission. Wang Dali's actions were already considered a violation. However, as long as no one reported it and no incident occurred, the higher-ups naturally didn't bother with it. Unfortunately for Wang Dali, A traitor among his subordinates told Brother Gue about his actions. Brother Gue was a minor leader within the settlement. His status was slightly higher than Wang Dali's. His own strength was superior, and he had more men under his command. No one expected him to come and steal credit and benefits at this time, especially since his men had said such things. Wang Dali's 10 men panicked upon hearing this. If this matter reached the higher-ups, not only would Wang Dali suffer, but they, his men, would also be caught in the crossfire. The man's words were clearly spoken at Gue Ji's behest. They weren't foolish enough to believe he had acted on his own initiative. The 10 men dared not respond. After a moment, the one who had spoken first forced a smile and said, "Brother Gue, please don't misunderstand. Brother Wang didn't desert his post, he just had to use the restroom. He'll be back soon." Gue didn't speak, but the men around him looked at Wang Dali's 10 men with disdain, as if they were idiots. The 10 men could only stare longingly at the door, hoping Wang Dali would appear quickly and save them from their predicament. Unfortunately, what they didn't know was that Wang Dali was currently in dire straits and had no time to help them. Gue ignored them, instead smiling and taking a few steps forward, saying to the people in the cars, "Listen up, people in the cars, my patience is limited. If you want to live, get out of the cars obediently. I'm only giving you 1 minute. If you're not out after 1 minute, don't blame us for being impolite." As if to prove his point, as soon as he finished speaking, the people around him brandished their weapons, staring menacingly at the 3 cars, waiting for the people inside to emerge. Fong Yusen's voice came from the car. "Since they've put it this way, everyone should get out of the cars obediently." Her voice was melodious and pleasant, with a unique rhythm that was quite captivating. As soon as the voice rang out, everyone outside couldn't help but look towards her car, wanting to know what the speaker looked like. Even Gue couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, glancing at Fong Yusen's location several times. As Fong Yusen's voice rang out, the car doors opened one after another, and pairs of legs emerged. Those responsible for surrounding the area smiled smugly, their narrowed eyes gleaming with cruelty. But the next moment, they suddenly realized that the person who emerged was armed. Where did they get the audacity? How dare they do this? Fong Yusen gave them no time to think, nor did she offer any kind explanation. In her hand was a long, thin black dagger, both the handle and blade long. She gripped the handle with one hand, the tip pointing towards the ground. She wore a loose shirt and trousers, and because of her excellent figure, even a simple movement looked exceptionally stylish. Upon seeing her face clearly, the surrounding people felt no fear, but instead laughed triumphantly, their gazes brazenly sweeping over her body, as if they wanted to strip her naked. Bai Yi, who had been watching Fong Yusen ever since getting out of the car, turned extremely ugly upon seeing this scene. With a cold snort, Bai Yi suddenly produced a golden staff in his hand, and he sprang forward with lightning speed, swinging the staff and forcefully smashing it into the surrounding group. A crisp crack rang out, and the unlucky man who was hit screamed and fell to the ground. The others, seeing this, retreated hastily, their eyes filled with terror as they watched Bai Yi. Bai Yi's face was grim, and in the blink of an eye, he had taken down several more people. These people, who usually swaggered and were very proud when facing ordinary residents, now didn't even have a chance to fight back. They fell in an instant, not even able to see Bai Yi's movements clearly. And after Bai Yi made his move, the others also joined in. Because these people were, after all, human, they didn't directly kill them, and didn't even use their superpowers, but with their physical strength they were able to knock them unconscious. Gue had only brought 40 people, which they thought was enough, but who knew that in just one exchange, less than a minute, most of them had fallen. Not only were they panicked, but even Gue, who had been calm and arrogant before, panicked. He never expected this outcome. Wasn't he told this was easy prey? Wasn't he told they were incompetent? Wasn't he told they dared not speak out? What was going on here? He angrily turned to look at the informant. He couldn't believe he'd been set up. He'd been tricked. Gue was usually quite clever, a rare breed among the small-time leaders. But sometimes clever people tend to overthink and get stuck in dead ends. That was Gue doing now. Once he realized something was completely wrong, he immediately jumped to conspiracy theories. In Guiji's eyes, this was all Wang Dali's doing, A scheme to get rid of him. Otherwise, why hadn't Wang Dali shown up? If Wang Dali knew what he was thinking, he would definitely beg for a trade. He didn't even realize he'd inadvertently provoked a monster. Guegu reacted extremely quickly. After the initial panic, he immediately shouted to the people inside the settlement. Quick! Light the smoke signals. 2 iron pots filled with special fuel were placed against the wall inside the protective barrier. Once lit, they would produce thick black smoke. Their conditions were poor. They lacked many equipment, so this was the only way they could think of to transmit enemy information. After shouting, his expression changed, and he rushed into the gate, personally lighting the smoke signals. Fong Yusen and the others didn't stop him. They deliberately stayed at the entrance to avoid being completely surrounded. The small fry here were easy to deal with. Guegu lighting the smoke signals to attract the stronger members of the settlement would save them the trouble. Guiji's heart was pounding. After lighting the smoke signals, his first instinct was to escape and find a safe place to hide. After concocting his conspiracy theories, he realized that the people who had come were abnormally strong, far beyond his capabilities. However, he dared not leave. If the higher-ups investigated, he would be implicated. He also noticed a detail. Although these people were ruthless, they hadn't killed anyone. It was this discovery that allowed him to stay. He then forced himself to leave, suppressing his fear. Upon exiting, he found that everyone outside had been taken down. He took a deep breath. The air was scorching hot, yet he felt a chill run through him. Where did these people come from? How could they be so strong? But he quickly forced himself to calm down. These people were powerful, but Fong Gu and his 10 top experts were still in the settlement. He refused to believe these people could be a match for Fong Gu and his 10 experts. Just then, Guegu suddenly had a strong sense of danger, like being watched by wolves. He instinctively looked at Fong Yusen and the others, only to see them all staring at him. The intense tension made his mouth dry. He opened his mouth and asked with difficulty, "Who are you? What do you want here?" Chapter 222. A bunch of idiots. Guegu was actually terribly panicked. He realized he had misunderstood that fool Wang Dali. This wasn't a conspiracy against him, but against the entire settlement. He desperately wanted to believe that Fong Gu could defeat these people. But now, facing their gazes, he suddenly felt uncertain. Even though they weren't displaying their full power, he felt oppressed, and even breathing became difficult. He kept asking himself, why were these people targeting their settlement? Why did he have to run into this mess? He was filled with regret. If he had known these people weren't easy prey but plagues, he would never have been so greedy as to come out and die. Thinking of Wang Dali, who hadn't shown up yet, he suddenly felt like a complete idiot. He knew Wang Dali had arranged to meet these people in half an hour, so he rushed over specifically to get rid of them before Wang Dali, who knew that his men would be eliminated in the first encounter. He was filled with regret, and at the same time he gave these people a subtle look of dissatisfaction. If these people are so powerful, why were they coerced by Wang Dali? They made him believe them. If he wasn't certain these people were easy prey, why would he foolishly come to his death? Thinking about it, he suddenly felt something was off. Wang Dali must have been tricked. However, these people seemed to have been brought by those 2 women surnamed Du. Could it be that this was all a conspiracy by those 2 bitches? Could it be that those 2 bitches betrayed them? They enlisted these people's help, and now these plague gods are causing trouble? The more Guegu thought about it, the more likely this guess was the truth. He gritted his teeth, secretly vowing that if he survived this ordeal, he would definitely not let those 2 treacherous bitches get away with it. Just then, Fong Yusen walked over with a smile, carrying a knife, and said to Guegu, "We came here at the invitation of 2 young girls. They said you have plenty of food and are very hospitable. We were starving after our journey, so we followed them. But I didn't expect you to be so hospitable." Guegu looked at her, completely at a loss for words. At this moment he no longer thought Fong Yusen was beautiful. This wasn't a woman but a deadly female demon. Under this intense stimulation, Guegu once again deeply regretted his foolish decision. He shouldn't have come. No, he shouldn't have stayed. At this moment, he suddenly had a strong intuition that neither Fong Gu nor the 10 top experts around him could possibly be a match for these people. He really shouldn't have stayed. He quickly glanced at his men lying haphazardly on the ground, groaning, and wondered uncertainly, was it too late to lie down and play dead? Just as he was thinking about how to extricate himself unharmed, he heard the roar of several motorcycles. The drawn-out roar sounded particularly dynamic, something he used to especially like. But now, listening to those drawn-out rumbles, his feelings were incredibly complex. Unfortunately, there wasn't enough time. He couldn't think any further. Soon the door opened and 4 people appeared on motorcycles. They were riding modified light motorcycles, loud and fast, popular with rebellious young people. These 4 were none other than 4 of the top 10 masters. In the past, Brother Gue would have immediately rushed to curry favor with them. But now he only felt a bitter taste in his mouth. Only 4 people had come. How could that be enough? The 4 who arrived were completely oblivious to his bitterness. After getting off their motorcycles, they glared unfriendly at Fong Yusen and his group, as well as their disheveled subordinates lying around. The scene was all too obvious. The 4 understood almost immediately that Fong Yusen and his group had come to cause trouble. One of the young men, a tall, thin man with a scar on his face, narrowed his eyes fiercely and asked in an unfriendly tone, "What's going on here? Where did you come from? How dare you come here to cause trouble? You're tired of living, aren't you?" Upon hearing this, Gue felt as if he had swallowed a bitter pill, and even his otherwise handsome face contorted with resentment. How could he have never noticed such a fool among the top 10 masters? So many people lying on the ground. Wasn't that enough to demonstrate the opponent's strength? Who did this man think he was facing? The incompetent fools in the settlement who didn't know how to fight back? These were all plagues. Speaking to people with such an attitude, wasn't he afraid of completely offending them? Fearing Scarface might say something even more outrageous, Gue had no choice but to steel himself and walk over to him, whispering, "Brother Dao, these guys are tough. We'd better be careful." But as soon as he said this, Scarface turned and glared at him disdainfully, sneering, "What do you know?" Scarface didn't take Gue seriously. In his eyes, crushing Gue was as easy as crushing an ant, so despite Gueji's assessment of their strength, he was completely dismissive. And it wasn't just him, the others felt the same way. They were known as the top 10 experts because, in the entire settlement, their strength was second only to Fong Gu. Their long-standing arrogance and the flattery they received had made them complacent. They forgot the saying, "There are always people stronger than you," and felt that everyone except Fong Gu was beneath their notice. In reality, their misunderstanding stemmed from Fong Yusen, and the others deliberately concealing their aura and energy fluctuations. They looked like ordinary people or novice superhumans. The 4 highly praised experts sensed the energy fluctuations emanating from them and instinctively assumed their strength was mediocre. As for the people lying on the ground, they were just ordinary people with low strength, whom the 4 of them never considered a threat. Seeing them lying on the ground, the 4 of them didn't think Fong Yusen and the others were particularly powerful. They just thought these people were too stupid and useless. Scarface was a battle maniac who always liked to pick fights, and he was also the strongest among the 4. So after he spoke, none of the others uttered a rebuttal, only giving Gue a disdainful look. Just that one look made Gue acutely aware of his status in these people's eyes. The way they looked at him was no different from how he looked at the ordinary people in the settlement, like looking at trash. So he took a deep breath and quietly retreated. He glanced at these 4 experts one last time, then quickly looked away, lowered his head, and a sarcastic smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "A bunch of idiots." The 4 men noticed his retreat but ignored it, giving him only a cold glance before deciding to remove him from his post and transfer him to patrol outside after the matter was resolved. Then they looked at Fong Yusen and the others again. Except for the scarred man, who was staring intently at Bai Yi with a fierce fighting spirit in his eyes, the other 3 brazenly looked at Fong Yusen, Shang Jinxiu, and Meng Qing Luo. These 3 were all rare beauties, each with their own unique charm. They had never seen such beauties before, and now they were offering themselves up. How could they not be excited? Just thinking about capturing them and wantonly defile them made them feel hot all over. Finally, that madman with the scarred face. They couldn't care less. Scarface raised his chin at Bai Yi, licked his slightly dry lips and said, "Fight me. If you win, I can grant you one request. If you lose, All of you will have to stay here. Bai Yi was still holding that golden staff. His face was extremely ugly, and a strong killing intent surged within him. He wished he could kill all those who dared to lewdly look at Fong Yusen. After Scarface finished speaking, he gave a cold smile. Fine, I agree. Before he could finish speaking, Scarface had already transformed into a black shadow and charged forward. His gloves were adorned with sharp rings. If they struck someone, the sharp points would cause severe lacerations. His face was contorted with bloodlust, and he looked at Bai Yi as if he were a lamb to the slaughter. However, just as his fist was about to strike Bai Yi, a flash of golden light appeared, followed by a clang. Scarface's sharp rings slammed into the golden staff in Bai Yi's hand, the immense force of the impact sending numbness through his knuckles. Scarface's face contorted in pain, and his gaze towards Bai Yi became even more frenzied. Ah, he howled, his fists relentlessly pounding Bai Yi, each strike accompanied by a whistling sound, clearly possessing considerable power. At the same time, Fong Yuyan stepped forward, blocking Fong Yusen's path, and coldly looked at the remaining three, asking provocatively, "Who's coming?" Fong Yuyan's attitude clearly angered the three. They were used to being arrogant in the settlement, but they never expected anyone to dare speak to them like that. The three sneered and one of them flashed forward, rushing towards Fong Yuyan like lightning. He was actually a speed-based ability user. At the same time, one of the other two launched a fireball at Fong Yuyan, while the other bent down, clenched his right fist, and slammed it into the ground. With this slam, the ground instantly began to shake, rising and falling like waves. He often used this move mainly to catch people off guard and make them lose their footing, thus gaining the upper hand. When the person lost their footing or fell, he would then use ground spikes, and the opponent would definitely be hit. And this tactic of his was almost always successful. But this time they had clearly met their match. The earth had barely begun to shake when Fong Jintang let out a soft hum. Not only did the shaking stop, but the fire-type and earth-type ability users experienced even more violent shaking beneath their feet. The two looked at Fong Yuyan in shock, exclaiming in unison, "You're also an earth-type ability user?" At this moment they truly understood Guiji's earlier worries. Chapter 223. Luring the Enemy. After exclaiming in shock, the two exchanged a glance. They both saw fear and worry in each other's eyes, and then, a flicker of dread crossed their eyes as they considered retreating. What terrified them even more was that the fireball launched by the fire-type ability user had silently vanished a meter away from Fong Yusen and the others. What did this mean? It meant that their opponent's strength surpassed theirs. These people were simply beyond their capabilities. Unwilling to give up, they instinctively looked at the speed-type ability user, only to see him being trampled under Fong Yuyan's foot, fresh blood still dripping from his mouth. Damn it! When did all this happen? Why didn't they see anything? Just then they suddenly heard a thud. They instinctively turned their heads and saw the scarred man lying on the ground, coughing up blood, his body trembling violently. His hands were a bloody mess, shaking even more violently. Too shocked to maintain their balance, they collapsed to the ground in a sorry state. They stared in terror at Fong Yusen and the others, as if they were looking at death itself. They had once thought Brother Fong was the most powerful, but now they suddenly realized that there were people in this world even more powerful than Brother Fong. Now these plague gods stood before them. Both were filled with fear and anger. Who had dared to provoke such a plague god? Then they instinctively thought of Brother Gue, but unfortunately, he had already vanished without a trace, hiding somewhere. His escape led them to believe that Brother Gue knew the truth. Soon the shaking of the earth stopped. The two scrambled to their feet, their eyes warily fixed on Fong Yusen and the others. As for the other two unfortunate souls, they couldn't be bothered with them. This was the apocalypse. They were lucky to survive. They had no time to care about the lives of others. Completely devoid of their previous arrogance, they scrambled to their feet, ignoring their disheveled state, and immediately burst into tears, pleading, "Don't kill us. We were all deceived by treacherous people. We didn't mean to oppose you." Bai Yi completely ignored their cries, coldly asking, "How many experts do you have here? Where are the rest? Where is Brother Fong?" The two hadn't expected Bai Yi to know Brother Fong. They assumed Bai Yi knew him, but couldn't guess whether he was friend or foe. Thinking it over, they concluded Bai Yi was definitely Brother Feng's enemy, and their panic intensified. They had followed Brother Fong because of his strength, believing they could survive under his protection, never imagining he'd made such a formidable enemy, who had now come knocking on their door. A death sentence. Their faces immediately fell, their eyes filled with fear and unease, terrified that the other would take their lives at any moment. Although they were both superhumans, understanding the difference in strength between themselves and their opponent, they were afraid of inadvertently angering him, and dared not make a move. However, the two weren't fools who would just sit and wait to die. If Bai Yi and the others were determined to kill them, they would definitely fight to the death. They exchanged a glance, hesitated for a moment, and then directly betrayed Brother Fong. After all, these people were not people they could afford to offend. They had no other choice. Having convinced themselves of this, the two confessed everything about Brother Fong without any remorse. The fire-type ability user respectfully said, "Brother Fong has been in seclusion since the day before yesterday, apparently trying to break through to level 2 of his ability. He hasn't come out yet." The Earth-type ability user added, "Besides the 4 of us, there are 6 other people in the base, with similar strength. They're probably cultivating or busy with other things, which is why they haven't come. As long as we light more beacon fires, they'll definitely come." As he said this, he wasn't worried about his companions suffering any consequences. Instead, he felt a twisted sense of schadenfreude. Why should only the 4 of them be unlucky, while the other 6 were carefree in the base? They were all brothers. Of course they should share the burden, Bai Yi said. Then light the signal fires and make them all come out. Upon hearing this, the 2 men's eyes lit up. They finally had a chance to escape the clutches of these plague-like people. Once back at the base, they could hide. They refused to believe these people could find them. Why should they worry about the lives of the others? They had almost finished thinking this when, just as they turned around, they suddenly felt a chill down their spines. They turned around in terror and heard Bai Yi say, "If you don't want to die, don't try anything funny." Feeling a sharp pain in their bodies, their faces instantly turned deathly pale. What kind of power was this? It was terrifying. Knowing that Bai Yi had tampered with their bodies, they dared not try anything funny again. They obediently lit the signal fires, then came out and stood respectfully to the side. About 5 minutes later, the roar of motorcycles came from inside again. And this time, all 6 remaining men had come out. Not only them, but nearly 300 people followed behind them. Of the group, only 50 were gifted individuals. The remaining 200 or so were all ordinary people. These people had no means of transportation and had run the entire way. The gifted individuals fared somewhat better, but the ordinary people, with their poor physical condition, were already panting heavily by the time they arrived. The first 6 people arrived, and upon seeing the situation outside, their expressions immediately turned extremely grim. Then, all 6 of them looked towards the fire-type and earth-type gifted individuals standing in the corner, pretending not to exist. One of them angrily asked, "Tell me, what exactly happened?" The 2 unfortunate men also looked grim. The Earth Elemental ability user said, "It's not our fault. These people seem to be looking for Brother Fong. We don't know the specifics either. Li Yongge knows the situation, but that bastard has disappeared." The Fire Elemental ability user hurriedly added, "That's right. We were brought here by Li Yongge. It was already like this when we arrived. That bastard Li Yongge ran away without saying a word. It's outrageous." Both of them instinctively blamed the missing Li Yongge, not caring what fate awaited him. Hearing this, the 6 men's expressions became even more unpleasant. However, these 6 men weren't fools. The fate of the 4 unfortunate men was right before their eyes. They weren't blind. After asking, the man turned to Bai Yi and said, "May I ask how this friend is addressed? Could you explain what happened? We're all survivors, so let's not have any misunderstandings." As soon as he finished speaking, another of the 6 said, "That's right, we're all survivors, there's no need to ruin our relationship. As the saying goes, no discord, no concord. If it's a misunderstanding, just explain it." Bai Yi glanced at Fong Yusen, and seeing that she didn't intend to speak, he said, "I don't think it's a misunderstanding. First, we encountered your people setting up a roadblock, and then we met 2 girls from your settlement near the pit. They lured us here by saying they were inviting us as guests, but it turns out they wanted to rob us." As he spoke, he deliberately released some of his aura, appearing angry. The 6 men's expressions changed again upon hearing this. They knew exactly what was going on. It was clearly a trap set by the people below, thinking they had brought back a group of easy prey, but instead they had brought back a pack of wolves. The 6 men exchanged glances, then looked at the miserable state of the other unfortunate survivors, realizing that this was a difficult situation to handle. One wrong move and they would all be finished. Their first thought was of Brother Fong, the strongest person in the settlement and their pillar of strength. Unfortunately, he was still in seclusion and couldn't help at all. However, while they understood the situation, they absolutely refused to admit the truth. The leader immediately said, "This is all a misunderstanding. Our subordinates were incompetent and caused you all distress. I apologize on their behalf. It's noon now, you must be tired. Why don't we come in and have a good meal? Consider it our apology." He adopted a humble attitude, but as a superhuman, he still possessed his pride and didn't appear obsequious. Bai Yi, however, refused to give him that courtesy. He coldly said, "Apologize? You're not worthy. Bring your leader out. I want him to apologize to us personally." Upon hearing this, the 6 men frowned. Brother Fong was in seclusion, at a crucial moment in his breakthrough to level 2 of superhuman abilities. How could they dare disturb him? What would they do if something happened to him? If it weren't for the threat of zombies, these people wouldn't be so kind, hoping Fong Gu would succeed in his advancement. But precisely because of the zombies, they dared not even consider what would happen if Fong Gu failed to reach level 2. Finally, the leader gritted his teeth and said, "I'm sorry, I cannot grant your request, friend. Our leader is currently in seclusion and cannot come out to apologize." He gritted his teeth in hatred. If Fong Gu hadn't been unable to come out during this crucial period of seclusion, how could they have possibly humbled themselves before these plagues? If Fong Gu had succeeded in his advancement, what would they have to fear? Thinking of this, he immediately gave a wink to the people around him. They must stall these people. The others were all thinking for themselves. They could all see that Bai Yi and his group were not to be trifled with, their strength probably on par with Fong Ji's. How could they dare to offend them? But at the same time, they dared not offend Fong Gu. And even less did they want to be taken advantage of by Bai Yi and his group. Usually they were the ones bullying others. Seeing the changing expressions of the others, the leader knew that these people were unreliable. He cursed inwardly but could only bite the bullet and say, "If this friend has any other requests, please feel free to mention them. As long as they're not excessive, we'll accommodate them." Chapter 224. Bear the consequences. After realizing that Bai Yi and his group were difficult to deal with, the other side changed their attitude, offering to sacrifice some interests in exchange for Bai Yi and his group's understanding. However, they were used to being arrogant, and although they seemed to have yielded, they were secretly resentful. They were just trying to buy time. If Bai Yi and his group were sensible and took the benefits and left, then the matter would be over, and they wouldn't have to bother anymore. But if Bai Yi and his group made exorbitant demands, they would not be easily slaughtered. As long as Brother Fong can successfully advance, why would they need to fear these plague gods? These people were calculating in their hearts, considering both possible outcomes, while also secretly on guard against a sudden attack from Bai Yi and his group. What's even more remarkable is that no matter what they were thinking, they didn't reveal it on their faces. Only their slightly flickering eyes indicated that they weren't as honest as they appeared. Fong Yusen and Bai Yi, though not standing together, were secretly exchanging opinions via spiritual communication. Bai Yi took the initiative to transmit his thoughts. "Yusen, these people aren't honest. They're probably trying to stall for time." Fong Yusen thought the same thing as him, and after hearing the transmission she said, "So much time has passed. Brother Fong still hasn't appeared. There must be something wrong. What do you think is holding him back?" After she finished speaking, she turned to look at Bai Qianqian, who was standing obediently beside her. It wasn't just Brother Fang's continued absence that was suspicious. Brother Wang, who had left earlier, also hadn't appeared, which was very strange. She had just monitored them with her spiritual sense and overheard their conversation. However, when Brother Wang pulled the 2 girls into the house to vent his anger, She withdrew her spiritual sense. She didn't want to see what was about to happen. But the person who had surrounded them with his men and been beaten down had made quite a commotion. Why hadn't Brother Wong appeared yet? Was he scared? Fong Yusen thought to herself. She secretly released her spiritual sense and went to the room Brother Wong had last entered. Before putting her spiritual sense in, she mentally prepared herself to avoid seeing anything inappropriate. But as soon as her spiritual sense approached, she sensed a small obstacle. That was... Fong Yusen frowned slightly, her gaze returning to Bai Qianqian, her heart filled with shock. It was a small soundproof barrier. At the same time, because the soundproof barrier was activated by Fong Yusen's spiritual sense, Bai Qianqian also sensed it. He subconsciously raised his head, staring at Fong Yusen with wide, guilty eyes. In front of everyone, this was not the time to discipline a brat, so Fong Yusen could only pretend she knew nothing. She continued to use her spiritual sense to examine the situation inside the house. Because Bai Qianqian was still young, the soundproofing barrier he had set up was somewhat crude, and it wouldn't have been difficult for Fong Yusen to forcibly break it. However, she didn't want to alert the people outside, so she didn't directly break the soundproofing barrier. The barrier blocked the sound, but it didn't block the scene inside. Fong Yusen clearly saw that the situation inside was completely different from what she had imagined. Although Brother Wong and the two girls were disheveled, they weren't engaged in sexual activity. On the contrary, they were fighting to the death. All three were injured. The two girls were on one side, and Brother Wong was on the other, attacking each other relentlessly. Their faces were smeared with blood of unknown origin, their expressions fierce and ferocious, like wild beasts that had lost their minds and had their inner ferocity completely unleashed. It seemed they had been fighting for some time. Their chests heaving and emitting heavy breathing, clearly at their limit. Fong Yusen didn't bother with them anymore, withdrew her spiritual sense, and then checked on the other people inside. Upon closer inspection, she immediately noticed a problem. There were actually quite a few people in the settlement, but most were ordinary people without superpowers. They were just ordinary villagers before the apocalypse and hadn't received any systematic or professional training, so they had virtually no strength. Aside from a few with decent abilities, the rest were treated like slaves in this settlement. The commotion at the entrance had naturally alerted them, but they didn't dare come out to see what was happening. They all huddled fearfully in their houses, their eyes filled with apprehension and unease, afraid of becoming collateral damage. Besides these people, Fong Yusen also noticed something peculiar. It was a 3-story villa, built by the villagers themselves, with no particular style in its design, looking somewhat incongruous. While the exterior looked rather grand, the interior was monotonous and rough, completely incomparable to its imposing exterior. However, none of this concerned Fong Yusen. What bothered her was that this small villa housed over 100 people, all women ranging from their teens to their 30s. They looked disheveled, dressed in thin clothes, their hair haphazardly tied back, their faces pale and slightly yellowish, with heavy dark circles around their eyes. The air in the entire villa reeked of chaos and decadence, clearly not a pleasant place. Fong Yusen's expression darkened after she withdrew her spiritual sense. She looked extremely unpleasant. Bai Yi, who had been secretly observing her expression, became worried upon seeing her distress and asked telepathically, "Yusen, what's wrong?" Fong Yusen glanced at the people guarding the door with disgust and said telepathically, "I hate this place. Let's make our move." Although Bai Yi didn't know why Fong Yusen was acting this way, he noticed her strong aversion to the place and guessed she must have discovered something. However, since Fong Yusen was unwilling to talk about it, he didn't press further. Instead, he gave his 4 subordinates a look and charged out first. He was already tired of playing games with his opponents. Since Fong Yusen wasn't going to continue, there was no need for him to continue the previous game. No one expected them to attack so suddenly. The leader, his face filled with panic, said, "We're all survivors, let's talk this out. Why ruin our harmony over such a small matter?" Unfortunately, no one paid him any attention. After Bai Yi made his move, the Yongshang team all looked at Fong Yusen and Fong Yuyang, awaiting their orders. Fong Yusen didn't speak directly. After all, Fong Yuyang was the team leader. She simply transmitted her voice to Fong Yuyang saying, "Brother, let's do it." Fong Yuyang had been itching to fight for a while. Hearing her voice, he raised his right hand and said directly, "Attack." They only had 16 people in total, while the enemy had over 300, putting them at a significant numerical disadvantage. Therefore, the best strategy was to launch a strong attack, take down the 6 leaders, and intimidate the rest. Although she disliked their methods, Fong Yusen knew that these people were among the few skilled fighters in the settlement. If they were all killed, the remaining survivors wouldn't be able to withstand the zombie onslaught. They would only be sent to their deaths. These people died because of her, and the final consequences would fall on her shoulders. She was unwilling to bear such a heavy burden of karma. Even disregarding karma, she didn't want so many lives to have been lost in vain. After the apocalypse began, a large number of people turned into zombies, drastically reducing the population. The number of survivors was already small, and as the living environment worsened, more and more survivors died. Allowing survivors to be killed by zombies or mutated creatures would not only benefit the enemy, but also further reduce the number of survivors. In the long run, the number of survivors might become extremely small, or even lead to extinction. Fong Yusen wasn't arrogant enough to shoulder the heavy responsibility of ensuring the continuation of her race, but she knew what she should and shouldn't do. The so-called top 10 strongest individuals in this settlement were only at the mid-stage of the first level of supernatural abilities. How could they be a match for Fong Yusen and her group? To minimize casualties, they didn't use any lethal weapons or skills. Their bare fists alone were enough to completely subdue the survivors. Those behind them turned pale as Fong Yuyang's wind blades grazed their scalps, causing some to go bald. The piercing pain from the wind blades grazing their scalps filled them with dread. Su Wu, carrying a heavy machine gun, had somehow climbed onto the roof of the vehicle. With the dark muzzle pointed at the people in the settlement, no one dared to move. They gripped their weapons tightly. Only then could they feel a sliver of security. Their gazes towards Fong Yusen and the others were filled with anger and fear, as if Fong Yusen and his group were shameful and ruthless invaders, executioners destined to take their lives. Bai Yi took in their expressions, offering no words of comfort, but instead said in a deep voice, "Now put down your weapons." No one complied. Instead, they instinctively gripped their weapons even tighter. This was their last solace, their hope for survival. They couldn't let go. Absolutely couldn't let go. However, not everyone had the courage. When Bai Ye's cold, sharp gaze swept across their faces, some couldn't hold back any longer and trembled as they released their weapons. Bai Yi pointed to an open space in front of them and said again, "Those who are willing to lay down their weapons, throw them here, and then stand on the right. I'll give you only 1 minute to consider. After 1 minute, you'll bear the consequences." Fong Yusen glanced at Bai Yi. She didn't believe Bai Yi was the kind of person who would kill everyone. Although the people here were outrageous, they weren't the kind of heinous villains who burned, killed, and looted. Bai Yi wouldn't want them dead. Otherwise, what he was holding wouldn't be a stick, but that imitation dragon scale sword. Unfortunately, the people in the settlement didn't understand Bai Yi like she did. Upon hearing "bear the consequences," many people were terrified and threw their weapons into the open space Bai Yi had designated, standing obediently on the right. Chapter 225, The Choice. A minute wasn't long, it passed quickly. Not everyone stepped forward. Less than a third chose to drop their weapons and stand on the right. The majority chose to remain steadfast. They gripped their weapons tightly, glaring angrily at Bai Yi and the others, their eyes burning with fury. Their earlier fear had subsided imperceptibly. However, they weren't truly unafraid. Rather, their intense anger had suppressed their inner turmoil. The threat of death had ignited their fighting spirit. At this moment, they were unwilling to live a life of ignited cowardice. Instead, they wanted to fight for themselves and their settlement. Bai Yi, observing their behavior, felt not anger, but rather a sense of relief. It seemed their fighting spirit remained. They weren't beyond redemption. If he hadn't wanted to test them, he wouldn't have put on this act. Now the result was satisfactory. He and Fong Yusen had similar thoughts. Even without the heavy karmic consequences, he didn't want so many innocent people to die because of him. Therefore, he decided to test them to see if they were still worth saving. His thoughts were naturally unknown to the other party. A minute later, Bai Ye's sharp gaze swept across their faces again, and he said in a deep voice, "Have you all made up your minds?" I can give you a chance to back out. You only have half a minute this time. This is your last chance." His words caused panic among many. Pairs of panicked eyes looked helplessly around, and then some people stepped forward from the right. They picked up their weapons from the ground and returned to their original positions. Half a minute passed even faster. 1/5 of the people on the right chose to take back their weapons, while those who had been holding on gritted their teeth and persevered. Even the 2 seriously injured experts who couldn't move, the remaining 8 experts stood up. They each took their weapons and stood in the middle, protecting their subordinates behind them. Their faces were pale, and their expressions even showed struggle. Clearly they didn't want to do this, but for some reason they still chose to step forward. Bai Yi felt increasingly gratified, but his expression grew even more grim. He coldly stared at his defeated foes and sneered, "It seems you're all determined to die." Upon hearing this, the 8 men's faces darkened further. They were used to swaggering around, never taking those weaker than themselves seriously, and had even bullied them quite often. But this time, facing a formidable enemy in a life-or-death situation, they couldn't bring themselves to abandon the others and flee, or even choose to live a life of ignominy. One of them stepped forward and pleaded, "Our men made a mistake this time. They were blind to your power and offended you all. I'm willing to atone with my death, but the others are innocent. Could you please show them mercy and spare their lives?" He spoke with great difficulty, his expression one of struggle even as he uttered the words, "atone with my death." He didn't truly want to die, but he was willing to sacrifice his own life to save the others. Bai Yi looked at him coldly, without saying a word. Fong Yusen walked to Bai Yi's side, holding the Miao sword in her hand. The blade reflected a faint black light in the sunlight, giving off a strong sense of oppression. The people in the settlement subconsciously looked at her, and when their eyes met the blade in her hand, their bodies instinctively shrank back. Just then, Fong Yusen suddenly laughed. She glanced at the people on her right and said with a smile, "All right, now you can go back inside." However, no one moved. They looked at each other, and after a long while, one person cautiously asked, What about the others? What do you plan to do with them?" He said dispose of, because in his subconscious, those people had become lambs to the slaughter. Although he had been pardoned, he felt no joy or sense of superiority. Instead, his eyes revealed worry and unease. He was afraid that Fong Yusen and the others would kill everyone else. Realizing this, he suddenly regretted it, his eyes fixed on the weapons lying on the ground, thinking of retrieving his own. Due to limited resources, their weapons were actually quite crude. Some were sharpened wooden sticks, others were long wooden sticks with kitchen knives, fruit knives, or daggers secured with rope and tape, and still others were steel bars and iron rods. Clearly, after the apocalypse, they were arming themselves as best they could with their limited resources. After he finished speaking, the others didn't leave. Instead, they looked at Fong Yusen with pleading eyes, hoping she would show leniency. Afraid of angering her, they didn't dare speak rashly, showing much more pragmatism than those in the safe zone where Fong Yusen and her group had once stayed. Fong Yusen deliberately said, "You don't want to go back? Do you want to die with them? My patience is limited. I'll count to 3. After 3, those who haven't left will never have another chance. 1. The voice fell, but no one left. 2. Some people began to stir, looking at each other in bewilderment. Some hesitated, preparing to leave, but after taking one step, they couldn't bring themselves to take a second. 3. The shout was extremely short, almost abruptly cut off as it rose, like a muffled thunderclap in everyone's ears, instantly snapping them out of their hesitation and struggle. Upon regaining their senses, some were filled with regret, their faces ashen, but many more breathed a sigh of relief. More than death, they feared this difficult choice. With their last chance gone and death looming, they felt a sense of peace. The next moment, they rushed to the discarded weapons, grabbing them and glaring at Fong Yusen and the others with gritted teeth and hostile expressions. In the basement of a beautiful 3-story villa within the settlement, a man sat cross-legged, eyes closed, his muscles taut, his face flushed, his expression pained and ferocious. He was at a crucial moment in his advancement, desperately trying to break through his bottleneck. However, the intense pain was unbearable. His bones cracked and popped from the tension, as if they were about to shatter. Yet the more they did, the more powerless he felt. That thin membrane seemed so fragile, it could shatter with the slightest touch, yet even with all his might, it only trembled slightly, showing no sign of breaking. The man continuously channeled his remaining energy, intensifying the pain. A tearing sensation shot through his muscles, and red blood slowly seeped from his pores. Soon he was covered in blood. His facial muscles contorted and tightened, and suddenly, with a poof, he spat out a mouthful of blood mist, his head drooping weakly. After a long while, his fingers twitched slightly, his eyelids trembled as he opened his eyes, looked at the blood on the ground, gave a dejected smile, and then grabbed a crystal core from the side, frantically absorbing it. He knew he had failed to advance, but he couldn't give up. He had to survive. More and more crystal cores were absorbed. When his energy was replenished, he stopped absorbing them, went to a corner, wiped away the remaining blood and cold sweat with water, picked up some clean clothes prepared nearby, put them on, and then pushed open the basement door and went out. He had barely stepped outside when he saw a woman with an anxious expression. His heart skipped a beat, a strong sense of unease rising within him. He strode up to her and asked urgently, "Rancho, has something happened? Has a horde of zombies appeared? What's the situation outside?" Li Rancho's dim eyes lit up at the sight of him. "Brother Fong, you're finally out. Did your advancement go smoothly?" However, her question caused the man's face to darken. His failed advancement was a deep wound in his heart, one he didn't want anyone to touch, not even the woman he loved most. Li Rancho was very clever. Seeing the man's expression turn sour, she immediately said, "Brother Fong, something terrible has happened. A group of people have come outside. I heard they're very powerful. Even the top 10 experts went, and they were no match for them. What should we do?" Her eyes flashed slightly as she continued, "Brother Fong, our men are still holding them off outside. We have to escape." Escape? Brother Fong was preparing his weapons. Upon hearing this, his face instantly turned extremely ugly, his gaze towards Li Rancho like a sharp knife. "You want me to abandon my brothers and run for my life?" A struggle flashed in Li Rancho's eyes, but she still said, "These people are very powerful. If we don't escape now, it will be too late once they break in. Brother Fong, I know you can't abandon your brothers, but as the saying goes, where there's life, there's hope. A gentleman takes revenge even after 10 years. Let's escape first, and you can seek revenge later when you've improved your strength." Hearing this, Brother Fong began to waver. The group below were all people who had come to him after the apocalypse. He wasn't particularly kind to them because he was the strongest and took the most benefits. To control their strength and prevent them from growing faster than him, he used most of the crystal cores he obtained from hunting zombies for cultivation, and he also hoarded the magical stones. He only distributed the mysterious crystals he obtained as rewards to 10 of his subordinates, training them to become the top 10 strongest fighters in the settlement, second only to him. So in reality their bond wasn't very deep. But he was after all a man. After being treated so well by his subordinates for so long, he simply couldn't bring himself to run away. Seeing his hesitation, Li Rancho panicked and said tearfully, "Brother Fong, time is running out. You need to make a decision quickly." Chapter 226. Fong Ji's decision. Guigu was actually terribly panicked. He realized he had misunderstood that fool Wang Dali. This wasn't a conspiracy against him, but against the entire settlement. He desperately wanted to believe that Fong Gu could defeat these people. But now, facing their gazes, he suddenly felt uncertain. Even though they weren't displaying their full power, he felt oppressed, and even breathing became difficult. He kept asking himself, why were these people targeting their settlement? Why did he have to run into this mess? He was filled with regret. If he had known these people weren't easy prey but plagues, he would never have been so greedy as to come out and die. Thinking of Wang Dali, who hadn't shown up yet, he suddenly felt like a complete idiot. He knew Wang Dali had arranged to meet these people in half an hour, so he rushed over specifically to get rid of them before Wang Dali, who knew that his men would be eliminated in the first encounter. He was filled with regret, and at the same time he gave these people a subtle look of dissatisfaction. If these people are so powerful, why were they coerced by Wang Dali? They made him believe them. If he wasn't certain these people were easy prey, why would he foolishly come to his death? Thinking about it, he suddenly felt something was off. Wang Dali must have been tricked. However, these people seemed to have been brought by those two women surnamed Du. Could it be that this was all a conspiracy by those two bitches? Could it be that those two bitches betrayed them? They enlisted these people's help, and now these plague gods are causing trouble? The more Gu thought about it, the more likely this guess was the truth. He gritted his teeth, secretly vowing that if he survived this ordeal, he would definitely not let those two treacherous bitches get away with it. Just then, Fong Yusen walked over with a smile, carrying a knife, and said to Gu, "We came here at the invitation of two young girls. They said you have plenty of food and are very hospitable. We were starving after our journey, so we followed them. But I didn't expect you to be so hospitable." Gu looked at her, completely at a loss for words. At this moment he no longer thought Fong Yusen was beautiful. This wasn't a woman but a deadly female demon. Under this intense stimulation, Gu once again deeply regretted his foolish decision. He shouldn't have come. No, he shouldn't have stayed. At this moment, he suddenly had a strong intuition that neither Fong Gu nor the 10 top experts around him could possibly be a match for these people. He really shouldn't have stayed. He quickly glanced at his men lying haphazardly on the ground, groaning, and wondered uncertainly, was it too late to lie down and play dead? Just as he was thinking about how to extricate himself unharmed, he heard the roar of several motorcycles. The drawn-out roar sounded particularly dynamic, something he used to especially like. But now, listening to those drawn-out rumbles, his feelings were incredibly complex. Unfortunately, there wasn't enough time. He couldn't think any further. Soon the door opened and 4 people appeared on motorcycles. They were riding modified light motorcycles, loud and fast, popular with rebellious young people. These 4 were none other than 4 of the top 10 masters. In the past, Brother Gue would have immediately rushed to curry favor with them. But now he only felt a bitter taste in his mouth. Only 4 people had come. How could that be enough? The 4 who arrived were completely oblivious to his bitterness. After getting off their motorcycles, they glared unfriendly at Fong Yusen and his group, as well as their disheveled subordinates lying around. The scene was all too obvious. The 4 understood almost immediately that Fong Yusen and his group had come to cause trouble. One of the young men, a tall, thin man with a scar on his face, narrowed his eyes fiercely and asked in an unfriendly tone, "What's going on here? Where did you come from? How dare you come here to cause trouble? You're tired of living, aren't you?" Upon hearing this, Gu felt as if he had swallowed a bitter pill, and even his otherwise handsome face contorted with resentment. How could he have never noticed such a fool among the top 10 masters? So many people lying on the ground. Wasn't that enough to demonstrate the opponent's strength? Who did this man think he was facing? The incompetent fools in the settlement who didn't know how to fight back? These were all plagues. Speaking to people with such an attitude, wasn't he afraid of completely offending them? Fearing Scarface might say something even more outrageous, Gu had no choice but to steel himself and walk over to him, whispering, "Brother Dao, these guys are tough. We'd better be careful." But as soon as he said this, Scarface turned and glared at him disdainfully, sneering, "What do you know?" Scarface didn't take Gu seriously. In his eyes, crushing Gu was as easy as crushing an ant, so despite Guiji's assessment of their strength, he was completely dismissive. And it wasn't just him, the others felt the same way. They were known as the top 10 experts because, in the entire settlement, their strength was second only to Fong Gu. Their long-standing arrogance and the flattery they received had made them complacent. They forgot the saying, "There are always people stronger than you," and felt that everyone except Fong Gu was beneath their notice. In reality, their misunderstanding stemmed from Fong Yusen and the others deliberately concealing their aura and energy fluctuations. They looked like ordinary people or novice superhumans. The 4 highly praised experts sensed the energy fluctuations emanating from them and instinctively assumed their strength was mediocre. As for the people lying on the ground, they were just ordinary people with low strength, whom the 4 of them never considered a threat. Seeing them lying on the ground, the 4 of them didn't think Fong Yusen and the others were particularly powerful. They just thought these people were too stupid and useless. Scarface was a battle maniac who always liked to pick fights, and he was also the strongest among the four. So after he spoke, none of the others uttered a rebuttal, only giving Guegu a disdainful look. Just that one look made Guegu acutely aware of his status in these people's eyes. The way they looked at him was no different from how he looked at the ordinary people in the settlement, like looking at trash. So he took a deep breath and quietly retreated. He glanced at these four experts one last time, then quickly looked away, lowered his head, and a sarcastic smile curled at the corner of his mouth. A bunch of idiots. The four men noticed his retreat but ignored it, giving him only a cold glance before deciding to remove him from his post and transfer him to patrol outside after the matter was resolved. Then they looked at Fong Yusen and the others again. Except for the scarred man, who was staring intently at Bai Yi with a fierce fighting spirit in his eyes, the other three brazenly looked at Fong Yusen, Shang Jinxiu, and Meng Qing Luo. These three were all rare beauties, each with their own unique charm. They had never seen such beauties before, and now they were offering themselves up. How could they not be excited? Just thinking about capturing them and wantonly defiling them made them feel hot all over. Finally, that madman with the scarred face. They couldn't care less. Scarface raised his chin at Bai Yi, licked his slightly dry lips and said, "Fight me. If you win, I can grant you one request. If you lose, all of you will have to stay here." Bai Yi was still holding that golden staff. His face was extremely ugly, and a strong killing intent surged within him. He wished he could kill all those who dared to lewdly look at Fong Yusen. After Scarface finished speaking, he gave a cold smile. "Fine, I agree." Before he could finish speaking, Scarface had already transformed into a black shadow and charged forward. His gloves were adorned with sharp rings. If they struck someone, the sharp points would cause severe lacerations. His face was contorted with bloodlust, and he looked at Bai Yi as if he were a lamb to the slaughter. However, just as his fist was about to strike Bai Yi, a flash of golden light appeared, followed by a clang. Scarface's sharp rings slammed into the golden staff in Bai Yi's hand, the immense force of the impact sending numbness through his knuckles. Scarface's face contorted in pain, and his gaze towards Bai Yi became even more frenzied. "Ah!" he howled, his fists relentlessly pounding Bai Yi, each strike accompanied by a whistling sound, clearly possessing considerable power. At the same time, Fong Yuyan stepped forward, blocking Fong Yusen's path, and coldly looked at the remaining three, asking provocatively, "Who's coming?" Fong Yuyan's attitude clearly angered the three. They were used to being arrogant in the settlement, but they never expected anyone to dare speak to them like that. The three sneered and one of them flashed forward, rushing towards Fong Yuyan like lightning. He was actually a speed-based ability user. At the same time, one of the other two launched a fireball at Fong Yuyan, while the other bent down, clenched his right fist, and slammed it into the ground. With this slam, the ground instantly began to shake, rising and falling like waves. He often used this move mainly to catch people off guard and make them lose their footing, thus gaining the upper hand. When the person lost their footing or fell, he would then use ground spikes, and the opponent would definitely be hit. And this tactic of his was almost always successful. But this time they had clearly met their match. The earth had barely begun to shake when Fong Jintang let out a soft hum. Not only did the shaking stop, but the fire-type and earth-type ability users experienced even more violent shaking beneath their feet. The two looked at Fong Yuyan in shock, exclaiming in unison, "You're also an earth-type ability user?" At this moment they truly understood Gueji's earlier worries.